History and the scriptures of the Bible recount the tale of Sir Karl, the Duke of Bloodwind, the father of dragons, the Blooded One, the Emperor of Holy Arms, who embodies both noble and humble blood. He is the beacon amidst the long night, heralding the eternal summer, the founder of the dynasty, the resurrection of legend, and the earthly deity of the divine kingdom. His saga began with a mercenary captain who, leading his Blackstone company, took a fateful step into a game of power that was never meant for him. Within the walls of the Crossroads Inn, he wielded his sword to slay 2 members of the Kingsguard, earning the honor of knighthood. In Winterfell, he unveiled the secrets and conspiracies surrounding the Lannister twins, rescuing the Stark's second son, who was destined to plummet from the tower's edge, inciting the king's wrath and igniting war against the Lannisters of the West. On the battlefield, shrouded in smoke, Tywin Lannister never understood the meaning of surrender. A conspiracy, hidden in the shadows, and the machinations of humanity unfolded silently until the scales tipped, balancing precariously at a fair position, rendering the Baratheon throne vulnerable. Chapter 1. The King's Company. Karl Storm adjusted the sheepskin gloves recently donned on his hands, feeling the discomfort between his fingers gradually dissipate. He then clapped his hands, brushing off the clumps of dirt that had inexplicably adhered to his gloves, before turning to cast a distant glance at the king's retinue behind him. This was a resplendent river fashioned from gold, silver, and steel. Under the sunlight of King's Landing, it shimmered brilliantly, a dazzling spectacle. Yet at this moment, this throng of over 300 souls resembled a piece of half-melted amber, trembling and writhing in place, uncertain of when it would begin to flow. Karl regarded this assembly, his deep blue eyes flickering momentarily with contemplation, though such musings were fleeting and his gaze did not linger long upon the gathering. He then turned away, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lazily leaned against a barrel rumored to contain sweet red wine from the Riverlands. Clearly, he had no intention of approaching them. As for the barrel beneath him, he was indifferent to whether it belonged to the twisted dwarf of House Lannister or the rotund king, whose girth nearly matched his height. Although he was indeed a member of this company, his status was but that of a free knight captain, employed by the king, overshadowed by the nobility within this illustrious retinue. This radiant assembly comprised the king, queen, princes, princesses, proud vassals, and knights, along with those sworn knights who pledged their fealty. In this gathering, he was merely an inconsequential commoner, and his rank afforded him the opportunity to engage in tasks that the knights and noble lords preferred to avoid. Fortunately for Karl and his men, their duties were primarily limited to reconnaissance and advance scouting for the companion role akin to that of scouts and vanguards. The military adage of cutting paths through mountains and bridging waters aptly encapsulated their responsibilities. Though the necessity of such items is minimal for the king's road they must traverse, it merely signifies the proximity to the royal domain. It is only upon crossing the river and stepping into the northern territories that Karl and his companions will truly need to exert themselves. As thoughts of his impending tasks filled his mind, Karl's gaze involuntarily lingered once more on the proud, haughty, and affluent procession before him, the atmosphere brimming with an air of superiority. His deep blue eyes subtly flickered, then became entranced by the banners that adorned this grand assembly. Dozens of golden flags, held aloft, fluttered in the breeze, each emblazoned with the crowned stag emblem of House Baratheon. Karl possessed a pair of such banners himself, bestowed upon him by a member of the royal guard clad in a flowing white cloak, accompanied by 2 attendants, though the moment to unfurl them had yet to arrive. These would serve to signify his identity as he navigated the journey ahead or passed through the domains of various lords. Captain, as Karl pondered the thoughts swirling in his mind, a burly man donned in worn brown and black half-leather armor approached him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, neither overly stout nor thin, with shrewd gray-blue eyes that sparkled with mischief. Upon nearing, he cast a glance at Karl, only to have his attention instinctively drawn to the imposing assembly behind him, then inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Are we ready to depart?" "We await the king's command." "Has Fox been brought over?" Karl replied, turning his gaze back to the man, who stood just shy of his shoulder. Karl not only possessed striking deep blue eyes, but also boasted a mane of coal-black hair. Most notably, he stood a towering 6 feet 8 inches tall, appearing almost as tall as a standing Kasi when seated on a barrel. His stature was complemented by broad shoulders and a muscular physique, his arms robust as tree trunks. Remarkably, he was also remarkably handsome, his formidable frame lending him an air of grace rather than clumsiness. When asked about his horse, Kasi shrugged, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a point not far from them. Young Owen is preparing the items you'll need for the journey and is also giving it a grooming. He should be bringing it over shortly. Upon hearing Cassie's response, Karl's gaze traversed the crowd, though he merely nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence. The fox he referred to was a similarly grand warhorse, muscular and adorned with chestnut fur. When groomed and placed under the sun, its skin even reflected a metallic sheen. Karl had brought it back from across the narrow sea, and it was his cherished companion. The name fox was not derived from its being a mare, but rather, quite the opposite was indeed a stallion. Well, this was the case in times past. Due to its prior castration before being acquired by Karl, it has sadly become a gelding. However, this is of little consequence. Karl has taken a liking to it and believes that this bond reflects his affection. Certainly not because he wishes to procure it from the free trade city-state for the hefty price of 30 gold coins. It is noteworthy that the same sum could procure 3 equally magnificent steeds in Westeros, while a decent set of armor costs merely around 15 gold dragons. As for the reason behind Fox's castration, Karl had inquired. The merchant who sold it to him explained that, on one hand, it was necessary for the animal to be battle-ready, thus tempering its temperament. On the other hand, it was not being sold at the price of stallion. Poor Fox, seemingly fearful that Karl might leverage this information to negotiate a lower price. The merchant hastily added that castrated horses experience reduced hormonal influences, making them more amenable and less volatility, distinct advantage. After all, at that time, Karl was merely a wandering mercenary in the free trade city-states. In response, Karl expressed his pity but still managed to negotiate a reduction of 5 gold coins. In the days that followed, Karl speculated that perhaps Fox's departure from its homeland, Dothraki, played a role in its current state, although he remained uncertain whether Fox had ever beheld the vast grasslands of the Dothraki Sea. Fox. Kosi was indeed correct. Before long, young Owen had led Fox over. He gazed up at Karl, biting his lip before summoning the courage to speak. Captain Karl, must I truly remain behind? I could be of great assistance. Kosi's little Owen was merely 12 years old, appearing somewhat diminutive and even slightly malnourished. With his tousled brown curls and the beginnings of soft, sparse facial hair, he stood before Karl with a somewhat pitiful expression, yet stubbornly insisted that he did not wish to lose this opportunity. Even while seated, Owen did not quite match Karl's height. Hearing his pleading tone, Karl resolutely shook his head and affectionately ruffled the boy's unremarkable curls. The north is exceedingly cold, far colder than you can imagine. Perhaps you should wait until after you have experienced your first winter before contemplating such matters. Karl did not outright reject Owen's request. Instead, he spoke in a gentler tone, offering solace to the young man who was striving to care for himself, along with his ailing mother and sister at home. Nearby, Kosi chuckled at Karl's words, revealing a gap-toothed grin, as if to mock those who had never endured winter, likening them to lambs raised solely in summer. At that moment, Karl rose, the clinking of his armor echoing as he moved. He reached into his belongings and produced a small pouch, placing it into Owen's hands. Take good care of your mother and sister, they still depend on you. However, after we depart, you may go to learn from Todmode. I have already covered your apprenticeship fee. As Karl spoke, he affectionately patted Owen's head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he took the reins of Fox from his hands. Chapter 2. Northward Journey. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms, tasked with safeguarding the expedition led by Robert Baratheon I, did not linger in King's Landing for an extended period. Perhaps the king was eager to expedite their journey, or perhaps he simply despised squandering precious time on trivial matters. Regardless, merely half an hour after Karl sent young Owen back home, the king commanded the troops to set forth. As the vanguard of the contingent, Karl and his companions naturally had the responsibility of scouting ahead. Thus, upon receiving the order, Karl promptly mounted his horse, gathering his men to embark on their journey. This mercenary band, summoned by Karl for the task at hand, comprised a mere 15 individuals. Sparse and of varying quality, they scarcely constituted a proper mercenary company. Rather, they resembled a disorganized mob. This ragtag group had only come together over the past 6 months since Karl's arrival in King's Landing. After riding along the King's Road for approximately an hour, Karl ordered the company to halt temporarily for rest. Compared to the massive entourage following behind, this mercenary group, albeit only named after Karl, moved at a considerably swifter pace. However, as the vanguard, Karl could not afford to gallop blindly forward, and given that they did not require a forced march, each member rode alone. Perhaps King Robert wished for a more rapid pace, Yet the royal procession, carrying Queen Cersei Lannister and her young children, could not hasten. After all, they traveled in a grand double-decker carriage, which, even upon the smooth King's Road, left a noticeable imprint in its wake. Constructed from polished oak and adorned with gilded accents, this luxurious carriage mirrored the opulence of a true royal chamber, providing the queen and her offspring with a semblance of their accustomed lifestyle. This lavish mobile palace required the strength of 40 magnificent steeds to transport it. Thus, after an hour's journey, Karl felt no qualms about commanding his small party to rest. Both horse and rider required a respite, and it was only prudent to wait for the main body of the procession. As Karl led Fox beneath a grand tree, casually tossing the reins over a branch to allow the horse to graze, he sought out a large stone upon which to sit and take a brief respite. At that moment, Kosi approached, having relinquished his horse to another with a water pouch in hand. With a beaming smile, Kosi, showcasing a gap-toothed grin, deftly removed the stopper from the pouch and handed it to Karl. Suddenly, he chimed in with a rumor he had picked up from an unknown source. "Boss, I heard that the Queen seems to harbor some dislike for you." Upon hearing his words, which seemed to arise from thin air, Karl cast a sharp glance at him, but effortlessly accepted the water pouch he handed over. He brought it to his lips, savoring a small sip, which elicited a satisfied click of his tongue, before his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the picturesque scenery not far away. There, a few young maidens were engaged in some activity, seated upon a blue carpet laid out on the grass, their laughter and playful banter filling the air. It appeared that they had noticed Karl and his companions as well, occasionally casting glances in their direction before whispering among themselves once more. As Karl observed, he perceived that they were indeed reveling in their leisure, for among them were several young lads who, like springtime creatures, circled around the maidens with unbridled enthusiasm, almost as if they were compelled to sniff the air for their scent. Karl, however, felt no such impulse. He merely deemed it necessary for the group to pause and regroup. His gaze lingered unabashedly upon the maidens' graceful forms, taking another small sip of water, swirling it in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. Then, his attention shifted to Kosi, who was gazing at him with an obsequious expression, and heard his superior speak in a measured tone. "Who did you hear that from? What do you mean the Queen doesn't favor me? Rumors must not be spread heedlessly. Be wary if such words reach the ears of those with ill intentions. It could cost us our heads. Do remember that the current royal enforcer is not one to engage in idle chatter with you." As he spoke, Karl's gaze returned to Kosi, who looked at him with a sycophantic demeanor, as if he were admonishing this seasoned schemer. Yet, upon hearing Karl's words, Kosi's lips curled slightly in disdain, seemingly unimpressed by the mention of the executioner. However, despite his inner contempt, Kosi did not overtly express it, and, as a seasoned manipulator, appeared almost startled by Karl's comment, hastily shaking his head before nodding in agreement. "That was not my intent. Chief, I merely heard that your relationship with the Prime Minister is rather amicable. You know, you're called Stone, Karl Stone, and you're unlike us common folk," Kosi mused inwardly. Karl's surname, Stone, is well known in Westeros as the name associated with the bastards of the Vale. Commoners are not afforded the privilege of surnames. Moreover, since this young man arrived in King's Landing, his life has been anything but dull, further amplified by his apparent connection to the Prime Minister, leading to a myriad of speculations regarding Karl's true identity. Some assert that he is indeed the illegitimate son of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, while others vehemently disagree. For if Jon Arryn truly had such a bastard, he would have been known as Karl Arryn, not the nonsensical Karl Stone. It is well understood among the common folk that, aside from the king who sits upon the throne and disregards all else, Jon Arryn is the only one who would listen to the voices of his subjects while seated on the Iron Throne. He would inquire about the lost sheep of the shepherd and the whereabouts of those who sold them, and he would administer the law on behalf of the king against rapists and thieves. He is deeply cherished by the people. Consequently, most citizens are well aware of the Duke of Eyre, who has guarded the Eastern Realm throughout his life and has been married thrice, though his first two unions ended in tragedy, with many of his designated heirs perishing before him. His first wife died in childbirth, leaving him with a stillborn child. His second wife bore no children but succumbed to a chill. Even the child of his brother, whom he later named as his heir, met a grim fate at the hands of King Illyris II before the Usurper's War. For this man, who has devoted his life to the service of the kingdom, heir seemed more like a curse than a blessing. Thus, if he indeed possesses such a robust, illegitimate son, and provided he is not dim-witted, he would surely legitimize his lineage, even if merely in name. It is noteworthy that by the time of his third marriage, he had already lost half of his teeth. The present child, too, was a frail successor, born to Lysa Tully after numerous miscarriages. Upon hearing Corcy's words, Karl observed the eager gaze directed at him, coupled with an expression of hesitance. He then feigned a cold snort, allowing a displeased countenance to surface. "The former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, is dead," he exclaimed. "Do you understand the purpose of our journey north?" Noticing Karl's dissatisfaction, Corcy seemed to realize his misstep, his demeanor turning somewhat sheepish. At that moment, Karl returned the nearly untouched waterskin to him, his tone icy as he admonished. "Refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Beware of those lofty figures who might hear, and sever your tongue. Consider how your teeth were lost." As Karl uttered these words, his gaze drifted past Corcy to the group of individuals nearby, quietly observing them. These were the men Karl had recruited after Corcy. Chapter 3. The Bastard Stone of Karl. Kushi was the first to follow Karl, at a time when he found himself in dire straits, resorting to nimble tasks in places like the Mud Gate to make a living. Their initial encounter was rather theatrical. Upon laying eyes on Karl, Kushi was convinced that this young man would require his assistance, and thus approached him to extol the virtues of King's Landing's Silk Street, insisting that a first-time visitor like Karl must experience it. He was not mistaken. Indeed, it was Karl's inaugural visit to King's Landing, and everything appeared novel to him. As for the Silk Street Kushi mentioned, Karl would later come to understand its significance. However, contrary to Kushi's expectations, Karl predominantly resided thereafter in a brothel named Shataya, nestled behind the Rennies Hills within the city. The proprietor was a tall, dark-skinned man from the Summer Isles, possessing eyes the color of sandalwood, aptly named Shataya. King Robert held a fondness for this establishment, and the Lannister family's dwarf frequently made visits. This place was not under the purview of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, nor did the spider's web of the Spymaster extend its reach here. As for Kushi, when Karl inquired if he wished to join him instead of continuing his work in the brothel, Kushi recognized the extraordinary nature of this young man without hesitation. Aligning with anyone was still a means of survival, and although the reputation of mercenaries in Westeros was far from stellar, it was certainly preferable to his current aimless existence. Karl was drawn to Kushi's cleverness, rumored to have lost a tooth due to a theft gone awry, and he found himself in need of someone familiar with King's Landing. With this capable ally by his side, Karl resolved to resume his former trade in King's Landing. Engaging once again in the mercenary business he had practiced for 5 years in the free cities of Essos, Kushi was astute and adept, despite lacking formal education. His streetwise experiences endowed him with a unique insight into human behavior. When Kushi brazenly expressed his thoughts, Karl understood their implications. After all, the very king who had once shielded him, enabling him to establish himself in a place like King's Landing, had met an untimely demise, compounded by rumors that the queen harbored disdain for the bastard known as Karl Storm. Such developments undoubtedly stirred disloyalty among the mercenary swordsmen, who were inherently fickle, living only for the moment's pleasures. No one would heed the commands of an 18-year-old boy unless he exuded the sin of gold dragons. Both Kushi and Karl perceived these undercurrents. However, Karl remained indifferent to the sentiments of these men, demanding only a modicum of discipline from them, imposing no further restrictions. Yet, to Karl's surprise, Kushi grew apprehensive amidst the emerging signs of discord. Reflecting on this, Karl gazed at Kushi's departing figure, offering a faint smile before turning back to admire the distant scenery. "Kushi, you've certainly drawn criticism, haven't you? I've long suggested you keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, the winds that escape it are better kept contained within your trousers." "Indeed. Even Mary from Simon's Tavern has lamented that your mouth resembles the stench of a dead fish in a muddy gutter. I thought I was the only one who felt this way." Kushi had just rejoined the team when he noticed the others teasing him as he eagerly approached the captain. They were spewing foul language and engaging in jests that stirred their spirits. Hearing their jibes, Kushi grinned, revealing his gap-toothed smile, which earned him the nickname Dogtooth. However, upon hearing a scoundrel claim that Mary had said his breath smelled like a dead fish, his expression darkened, and he snapped, "Don't tell me, you filthy bastard, that you've been sweet-talking Mary behind my back. Beware, I'll inform Simon." "Hey, you too. I distinctly saw you pinning Mary on the table that night when I got up to relieve myself. Even if Simon knows, he'll surely come after you first," retorted the man who had earlier mocked Kushi's breath. "The thing is, Mary didn't say that when she was with me. Could it be that your other end is more pleasant than your mouth?" "What? I thought I was the only one indulging in that." After Kushi returned, the previously somber team was reinvigorated, and the unease stemming from the king's entourage seemed to dissipate. Hearing the commotion, Karl merely smiled. His earlier admonition to Kushi had inadvertently relaxed these rascals. They were a bunch of scoundrels. As he listened to their colorful profanities, Karl cleaned out his ears and, glancing at the raucous bunch, raised his voice, proclaiming, "You lot, who ought to be stuffed into women's black bread, better rest well. We'll set off again in 20 minutes. We must find an incapable of accommodating the king and his ample girth before nightfall." Karl was unceremonious in his rebuke and proceeded to outline the tasks ahead. Upon hearing his words, the rough men responded with hearty laughter and banter. "Aye, boss. But can I use something else to stuff it? Save that for Dogtooth to clean his teeth." With Karl's command issued, the scene erupted into lively chaos once more. After announcing a brief respite before their next departure, Karl's gaze fell upon the graceful figures of the young women not far away. Yet, if one were to observe his expression at that moment, they would notice that his eyes lacked focus, appearing vacant as if lost in reverie. At this moment, Karl's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to times long past. Spurred by Koshi's earlier remarks, Koshi was not mistaken. Karl is indeed acquainted with Jon Arryn, to the extent that one could even describe their relationship as familiar. After all, he grew up in the Vale, in the castle of the Eyrie. It is worth noting that following Robert's ascension to the Iron Throne, he was summoned by Robert to attend to his affairs. As for his subsequent places of residence, they remained within the Vale, including the Eyrie and Moonlight Keep, among others. However, when it comes to recalling his memories of these individuals, they exist in a realm of hazy ambiguity, lacking vividness. This is due to the fact that these memories are confined to the period prior to his 12th year. Beyond that point, his experiences belong to the time after he traversed into this world. Fortunately, he inherited the memories of the original occupant of this body, Karl Storm. Such is the name of his current embodiment in this realm. Chapter 4. The Northern Journey. After inexplicably traversing into this world, Karl naturally inherited all that came with it. In his previous life, Karl was a fervent admirer of the tale A Song of Ice and Fire. He had delved into the original novels, watched the unedited HBO adaptation, and consumed countless analyses from various content creators regarding the narrative. While he could not claim an extensive understanding of the vast universe crafted by George R.R. Martin, he certainly retained a general impression of the overarching storyline. However, the name Karl Storm was unfamiliar to him. It is not to say that individuals named Stone must be among those mentioned in the books, for that would be an absurd assumption. After all, in this wretched world, the existence of bastards is not necessarily a source of shame for the lofty nobles. At times, it could even be regarded as a badge of honor. Yet, during the period of his arrival in this world, the name Karl Storm struck him as peculiar. The surname Stone is one typically bestowed upon bastards born in the Vale. Its meaning is quite straightforward, signifying stone. When Karl arrived in this realm, he had just turned 12, serving as a young boy at Moon Door Castle in the Vale, tending to donkeys. These donkeys were primarily employed to transport fresh provisions, such as eggs, bacon, butter, and various vegetables and fruits, into the city of Eagle's Nest. Occasionally, he also acted as a guide, escorting visiting nobles and knights along treacherous mountain paths into the Vale, though such instances were infrequent. Nevertheless, the 12-year-old boy, having just crossed into this world, managed to learn the art of survival in a rather arduous manner, gradually acclimatizing to the medieval lifestyle. However, as one endowed with memories of a past life, Karl's horizons were not limited to the confines of his immediate surroundings. As life became increasingly familiar and stable, his curiosity began to stir, compelling him to seek a glimpse of the broader world. Thus, he commenced an exploration of his lineage. Having mysteriously arrived in this realm, he yearned to uncover the identity of his father, just as Jon Snow bore the surname of a bastard from the north, and the water's name belonged to a bastard of the Crownlands. Karl, carrying the name Stone, surely had a noble father of higher standing than that of a commoner. During his pursuit of answers, he discovered that a girl named Mia Stone, who should have shared a similar background, was nowhere to be found. Through indirect inquiries, he eventually gleaned some revelations, realizing that it was not the absence of Mia Stone, but rather the unsettling truth that he himself was the bastard born of Robert Baratheon, conceived while he was still a mere foster son of Jon Arryn in the Vale. Thus, he was not the supposed Mia Stone, the eldest illegitimate child of Robert. In the quest to uncover his origins, it seems that people are quite certain of his identity, and Karl has also glimpsed the figure of that man in his memories. He was a tall man with dark hair who often tossed the young Karl into the air for play. Upon reaching this point of realization, Karl understood that he had not only become the firstborn of the character Robert Baratheon from the original tale, but for reasons unknown, this child, who was supposed to be a girl, had transformed into a boy. Furthermore, this boy, after being kicked by a donkey at the age of 12 and losing consciousness, awoke to find his body inhabited by a different soul. The unfolding of events is undeniably dramatic, resembling a narrative hastily penned in a moment of inspiration. Yet for him, who has supplanted me as Stone and become Karl Stone. This is an undeniable truth. Ah, indeed. As memories flooded back, even after 6 years, Karl could not help but let out a pained hiss, a reflexive response to his lingering toothache. Habitually, he pinched himself to confirm the reality of his existence, before returning to a bemused smile. Goodness, this tale, if recounted while intoxicated, would hardly be believed. Karl shook his head. He then dismissed the group of girls who appeared to be clustering together, perhaps seeking to draw nearer, and with a sudden clap on the stone beneath him, he rose to his feet. Pouting slightly, he let out a sharp whistle. Hey, you rascals, are you all rested? If we don't set off soon, beware of the king seeking to kick your butts for missing out on women tonight. His whistle echoed as he turned to shout at those who, after jesting among themselves, were now dispersing to relieve themselves. Kashi had been observing him as well, perhaps emulating Karl and appreciating the scenery. He glanced over as soon as Karl stood. Upon hearing Karl's command to move, the previously languid group stirred with a spirited commotion as they too rose. Boss, I hear the queen is the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. I reckon once the king opens his mouth, that noblewoman from House Lannister will be on her knees. One of the rascals quipped, so if the king can't find a tavern maid tonight, he shouldn't take it out on us, right? Their banter continued unabated, even as they rose to follow Karl's lead and sought their steeds, their mouths running with crude humor. Karl, instinctively reaching for the reins from Fox, who had trotted over at the sound of his whistle, turned his head upon hearing the remark. He soon realized that the speaker was none other than the same ruffians who had previously been jesting with Kishi and Simon, and perhaps even more miscreants who had joined their ranks. A slight smile graced Karl's face, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he responded to their camaraderie. Powell, when the white cloaks come to seize you by the neck, I hope you do not find yourself wetting your trousers beneath the skirt of the first beauty. Karl threatened the rascals, but scarcely had his words left his lips when, without waiting for Powell to muster a retort, Kelsey chimed in with his quick wit, baring his canine teeth and barking like a dog. I dare say that when the time comes, the white cloaks need not even grasp his neck. He would likely be inclined to kneel before them, eagerly prying open their armor to find a warm place for them to rest. Kelsey erupted into laughter, his expression decidedly lewd, perhaps out of spite for Powell having pilfered the bread from his plate. Following Kelsey's remarks, the others eagerly shared their thoughts on the matter. Were I a white cloak, and if Powell were to act thusly, I assure you, my longsword would certainly find its way into his mouth. Unfazed by the jests of these scoundrels, Powell defiantly glared at them, stretching his neck as he proclaimed, as if reciting a sacred oath, "You lot are nothing but a kicked basket." Yet, his delusions were met with resistance from the unyielding mercenaries. Ha ha. You're only worthy of sniffing the rear of the boss, Fox. Upon hearing such foul language, Karl could not help but shake his head. This band of rogues could hardly contain themselves when the topic turned risque. As the conversation progressed, they debated where Powell's tongue ought to be placed, and whether he might simply be dreaming of tasting his own urine to utter such nonsense. The topic then shifted to unearthing each other's dark pasts, leading to a spirited exchange. Eventually, they deliberated whether the first beauty of the 7 kingdoms was indeed Cersei, leaving behind their opinions before returning to the discussion of how exquisite Mary truly was. Karl, however, chose not to engage in their banter. Instead, he readied himself to continue along King's Road. He had a point. They indeed needed to find a suitable resting place for the king's corpulent form before darkness fell. As for themselves, they could simply find a patch of ground, roll up in their burlap sacks tied to the horses' tails, and sleep, provided it did not rain. As for stables, those were reserved for the proud knights behind them. Such lords would not wish to gaze up through the leaves to see the stars above. Even the soldiers of House Lannister each possessed their own tents, made of waxed canvas, a luxury indeed. Karl and his companions had similar gear, but as previously mentioned, as long as it did not rain, they found little need to fuss over such possessions. After all, it was not so cold in the king's domain at night. As for crossing the riverlands, Karl and his companions were undoubtedly prepared. They were not delicate flowers that had only bloomed in summer. Despite their playful banter, those who made their living in such endeavors were remarkably agile and efficient. By the time Karl had mounted his horse, everyone else was nearly ready as well. The roads near King's Landing were quite navigable, with the Kingsroad stretching from the heart of the capital all the way through the entirety of Westeros, reaching the southern stronghold of Storm's End. In fact, in Karl's estimation, it could be regarded as the expressway of the 7 kingdoms. Constructed during the reign of the arbitrator, Jaehaerys, it began at the Wall-S Black Castle, passed through the royal capital, and extended southward to Storm's End, spanning nearly 2,000 miles. Thus, the journey ahead posed little challenge for Karl and his companions, making their travels rather effortless. Moreover, the attributes of this road meant that inns and taverns frequently dotted the route. Consequently, Karl and his band of miscreants successfully located a rather sizable and suitable place to temporarily settle before dusk. One could only hope the king would approve. As Karl emerged from the inn, he glanced up at the sun, which was soon to set, and stretched his legs. Remarking that after an early start and a full day of riding, it was impossible not to feel fatigued. Although he periodically halted the caravan for brief rests, both to allow the horses a reprieve and to ensure the safety of the road, human comfort was merely a secondary consideration. During their travels, they had subsisted on hard, stale bread they carried with them, reserving the barley and other grains for their steeds, as humans were less precious than horses. I doubt the king will find any fault. This place feels like a palace to me. With those casual words from Cersei, Karl merely shrugged and smirked. He had come to the inn to inform the proprietor of the need to vacate the premises to prepare for the king's arrival. They were merely the advance party, having arrived first to ensure the place was satisfactory. However, what Karl had not disclosed to anyone was that, while this location appeared to be a random choice, it was far from it. He had already received word on where to stop along the way. Yet, he needed to project the image that he had whimsically selected this inn. At least, that was what the spider had told him just before his departure. This bald, rotund spider had also handed him a precious map crafted from supple deerskin, which included annotations on the most comfortable stopping points along their journey, as well as guidance on how to handle any potential delays. Regarding Varys' actions, Karl chose to feign ignorance of his intentions, focusing diligently on his own responsibilities. He remained perplexed as to how this effeminate eunuch could presume that he would comprehend the intricacies of the map. As for Kashy's envious remarks, Karl refrained from comment, merely turning to pat him on the shoulder. Keep a close watch on those long-haired ruffians. If necessary, I grant you permission to gather the horse manure from the ground and stuff it into their mouths. Remember, when we are alone on the road, it matters little how we conduct ourselves, but at times, we must exercise a bit more wisdom in our actions. Karl imparted these earnest words to Kashy, his tone both serious and patient, before casting a stern glance at the fools nearby who had also overheard his admonition and were chuckling foolishly. His voice remained unmuted, and the distance between them was not considerable. Subsequently, Karl mounted Fox again and turned back towards the path they had traversed. Having assessed the situation here, it was imperative for him to report back, for this was part of the military maneuvering. Chapter 5. The pursuit of the farmer. As it is a military march, Karl, serving as the scout, was naturally required to report his daily progress to the king. Thus, this was the very task he was engaged in at present. However, as he rode back along the path, the sun had already descended considerably in the western sky. With a gentle hand, Karl brushed Fox's mane, and his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the days when he tended donkeys in the valley. Sensing his distraction, Fox, with a gentle snort, slowed his pace, kicking up a little dust as they ambled along the road. When Karl first arrived in this world, he was merely a 12-year-old boy who had sustained injuries. Yet, the fact that he had survived and transformed into his current self was not solely due to his own resilience. After all, from the countless novels he had read in his previous life, it seemed that every protagonist who traversed realms possessed some form of extraordinary advantage. Some had wise elders residing within rings, others had magical vials that could cultivate herbs, or even chat groups that allowed them to communicate with others across worlds, culminating in epic battles. It was as if without such constructs, those struggling web novel authors would find it difficult to weave a compelling narrative. Though the circumstances were indeed peculiar, Karl was no exception to this trope. Upon his arrival, he discovered that he, too, possessed a unique boon. Frankly, he remained uncertain about the exact nature of his crossing into this world. Perhaps it was a jest or something else entirely. However, after 6 years had passed and he had grown accustomed to this way of life, he found himself indifferent to the mystery. After all, pondering over it was futile. Embracing the flow of existence bore its own wisdom. As for his extraordinary asset, it was a simple game he had been playing prior to his arrival. For reasons unknown, this game had inexplicably followed him into this realm, becoming the cornerstone of his survival here. The game bore a rather unremarkable name, almost quaint, The Pursuit of the Farmer. Many might not have even heard of it, save for a few discerning gentlemen who appreciated its lighthearted charm, providing a modicum of comfort to weary souls returning home after a long day's toil. This game was, at its core, a straightforward adventure RPG, merging farming with monster slaying and leveling up. However, unlike titles such as Stardew Valley, it placed a greater emphasis on narrative, featuring exquisitely crafted cutscenes to enhance its playability and immersion. Consequently, other aspects of the game occupied only a minor portion of its content, making them somewhat ancillary. Karl believed he had not erred in this assessment, thus welcoming fellow readers to explore this delightful game. After becoming his unique advantage, this game transformed into a personal sanctuary. To be more specific, it has transformed into an alternate dimension that is entirely dependent on him, with him at its core, where everything within has shifted from the virtual realm to tangible reality. Thus, this once simplistic minigame has metamorphosed from a flat RPG into an illustrious personal space, simultaneously a fragmented and incomplete microcosm governed by its own rules. Karl, the sole individual capable of perceiving and interacting with this realm, possesses the freedom to traverse in and out at will. The reason Karl perceives this world as a fragmented and rule-deficient domain is that, although it appears indistinguishable from the real world in every conceivable way, all entities within, humans included, seem to exist merely as beings reliant on certain fixed parameters for their existence. They are akin to the hosts in the reality-based Westworld, incapable of being classified as true life forms. In this realm, creatures in the wilderness and forests can be slain, only to respawn with remarkable regularity. Meanwhile, certain fixed beings, who should possess their own intellect, are doomed to live out their predetermined lives day in and day out, year after year, regardless of whether their existence requires them to remain stationary. Thus, for Karl, this world, while as authentic as the real one, is permeated with a sense of artifice. Here, he alone is the genuine human. Moreover, this miniature universe resembles a game, confined to a limited map. Although, due to its newfound realism, traversing this world is not as simple as taking a few steps to cross from east to west in under a minute. The fundamental layout remains unchanged, consisting of the same few sectors. Karl has not been without attempts to explore other areas within, yet each endeavor has met with failure. The edges of this world are obstructed by an invisible barrier akin to an air wall in a game, and even gazing beyond it reveals nothing but thick fog, reinforcing Karl's conviction that this world is indeed finite. Nonetheless, despite its myriad disharmonies, this world serves as an extraordinary boon for Karl. He can freely enter and exit, transforming this realm into sustenance for his own being. The method of ingress and egress mirrors that of playing a game. He merely needs to click continue on the interface and select the desired save file to load. Furthermore, Karl has discerned that time in this world holds no significance, while a concept of time exists and flows, with crops and creatures responding to its passage according to their predetermined behaviors. It bears no impact on matters outside these established parameters. In the upper right corner of Karl's vision, there exists a time dial, marked with indicators of day and night, accompanied by a numerical representation of the days lived. This time dial seamlessly synchronizes with the reality surrounding Karl, adjusting its figures in response to the changes in the world. However, this is not the most extraordinary aspect. The true peculiarity lies in the fact that the interface intended for the game can also be utilized in reality. Regardless of whether the items originate from the game or the real world, Karl possesses the remarkable ability to store them within his Panel S inventory and subsequently retrieve them. This implies that Karl can transport items from the game realm back into the tangible world. Nevertheless, it is somewhat regrettable that while items from the real world can also be brought into the game, they appear to serve little purpose due to the absence of specific functionalities associated with this world. Yet, this minor flaw does not significantly impact Karl. Although he can access the panel in both realms, the functionalities that are genuinely applicable in the real world are limited to the inventory, skill bar, equipment bar, and status bar. All other features remain inaccessible to Karl in reality, much like the impossibility of integrating these functions into the real world. Despite this limitation, the potential is still remarkable. For instance, merely utilizing the inventory function, Karl could effortlessly engage in trade between the two worlds, profiting immensely without much thought. Moreover, he could leverage this ability in the real world to conduct businesses that typically necessitate considerable manpower, ships, and even livestock for logistics. In essence, it is simply extraordinary. However, there is a rather disheartening aspect. The currency from the game cannot be physically withdrawn, and for Karl, it merely represents a string of numbers recorded on the panel. This encapsulates some of the minor drawbacks of this reality-infused pursuit of the farmer. Nevertheless, it cannot be deemed entirely useless, as these figures allow him to make purchases within the game world, subsequently bringing the acquired materials back, albeit with some inconvenience. Furthermore, the items available for purchase are not limited to mundane supplies. The game world's shops offer an array of peculiar artifacts, such as magical potions and enchanting equipment. In summary, this reality-merged game world, tethered to Karl, serves as an inexhaustible goldmine for him to explore. This is one of the reasons why Karl can lead a remarkably carefree life. Yet, prior to this, when he first traversed into this world, he was merely an ordinary child, aside from being a bastard injured by a donkey. Although upon traversing into this world he discovered his extraordinary abilities, and even upon realizing that his corporeal form could enter the realm of the farmer's pursuit, he remained, at his core, merely a child. Yet, in this gaming universe, he inadvertently returned to the nascent phase of character creation, with all previous progress erased. This meant he was compelled to embark anew on this reality turn game, painstakingly regaining lost achievements. Subsequently, Karl's existence morphed into a duality. By day, he toiled for the Royce family, tending to donkeys and fulfilling his obligations. By night, he delved into the gaming world, diligently reconstructing the universe that belonged to him. However, reality is, after all, reality, even if it manifests as a game. In the initial stages, he dared not venture into the goblin forest to the east of the village, instead laboring for the farmer Jacob, earning meager coins and sustenance to survive. With only a barn to rest in at night, he truly feared the possibility that death in this game-like reality might equate to the loss of everything. Furthermore, there existed no cheat codes within this tangible realm to propel him to greatness. Even if he were to strip the vegetation bare around the tree stump in the southwestern corner of the goblin village, it would yield no benefit. Thus, in the beginning, Karl found himself enslaved to Jacob's farm, laboring tirelessly for 8 hours a day over the course of a month, just to scrape together 450 coins to rent a modest abode from the village chief. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to treat this world as merely a game, adopting a nonchalant attitude of invincibility. Therefore, he remained in Goblin Village, engaging in tasks that were both feasible and beneficial to him. Among these, the blacksmith shop claimed a significant portion of his time following his farm duties. Here, not only could he earn money, but he also acquired the most vital asset, experience points, essential for leveling up his character. The necessity of leveling up is self-evident. Although the experience gained from smithing was scant, it sufficed for Karl, who prioritized safety. Throughout this process, Karl realized that he was not merely idling away time for minimal gains, he was truly honing his craft. After 2 or 3 months of relentless effort, he discovered that he had genuinely mastered this skill, capable of forging a variety of items. Though it may sound incredulous, it was entirely plausible. For he had indeed devoted time and energy to these pursuits. Each strike of the hammer, each spark that flew, and every wave of heat that washed over him did not deceive him, despite the imperfections of this world. Thus, in the early stages of his journey, Karl immersed himself in diligent development within this realm. After establishing a certain foundation, he took advantage of his position to procure iron or from the blacksmith, forging for himself a complete set of armor. Thus, he gradually took his first true steps in this world, embarking on quests that were meant to unfold along the narrative's progression. The passage of time within the game world depended on his own reality, as each entry into the game required loading a save file. The disparity in the flow of time between the real and gaming worlds provided him with the opportunity to develop. Although Karl could not precisely calculate this temporal ratio, he estimated that 2 hours in the real world roughly equated to a day in the game realm. In this manner, Karl led a life of labor by day and toil by night, and as time subtly slipped away, he spent a year in the reality of this new world. During this year, he was oblivious to how many years he had traversed within the game. Not only had he completed all the quests in the game world, exhausting all possibilities, but he too underwent a tremendous transformation in reality due to his experiences in the game. The once 12-year-old boy, frail enough to be knocked unconscious by a donkey's kick, had matured into a man nearly 6 feet tall in that truly fantastical realm. Now, he appeared robust, his muscles seeming capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. At this juncture, Karl made a decision, one he had long contemplated. He resolved to leave behind this world, where he could only gaze at an ever-changing sky and survey a landscape filled with grayish stones and endless green grass and trees, all while enduring the daily cacophony of the donkey's braying. He yearned to explore the true world beyond. Having prepared and resolved himself, he resigned from his position with the Aaron family, who had provided him with employment. He hastily packed a few items, mere decoys, really, and bid farewell to his mother, who had borne him after indulging in a forbidden liaison with Robert Baratheon during her youth. She appeared to be a peasant woman, still bearing traces of her past beauty, now having remarried to a shepherd and raising 4 children. To Karl, this family held little recollection. In fact, this was his first visit. The bond between them was tenuous. For as Robert's illegitimate son, he had grown up in the Eyrie and at the Moon Door, sustained by his own resilience and the love once bestowed upon him by Jon Arryn. Consequently, he had scarcely seen this peasant woman, relying solely on vague memories to recognize her. Thus, his departure was rather uneventful, though she expressed concern over his choice. As an illegitimate child, destined to reside in the land where generations of his family had flourished, he embarked on a quest for his aspirations, a pursuit befitting a farmer. Chapter 6. The wife of the Dornishman. The wife of the Dornishman was as radiant as the sun, her kisses warmer than the gentle spring breeze. Yet, the swords of the Dornishman were forged from black iron, their caress dreadfully fearsome. As the Dornishman's wife bathed, she sang with a voice as sweet as honeyed peaches. In stark contrast, the blades possessed their own haunting melodies, sharp and frigid like leeches. He fell to the ground, darkness resonating around him, the taste of blood lingering on his tongue. His brother knelt in prayer on his behalf, while he chuckled and sang aloud, "Brother, oh brother, my end is nigh. The Dornishman has claimed my body, yet fear not, for all mortals must meet death. I have savored the Dornishman's wife." Ah-hum. Karl rode upon the back of his steed, Fox, humming an exotic tune. Beneath him, Fox extended his neck slightly, breathing rhythmically, while his hooves danced in a gentle cadence. At the horizon, the grand procession became visible. Even in the dimming light of dusk, the advancing army, trailing a long plume of yellow dust, shone brilliantly, akin to a banner of a golden-crowned black stag fluttering in the wind. Upon sighting this formidable company, Karl ceased his humming. After moistening his parched lips, he straightened his back, his demeanor transforming into one of earnest seriousness, shedding his previous languor. The melody he had been singing was an obscure ballad titled The Wife of the Dornishman, learned during his wanderings in the free city-states of Essos after departing from the Vale. If memory serves, it was sung by a minstrel stationed at a brothel. As the song wafted through the air, laughter and coins were tossed towards the troubadour. The song, true to its name, recounted the tale of a man who dallied with the Dornishman's wife, later succumbing to injuries sustained in a fair duel with the Dornishman. It may sound absurd, yet such was the tale. Karl remained uncertain whether the song served to mock the Dornishman or if men simply had a penchant for such stories. Nevertheless, it had gained considerable popularity. Through various encounters, he had memorized it. Undoubtedly, it flowed with a catchy rhythm, and one could surmise that the composer was a person of remarkable talent. Bringing Fox to a halt, Karl gently tugged on the reins, signaling the steed to step aside. No sooner had he halted than the procession, led by a squadron of silver-armored knights, swept past him, continuing along the path. Karl's gaze lingered only momentarily upon them before he turned to search for his objective within the ranks, until he spotted the rotund figure flanked by two members of the Kingsguard, draped in snow-white cloaks, walking just behind the cavalry, moving towards the grand wheelhouse. Observing the dark tresses of the steed, Karl mimicked the labored breaths of Fox, inhaling deeply. Yet, as he parted his lips to speak, he was choked by the dust that swirled upwards from the hooves of the passing throng. Damn it. Perhaps I should compose a ballad narrating the tribulations faced by those who march at the rear, he muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. He gently tugged the reins, signaling Fox to proceed in the direction he desired. Fox's ears twitched, seemingly displeased. Beneath the king's posterior sat a robust warhorse. Its coat a deep ebony, yet three of its forehooves gleamed a pristine white. The horse was indeed stout, for it needed to bear the weight of its rider. Meanwhile, in his ennui, Robert's gaze fell upon a silver-clad knight stationed beside the road, awaiting their passage. The knight's dark hair brought a smile to Robert's face, which had been previously marred by irritation as he had considered rebuking the lagging procession to hasten their pace. This smile, however, was obscured by a thick, bushy beard in the double chin that it concealed. "Your Majesty, just 5 more miles and we shall reach the inn where you will be lodging tonight. All your provisions have been prepared." Karl rode Fox alongside Robert Baratheon, maintaining his position slightly behind in the moving column, reporting the situation to the king. Yet, a member of the Kingsguard, clad in a white high-crowned helmet that obscured his face, stood between Karl and Robert, casting an indistinct gaze upon him. After briefing the king on the remaining distance to travel, Karl sensed the scrutiny directed his way and turned his gaze to meet it. He beheld a knight in white robes and armor, bearing sword and shield, and his eyes instinctively fell upon a short leg that curved outward from the horse's side. From the stance and stout build, even without seeing the face hidden beneath the helmet, Karl recognized him. Sir Barrows Blunt, a knight of House Blunt, was one of Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. Accompanying the king on this journey to Winterfell alongside his sworn brothers, Sir Jaime Lannister and Ser Marentrant, he served as a protector. Karl paid little heed to the knight's unfriendly gaze, dismissing it from his mind, with barely a shift in expression. To him, this man, whom he often encountered on Silk Street, likely owed his loyalty more to the lord behind the castle walls than to the king himself. Thus, Karl felt no surprise at such scrutiny. As Catelyn had often said, sometimes words are not without merit. 7 hells. I can scarcely recall the last time I rode atop a horse, wielding a hammer to strike down upon others. Perhaps the breeze that once caressed my face was far more refreshing than the oppressive heat I endure now, where my back is drenched, akin to having soiled my trousers. By the gods, I would far rather see the bedsheets, ravaged and in disarray, soaked than endure this discomfort. Upon hearing Karl's words, King Robert momentarily paused, then, With a hand resting on his weary waist, he cast a glance beyond Karl, gritting his teeth in frustration. Although this was merely the first day of their journey and the path since departing from King's Landing was relatively easy, it was evident that the king, having been deprived of such a lifestyle for an extended period, was already exasperated by the seemingly endless road ahead, especially after enduring such torment. Karl, choosing to ignore the king's curses, averted his gaze from the king's personal guards and lowered his head slightly, observing the silence from the mercenary knight he had specifically summoned. Robert clicked his tongue in annoyance and instinctively turned to look back at the imposing wheelhouse. Suddenly, he erupted in curses, boring individuals, tedious journey, and that infernal cacophony. Were it not for hell, I feel I ought to summon my wine. No one paid heed to the king's ranting, however. Those who could hear understood precisely whom he was cursing. In that moment, everyone was as mute as if the Mad King had severed their tongues. Silence being their expected demeanor. For the Kingsguard, as long as the king required no words from them, their only obligation was to remain taciturn. The tedium of the journey, coupled with their relentless pace, had pushed Robert's patience to its breaking point. Damnable wretches. Make them quicken their pace. I do not wish to find myself seated at the dining table, illuminating my plate with a candle that barely reveals whether I am feasting on venison or, God forbid, a severed finger. With the king's command, the procession hastened once more. At that moment, a contingent separated from the main body, galloping towards the location Karl had previously reported. This small party was tasked with making all necessary arrangements for the king prior to his arrival. Karl did not linger by Robert's side for long, nor did he wish to endure his complaints. He found himself at a loss for words with this man he ought to call father, for the king. With his profane tongue and the unmistakable stench of alcohol accompanying his every utterance, was a stranger to him. To Karl, the king and those who expended silver stags to employ him were indistinguishable, despite the king's offers being exceptionally generous, all in golden dragons. Had this incident occurred at another time, perhaps Karl would have been quite pleased, inviting Kosi and the others along to Silk Street, generously proclaiming that all expenses for the evening would be covered by young Master Sherdong. However, it was evident that such notions were ill-suited for the present moment. Thus, after completing his requisite tasks, Karl withdrew amidst Robert's complaints, mounted his horse, and trailed the previous group at a moderate distance, preparing to return to the inn. Yet, as he made his way back, Karl's thoughts wandered to what he might indulge in for dinner that night. Perhaps he could savor a large mug of ale alongside a feast of bread and meat that would require 3 wooden platters to contain. As for the type of meat, Karl had no particular preference. It could be rabbit, lamb, or perhaps, if fortune favored the innkeeper, a wild boar or roe deer procured from a hunter's catch. Such meat would merely require marinating before being placed over the fire, and at the opportune moment, a generous chunk, bones included, could be tossed into a pot with onions, carrots, and water. If he were to indulge a bit more, adding a sprinkle of salt along with mint or rosemary would enhance the dish. Ultimately, it would need to simmer for more than half an hour until the carrots were tender, rendering the meat, still attached to the bones, easily breakable with a mere pinch. Then, he would simply take 2 pieces of bread or perhaps some freshly baked potatoes, pouring the rich stew over the bread, accompanied by a raw carrot and a large mug of ale, would constitute a delightful reward after a long day's toil. Should he still feel peckish, Karl could discreetly slip away under the guise of a restroom break into the gaming world for an additional feast. Regarding food, Karl believed that as long as it was flavorful and satiated his hunger, he harbored no particular fuss. Even a meager serving of an old rat with little meat would suffice. After all the exertion of the day, his protesting stomach was ready to accept anything. It was not as if he expected a meal prepared by the king's chef. With this comforting vision in mind, Fox's pace quickened considerably, and before long, he returned to the inn. However, upon his arrival, Kosi called out to him. "Boss." He beamed, displaying his toothless grin, hurrying toward Karl from beneath a large tree. Dismounting, Karl first patted Fox to soothe him, then turned to face Kosi. "Nothing happened, I hope?" Karl inquired, directing his gaze toward the bustling figures inside the inn, who had arrived ahead of him following orders from abroad. They appeared quite busy, with a man, seemingly in charge, standing in the courtyard, shouting commands to direct the workers. As Karl and Kosi engaged in conversation, one of them, caught off guard, received a swift kick to the rear. Kosi understood that Karl was subtly reminding him of something. He chuckled softly and raised his rough finger to indicate a direction. Karl followed his gaze to a small grove situated beside King's Avenue, where their team had seemingly chosen to settle without his knowledge. "We have already selected our resting spot. Hand over Fox, and I shall take him for a drink." After pointing to the designated resting area, Kosi finally divulged the reason for his wait. It was a commendable shelter from the wind, allowing for a constant awareness of the surroundings, quite satisfactory indeed. Observing the chosen location, Karl smiled and then handed over the reins. Make sure to feed Fox plenty of oats. And throw in some beans as well. We have an abundance of those. Of course, if he were to lose a pound of flesh, even my own meat and bones would scarcely be worth that price, Koshi declared with utmost conviction, gazing at Fox as though he were a walking golden dragon. Upon hearing such nonsense, Karl couldn't help but give him a playful pat on the back, causing the unsuspecting Koshi to stumble slightly. Fox, witnessing this comical display, shuddered and lifted his head, exposing his lips in a derisive manner, reminiscent of the donkey Karl once cared for, with a bray that sounded distinctly sharp. Enough with such foolishness. Get to work, Karl urged, dismissing the antics of the playful creature. Observing the now serious expression on Fox's face, which had lost its earlier joviality due to the unexpected slap, the smile that had vanished from Koshi's countenance successfully transferred to Karl's. Shaking his head, Karl placed a hand on the hilt of his sword and re-entered the inn. Chapter 7 Dinner in the inn beside King's Road. It was apparent that there were no ladies of the night, and Karl had no intention of engaging with a courtesan for such trivial reasons. However, as he re-entered the establishment, he lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings and immediately noticed, amidst the bustling throng, a dozen women he had not observed before. Their provocative attire and the predatory glances they cast at the soldiers caught Karl's attention, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and swiftly comprehend their purpose. This inn, situated merely a day's journey from King's Landing, had become a haven for those who earned their livelihood in such manners, particularly given the slower pace of the king's entourage. Thus, it was no surprise that practitioners of such professions had taken residence in this strategic locale. Moreover, Karl's attention was not solely captured by the women. In a corner of the tavern, he spotted two minstrels, merrily clutching their instruments while exchanging banter about the women before them. It seemed that Robert's journey had indeed unveiled opportunities for the merchants along the route, Karl mused, before nonchalantly diverting his gaze and taking a seat in a rather inconspicuous corner of the inn. Naturally, his presence did not go unnoticed by the patrons. But compared to the ostentatiously adorned knights, Karl's armor appeared far more understated. Its once bright sheen was dulled by visible wear, signaling that he was not a man of considerable wealth. Perhaps, on ordinary days, a person of his ilk would stand out as the most striking in their eyes. But today, it was evidently insufficient. Hey, my good fellow, what's on the menu? As soon as he settled down, Karl removed his helmet and unsheathed the long sword hanging at his waist, placing it within easy reach. At that moment, he deftly seized a plump lad who had just scurried past him. The poor fellow, nearly tripping over his own feet in a frantic rush, felt as if a giant had ensnared him and found himself rooted to the spot in surprise. He quickly turned to face the source of the voice. Sir, we have prepared a great deal of food. What might you desire? Upon recognizing Karl's appearance and understanding that he meant no trouble, the lad quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. Hearing the respectful title, Karl chuckled lightly. I am not a knight. What do you have? Please, do elaborate. The lad stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unfazed by Karl's modesty or the potential misaddress, he possessed ample experience in conversing with travelers. After all, anyone bearing a sword at their side relished the title of knight. Then, the chubby boy slightly raised his gaze, beginning to reminisce about the preparations his father had undertaken for the grand business of today. There are freshly baked crispy hot bread, fried bread, onion cheese pies, and hard bread, all just out of the oven. As for the dishes, we have honey garlic snails, roasted suckling pig, grilled trout, and creamy quail, along with some other delights. Perhaps you might also fancy a bit of mushroom and butter snail soup, as well as oxtail soup. All are freshly cooked with the finest ingredients. Oh, and we have wine, both red and ale for you to taste. The red wine is from the summer harvest of Dorne. Hearing the chubby boy rattle off such an impressive array of offerings, and observing his rosy little face, Karl couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. After all, considering what he had just listed, it was unlikely for even a typical city restaurant to prepare such a diverse selection in a single day. Moreover, it was evident that these arrangements had been meticulously planned in advance. Such a lavish spread. No wonder this proprietor could run such a large establishment. With this thought, Karl mused quietly to himself. As for why the owner was so well prepared, Karl was not surprised, for the map Varys had provided him had already hinted at much. However, he wondered whether Peter Baelish had a hand in this, given that as the master of coin, he was responsible for filling the king's coffers. I would like a mug of ale first, followed by a grilled trout, creamy quail, and hard bread. As for the soup, please serve the mushroom and butter snail soup. By the way, have you truly not dispatched an army to conquer a nation of snails? After placing his order, Karl jested lightly. For while he had not yet seen the marvelous offerings, the abundance of snails suggested a veritable assembly. For Karl, His curiosity was particularly piqued by the snails, as their meat was quite chewy and satisfying. "Certainly, sir, please hold on for a moment." Upon receiving Karl's order, the chubby boy hastily darted into the kitchen, and soon, Karl heard his enthusiastic calls. Before long, the boy returned, promptly serving Karl the ale he had requested. Remarkably, it has not been diluted much. Lifting the horn cup, Karl took a hearty gulp, his actions resembling a parched man quenching his thirst rather than merely drinking wine. After savoring the refreshing ale, he wiped the froth from the corners of his mouth, offering a rare compliment. In this regard, he indeed felt fortunate to benefit from the king's bounty. With a revitalizing mug of ale consumed, perhaps due to the meticulous preparations, the items Karl had ordered began to arrive in succession. However, this time it was not the chubby boy who delivered them. Instead, a woman brought forth the main courses in the snail soup. She had auburn hair and, despite the half-apron tied around her waist, her youthful features were quite charming. After placing the food on the table, she glanced at Karl and sent him a flirtatious wink. The proprietor instructed them to work at their own inn, naturally not allowing this free labor to go to waste. In addition to their primary duties, they could also take on the role of a maid. Karl was not taken aback by the appearance of this woman. Although he was dressed far more modestly than the soldiers, he nonetheless displayed generosity in his choice of food. After all, no one harbors resentment towards a copper coin. As he sat down and removed his helmet, he felt the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, and he was not oblivious to them. It must be said, without any self-aggrandizement, that he could indeed be considered a handsome fellow. Thus, in response to the almost voracious looks cast upon him, Karl offered a polite smile and playfully patted the woman's dairy, a gesture intended as a small tip. "My name is Melinda, and I believe Bill may have forgotten to mention that we have other dishes available. Handsome knight." The woman, introducing herself as Melinda, did not leave immediately after placing the food down. She seemed unperturbed by Karl's playful advance. Instead, a more radiant smile graced her face. Setting aside the tray she had cradled, she untied her apron and turned to sit on the dining table before Karl, showcasing her assets. Karl raised an eyebrow at the ample curves presented before him and, in turn, rested his hand on her thigh. The skin was firm and supple. Observing the 2 servings of food laid out on the table, Karl felt his appetite stirring, prompting him to speak, if needed. "I believe I shall desire a midnight snack later on. However, my current concern is to first satiate my protesting stomach with these provisions. After all, serving the king is not always as effortless as merely acting as a bodyguard for a merchant." Upon hearing Karl's words, Melinda's gaze shifted from him to the food on the table. Her eyes grew softer, and she even extended a finger, gently tracing the back of Karl's hand that rested on her thigh. "I shall wait for you." Her lips, beautifully tinted, revealed a playful little tongue that circled around them as she spoke. The sultry tone of her voice seemed more enticing than the soup on the table, though Karl was certainly harder than the bread laid before him. Just as the two reached an unspoken agreement, an unexpected voice intruded upon their intimacy. "Though it may be rather impolite, might I sample the flavor before you serve this fellow his dinner?" Chapter 8. A skin-clad stool claims to be a lion. "Oh, it seems I have perceived the voice of someone speaking, yet I see no one. Could it be that my growling stomach has conjured this illusion?" Regarding such a frivolous utterance, Karl merely tilted his head slightly to discern the speaker. However, when it came to someone attempting to snatch meat from his bowl, Karl was not inclined to show leniency. After all, he mused, if he had indeed lain with the wife of a lord, then the person lying in the song he had previously hummed could not possibly be himself. Naturally, he could not be sprawled across the table. Yet, this provocation elicited no ire from the dwarf of House Lannister, who had been observing Karl since his entry and now approached with measured steps. Ignoring Karl's disparaging remarks, Tyrion first retrieved a silver stag from his belt, then, on tiptoe, he inserted the coin, along with his hand, into the deep, pale cleft of Melinda's bosom. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Tyrion brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, before shaking his head slightly, a look of infatuation crossing his features as he spoke. "Forgive me, my lady, but could you grant me and this impolite fellow a moment's respite? I intend to challenge him in the name of the gods, and the prize shall be you." Upon hearing Tyrion's declaration, Melinda felt the chill of the coin against her chest, and a bloom of delight spread across her face. With nimble grace, she sprang down from Karl's table. Yet, after landing, she eagerly leaned down, unashamed, to press her lovely visage close to the dwarf's and, with her rosy lips, took a bite. Karl cast a glance, thinking she resembled someone gnawing on a misshapen apple that had not seen the sun. However, undeterred by the apple's questionable flavor, Melinda, after finishing her bite, cradled Tyrion's head in her hands, her expression radiating joy. "Of course, my lord." Her voice dripped with sweetness akin to honey. After uttering this, she gazed at the dwarf's head, which she held, much like one might regard a piece of proportionate gold, and continued, "If you require anything, I shall be yours until your departure. I am certain you shall emerge victorious." Melinda's bright eye fluttered once more, filled with endless allure. Fortunately, she understood that the two men before her were acquainted and had further discourse to engage in. Thus, after complimenting Tyrion, she gracefully rose to gather the plate she had previously set down, swaying her figure in preparation to depart. Yet, as she stood, Tyrion's other hand deftly and skillfully settled where Karl's gaze had lingered. The dwarf then raised an eyebrow with a lecherous grin and said, "My queen of love and beauty, if it is not too much trouble, perhaps you could procure some sustenance for me, and ideally, a glass of red wine as well." After sharing Melinda's thoughts, Tyrion extended his hand to pat the remarkably resilient spot he had just pinched, before finally approaching Karl under the enchanting gaze of the beauty. Struggling slightly, he propped himself on a chair and seated himself. At that moment, Karl had already begun to eat. He picked up a piece of hard bread and punctured several holes in it with his fingers. He then scooped mushrooms and escargot from the soup and filled the bread with them, creating a snail and mushroom pie. After taking a bite of his new invention, Karl leisurely turned his gaze towards the golden-haired dwarf before him, allowing a mocking smile to emerge at Tyrion's laborious attempt to sit before him. It was only then that Tyrion found the opportunity to look up at Karl. Noticing the unabashed mockery on his face, Tyrion merely shrugged his shoulders and expressed with resignation, "As a half-man, I sincerely apologize for not allowing you to notice me sooner." He then raised a finger and shook it, adding, "I have a splendid idea. Perhaps next time you could try crawling on the ground. I believe that way you might catch a glimpse of a different scenery. For then, you could spot a lion at first glance." With audacious words flowing from his lips, Tyrion wore a smile as he folded his arms, observing Karl as he offered seemingly reasonable suggestions. However, in response to the Lannister dwarf's audacity, Karl nonchalantly swallowed the bread lodged in his throat, took a sip of ale, and then cast a downward glance towards him. "A lion? Do you mean that kind of dog?" Dejected and resembling a creature with a crown of weeds on its head, which fails to satisfy the mating desires of a lioness. "If that is the case, I regret to inform you that while your suggestion is commendable, I would advise against making such proposals in the future." As Karl laughed derisively while uttering his disdainful words, he poked at the crumbs lodged between his teeth with his tongue. However, before the dwarf, whose smile was gradually stiffening as he prepared to retort, could utter a word, Karl suddenly set down his bread and leaned forward slightly towards Tyrion. After smacking his lips, he seamlessly shifted the topic to continue his mockery, saying, "But I believe I just heard a certain braggart stool talking about some sort of duel. Apologies, the great giant Tyrion Lannister. Have you seen this boastful stool? I reckon I could capture it and sell it to a circus. Trust me, it would fetch a very good price." Observing this uninvited dwarf, who was even attempting to undermine him, Karl's vocabulary proved to be far from lacking. As for the braggart stool he mentioned, he was certain the dwarf sitting before him understood precisely what he was alluding to, for he needed that very contraption each time to mount his horse. After all, Karl had entertained the notion that, should circumstances permit, he might take it along to his favored destination, for with this treasure in hand, he could perch upon the stool and engage in various activities at the edge of his bed. If memory serves, this particular method was one he had himself articulated. Hence Karl felt no concern that a certain diminutive figure would misinterpret his insinuations. Yet, to the blatant mockery, the Lannister dwarf appeared as though he were hearing such matters for the first time. He stroked his chin, his mismatched eyes swirling in their sockets before he gazed at Karl with a look of perplexity. "Forgive me, Lord Stone, but it seems I have not laid eyes upon the stool you mentioned. However, if you were to capture it, I dare say it could fetch a handsome price among the Lannisters. Their wealth is undeniably unparalleled across the Seven Kingdoms, is it not?" As Tyrion uttered these words, his brows contorted in a rather comical manner, emphasizing certain phrases with a marked intensity. Following his composed retort to another's jibe, a mischievous grin emerged beneath his oddly positioned nose, adding to the incongruity of his expression. Observing Tyrion's unflappable performance, Karl, who had initially been delightedly preparing to resume his meal, suddenly found himself frozen in place. He suspected that perhaps something had lodged in his throat, for how else could he lose his appetite in the presence of such delectable fare? Thus, he shifted his gaze toward the diminutive figure before him. "You wretched scoundrel, golden-haired monkey of a Lannister. Trust me, should I capture that stool, I would certainly sell it to the Lannisters. Allow me to extend my gratitude to the Lannisters on your behalf. And that lion you speak of is not nearly as wretched as you claim." Chapter 9, Utter Nonsense. In response to Karl's derision, Tyrion maintained an air of nonchalance, akin to a man who, upon rising at dawn, casually opens his window and relieves himself into the garden. Not only that, after finishing his act, he could even smile and remark on how the gentle breeze caressing his cheeks today felt more pleasant than yesterday's. Thus, a serene expression graced his face. "Oh, is that so?" Karl, taken aback by Tyrion's calm demeanor, paused momentarily, squinting his eyes in a questioning manner as he replied. While uttering these words, he chewed his food, crumbs of bread falling from the corner of his mouth, which he deftly caught and returned to his mouth. With a smile playing on his lips, he tapped his spoon against the horn cup filled with ale and continued to gaze at Tyrion. "If what you claim about this little lion being more precious than solid gold is indeed true, then I concede that you are correct," Karl declared. "However, regardless of the price others may offer, I assure you my price will undoubtedly be twice that." Tyrion spread his hands, appearing utterly unfazed by this matter. Upon hearing this, Karl swallowed his food and suddenly halted, his eyes glancing up and down as he scrutinized the treasure before him, his chin slightly nodding in a pose of serious contemplation. "Perhaps I might anticipate others bidding for a castle." At this point, facing the audacious Lannister before him, Karl's amused gaze remained fixed on Tyrion, who wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, upon hearing Karl's words and observing his expression, Tyrion merely paused for a moment before responding with a smile, continuing to spread his hands. Clearly, he had no intention of retracting his promise. While the two engaged in a banter that was half jest and half earnest, Melinda returned, gracefully carrying a platter. "My esteemed little lion, I have arranged for you crispy hot bread, stuffed goose drizzled with mulberry sauce, and salted pork seasoned with pepper. Oh, and also a rich cream soup." As she laid out the food, Melinda kindly introduced each dish. "Wow, that looks splendid. It seems someone anticipates I will need ample strength for my tasks ahead." Tyrion beamed at the sight of the abundant food before him and, seizing the opportunity while the maid was occupied, discreetly snatched a couple of pieces. This prompted a blush of bashfulness to bloom in Melinda's eyes. Observing Tyrion's audacity before him, Karl seized the moment while Tyrion's hands were full, swiftly reaching out to yank a goose leg, stuffing it into his mouth. "If you find it excessive, I wouldn't mind lending a hand," Karl mumbled through a mouthful of goose meat. Tyrion, unable to retrieve his hand in time, could only stare in bemusement at the half-eaten stuffed goose leg that had been so ruthlessly taken, shaking his head in amused resignation. Although the half-man's price is double that of others, it is fortunate that his appetite is evidently not. Tyrion retracted his hand, bringing it to his nose to gently inhale, then shrugged with a satisfied expression as he continued. "So what I mean to say is that he doesn't mind sharing his food. Moreover, it's with his friends, is it not?" Tyrion's face bore no trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, he appeared quite pleased. However, after expressing his thoughts, he turned to Melinda. "Madam, could you kindly bring me the red wine? I fear I might go hungry otherwise." "At your service, my lord." The golden lion sigil of House Lannister was unmistakable, and combined with his stature, golden hair, and generous demeanor, Melinda had long recognized who this diminutive jester was. Perhaps this was also the reason she had forsaken the allure of beauty in favor of the seductive embrace of wealth. Nonetheless, it was true that this self-proclaimed little demon, who claimed to pay double the price, was indeed another calling card of House Lannister, albeit one with a somewhat peculiar reputation. Yet this did not diminish the sweet, warm smile that graced Melinda's face. "What's so good about that sour stuff?" Watching Melinda sway her alluring hips away, Karl spat out a bone after finishing his meat and posed this question once more. Although he partook in red wine and his palate for it was not lacking, he admitted to disliking its tartness. "At least drinking it won't give me the runs. I maintain a conservative stance on whether the water I drink is drawn from the trough." In response to Karl's inquiry, Tyrion simply picked up his knife and fork, glancing at the array of dishes before him with a slight grimace as he articulated his reasoning. He then separated a piece of warm bread with his utensils and placed a slice of salted pork atop it. "And I quite enjoy that sensation." With that, Tyrion finally stuffed the bread into his mouth. However, as he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered across his expression, suggesting that Karl's question had evoked memories of something painful. Karl, in turn, merely furrowed his brow slightly and nodded in empathetic understanding. "Well, it is fortunate that the dwarf does not have to wash his own trousers." At this point, both men found themselves devoid of the desire to converse, unwittingly slipping into a shared silence. They ceased talking altogether, tacitly bowing their heads to consume their respective meals. Karl keenly observed that Tyrion seemed reluctant to touch the bowl of creamy soup. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, having finished his meal and drained the remaining escargot soup in one go, Karl rinsed his mouth with the last of the ale from his horn cup and then turned his head to gaze at Tyrion, who appeared to eat in a manner more akin to a lady than a man. Karl set down his horn cup and, extending his finger, tapped lightly on the table. "I finished reading the book Sky Kingdom that I borrowed from you last time. Shall we exchange it for another?" His unexpected remark interrupted Tyrion's meal. "You've completed it?" Tyrion swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and, using the silk napkin from his pocket to wipe his lips, raised his goblet to gaze at Karl. A hint of perplexity in his eyes. Did you comprehend it? Not at all. Karl shook his head, a glimmer of confusion evident in his gaze. He added, that thing is utter nonsense. At least that was how Karl perceived it. Hence, his response was entirely justified. Pfft. Cough, cough. Chapter 10. Civilize the spirit, brutalize the body. I trust you. Your words are undeniably true. Tyrion, who had just raised his goblet to his lips, found himself in quite a predicament at Karl's sudden maneuver. He hastily set down his drink and grabbed a silk napkin to wipe the red velvet garment adorning his frame. However, once he completed this task, he expressed his agreement with Karl's sentiments. The Kingdom of the Sky, a tome penned by Dr. Linman, was presented to King Aegon Targaryen III, who, upon ascending the throne, had developed the habit of gazing at the stars during the wolf hours. Yet, Tyrion had little interest in the book, which merely recounted celestial bodies interspersed with subjective musings and a smattering of anecdotes. The scholarly content constituted a staggering 80%, rendering it dreadfully tedious, akin to attempting to extract a drop of oil from a slab of wood while chewing on it. So you managed to read it in its entirety? Tyrion inquired once more, as Karl's assessment was utterly nonsensical. The newly arrived bastard from the Vale, whom Tyrion had fortuitously met in Silk Street and formed a close friendship with, astonished him. This man, who seemed solely adept at wielding a sword, took an interest in literature? It was difficult for him to envision a man nearing 7 feet tall, engrossed in a hefty tome. Such a sight seemed as absurd as a dwarf, destined for the circus, finding joy in clutching a book larger than his own head, savoring every word. Driven by curiosity, the little demon found himself compelled to pose a question. However, before Karl could respond, he turned the inquiry back upon himself. His answer was, my brother possesses a tall stature and handsome visage, earning him the immediate favor of women. At least he does not require the expenditure of gold dragons, unlike some repulsive dwarf, to achieve the same starting point, although he had no interest in such frivolities. Furthermore, his position as a member of the Kingsguard confined him from such places, where he could not cast aside his sword and white cloak like a maggot diving into the fray. Yet, as he articulated, I lack his appearance and the strength to wield a long sword with ease. Thus, the dwarf could only grasp a book, striving to enrich his mind and wield this knowledge as his sword. Fortunately, the dwarf possessed a functioning, albeit modestly capable, intellect. Tyrion seemed to place significant weight on this discussion. Even with his vision clouded by inebriation, he elaborated on his reasons for pursuing knowledge. However, as he concluded his statement and turned to gaze at Karl, awaiting his response, he found Karl's expression utterly unperturbed. Karl extended a finger, pointing toward the scene before them. There, a naked woman, with her body on display, held her sheathed sword upright in the ground, while her crossed legs swayed rhythmically in a graceful dance. Then, Tyrion heard Karl speak in a tone that was calm yet resonant. I do not study for the same reasons as you. My purpose in reading is quite simple. I merely wish for others to listen to my reasoning with composure. And what if they refuse to reason? Tyrion inquired, perplexed. If I encounter those who disregard reason, I shall employ my sword to compel them to listen. Such a straightforward rationale. At that moment, Tyrion was left astounded, his mouth agape at this blunt reasoning. Yet, he could not deny its validity. Thus, he graciously declared that Karl Stone would be treated today by the little demon lord, and he burst into laughter. However, this jest was merely a fade. What truly shifted Tyrion's perception of this seemingly inconsequential bastard was Karl's seemingly drunken remark. As he embraced a woman and turned to speak to him, civilize the spirit, but brutalize the physique. The instant these words reached Tyrion's ears, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and even the effects of his own intoxication dissipated significantly. From that day forth, Tyrion not only gained a companion in indulgence, but also a fellow scholar, a genuine friend. It was precisely due to this bond that Tyrion felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing Karl's critique of the book. Why did he deem it nonsensical? Yet, in response to Tyrion's inquiry, Karl remained silent, though the bitterness upon his visage was palpable. Tyrion could only shrug in resignation, setting aside the wine he had intended to indulge in further. Come, my luggage may have arrived. Let me see what I have brought this time. As he spoke, Tyrion tucked away his silk scarf, rising to his feet landing firmly on the ground as he strode toward the inn's entrance. Karl had no objections. They had dined and imbibed, and now the only matter left was how to pass the remaining time. However, just as the pathfinding Tyrion was about to step outside, the diminutive figure suddenly halted, tilting his head to the side as he beheld Melinda, smiling and waving at him. Subsequently, Tyrion whispered to Karl, "What I said earlier was merely jest. She still belongs to you, my friend. Let the expense be mine." Yet, Karl simply shook his head in response to the dwarf's goodwill. Never mind, in truth, I harbor little interest. Unlike you, I can leisurely regard this as a spring outing, Karl remarked, turning his gaze towards the woman who was casting flirtatious glances in our direction. The king will surely exert considerable effort to send us away. I have a foreboding that the king would prefer to materialize in the dungeons of Winterfell at this very moment. Upon finishing his statement, Karl sighed and instinctively ran his fingers through his hair. That is the burial ground of House Stark, where all the Starks lie. Well, the current state of affairs is already quite maddening. Regarding Karl's words, Tyrion, who was about to retort, found himself compelled to once again express his agreement. Chapter 11. Cersei. Tyrion, with a resigned gesture towards Melinda, turned and stepped over the threshold, lifting his gaze towards the grand, albeit tardy, Will Palace. The palace stood out prominently, and the throngs of people surrounding it filled the air with an unexpected vibrancy. After all, the 40 warhorses hitched to the carriages kept the grooms and servants occupied for quite some time. Tyrion paid little heed to this commotion. Instead, he rubbed his face with his hands. Even now, he remained quite spirited, yet for a dwarf perched atop a horse. No matter how exuberant he felt, capable of managing the affairs of 5 courtesans, he was confined to his saddle, unable to move freely. He idly endured the friction between his thighs and the horse beneath him, though being the queen's brother afforded him certain liberties. The constraints of his stature were not easily surmountable. Furthermore, the king had yet to master the art of concealing his emotions. In fact, he seemed to regard such matters with disdain. Anyone could discern the king's impatience from the portly face obscured by his bushy beard, especially as the raucous cacophony of the 7 hells had escaped his lips more than once that day. Thus, Tyrion had mentally braced himself for the tribulations that Karl's foresight would likely bring. With a soft sigh, he waved his hand, signaling Karl to follow. Let us proceed. The goods should be located behind the Wheel Palace. Karl offered no comment, merely shifting his lips as he fell in step. The two, one large and one small, ventured into the burgeoning throng, which had begun to resemble a bustling marketplace. Along their path, curious glances fell upon their conspicuous procession, though such attention was fleeting and soon forgotten, much to Tyrion and Karl's indifference. However, as they navigated the crowd, preparing to circumvent the palace towards the areas designated for transporting supplies, the grand doors of the opulent Wheel Palace suddenly swung open. The wooden doors, edged with metal and well-oiled, emitted no jarring sound. Yet, even this subtle noise managed to eclipse the surrounding clamor, drawing the attention of every onlooker. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, all eyes shifting toward the entrance, including Karl's. Tyrion, standing amidst the tall figures, could see nothing but the backs of their legs. Though he sensed the sudden quietude, he, too, was compelled to halt, raising his gaze in confusion towards the towering Karl, hoping for an explanation of the unfolding events. Karl, oblivious to Tyrion's gaze, noticed the strange atmosphere and instinctively turned his attention towards the Wheel Palace, where he spotted an individual of note, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Clad in gleaming white armor and draped in a matching cloak, he stood as a member of the Kingsguard. Now, his duty appears to be the protection of the queen. Thus he stands before the grand carriage, awaiting the opening of its doors. However, the crowd's gaze does not rest upon this tall, striking figure with flowing golden hair, brilliant azure eyes, and a smile as sharp as a blade, who is widely acknowledged as a handsome man. Instead, their attention instinctively bypasses him, collectively directed towards the already open doors of the opulent carriage. In the next moment, a stunning woman emerges, clad in an exquisite off-shoulder red gown, adorned with luxurious golden jewelry embellished with precious gems. As she steps out of the grand carriage and into the light, James quickly turns to offer his arm for support. Ensuring her descent is steady, Karl's gaze follows suit, captivated by the beauty of the woman stepping forth. She possesses an extraordinary allure, her lavish attire only accentuating her splendor. This enchanting figure is none other than Cersei Lannister, the queen and twin sister of the regicide, Robert. Upon witnessing Cersei, Karl cannot help but concede her undeniable beauty. With her characteristic golden curls and striking green eyes, coupled with a slender figure and fair skin, she presents a striking image. Contrary to the formidable and caustic impression one might glean from previous portrayals, she exudes a warmth that is both sweet and approachable. Her golden waves shimmer like coins basking in sunlight, radiating brilliance. Standing amidst the crowd, she is the most luminous and captivating presence. Though time has left its mark upon her, having borne 3 children, it only serves to enhance her allure as the realm's most exquisite woman. Yet, seemingly attuned to an unusual gaze amidst the throng, Cersei, having steadied her gown, instinctively turns her verdant eyes towards the source of her awareness. To her surprise, she encounters a man she should not know, yet has become oddly familiar over the past 6 months. Through the sea of faces, She locks eyes with a pair of deep blue ones, and her previously warm smile instantly fades into an icy demeanor. James, supporting her, quickly senses her change in disposition and instinctively follows her gaze. His attention is drawn to a tall, impeccably groomed man with a captivating and clear gaze. Among the crowd, he stands head and shoulders above everyone else, his undeniable handsomeness making him equally prominent. In that moment, James comprehends the reason for Cersei's sudden pallor, and all he can manage is a resigned smile. Cersei recognizes this man, and naturally, he is no stranger to her either, even due to Tyrion. He has had considerable dealings with this man. Yet, for both parties, the identity of this individual is a thorn in one's side, while the other regards him as a promising youth. Amidst the crowd, Karl noticed that Cersei had immediately spotted him, her expression transforming into one of considerable displeasure. Consequently, he could merely lower his head slightly, pretending he had seen nothing. Come on, little one, you see nothing at all. However, before you find a circus that will tailor a pair of stilts for you, I believe we should proceed with the task we were preparing to undertake. Chapter 12. Family Maxims and Coat of Arms. Seeing Cersei fixate on him with a countenance that resembled someone who owed her a fortune, Karl was immediately inclined to make his escape. He had no desire to entangle himself with this madwoman, no matter how alluring her beauty. Given his current status, it was prudent to avoid any unnecessary confrontation that could lead to unpleasantness. However, as he lowered his gaze to the bewildered Tyrion standing before him, scanning the surrounding crowd, Karl could not suppress a smirk. At that moment, Tyrion appeared to him like a hapless little creature, his golden locks accentuating his shrewd and roguish demeanor. Come on, little one, you see nothing, Karl jested. Before you find a circus to custom make you a pair of stilts, we ought to proceed with our intended business. Otherwise, there will be no bananas for you. Amidst the throng, though Tyrion could surmise the general situation, the specifics eluded him. In response to Karl's playful jab about being a monkey, he rolled his eyes, only to reverse the gesture moments later as he scrutinized Karl with newfound seriousness. A sly grin emerged on Tyrion's face, enhancing his already cunning air. He extended his hand, gazing skyward as though a captivating spectacle awaited him above, while absent-mindedly twirling the golden ring adorned with a lion's head that graced his finger. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Karl, you are indeed correct. Thus, the poor half-man must rely on tomes to elevate his stature until he acquires his stilts, though he still beheld the same fixed scenery. At least this would prevent him from becoming a sightless seer, would it not?" Tyrion paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at the illegitimate son who regarded him with curiosity. His smile broadened. "Of course, I believe a golden dragon or a high stool could achieve a similar effect." The mind of the creature known as the imp was astute and his words sharp, as if he were perpetually adept at turning situations to his advantage. Even in the face of Karl's teasing, he could find another angle to elevate himself. To this, Karl responded with a knowing nod and an exaggerated gesture. "A single gold dragon, for the value of a Lannister exceeds that of the average man," he declared. No sooner had he uttered the words than he seized Tyrion by the collar, akin to a playful kitten, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. In an unexpected whirlwind of motion, the diminutive Lannister, momentarily disoriented, found himself gazing upon the vistas he so desired, propelled by the allure of opportunity. However, when he finally discerned the scenery that had cost him dearly, he could only twitch his lips and retch, almost expelling the meal he had just consumed. He then raised his hand, trembling as he pointed towards the direction that drew the gaze of the crowd. "I regret this. It is hardly worth a single gold dragon. For the same price, I could indulge in 10 such harlots, all guaranteed to have golden tresses. Moreover, the pimps would provide me with divine-like service." Seeing Tyrion's regret, Karl bore no anger. Instead, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He held the dwarf's foot firmly to ensure he remained seated. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret, nor have I encountered a merchant selling such wares. Moreover, adhering to contracts is a matter of integrity for me as a mercenary. It is this very principle that has enabled me to assemble my current band. Upon hearing this shameless justification, the dwarf clenched his teeth and retorted, "If your hand were not resting upon the hilt of your sword while you uttered those words, I might have believed you. This is also my way of honoring my contract." Karl, indifferent to such trifling details, simply hoisted the dwarf and calmly maneuvered back into the throng. Having never before walked beneath another's head, Tyrion felt a twinge of fear and instinctively grasped the edge of Karl's armor, his complexion paling. Yet, despite his trembling legs, his tongue remained defiant. "By the 7 hells, should you ever establish a family, I suggest your motto be words are as gold, but only beneath the sword." In response to the dwarf's taunt, Karl maintained his nonchalant demeanor, pushing through the crowd toward his destination. However, he acknowledged Tyrion's suggestion with a nod, then shook his head. A commendable idea, yet if I were to found a family, perhaps I would alter the motto to truth lies only beneath the sword's edge, while dignity resides above it. Upon hearing this, Tyrion fell silent once more, momentarily oblivious to the fact that he, too, had become a giant under the influence of the gold dragon. As Karl navigated through the crowd, Tyrion, lost in thought, opened his mouth again. Curse it. Perhaps you should become a poet or join the Citadel. Believe me, you could become a great scholar, rather than wallowing here as a wretched mercenary extorting a poor dwarf. I am certain Robert would eagerly await your entrance into his council in such a manner. However, just as Tyrion was about to continue, he suddenly paused. He turned to gaze at Karl's still impassive visage. Or perhaps you should draw your longsword and indiscriminately cleave open someone's skull, then don their white robes as your own? I surmised that perhaps Robert would be less perturbed by the presence of a bastard from the Vale standing beside him. Tyrion brazenly insinuated to the young man before him, as if the words uttered from his lips were merely a casual discussion about what to drink next, rather than a matter concerning a king and the gravitas of a royal council. However, in response to the half-man's suggestion, Karl merely cast him a fleeting glance and chuckled, then seized his collar once more and unceremoniously returned him to the ground. This act compelled the hard-won, newly elevated dwarf to confront the harsh reality once again. Karl, with a faint smile still adorning his countenance, grasped Tyrion's head as though it were an apple, firmly orienting it towards himself, and then spoke in a calm tone. Hey, mate, listen. I understand you may envy the grand appendage I possess, akin to yours, but I hardly believe that this should compel you to push me into a pit of fire. Moreover, in comparison to the role of preparing that wretched moon tea for the adulterous noblewomen or maidens, or serving as a doorkeeper for a portly man who could crush 5 maidens, only to stand outside and listen to his lamentations over women, I would much prefer that my brother enjoys greater freedom. I must confess, at times, his advice proves far superior to that of the dwarf. Upon hearing the audacious bastard equate himself to some object, and gazing at the bulge that, despite being clad in leather and armor, remained undeniable, Tyrion's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Regardless of Karl's mocking jests, the Lannister dwarf, usually unflappable, found himself genuinely flustered in that moment. After all, it is not lies that wound, but truth that cuts like a knife. Thus, Tyrion was compelled to fixate on the imposing object before him, fists clenched and teeth gritted, seething with a fierce desire to devour the very thing before him. He retorted vehemently, Damn you, bastard. I suggest that once you establish your lineage, perhaps you could adorn your family crest with an image of a stool propped upon gold coins, with a monkey perched atop. Ideally, a monkey with golden fur. For henceforth, I shall refer to you as Noble Stool Karl. Chapter 13. I desire to move. While your suggestion is commendable, I would advise you to refrain from offering any further recommendations. Observing Tyrion's furious and indignant reaction due to size constraints, Karl maintained an expression of indifference as he withdrew his hand and, stroking his chin, spoke in a dispassionate tone. He then averted his gaze from Tyrion, straightened up, and directed his attention to the wagons being transported at the rear of the procession. These wagons were intended for the logistical support of the group, while Tyrion occupied the space of 2 of them, aside from one laden with a considerable amount of fine wine and a meager selection of delicacies. The other contained only a few necessary garments and a multitude of books. As Karl surveyed these items, he subconsciously began to evaluate the worth of the supplies that Tyrion had brought. Yet, despite his thoughts of the unfortunate dwarf's wealth, Karl still addressed the matter of the family crest that Tyrion had mentioned earlier. Furthermore, even if I truly needed to design my own emblem, I would certainly not depict a monkey seated upon a stool. Upon uttering this, Karl's gaze returned to Tyrion, who then witnessed Karl extend a finger and trace a circular shape in the air. However, I might design a spinning wheel atop it. After all, my nickname is not Tall Stool Karl, is it, my Lord Tyrion? With a squint and a slight smile, Karl spoke as though stating an undeniable fact. Following his remark, he shrugged and resumed his journey toward their original destination, leaving a bewildered and helpless dwarf standing in place, staring vacantly. If one were to ponder what truly shatters one's composure, it would likely be the lingering whisper of a final phrase. Thus, in response to Karl's confident assertion, Tyrion not only lost a glimmer of light in his eyes, but even the sharp tongue that adorned his small head faltered, opening without a sound. Silence enveloped the inn this night. Amidst the bustling King's Road, Tyrion Lannister felt a profound solitude that clashed with the world around him. The 7 gods are unjust. If only I were as tall as you, my stature would surely surpass yours. After a moment of contemplation, watching Karl stride ahead, Tyrion, having lamented the unfairness of the gods, hastily scurried to catch up, defiantly declaring this phrase that barely salvaged his pride. I recall that a certain dwarf would never complain about external conditions. Karl's tone remained unchanged as he glanced down at the approaching half-man. And he would not grumble about the 7 gods, for in my eyes he has always seemed more inclined to believe in himself. Yet, I suspect this may merely be my own delusion, for now he behaves as if he were a woman. Bollocks. Upon hearing this, Tyrion mimicked Karl's gesture of extending a middle finger, uttering auspicious words in jest. Before the round palace, Cersei Lannister's expression darkened, her countenance as ominous as a storm cloud ready to burst. Watching the two individuals she loathed walk together only stoked the flames of her unbridled fury. Noticing Cersei's discontent, Jaime offered a discreet reminder to the queen, whom he supported, gently squeezing her hand. Jaime Lannister was neither blind nor foolish. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind Cersei's ire. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a word on the matter, knowing it would be futile. Upon being stirred by Jaime's presence, Cersei instinctively glanced around before forcing herself to quell her anger. However, she soon shot a venomous glare at the departing pair before returning her resentful gaze to Jaime, who stood before the round palace. "Let us go," Cersei commanded coldly, lifting her skirt with her free hand. Relieved that she had not erupted in anger, Jaime swiftly assisted her down from the palace. At that moment, a small, golden-haired head, meticulously styled, peeked through the doorway. "Hey, mother, where are you and Uncle Jaime going?" Myrcella Baratheon inquired with curiosity regarding her mother and her uncle, the Kingsguard. The two, lost in their thoughts, turned at the sound of Myrcella's voice, revealing a beautiful young girl with porcelain skin and golden curls. The chill on Cersei's face melted upon hearing her daughter's voice. "Myrcella, you and your brothers stay inside the round palace. Someone will bring you food shortly. After eating, ensure you rest properly." Cersei did not disclose their destination but instructed her to remain within the palace. Myrcella, having spent the entire day inside, pouted in dissatisfaction at her mother's command. Initially, the excitement of departing King's Landing had thrilled her. But after a day of gazing at the unchanging scenery and the jostling of the road, weariness had set in. Yet, as they finally came to a halt, her curiosity about the tavern outside overshadowed her fatigue. It was evident that her mother had no intention of bringing her along. Thus, Myrcella could only lower her head and murmur, "All right, mother, I will rest after dinner." Though merely 8 years of age and appearing delicate, she remained beautiful and courteous. After a moment of slight hesitation, she acquiesced to her mother's wishes. As the adorable little head retreated, both Cersei and Jaime involuntarily smiled. However, shortly thereafter, Cersei withdrew her smile, turning her gaze anew, her expression once again transforming into one of frigid coldness. "Let us move on. Let us venture a bit further. The jolting of this journey has nearly dislocated my bones." Cersei's lips, tinged with a rosy hue, declared, her eyes casting but a fleeting glance at Jaime. Yet, upon hearing her words, Jaime hesitated. He raised his gaze to survey the surroundings before lowering his voice to reply. "The contingent that preceded us should have prepared sustenance for you and Robert. I believe it would be wise for you to partake in some nourishment first." Chapter 14. Books and songs. However, it would have been better if Jaime had refrained from uttering those words. The pent-up rage that had accumulated within Cersei throughout the day erupted in an instant. She forcefully shook off Jaime's supportive hand, arched an eyebrow, and sharply reprimanded. "I cannot swallow a single drop of water. Damn it, why must I accompany that bloated pig to that wretched place? The snow there could freeze a person to death. One might even require someone to stand guard while relieving oneself, lest the next moment one finds oneself frozen along with one's belongings." Seeing Jaime's refusal, Cersei, consumed by her fury, could not restrain herself and unleashed her wrath upon him vociferously. Fortunately, she retained some semblance of composure, although her initial outburst was louder than intended. She subsequently lowered her voice, gritting her teeth as she voiced her grievances to Jaime. In response to her tirade, Jaime maintained a silence, choosing not to engage. He understood that Cersei's apparent anger directed at him was merely a veiled expression of her broader frustrations. His silence stemmed from more than just this. It was common knowledge that Robert Baratheon's expedition north was driven by unmistakable motives, and everyone was acutely aware of why he would exert himself to traverse that frigid, inhospitable terrain. Yet, as a Lannister, it was not prudent for him to dispute this matter with Cersei in such a public setting. Jaime was equally cognizant of Cersei's ire regarding this issue. After all, to the Queen, the vacant position of the King's Hand rightfully belonged to the Lannisters. Specifically to their father, Tywin. How much had the Lannister family sacrificed for the Baratheon lineage? Yet how had the king responded? He had the audacity to dismiss their concerns, attempting to placate them with the orphan of the Vale, while turning his attention to the cold north in pursuit of that accursed Stark. Thus, Cersei's fury was not solely directed at the immediate situation but was a culmination of numerous grievances, particularly as she was now compelled to endure the arduous journey to that detestable locale alongside Robert. However, after her outburst, Cersei managed to rein in her temper. She refrained from further disrespectful shouting in public, like a scorned woman. Instead, she pursed her lips, shot Jaime a glare, and turning away, lifted her skirts and strode toward the distant woods. Jaime stood helplessly, shaking his head with a wry smile, adjusting the sword at his waist as he followed her. I have fallen in love with a maiden as radiant as summer, sunlight gracing her tresses. I have fallen in love with a beauty as vibrant as autumn, the twilight casting hues upon her locks. I have fallen in love with a girl as pure as winter snow, moonlight illuminating her delicate features. Karl, having exchanged banter with Tyrion, sat upon the frame of a cart, gazing at the descending sun in the distance, a blade of grass idly resting between his lips, humming a tune from Mill. It was evident that he was in good spirits, having dined well and quenched his thirst. On the other side, struggling to climb onto the frame, Tyrion rummaged through the box containing his books, pondering which tome would befit Karl. Suddenly, he was taken aback by a sweet, melancholic melody that should have been sung. His hand, suspended mid-search, halted as he became entranced by the haunting strains. It was only when the song faltered mid-verse due to forgotten lyrics that he gradually regained his senses. Dismissing his earlier contemplation, he carelessly extracted 2 books without regard for their titles or contents, and with a serene expression restored, he turned and descended from the frame. Cradling the books in his arms, Tyrion approached Karl, yet he refrained from immediately presenting them. Instead, he gazed up at the man, who was leisurely swinging his legs while watching the sunset, and spoke unexpectedly. If you sing this song 100 times for me, perhaps I might consider offering you a golden dragon. Karl, taken aback by Tyrion's words, instinctively froze. He then turned his head, rolling a blade of grass between his tongue before lowering his gaze to regard the dwarf with a peculiar expression. For a good half-minute, he scrutinized Tyrion, failing to discern the absurdity of the dwarf's proposition, before finally voicing his confusion. First of all, my current profession is that of a mercenary, surviving by the edge of a blade. Moreover, I believe that occasionally moonlighting as a bard wouldn't be out of the question, considering many noble ladies seem to quite fancy men with a silver tongue. So Karl's eyes flickered as he appraised Tyrion. Are you certain your wits have not been knocked askew? With that, Karl sprang to his feet, fist clenched, casting a hostile glare at the trembling figure before him. This scoundrel dared to regard him as a mere minstrel. However, Tyrion was unfazed by such threats. He casually tossed the 2 books beside Karl and brushed off the dust from his hands, stepping forward and effortlessly leaping to sit beside him. His gaze, too, was drawn to the sun suspended over the mountaintop. Do you know the name of the song you just sang? Tyrion inquired, not turning to look at Karl, but instead admiring the scenery with a nonchalant tone. Yet, after posing the question, he did not await Karl's response. Continuing on his own accord, it is called My Season of Love, a sweet ballad. However, it is not sung with the forceful declarations you have employed. Rather, it conveys a bittersweet lament, like a weeping tale, yearning to reach out yet remaining forever elusive, much like the moon floating upon the water's surface, merely an illusory deception. A lie that can be easily shattered for the price of a single golden dragon. Tyrion's voice, unusually earnest, suggested he was genuinely engaged in a scholarly discussion regarding the nuances of the song's delivery. As his voice faded, the only response was a profound silence. It lingered for half a day until Tyrion, noticing Karl's lack of reply, withdrew his gaze from the scenery and turned, puzzled, towards Karl. Upon meeting the gaze of the dwarf, Karl removed the blade of grass he had been chewing and straightened his posture, his eyes fixed intently on Tyrion. From the tone of the dwarf's voice, I sensed a hint of sorrow, akin to a breeze carrying the scent of fish wafting over the Blackwater River. Yet it felt even colder than the snows of the north. Karl refrained from his usual banter with Tyrion, and his sudden, inexplicable words felt jarringly out of place in the atmosphere. Yet, within his gaze directed at Tyrion, there was an unusual seriousness. The half-man, who had been curious about Karl's silence, found himself momentarily stunned by this unexpected remark, his eyes flickering. However, soon he seemed to recall something amusing. Lifting his chin with a slight smirk, a hint of disdain evident in his look towards Karl. Little brat, I wager you've hardly ever seen snow. Forgive me, but do you even remember your first winter? Chapter 15. I want you to kill him. Karl did not engage Tyrion in a discussion about whether he had ever witnessed snow or if he could recall the memories of his first winter, for he truly bore little impression of such matters. However, the moment he discerned that the emotions of the dwarf appeared somewhat amiss, he realized the underlying issue. The song he had sung must have stirred the sentiments of the Lannister dwarf, and Karl could surmise that this was undoubtedly linked to a woman. But which woman could occupy Tyrion's thoughts so persistently? It could only be his former wife. Thus, he left behind a bottle of exquisite elven wine and, clutching the borrowed tomes, departed from that place without the slightest inclination to discuss the matter further. Tyrion's self-deprecation was not unfounded. At times, he truly was a pitiable half-man, a dwarf indistinguishable from a bastard. What Karl could offer his friend was merely a fine bottle of wine and a space for solitude. For when a man finds himself in such a predicament, these two gifts serve as the finest remedies. However, upon returning to the inn, Karl changed his mind. "Melinda, I believe your little lion is in dire need of you now. Yes, at this very moment, set down that damned platter and rise from that soldier's thigh. Doing good deeds anonymously is commendable. The troubles of a man often boil down to but a few matters." Karl assured that by adding a woman to the previous two offerings, in just one evening, Tyrion would revert to his former self. A cure-all, effective at first try. Unfailingly reliable. Karl's motto had once been that no sorrow could withstand a good foot soak. Feeling his spirits lifted, Karl joyfully clutched the two books as he strolled back toward his mercenary camp. His encounter with Cersei was merely incidental. He gave it little thought. It was not his first meeting with her, yet he had never exchanged words with Cersei. After all, Karl had always maintained the philosophy of keeping his distance from this woman, preferring to avoid entanglements that could lead to trouble. This remained his stance now, as it would in the future. After greeting Melinda, Karl indicated that he would not disturb her upcoming appointment, and, with his books in hand, he leisurely made his way back to the base of his mercenary company. "Boss." Corsi greeted him with unwavering enthusiasm, rushing to meet him. Upon his return, the members of the Blackstone mercenary company, having concluded a day of toil, also offered their salutations. Karl reciprocated each greeting and lingered to engage in casual conversation with his comrades who dined with him. The topic of discussion soon shifted from meals to the hues of their attributes, and laughter erupted in unison. Indeed, Karl had named his mercenary company the Blackstone. The Blackstone Mercenaries. What, precisely, is this enigmatic Blackstone? In the collective recognition of this world, it is an architectural material of unknown origin, imbued with an air of mystery. For wherever ancient wonders are found across the known realms, this peculiar black stone has mysteriously manifested. Its appearance is one of profound darkness, accompanied by an oily texture that defies the imagination. Unlike the obsidian or dragon glass that Karl once envisioned, it resembles a certain type of jade. Although this stone shares similarities with the rocks of Valyria, forged by the flames of Valyrian dragons, it is distinct in its dampness as opposed to the dryness of Valyrian stone, thus setting the two apart. As Karl is aware, the towering spire that stands on the battlefield of Old Town is a fortress fashioned from a labyrinth of melted black stone. Additionally, the Ironborn sea stone seats and numerous other mysterious structures are said to be constructed from this very stone. Karl has encountered this substance and even collected some. Thus, no one finds it peculiar that he has named his mercenary company after the Black Stone. Unbeknownst to others, however, he specifically adopted this name to leave a resounding title for himself in the Silk Street of King's Landing, Karl the Wheel Spinner. This is the topic he discussed with Tyrion regarding his moniker. Regrettably, the only flaw in this tale is that no one in this world comprehends his peculiar sense of humor. Nonetheless, this does not prevent people from associating the two. Whenever Blackstone is mentioned, thoughts of Karl inevitably follow, along with his remarkable exploits as wheel spinner. Simply put, Karl's motives are rather self-serving, using the name to enhance his reputation. After conversing with his comrades for about half an hour, Karl eventually rose to leave and proceeded to the resting place prepared for him by Corsi. This secluded nook was shielded from the wind by large stones, where a simple hammock was securely tied between two sturdy trees. This method serves as the most expedient means for mercenaries to rest while on their travels. However, before reclining, Karl could not resist casting one last glance at the nearby inn. Outside, the area was densely populated with the tents of Lannister soldiers, their vivid crimson hue reminiscent of mushrooms sprouting eagerly from the valley floor after a rainstorm, pushing through the dried leaves and branches above. The vibrant colors were striking and captivating. Clutching the book borrowed from Tyrion's collection, Karl withdrew his gaze. Having lived in the valley for so many years, he understood all too well that the most visually appealing and vibrant things often do not yield satisfying results. One may be lured by their beautiful exteriors and attempt to draw near, but the moment you consume them or even merely touch them, they exact a price. Indeed, nothing is absolute. If one employs the right methods, it may lead to an ineffable joy. "I want you to kill him." Cersei traversed the path, weaving through the crowd until she reached a serene brook, where crystal-clear waters flowed. As the footsteps behind her approached, Cersei did not turn to ascertain who followed. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the water before her as she uttered these words in an icy tone. "Jaime Lannister, who had accompanied her to this spot, was momentarily taken aback by Cersei's proclamation and, after a brief contemplation, realized whom she referred to. Cersei, he is but a child, and he knows nothing. Jaime was at a loss for words as he beheld Cersei's silhouette, wishing to console her and dissuade her from her intent. Upon hearing Jaime's words, Cersei abruptly turned to face him, her eyes piercing into his. A child? Do you know how old he is now? 18. Remember, when you were merely 15, you were knighted by Ser Arthur Dayne for your valor in the battle against the Kingsguard. Look at his towering frame and tell me, who would perceive him as a child? Chapter 16. The origins of suspicion and malevolence. Cersei's eyes blazed with fury as she vehemently berated Jaime Lannister. Faced with her inexplicable wrath, Jaime felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had done nothing, after all. With a soft sigh, he stepped forward, gently placing his hand upon her shoulder, his expression earnest as he continued to soothe her. He has just returned from the Free Cities and has only been in King's Landing for half a year. He knows nothing, merely striving to improve his life. Perhaps due to his brother Tyrion, Jaime's view of the boy was not as extreme as Cersei's. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He harbored a certain admiration for the lad who dared to venture across the sea at such a young age to seek his fortune in the Free Cities. Courage is the initial trial a boy must face to become a man. It is a mark of honor. Jaime's own knighthood was similarly born from his courage. However, upon hearing Jaime's sentiments, Cersei narrowed her eyes, regarding him with suspicion akin to that of a traitor. Eventually, she forcefully shrugged off Jaime's supportive hands, resuming her vehement tirade. Listen, Jaime, no one is a fool. He knows something. If not, why would he abandon the wretched Vale for the likes of King's Landing? Do not tell me it is because he believes the whores here are of better quality than those in the Vale. Clearly, Cersei was not inclined to believe a single word Jaime uttered. The sudden appearance of Robert's bastard in King's Landing filled Cersei with dissatisfaction from the moment she learned of it. Her aversion to Robert only deepened her visceral disdain for this unwelcome offspring. While such matters were not new to her, considering Robert's numerous bastards could populate an entire brothel, she had chosen to overlook them, focusing instead on her own desires. Yet, this time felt different. The arrival of Karl Storm, along with subsequent developments, instilled within her an unsettling sense of crisis. This inexplicable feeling of unease made her instinctively restless, as if her sanctuary within the Red Keep had been compromised. The sensation left Cersei agitated, as though only the act of piercing that accursed bastard's heart with a sword and severing his head could restore her peace of mind. However, she found herself powerless to act, for Jon Arryn's presence shielded the wretched boy. Had it not been for Jon Arryn's covert interventions, she would have expelled that bastard from King's Landing long ago, even if one were to lack discernment. The daily emergence of inexplicable corpses floating in the waters of King's Landing would hardly raise an eyebrow at the prospect of yet another fresh body. This sentiment extends even to those illegitimate offspring of Robert. Thus, despite Cersei's long-standing discontent towards Robert and his bastards, she has found herself powerless to act. Yet, before she could summon the resolve to take action, Jon Arryn met an untimely demise. Immediately following this, Robert hastened to bring Ser Lancel Lannister to his side. Though unspoken, Cersei perceived Robert's actions as laden with ulterior motives. This realization only solidified her resolve to commit murder. After a tirade of curses, Cersei took a deep breath to regain her composure. She then lifted her gaze to meet Jaime's eyes. Continuing in a chilling tone, you cannot possibly believe that Robert's immediate move to bring Jon Arryn's bastard to his side is merely due to a lack of manpower? Or that he seeks to compensate for the love lost for his child? As she spoke, a cold laugh escaped her lips, as if she found her own words amusing. Do not be a fool, Jaime. What is he truly after? Cersei declared, jabbing her finger into Jaime's chest, her expression growing more frigid with each word. Do not think I am oblivious. That wretched bastard Robert has harbored such thoughts before. Cersei ground her teeth as she articulated her analysis, leaving Jaime momentarily at a loss for words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After all, the emergence of Ser Lancel was indeed peculiar. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he had sought out Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, and under the latter's protection, established himself as a newcomer in the capital. Yet, aside from that, he had done nothing else, never even encountering Robert, instead pursuing his own ambitions as if the affairs of others were of no concern to him. He seemed more inclined to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels than engage in any work. Jaime mused, finding no fault in this behavior. After noticing Cersei's concern regarding Ser Lancel, he had discreetly broached the subject with his brother Tyrion. Their shared camaraderie and friendship were hardly secrets, especially to Jaime. However, according to Tyrion, it appeared that Ser Lancel was genuinely unaware of his father's identity. In fact, Tyrion had suggested that Ser Lancel cared little for his past, his lineage, or the stigma of being a bastard. Thus, it was of even less concern to him who his scoundrel father might be. This man had once remarked that to depend on a mountain would lead to its collapse, and to rely on others was even more absurd. In this world, one is the only true source of reliance, for only oneself remains steadfast and unbetrayed. Reflecting on this, Jaime couldn't help but recall a conversation with Tyrion, during which his friend spoke of Karl Storm and his perspective on Jaime's illegitimate son status. Jaime was certain that Karl was no ordinary child. He possessed a unique maturity and a profound understanding of the world's intricate rules as well as of himself. Thus, after a moment of contemplation regarding Cersei's arguments and accusations, Jaime gently shook his head at her. He had committed no wrongdoing. We cannot condemn an innocent child merely due to his lineage or out of jealousy. Listening to Cersei, one could discern her ignorance. She posed no threat to him or to Joffrey. Furthermore, what if he were to discover the truth? Only the bloodlines of Lannister and Baratheon hold the key to the Iron Throne's future. Anything beyond that is but a fleeting illusion. Chapter 17. Let us do what we must. Jaime Lannister remained unconvinced by Cersei's perspective, despite her repeated grievances on the matter. Though this instance was particularly extreme, it was precisely for this reason that Jaime wished to shield Cersei from such troubles. After all, Robert had not truly shattered that fragile barrier, nor had he brought his illegitimate son into his household. Perhaps Robert genuinely sought to reconcile with his offspring, devoid of ulterior motives. Jaime even speculated that this was merely a fleeting whim of Robert's, and before long, much like the women he once cherished, he would forget all the promises made the previous night. As the Kingsguard, Jaime had witnessed similar occurrences more often than he cared to admit, for many a time. The gold dragons spent by the king were drawn from his own pocket. Jaime understood that Robert was not a man of compassion, although he indulged in pleasures. As a noble and the sovereign on the Iron Throne, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Moreover, his affection for Joffrey and the others was genuine. However, in response to Jaime's remarks, Cersei merely scoffed coldly. How noble and righteous you sound. But perhaps you have forgotten something. Need I remind you? Regicide? Faced with Jaime's continued refusal, Cersei offered him no warmth, ultimately resorting to a nickname laden with scorn and disdain for Jaime Lannister. That is not my thought, Cersei. It is simply that Jaime instinctively wished to defend himself against Cersei's mockery. Yet, she interrupted him once more. Jaime, we both know the truth. Spare me the words that are no better than a whore's rags. They only make me feel nauseous. This time, Cersei was genuinely angered. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Jaime, her voice turning icy. Had she not previously intervened vehemently, that wretched bastard might have brazenly lived under her very nose. Thus, upon seeing Karl Storm, she felt an incessant urge to eliminate this threat. Once protected by Jon Arryn, she had been unable to act. But now that Jon Arryn was dead, the sight of Robert willingly bringing his illegitimate son into their midst filled her with unease. Not a single hair of that Karl Storm was one she wished to see. Consequently, Cersei's murderous intent towards this detestable bastard only intensified. It was on this very first day of their journey that her impatience reached its peak. This was also why she had neglected her meal, dragging Jaime here to conspire. She had to eliminate this dreadful threat, or she would find no peace, particularly as their party drew ever closer to the north. Thus, it is understandable that Cersei would erupt in a torrent of invective at Jaime for his unwillingness to heed her words or to stand by her in support. Upon hearing her harsh tirade, Jaime Lannister could only helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. Cersei had previously expressed her grievances to him on more than one occasion. Indeed, there was a time when she had a fierce altercation with Robert Baratheon. In response to her unreasonable outburst, Robert had delivered a sharp slap across her face. Jaime, standing just outside the door, had listened to the exchange, and for an entire week thereafter, Cersei refrained from socializing. Thus, Jaime was acutely aware that her animosity towards Khal Drogo had been simmering for quite some time. From the moment Khal Drogo arrived in King's Landing, to the dismay she felt upon discovering Robert's illegitimate son, born during his time as a ward in the Vale, had made his way to the capital. This individual had become a thorn in her side. Jaime was also keenly aware of Cersei's mocking derision and veiled insinuations. After all, no one understood the true nature of Cersei and Robert's 3 children better than he did. However, constrained by his own sense of honor and other considerations, Jaime was reluctant to assume the role of executioner, and even more so, he did not wish to exacerbate the rift between Cersei and Robert. Furthermore, he was a knight. Yet, as Jaime furrowed his brow in distress, he noticed a subtle curl at the corner of Cersei's mouth. With a sigh, she leaned closer to him, reaching out to caress the face of her twin brother and lover, her tone softening from its earlier rigidity. Once, Joffrey had cut open a cat's belly out of mere curiosity to see the kittens within. But what had Robert done? He had knocked out 2 of Joffrey's baby teeth. And afterward, he had the audacity to contemplate bringing his damned bastard, Khal Drogo, to court. At this point, Cersei paused, then extended her other hand, cradling Jaime Lannister's face in her palms, compelling him to meet her gaze. Their emerald eyes locked, and Cersei's voice grew even more tender. Jaime, Joffrey is our child, and the Iron Throne can only rightfully belong to him. Yet now, that scoundrel Robert dares to doubt the Lannisters. In light of Jon Arryn's death, he distrusts his own father, and even me. He no longer believes anyone named Lannister, or anyone with golden hair. He is even willing to journey to the far reaches of the north, to seek out that wretched Stark. Though Cersei Lannister lowered her voice, attempting to impart her sentiments with gentleness, her words grew increasingly icy. After her tirade, she fell silent, choosing to leave her thoughts unvoiced. She gazed at her beloved, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Then, she closed her eyes and leaned closer to Jaime's face, seeking out those familiar, tender lips, while whispering softly amidst her heavy breaths, "Thus, we must do what is necessary. Tell me, Jaime, you shall not permit such a thing to occur, will you?" As Cersei's words faded, the last glimmer of light on the horizon succumbed to the mountains. In the enveloping darkness, Jaime confronted Cersei's plea with open eyes, his heart burdened with hesitation and turmoil. Yet, as a nimble fish slipped into his mouth, guided by its adept provocations, the Kingslayer found himself surrendering to the allure, lost in the depths of their heavy breaths. The radiant moonlight illuminated King S. Road, while, not far in the woods, a flock of birds suddenly took flight, their beaks opening to serenade with melodious chirps. Chapter 18. Karl's magic under the sparse moonlight. The lively atmosphere of the camp gradually subsided into tranquility. The silvery glow cascaded upon the earth, extinguishing much of the lanterns and candles within the abodes, leaving only flickering campfires to provide illumination. Karl cast a glance at the time dial in the upper right corner of his vision. The moon had ascended to a central position, signifying that midnight had arrived. Closing his book, Karl lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, the only sounds were the rhythmic snores that filled the air. If one could overlook the noise, it almost resembled a symphony in unison, or perhaps merely a competition of sorts. As the snores grew louder and more boisterous with each passing moment, shaking his head in silent disbelief, Karl rose from his hammock. With a mere gesture, the hefty tome he had borrowed from Tywin abruptly vanished from his grasp. It had not disappeared into thin air. Rather, Karl had placed it into his inventory. His proficiency with this ability had reached a level of mastery, though he reserved its use for moments of solitude. After securing the book in his inventory, he continued his actions, carefully scanning the vicinity. Once he confirmed that Kashi and the others were soundly asleep, he raised a finger and traced several circles in the air. In an instant, amidst the bright moonlight, specks of green light materialized out of the darkness. These luminous orbs, resembling fireflies, danced around Karl's fingertip. A moment later, as if animated by their own will, they spiraled around his finger before dispersing evenly over the slumbering forms nearby. The already profound snores now resonated with an even deeper timbre. Observing his subordinates lost in a deep slumber, a satisfied smile graced Karl's lips. After casting a distant glance to ensure the sentinels stationed at the inn were vigilant, he shrank into the shadows, quietly vanishing into the woods behind him. The flickering green lights he had conjured were, in fact, the manifestation of his magic, a skill from the 6 spells he continuously cast in the realm of reality. The spell he had just employed was known as Daze. Its function, true to its name, was to render sentient beings, particularly humans, into a state of unconsciousness and profound sleep. This magic bore no harmful effects and required minimal effort to cast. For Karl, after years of practice, wielding the spells he had learned in the gaming world felt as effortless as the basics of nourishment. The only cost incurred was the expenditure of his mana. As for the remaining 5 skills, they are minor healing, lightning, withering, weapon enchantment, and a rather peculiar skill known as Soothe. The first 4 skills share both function and nomenclature. Among them, minor healing is capable of tending to superficial wounds. Yet the extent of its efficacy and its limitations remain untested by Karl. In any case, as long as the animals he secretly experiments on do not perish on the spot and his magical energy is sufficient, he can restore the injured creatures back to health. However, this magical ability is strictly limited to external injuries. As for lightning, despite its intimidating name, it proves less useful than minor healing in practice. The sensation of using lightning resembles that of an electric eel from Karl's past life in the deep sea, relatively potent. Indeed, the moment one is struck, it feels akin to being pricked by a needle, leading to a loss of motor control and subsequent paralysis. It is important to clarify that this refers not to the Canadian electric eel, but rather to the formidable and ferocious deep-sea eel. In his trials with humans, Karl found that when applied directly, the skill exhibits considerable power, capable of incapacitating an individual with a single strike. However, when used from a distance, its effective range diminishes to a mere 2 or 3 meters, resulting in a significantly reduced impact that only renders a person temporarily paralyzed without causing any fatal damage. Nevertheless, this skill also possesses a commendable trait. It essentially acts as an area of effect damage spell. Karl often employs it to electrify fish in the water, proving to be quite effective. Regarding the remaining skills, Withering and Soothe, Karl has yet to grasp their full implications. Upon casting, they seem to exert an influence on individuals that he cannot fully comprehend. The Withering skill, once unleashed, inflicts a debuff upon the target, resulting in an all-encompassing reduction of their abilities. The effect manifests in such a way that a previously healthy individual, upon being struck, deteriorates to a state resembling one afflicted by a terminal illness, with all bodily functions plummeting dramatically. The duration of this effect varies according to the individual's inherent physical resilience, gradually fading as they return to their original state. Given his lack of understanding regarding this skill, Karl has simplistically regarded it as a means to induce impotence in others. This infallible technique, combined with some of his extraordinary potions, has yielded him a modest fortune. Lastly, there is the rather peculiar skill known as Soothe, which Karl finds even more bizarre. He believes that rather than being aptly named Soothe, it would be more fitting to rebrand it as flirtation, arousal, or even lust. In any case, this skill elicits effects akin to its name, regardless of whether it is directed at men, women, or even animals. These two skills, one internal and one external, one yin and one yang, one overt and one obscure, indeed manifest their remarkable efficacy at certain times. Karl rates them highly. As for the final skill, weapon enchantment, Karl personally considers it the most unique among the 6 skills, second only to minor healing. He even believes that when revealed in public, it could rightly be termed a miracle, for minor healing pales in comparison, lacking the immediate impact of the former. Regarding weapon enchantment, Karl posits that it might be aptly named Blade of Spells. When he chooses to cast it, he has 2 options. One is to cast it upon himself, and the other is to apply it to a weapon. If cast on himself, the result manifests as a remarkable energy weapon coalescing in Karl's hand, resembling an ethereal, luminous longsword. However, this approach has a significant drawback. The Blade of Spells dissipates rather quickly after its summoning, and its damage output is not as formidable as one might expect. The sensation it provides is akin to wielding a weapon composed of pure energy, distinct from physical attributes, much like a burning torch or a heated iron clamp, yet devoid of any tangible form, rendering it weightless and insubstantial. Conversely, when this magic is cast upon a weapon, such drawbacks are nullified. Not only can its duration extend as long as a full day, akin to what one might experience in a game, but the weapon, once imbued with this magical energy, undergoes multifaceted enhancements. It transforms an ordinary longsword into a far more resilient instrument, resistant to wear and tear. Its sharpness is significantly elevated, ensuring that even vigorous strikes against other weapons do not lead to dulling. Most importantly, it becomes lighter and more ergonomic, facilitating ease of use. In summary, it provides comprehensive augmentation to any weapon, and even armor, allowing the equipment to transcend the limitations of its original material craftsmanship, sharpening blades and fortifying armor. Chapter 19, Dragon Maiden. After incapacitating a group of individuals, Karl stealthily advanced into the depths of the forest under the cover of night. He carried no torch or source of illumination. Yet the darkness did not hinder his vision. As long as it was not absolute darkness, Karl possessed the remarkable ability to discern his surroundings. This was attributed to his innate night vision, a skill acquired in the game The Farmer's Pursuit. Upon completing a quest titled Dust to Dust, and subsequently another called Blood's Power, players could learn to concoct a special potion known as Vampire's Blood. The primary ingredients required for this potion included moonlight flower pollen, bloodgrass, swamp toad, and a bandit. When consumed, this potion granted not only substantial enhancements to physical strength but also conferred a fraction of a vampire's abilities, one of which was night vision. However, akin to true vampires, those who consumed the potion could not be exposed to sunlight, as it would inflict burning damage until the potion's effects waned. This minor flaw could be effortlessly mitigated with sunscreen. Of course, Karl would never resort to such a potion in reality, as his physical prowess did not necessitate any enhancement. Nevertheless, this did not preclude Karl from acquiring a portion of a vampire's abilities without any side effects, thanks to a subtle hidden mechanism within the game. Prolonged use of the vampire's blood potion would gradually allow the character to evolve, developing night vision while still enhancing overall physical attributes, including speed, strength, defense, and health. However, the core ability of bloodsucking was unnecessary for Karl, as he was a human and not a vampire capable of transforming into a bat. Beyond these tangible abilities, the transformation also brought forth some concealed advantages in reality. For instance, Karl's skin, which remained fair and delicate despite daily exposure to the elements without any maintenance, was, in truth, as resilient as leather. In the nocturnal forest, the chorus of insects filled the air. Once he confirmed that his surroundings were safe and devoid of any threats, Karl's gaze shifted, and he abruptly vanished into the darkness, as if he had been but a fleeting illusion. Karl then re-entered the game world. As the world transitioned, his vision flickered, and the previously dark environment was suddenly illuminated. This abrupt change elicited an instinctive discomfort, prompting him to squint. He instinctively glanced at the time indicator in the upper right corner of his field of vision, which had shifted from midnight to daylight due to the change in the world. However, Karl remained unconvinced, for he had long grown accustomed to the ever-changing nature of world traversal. The location he inhabited was none other than the house in Gwaimu village that he had claimed as his own. The last time he departed, he had saved his progress here, thus the world had ceased to flow at that very moment. Now, with his return to this saved state, time resumed its course. Yet, upon gazing at the familiar abode before him, Karl had no inclination to meander leisurely. Instead, he proceeded directly to the bedside, turned over, and lay down. As darkness enveloped him, he closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, found that 8 hours had passed in an unremarkable manner. The fatigue accumulated from a day of marching alongside Robert had dissipated entirely. Casting a glance at his restored state, Karl smiled contentedly and then rose to descend the staircase. Though his house was among the largest in the village, its layout was quite simple. The upper floor housed the bedrooms and study, while the ground floor comprised the living room and kitchen, divided into merely 4 sections, yet still occupying an impressive area of approximately 400 to 500 square meters. Upon reaching the first floor, Karl made his way to the dining table in the living room. He casually selected a seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down. In the next moment, with a gentle wave of his hand, a dish of vegetables stewed with carrots and potatoes appeared before him. Alongside it emerged a serving of roasted beef steak, a slice of honey-glazed toast, and a bottle of elven wine. The food, retrieved from his inventory, was still steaming, as if freshly prepared, forming a delightful breakfast for Karl, despite the fact that the in-game time was now evening. Having quickly finished this delectable meal, yet weary of the mundane sustenance typical of the game, Karl wiped his mouth, rose, and paid no mind to the vanished dishes as he stepped outside. Once outside, after a cursory glance at the surrounding houses and the deserted street, he unhesitatingly turned right and strode westward along the road. Upon leaving Gwaimu village and arriving at the western path, he encountered a cave inhabited by a single ogre. However, Karl had no intention of lingering and continued westward. As he traversed the path through the forest, he eventually reached a crossroads. At the intersection stood a teleportation stone, with a graveyard bordering the road, where his dispatched soldiers patrolled. Yet, Karl remained resolute in his intent and pressed onward, continuing westward. After crossing the intersection, he entered another forest. In the distance, Karl spotted an inn, and a flicker of joy crossed his features, for he was nearing his destination. Without further ado, Karl abandoned the path and made a decisive left turn. After traversing the woods for some time in a southerly direction, he arrived before a grand cave. As he gazed up at the vast entrance, a smile spread across his face, for he had reached the dragon's lair within the game world. Naturally, this lair was home to a magnificent dragon, a dragon capable of assuming the form of a humanoid dragoness. Shaking his head, Karl inhaled the air tinged with an indescribable scent and stepped boldly into the cave. The cavern was deep, growing darker as he ventured further beyond the entrance. However, thanks to his night vision abilities, he required no torch for illumination. As he proceeded, the only sights that met his eyes, apart from the pitch-black rock walls, were the scattered remains of both humans and animals. Yet, Karl remained unfazed, continuing onward with unwavering composure. Eventually, he was greeted by a dazzling expanse of gold, and after navigating a stretch of the cave, he found himself in a brightly lit chamber. There, before him, lay a mountain of various treasures, gold, jewels, and countless riches. Atop this magnificent hoard lounged a colossal dragon, resembling a small mountain itself. Atrexis. Chapter 20. The Dragon Egg. Artax. Before Karl lay a dazzling array of golden treasures. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the colossal dragon that he referred to as Artax. Even in her curled repose atop the mound of gold, this dragon appeared to be as large as a truck from a bygone era. She buried her head within her wings, her heavy breaths echoing through the cavern, mingling with a faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. At the sound of Karl's call, the dragon, who had been peacefully slumbering, abruptly paused. slowly lifting her head to behold him with her crimson gaze. Karl. Upon recognizing the voice that called her, Artax erupted with excitement. A thunderous roar reverberating throughout the cave, causing Karl's ears to ring. The very walls echoed his name. And he quickly raised a hand in a gesture for her to quiet down, his hair whipping back from the force of her bellow. After a moment, he rubbed his ears, hoping to alleviate the discomfort. This dragon was not akin to those found in the world of Game of Thrones. Rather, she was a true four-legged dragon, adorned with horns and magnificent wings, embodying the essence of a genuine Western fantasy creature. Unlike the bipedal dragons of the other realm, which resembled reptilian creatures, she possessed the ability to converse, wield magic, and even transform into a humanoid form reminiscent of either an elf or a succubus. However, as a dragon, her human guise lacked the slender elegance of elves or succubi, yet this did not diminish her allure. Most importantly, the dragoness, having materialized into reality, bore no resemblance to the grotesque depictions often seen in game CGI. Otherwise, Karl would have seriously questioned his courage to undertake the task at hand. Upon hearing Karl's words, Artax ceased her exuberant roaring and gracefully descended from her golden perch to stand before him. Leaning in with her massive head, she inquired, Karl, what brings you to seek me? Is it to cough? Hastily interrupting her, Karl felt a flicker of panic. Actually, I came to discuss something else. He awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Something else? Artax queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. Are you referring to that worthless stone you brought? As she spoke, she tilted her head towards the spot where she had been resting, revealing a cushion crafted from red velvet and cotton. At its center lay a golden egg-shaped object, approximately the size of a football. Artax, that is not a stone. It is a dragon egg, Karl exclaimed, exasperated by Artax's insistence on calling the dragon egg a mere stone. His gaze instinctively followed hers to the cushion. This object is, in fact, the treasure he spent 5 years searching for after departing from the Vale, journeying to the continent of Essos. His 5 years of wandering in the free city-states of Essos were not merely a pursuit of leisure as a mercenary or a quest driven by curiosity to explore the world. After all, this remains a realm reminiscent of the medieval West. No matter how bustling it may appear, it ultimately presents an array of inconveniences that troubled Karl's daily existence. Thus, from the moment he decided to leave the Vale and venture across the narrow sea, his primary objective was to seek out this very item. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent, and after 5 years of discreet inquiries, he finally acquired this egg from an adventurer, exchanging a sum of gold equivalent to the price of a ship for what appeared to be a golden dragon egg. Karl harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the egg, suspecting that the adventurer might have deceived him with a mere stone carving. For even if a dragon egg were to transform into stone, it would still exhibit an extraordinary quality. Moreover, Karl possessed certain methods to ascertain its genuineness. The dragon egg he held felt as heavy as metal or stone, its surface radiating a golden hue yet adorned with intricate patterns. These designs embellished the egg, resembling jewels set upon a golden oval. The reflective exterior shone as if crafted from fine ceramic glaze or glass infused with fragments of mother of pearl, exuding an exquisite beauty. Additionally, the surface of the eggshell was covered with delicate scales, imparting a unique texture that necessitated careful handling. The sharp edges of these scales could easily inflict wounds upon careless touch. This dragon egg, even if it were merely a stone, remained a singular creation. Upon obtaining this long-desired treasure, which had occupied his thoughts for 5 or 6 years, Karl resolved to conclude his wandering journey and return to Westeros. This explains his prolonged stay in King's Landing for half a year. However, after acquiring the dragon egg, Karl found himself unable to activate or incubate it. Even when placed in a blazing fire, it merely became heated without any further transformation. Karl understood that the key to hatching a dragon lay not in mere physical means, but in the elusive magic that truly exists in this world. Although Karl possessed a form of magic not native to this realm, attempts to nourish the egg with his own power, or even to bathe it in magical potions or apply mild healing spells, yielded no response. After determining the futility of these experiments, Karl contemplated the dragoness, a Turks. He believed that this female dragon might possess the ability to hatch the egg. Merely half a year has elapsed in the realm of reality, yet in the game world, 2.5 years have passed, and this dragon egg remains utterly unresponsive. It is worth noting that Karl dedicates each night to traversing this world, ensuring the passage of time so that the dragon maiden might have the opportunity to hatch the egg. However, it appears to be of no avail. It is akin to the dragon maiden being with child, yet unable to give birth. Consequently, Karl cannot help but question whether the incompleteness of the world's rules, coupled with the absence of updates regarding the dragon maiden's forthcoming narrative, is the reason for the egg's continued dormancy. This predicament has left Karl feeling somewhat troubled. Chapter 21. Losing both the lady and the soldiers, perhaps I should seek out those 3 vampires. I recall their offspring are gargoyles and possess blood magic. No, that won't do. These vampires are dark beings and must not be trifled with. Alternatively, perhaps the temple holds a solution. Or the knowledgeable elves might have insights to share. In the throes of his contemplation, Karl found himself at a loss for answers. Teetering on the brink of desperate measures. Just then, a faint sound, akin to a soft bayou, echoed in his ears. Startled, he instinctively looked up, only to witness a flicker of light where Ataxes had been standing, followed by a brief ripple in the air. And then the massive form of Ataxes vanished without a trace. However, Karl, well acquainted with such phenomena, remained composed and shifted his gaze downward. As his eyes moved, he beheld the colossal dragon, Ataxes, transforming before him. Astonishingly, she morphed into a strikingly alluring woman, clad only in a garment fashioned from golden metal chains that obscured nothing, revealing her extraordinary and voluptuous figure. With small horns adorning her head, dragon-like claws still evident in her hands and feet, and pointed ears of vibrant green skin. The enchanting demoness approached Karl with graceful strides. In her human form, Ataxes enveloped Karl's arm with her own, her gaze fixed upon the golden egg before them. Of course, I recognize this as a dragon egg, she remarked disdainfully, though I know not where you procured it. That does not change the fact that it remains nothing more than a useless stone, even if it were not a stone and did indeed hatch. The creature that emerges shall be nothing but a mindless sub-dragon. Her tone was laced with discontent, evidently irked at Karl for entrusting her with this worthless relic for incubation. To her, this stone was not akin to her kind. It was merely a subspecies sharing a similar lineage. Moreover, she was already nurturing a burgeoning dragon within her own womb, leaving her perplexed as to why Karl placed such significance on this object. Upon hearing her words, Karl shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. It was not the disparaging assessment of Ataxes regarding the egg that disheartened him, but rather the nagging doubt that perhaps he truly could not awaken the dragon concealed within the stone. Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragon eggs had hatched during the resurgence of the magical tide. The Red Woman had also spoken of prophecies heralding the emergence of dragons from their stony confines. In the world of ice and fire, the existence and manifestation of dragons were undeniably intertwined with the essence of magic. Yet now, despite having acquired the dragon egg and suffusing it with ample magical energy, even going so far as to enlist a dragon for surrogate incubation, the egg remained obstinately unresponsive. The situation offers no semblance of dignity. Struggling to grasp the crux of the issue, Karl's gaze penetrates deeply into the dragon egg, peacefully resting on a cushion fashioned from velvet and silk. It appears as a golden, exquisite work of art, yet beyond that, it offers nothing more. Observing the unyielding egg, regardless of his attempts to provoke a reaction, Karl can only sigh in resignation, lamenting, "If only I could bring you out into this world." With that thought, he cannot help but turn his head. His eyes ablaze with intensity, fixed upon the exuberant Atrix, who clings to his arm with delight. Setting aside all else, the mere prospect of bringing her into the outside world fills Karl with unparalleled joy, even if Atrix were to do nothing but lounge beside him, serving as a mere mascot. Moreover, he would not hesitate to proclaim to all of Westeros that he is the true Dragon Prince, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. After all, in a realm defined by ice and fire, where House Targaryen has ruled for centuries, dragons have become emblematic of a certain grandeur. To possess one is to be an undisputed king. Regrettably, despite the seamless interaction between Karl and Atrix, she fundamentally resembles an NPC. Akin to a receptionist in a Western-themed world, she is bound by the underlying logic that sustains her existence, for she embodies one of the rules of this very world. Karl can only engage in limited interactions with her, as he lacks the power to alter the fabric of reality itself. Alas, he is not formidable enough to reshape the rules of an entire world, leaving him in a state of impotence. Upon hearing Karl's sigh, Atrix, though somewhat perplexed, instinctively offers comfort, saying, "Karl, do not dwell on such matters. Why are you fixated on the notion that a dragon could emerge from a mere stone? It is utterly meaningless. Instead, you should anticipate your child's arrival. I sense it growing a little each day, and we all miss you dearly as dawn breaks." The chirping of insects gradually fades, making way for the melodious songs of birds. In a once quiet corner of the forest, the air suddenly ripples, followed by a flash, and a figure materializes as if conjured from thin air. However, as soon as the figure lands, they stumble, seemingly lacking strength beneath them, and only regain their balance by grasping a nearby tree trunk. Goodness, it feels as though one has stepped into the jaws of a beast. Reflecting on his extended stay in the game world, Karl cannot suppress a shiver. The real world, after all, is not merely a series of scripted cutscenes. It demands far more than the mere traversal of a narrative. In fact, if one were to traverse a cutscene, it might well be the person seated before the computer, preoccupied with a wad of paper or a chalice, who ends up spending the most time. After all, this had truly transformed into a tangible realm. And thus Karl had to engage with genuine determination. It was akin to the very act of walking. Moreover, within the world of the farmer's pursuit, the notion of fatigue also existed. In his quest to save time and validate his innermost conjectures, Karl subsequently ventured to various locales, including the vampire castle, the Tower of Horrors, temples, and ancient sanctuaries. Indeed, in his relentless pursuit of every fragment of information, he even sought out witches and the mothers of elves. Yet, the outcome was utterly fruitless. Every destination left him drained and devoid of rewards. One could say he suffered a double loss, returning home empty-handed and even more impoverished. Not only did he glean no insights, but others were also oblivious to the matters he spoke of. Ultimately, Karl realized that he must return to the dragon's lair to uncover some semblance of truth. "Attacks, are you certain there are no further insights?" Karl inquired, his voice tinged with desperation as he clutched the dragon egg, his sunken eyes reflecting his helplessness. Sated in content, Attacks reverted to her dragon form, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she began to doze. In response to Karl's query, she merely emitted an unintelligible sound from deep within her throat, soon followed by a series of rhythmic snores. Faced with the indifference of the dragon, Karl felt increasingly despondent. Glancing at the dragon egg in his hand, and then at the dragon sprawled upon the mound of gold, in a fit of frustration, Karl could only scoop up a handful of the glimmering treasure and pocket it before turning to exit the cave. He might as well have sold himself. Chapter 22, Derry City Boss. Ahead lies the residence of the Derry family, exclaimed Corsi, mounted on his steed, as he pointed towards a small city in the distance alongside his companion, Karl. However, the brisk wind, swirling into the gap of his toothless grin, prompted him to swiftly close his mouth after the proclamation. Unlike wine, overindulgence in this endeavor would not merely lead to a night of discomfort. Karl nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his gaze towards the diminutive city and reining in his horse to slow their pace. He had already discerned the citadel from afar, albeit it appeared as naught but a mere black speck. Now, as they approached, it had expanded significantly in size and took on the semblance of a habitable stronghold. Before them lay Derry Castle, as marked on the map by the octopoid spider, a fortress named after the family that resided within, a noble lineage hailing from the lands of the Riverlands. As Karl rode, his thoughts unwittingly drifted back to a tome he had perused in King's Landing, entitled The Genealogy and Histories of the Principal Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. This was indeed a substantial volume, sprawling across his desk as if it could occupy the entirety of the surface. Yet, in stark contrast to its physical dimensions, the text on each page was inscribed in minuscule letters, akin to mosquitoes, rendering the pages densely packed and convoluted. The strain on his eyes was considerable, leading him to muse whether each letter occupied more valuable space than a gold dragon of the same size. After all, why else would such a voluminous book be so miserly with its words, cramming them into such diminutive font, resulting in their stunted growth? As Karl vented his frustrations to the little demon, the latter erupted into fits of laughter. It was said that this manuscript dated back over a century, authored by a certain Merrin the Wise, a name Karl had never encountered before. Such a pedigree warranted its preservation within the Red Keep. Through the connections of Tyrion, Karl managed to procure this legendary work, which had unraveled part of the enigma within the original narrative, ultimately leading to even greater calamities. Despite the arduous task, Karl persevered and absorbed the essential information contained within the tome. It also chronicled the history of the castle's current inhabitants. The legacy of the Derry family could be traced back to the era when the Undulls vanquished the First Men and claimed dominion over Westeros, with their influence particularly strong around the Trident. Regrettably, this family remained staunch loyalists to the Targaryens, siding with them during the Blackfire Rebellion and the War of the Usurper. They even defied their liege, House Tully, refusing to ally with Robert Baratheon. Consequently, the loyal Derry family suffered a grievous loss during the Battle of the Trident, wherein they lost 3 heirs, including Ser John Derry, one of the Kingsguard sworn to King Aerys II. As the Targaryen dynasty fell from grace, the Derry family once again found themselves stripped of more than half of their lands, much of their wealth, and nearly all of their power. Truth be told, Karl harbored a modicum of confusion regarding the arrangement of this latest decree. After all, the royal entourage's unexpected arrival could only be deemed an unwelcome intrusion. Although Raymond Derry had pledged fealty to the king, the Derry family had always rallied under the banner of Rhaegar's true dragon, standing among the noble houses that fought for the crown at the Trident. All 3 of his elder brothers had perished in that conflict. Otherwise, Why would Raymond Derry have ascended as the Lord of Derry Castle? Karl did not believe that either Robert or Raymond Derry would easily forget such matters. Thus, he was uncertain whether this order bore the fingerprints of a certain mockingbird from King's Landing or was merely the unintentional trace left by a passing spider. Perhaps it was a blend of both? Could it be that Robert was truly so petty as to seek a display of power? Unable to untangle these chaotic thoughts, Karl shook his head to dispel them from his mind. Let us proceed. We must have the lord of this place greet as king, Karl commanded. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he swiftly added, ensure the banners are held steady. We must not alarm the common folk. For the royal party was about to make a brief halt here before crossing the Trident to continue their journey. After all, the path beyond the river would not be as fortuitous as the present moment. Concerning his impending interaction with the Derry family, Karl felt little trepidation. The current Derry family possessed scant strength. Westeros, indeed, is a realm that values human connections, yet at its core, it remains a place where might reign supreme. This was true in the Dawn Age, as it was in the Age of Heroes, and during the subsequent invasions of the Undulls and Aegon's conquest. Thus, gazing upon the modest town before him, Karl resolved to cast aside any grievances he harbored against these noble lords, focusing solely on fulfilling his duties. Gradually slowing his horse, he led his band of mercenaries, proudly bearing the golden crownstag banner that represented the king, as they advanced towards the Derry family. As they drew nearer, Karl and his companions beheld the town in clearer detail. It was indeed a diminutive fortress, hardly comparable to the renowned castles. And one might even argue that labeling it a castle was an exaggeration. In the distance, several banners fluttered above the settlement, adorned with the image of a black farmer on a brown background. A peasant, bent over his plow, toiled diligently. This sight inadvertently reminded Karl of the adage, might triumphs over toil. A striking epithet, indeed, he mused, with a tinge of melancholy in his gaze. This was a family that had nearly lost everything, now relegated to a life of obscurity, laboring in silence, detached from the world around them. Upon witnessing this, Karl instinctively slowed his pace and shifted his gaze to the surrounding environment. Much like the emblem of the Derry family, the landscape surrounding Derry City radiated outward from him, enveloped by fields of farmland, where diligent farmers busily toiled. The fields, farms, and villages coalesced to form a picturesque tableau. Perhaps alerted by the sudden approach of hoofbeats and the imposing presence of a dozen riders, these industrious farmers hastily lifted their heads. However, upon realizing that this unexpected procession had no further intentions and was deliberately slowing its advance, the farmers who had initially contemplated fleeing gradually settled into a state of quietude. Their focus remained fixed on Karl and his companions, their expressions betraying a palpable unease. Aware of this tension, Karl once again took it upon himself to rein in Kashi and the others. At that moment, a response emanated from the distant castle, as a contingent of 7 or 8 mounted soldiers burst forth from the city, stirring up a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 23. The Bison and the underlying political maneuvering. Contrary to Karl's expectations, after Robert conquered the farmers' fortress of Raymond Derry, nothing remarkable transpired. Even the king refrained from requesting hospitality from his subjects. He merely spent a single night there, and as dawn approached, he hastily urged his men to depart once more. Nothing occurred, as if this journey was merely an unnecessary pretext for idle chatter. This absence of events was undoubtedly for the best, especially considering that the local lord did not seem particularly welcoming towards the ruler known as Robert Baratheon, the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms. Despite this, Sir Raymond Derry, as the lord of Derry City, treated King Robert with the respect due to his station. After Karl and his companions rode for half a day to reach the southern bank of the Trident River and awaited the king's retinue to cross together, they continued their journey for a little while longer. Unexpectedly, King Robert Baratheon ordered the troops to camp at the Crossroad Inn. A departure from their previous pattern of marching as far as possible until dusk dictated their rest. Although Karl had received an advance briefing regarding King Robert's expedition, it did not alter their pace thus far. Starting early in the day, even the Queen's entourage and the royal guard settled at the crossroad and while daylight still lingered. What was the king's intention? Karl found Tyrion and, without exchanging pleasantries with the dwarf, directly posed the question that perplexed him. In the original narrative, due to the sudden demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, Robert's journey north was marked by a sense of urgency, akin to a special forces operation. He had driven his party forward with such haste that they nearly resembled a flock of sheep being herded. It was precisely this urgency that allowed him to traverse the distance from King's Landing to Winterfell in merely a month. Thus, it was evident that this matter weighed heavily on his mind. Yet now, Robert had inexplicably halted, even ordering the troops to rest for a day. This left Karl bewildered. It was worth noting that less than a week had passed since their departure from King's Landing. and they had only covered about a quarter of the journey, traversing the most manageable stretch of road. The expansive three-story inn, crafted from white stone, was a setting that would later be significant when Robert accompanied Eddard Stark and his daughters southward. It was here that Arya Stark's dire wolf, Nymeria, bit Joffrey Baratheon, leading to Arya's loss of both her dire wolf and her friend, the butcher's apprentice, Micah. Furthermore, Eddard Stark would ultimately be compelled to slay his daughter's beloved wolf, Lady. In this initial encounter, Queen Cersei Lannister temporarily gained the upper hand. This recent conflict has ignited the long-standing rivalry between House Stark of Winterfell and House Lannister of Casterly Rock even before the arrival at King's Landing, laying the groundwork for subsequent events. The tensions, once exacerbated, have become glaringly apparent. Consequently, Sansa, having ventured from the Greenhouse Castle for the first time, has learned her inaugural lesson in navigating the complexities of society and politics. The cost of this enlightenment has been the burial of her dire wolf, Lady, along with the innocence she cherished in this unfamiliar land. It vanished like the ruby that once adorned Rhaegar Targaryen's breast, shattered by Robert's hammer, swept away by the waters of the Trident. The narrative surrounding this does not conclude here, but I shall refrain from further elaboration. Thus, Karl, perplexed by this pause absent from the original text, finds himself bewildered by Robert's intentions. Why would the king, who should be hastening towards the north with urgency, command a day's halt here? This unexpected turn of events provokes Karl's curiosity. As soon as he settles in, he seeks out the ever-informative Tyrion Lannister, eager to uncover the reasoning behind this unusual delay. Upon their meeting, Karl poses his inquiry directly. In response to Karl's confusion, Tyrion elegantly cradles his silver goblet, swirling the red wine within, yet his gaze remains fixed intently on Karl. Our esteemed king has heard of buffalo sightings in the vicinity. The imp offers his answer candidly. Without preamble, Karl, taken aback by this revelation, momentarily falters. The simplicity of Tyrion's explanation surprises him. He had not anticipated that the answer would be so straightforward. However, his bewilderment quickly returns, his brow furrowing slightly. This cannot be right. How could Robert choose to indulge in hunting at such a time? Although he typically indulges in feasting, drinking, and gambling, neglecting state affairs in favor of revelry, delegating responsibilities to Lord Jon Arryn, he should not be making such decisions now. In Karl's eyes, Robert Baratheon may appear foolish and brutish, akin to a simpleton, yet anyone who underestimates him is truly naive. For had Robert truly been dim-witted, he would not have decisively resolved to venture north to summon his brother to aid him immediately after Jon Arryn's demise. He is astute and acutely aware that the current situation necessitates the inclusion of external forces, particularly a significant and trustworthy figure at the political negotiation table to prevent the nation from descending into chaos. He endeavored to extricate the situation from the precipice of chaos and restore stability. To this end, he resolved, immediately following the death of Jon Arryn, to send his adoptive father's son, Robert Arryn, to the Westerlands to become a ward of Tywin Lannister. Though ostensibly this was merely to facilitate Robert Arryn's education in the art of governance, the underlying intention was to secure an advantageous exchange for Tywin, who sought benefits from the position of prime minister that had eluded him. Unfortunately, this delicate arrangement was disrupted by Lisa Tully, who clandestinely whisked Robert Arryn back to the Vale, shattering the accord. Cersei, incensed, unleashed a torrent of vitriol in response. Meanwhile, King Robert was compelled to hasten to the north, for with Jon Arryn's demise and the historical complexities that ensued, the Lannisters' dominance in King's Landing had become inescapable. To mitigate this burgeoning issue, his brother, the North's guardian Eddard Stark, emerged as the pivotal solution, the only remedy to the predicament at hand. Chapter 24. Chaos is a Staircase. As Tyrion quipped that King Robert merely wished to hunt the wild bovine, it inevitably struck Karl as somewhat absurd. Admittedly, there was truth in Tyrion's words, for such antics were indeed within Robert's character. Conversely, the urgency emanating from Robert felt rather alien, as this fellow appeared disinterested in anything beyond indulgence and revelry. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter lay in the timing. It was simply inappropriate to act now. This prompted Karl to meander into the realm of conspiracy theories, pondering whether certain individuals, driven by particular motives, were unable to wait any longer. Perhaps their interests intertwined with his own, thus setting in motion the flapping wings of the butterfly? As his thoughts deepened, Karl began to speculate and eliminate possibilities regarding who could be the mastermind behind this unexpected turn of events. Yet, despite his ruminations, clarity eluded him. Firstly, the two high-profile players who had presented him with the map in King's Landing seemed devoid of such inclinations. One had no need for such actions, and it did not align with their interests. After all, one sought stability, hoping fervently for the absence of turmoil. while the other aimed to orchestrate controllable chaos within established parameters, quietly ascending the ladder towards personal ambitions amidst the shrouded confusion. Thus, for these two, it was inconceivable to act against Robert at this juncture. They had already, to some extent, intervened. One had successfully instigated chaos while remaining shrouded in anonymity, and the other diligently exerted effort from the shadows to stabilize the current situation. Moreover, should Eddard Stark venture south, it would serve as favorable news for both. Therefore, from any angle, the lurking echo birds and spiders in King's Landing could not possibly be the architects of this incident. As for the long-haired, reckless instigator, it was doubtful she had descended to such depths, despite the fact that such tactics were certainly within her capacity. Yet, as his thoughts reached this point, Karl found no certainty in his conclusions. Could it truly be Cersei? After all, she appeared to possess ample motive. Observing the expression of confusion and contemplation that followed his words, Tyrion could no longer suppress his laughter, which inadvertently roused the somewhat vexed Karl from his musings. In response to Tyrion's mirth, Karl instinctively glanced downward, puzzled by the source of his amusement. However, facing the overt threat displayed by a certain individual, the astute and clever Lord Tyrion Lannister merely savored a sip of red wine, exhibiting no semblance of fear. "Bastard, are you wondering why Robert lingers here?" Seemingly perceiving the confusion within Karl's heart, Tyrion smacked his lips and spoke leisurely. Of course, noting Tyrion's direct inquiry, Karl did not conceal his perplexity. After all, should we not be hastily journeying towards the north? Perhaps Duke Stark has already prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome the arrival of the king. Yet the king seems inclined to linger here instead. As Karl spoke, he spread his hands, appearing merely bemused. Perhaps he simply wished to revisit his past glorious achievements? However, in response to Karl's question, Tyrion shook his head. Then, with a nonchalant yet uncertain tone, he gazed at Karl and remarked, "And then find that bygone feeling here, to once again flaunt it to others." Upon hearing Tyrion emphasize the words others and glorious achievements, coupled with the unmistakable mockery etched on his face, Karl, who should have been oblivious to the implication, suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. Yet, his expression remained one of confusion, as though he understood partially, but not entirely. Observing Karl's bewildered countenance, Tyrion merely chuckled again and shook his head. He then raised his cup towards Karl, seemingly shifting the topic to continue their conversation. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. Our generous king proclaimed that anyone who can hunt a wild bull all on their own would be rewarded with 100 golden dragons." As Tyrion uttered this, his disproportionately large head, combined with his prominent forehead and unattractive visage, took on an even more grotesque appearance as he made exaggerated expressions. Thus, Karl mused that perhaps becoming a sage was not meant for him. He might be better suited to serve as a frightful little creature in a circus, rather than indulging in nonsensical banter to terrify others. Perhaps, as a result, the idle bards would weave tales of him that spread far and wide, eventually becoming a remedy in the bedtime stories of noble women, used to admonish misbehaving or restless children. Regrettably, before Karl could articulate his thoughts, Tyrion feigned a high-pitched gasp, dramatically exclaiming, "Oh, by the gods, what a tremendous fortune! Even one such as I cannot help but feel tempted. But alas, it was only for one day, and time waits for no one." After his exclamation, Tyrion sighed wistfully and took another sip of red wine. His words seemed to imply that had he truly set his sights on it, Robert's promised reward would undoubtedly have found its way into his possession. Not one to indulge Tyrion's pretentiousness, Karl retorted with biting sarcasm. "Is it because you require an entire day merely to mount a horse?" With a serious expression, Karl gazed at him, as if he genuinely believed it. "No, certainly not." Yet, as Karl uttered these words, the derided Tyrion set down his goblet, shaking his head with a smile of denial. He then deftly flipped his fingers, revealing a gleaming golden dragon in his hand. "For I now possess my Knight of the High Stool. With but a single golden dragon, I can mount faster than a healthy man." In response to Tyrion's retort, Karl's lips twitched, and in a flash, he snatched the shimmering treasure from the little man's grasp. With an impassive demeanor, he tucked the still-warm golden dragon into his pocket, turning his head to casually inquire, "Wow, I have long heard of King Robert's generosity, yet I never imagined it would be so abundant. Bison, I have yet to encounter such a creature. Perhaps I should partake in this venture. But do you know who informed the king of the bison's presence here?" Chapter 25. The Bastard and the Dwarf. At the break of dawn, before the sun had even begun to rise, Robert set out for the hunt, accompanied by only 2 of his Kingsguard. Unlike the usual grand entourage, this time he was flanked by merely a handful of scattered cavalrymen and a few male servants. Their responsibilities extended beyond merely ensuring the king's safety. They were primarily tasked with setting up the tents and managing provisions such as food and wine. After all, when the king embarks on a hunt, it is hardly fitting for him to roam the wilderness in search of game. His role was to recline in the tent, sipping fine wine, and only when the moment demanded, he would wield his spear to dispatch the wearied prey. Thus, this sparse assembly appeared rather desolate in stark contrast to the typically resplendent royal procession. Observing the hunting party from a distance was Karl, who notably did not follow. It was not that Robert had chosen to exclude him. Rather, Queen Cersei Lannister had discovered, through unknown means, that the king intended to bring along a lowborn free knight, a bastard by the name of Karl Storm. Enraged by this revelation, the queen stormed into Robert's quarters, her skirts in hand, to express her vehement opposition. The specifics of their heated exchange remain a mystery, known only to the 3 Kingsguard stationed outside their door. Thus, the following morning, Robert departed in a huff, spear in hand, his bulk conspicuous as he set out with minimal company. He even declared that the day's hunting would be curtailed to half a day, promising to return before dusk. This raises a question. How did Karl become privy to the discord that transpired between the king and queen the previous day, including its particulars? The answer lies in the aftermath of their quarrel, before the dawn had fully arrived, mere hours after the sun had set. Whispers of the altercation had already circulated throughout the camp and the taverns at the Crossroads. Karl could hardly remain oblivious to the rumors. The focal point of much speculation was, of course, the nature of the dispute between the king and queen, which centered around the issue of the bastard. In a corner of the camp, Karl, unexpectedly the center of attention, observed Robert's departure with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the gossip that enveloped the camp. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Cersei's manipulative tactics indicated that this incident was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, a stroke of good fortune for him. However, once Robert and his retinue vanished from sight, Karl found himself reflecting on Tyrion's earlier revelation regarding who had informed the king of the wild cattle in the vicinity. Raymond Derry. Why Raymond Derry? Karl murmured softly, perplexed by the events that transpired during the night in Derry City. For it was Tyrion who informed him that it was actually Robert who had summoned Raymond Derry, the current lord of Derry City, upon nightfall. It was said that the two engaged in conversation for approximately a quarter of an hour. Remarkably, it was Robert who escorted Count Raymond Derry to the door upon their conclusion. Even more astonishing was the fact that the previously stern-faced Raymond Derry, upon exiting, warmly invited the king to extend his stay for a few more days. This was utterly inconceivable. It was only after being declined that he casually mentioned to the king the recent sightings of bison near the Trident River. This revelation marked the inception of the matter. Simultaneously, it led Karl to question whether he was perhaps being overly suspicious. Thus, as he gazed upon the departing entourage of the king, Karl could only sigh inwardly and silently offer prayers for their safety, hoping fervently that Robert would not encounter bison today. However, as he stood there in solitude, his expression somewhat forlorn while watching the king's hunting party depart, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Did you know? If a noblewoman's husband brings home his illegitimate child to be raised alongside their legitimate offspring, the noblewoman has the right to torment the bastard. In such circumstances, no one would utter a word, not even their husbands. Tyrion, with his hands clasped behind his back, sauntered leisurely towards Karl. He was adorned in a custom-made garment of red velvet, embroidered with golden threads depicting the sigils of House Lannister. This splendid attire accentuated the dwarf before him, making him appear far more regal than those diminutive figures clad in poorly dyed cotton costumes at a circus. Despite his stature, he exuded an air of nobility. Yet Karl believed that Tyrion was more suited for the circus than for engaging in idle banter. Thus, with a cold expression, Karl turned to face the approaching dwarf. I do not know. My mother was merely an ordinary peasant woman, like many others. She rebuilt her own family after awakening from a dream that did not belong to her. At this point, Karl paused slightly, a faint smile surfacing on his face as he regarded the dwarf before him. Hence, I not only do not know who my father is, but I have also never experienced that luxurious life of being a dependent. It seemed this was a cause for celebration. Tyrion tilted his head, sensing that the word luxurious sounded as though it had been squeezed out from between Karl's teeth. After a casual dismissal of the matter, Tyrion surveyed Karl from head to toe. As he had been informed the day prior that today would be a day of rest, Karl was not clad in his usual armor. At this moment, he was clad in a lightweight half-armor, and apart from the longsword that hung from his waist, he appeared notably more agile. However, upon scrutinizing him, Tyrion discovered that aside from the slight chill etched upon his face as a reaction to his words, there was nothing particularly unusual about him. This left the dwarf somewhat perplexed as he observed the passers-by, who occasionally cast inexplicable glances in their direction, leading him to ponder whether something was amiss. Karl merely nodded nonchalantly, affirming, I suppose you are correct. Should I confess that I envy you? Noticing Karl's lack of reaction to his statement, Tyrion resolved to shift the conversation. That is undoubtedly true. Karl reiterated, if you were as handsome and tall as I am, perhaps you wouldn't squander your days in the brothels of King's Landing. Oh, by the way, is your reluctance to return to Casterly Rock due to a desire not to go back? Karl inquired, stroking his chin. Murderous intent. Damn it. I must have been drinking counterfeit wine to be concerned about some bastard. Tyrion shot up his middle finger, spewing words in disdain. So you were just a scoundrel. Rarely had Tyrion displayed such vulnerability, and at this revelation, a knowing smile graced Karl's face as he stepped past the diminutive figure towards the tavern of the inn. Thank you for the compliment. However, I am off to enjoy some breakfast and perhaps treat my friend to a mug of ale. Those are my golden dragons. So, I shall indulge in 3 cups. Upon witnessing the miserly man willingly reach for his coins, Tyrion felt no hesitation. No problem, if that proves insufficient. Fox should have quite a stock left. I imagine it has been contemplating where to relieve itself after the ample oats I fed it last night. Are you referring to that damned gelding of yours? If you prefer, you can keep it. By the way, where did you procure that exquisite red wine you gifted me last time? Do you have any remaining? It was the finest red wine I have ever tasted. If you possess a substantial quantity, we might engage in trade. You could then purchase a castle and perhaps have Robert knight you. Speaking of which, have you decided what name your family should bear? Before I change my mind, I believe you ought to change the subject. Then, I thank you for the lady you summoned for me. Damn it. Chapter 26. Is it true there are wild bulls? Karl decided to treat, and Tyrion, without hesitation, specifically ordered a roast pig, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Alas, this was the most expensive dish at the Crossroads Inn. Yet, despite its cost, it was indeed made with the finest ingredients. The roasted meat was generously seasoned with pepper, accompanied by onions, mushrooms, and finely chopped radishes. Not only did it present a golden, crispy exterior with an alluring aroma, but the pig's mouth also held an assortment of fruits. With this splendid roast pig paired with a few mugs of ale, a delightful day commenced. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Karl, rubbing his belly and picking his teeth, gazed at the diminutive figure before him, growing increasingly irksome, and promptly resolved to mount his horse, Fox, and venture to the famed ruby shore. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might even discover a ruby or two. Thus, bidding farewell to his soul friend, Karl sought clarity on the directions from a serving maid at the inn before embarking on his solitary jaunt. Meanwhile, a slightly inebriated Tyrion expressed his admiration for Karl's intentions and sought a quiet corner to peruse a book. Yesterday, while visiting House Daario, he had stumbled upon a tapestry in their cellar depicting the lineage of Targaryen kings. In gratitude for his unexpected discovery, the Daario family presented him with 3 tomes from their collection as a token of appreciation for his assistance. A most reasonable exchange, indeed. At this moment, having traversed the countryside, Karl suddenly recalled the individual who had last escorted Daenerys Targaryen and her brother from Dragonstone to Essos. His name, if memory served him right, was also Daario. Perhaps due to his overindulgence in food and drink, Karl felt a bit lightheaded as he pondered this. After swaying on his horse for a while, he finally remembered the name. William Daario? Given the prevalence of similar names among foreigners, he was not entirely certain. After all, this individual was merely a fleeting background character in the original narrative. However, it seemed that prior to the War of Usurpers, he had indeed served as a trainer at the Red Keep. Moreover, it appeared that Rhaegar Targaryen had trained under him as well. Yet beyond that, what left the most profound impression was his covert endeavor, alongside other loyalists to the Targaryens, to orchestrate a surrender on Dragonstone before preparing to hand over the Targaryen siblings to Robert. They had taken the initiative to secretly send Daenerys Targaryen and Viserys Targaryen to the free cities of Braavos, where Daenerys managed to endure a few relatively happy years of childhood. However, following his demise, the siblings, bereft of his protection, were expelled by the servants, officially commencing their journey of wandering. Surely, they had lost all contact by now? Reflecting on this, Karl scratched his head and instinctively flipped his hand, only to find a magnificent crown suddenly appear in his once empty palm. It was a coronet crafted primarily from gold. At first glance, it appears to be merely a slender ring, adorned with a garland of intertwining vines set with 3 different hues of gemstones. Such embellishment renders the crown reminiscent of a piece meant for a woman. Indeed, this is precisely the case, for it is a crown designed for a woman, originally belonging to one Rhaella Targaryen. Her identity is that of the wife of the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, while she is also his sister. This very crown was purchased directly from the so-called beggar king, Viserys Targaryen, by Karl. The moniker he acquired post-purchase was a means for others to humiliate the infamous Viserys III Targaryen. However, Karl preferred to refer to him as the Sleepy Dragon, especially after the man succumbed to madness in the face of reality, often lamenting about his so-called sleeping dragon's wrath. At that time, Karl had just departed from the Vale en route to Essos, driven by curiosity to see what the Targaryen siblings, Daenerys and Viserys, looked like. He fortuitously encountered the two in a moment of desperation as they were compelled to sell their possessions for survival. Without much thought, he impulsively acquired this Targaryen royal crown. It was during this encounter that he first laid eyes on Daenerys, who was merely 8 or 9 years old, with her silver gold hair and violet eyes. Though young and somewhat bewildered, her beauty and charm were already apparent. Beyond that, she appeared to be an ordinary, timid, and insecure little girl, well protected by her brother. After toying with the crown, which he had purchased but had no clear purpose for, Karl placed it back into his inventory, accompanied by a sigh. At that moment, Daenerys was likely on the verge of marrying Khal Drogo, arranged by the wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, and her brother, Viserys Targaryen. If memory serves correctly, she was only 13 or 14 years old. Damn it, what a beast. As he reflected on the timeline of events, Karl couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fox, sensing the shift in Karl's demeanor, snorted and quickened his pace. Well, this matter has nothing to do with me. Startled by Fox's sudden acceleration, Karl shrugged off the troubling thoughts swirling in his mind. He then lifted his gaze towards the nearby river. Finding a patch of relatively flat grass, Karl waved his hand, and a rather robust, albeit unadorned, carpet materialized upon the ground. Skillfully tossing the reins onto Fox's saddle, he signaled for the creature to entertain itself. Leaning against a grand tree, Karl reclined comfortably on the carpet, his hands cradling the back of his head. He squinted slightly, gazing at the enchanting scenery not far away. The broad river flowed languidly, its gentle currents producing a melodious sound that resonated in the air. The sunlight poured down perfectly, illuminating the blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The surface of the river shimmered with scales of light, reflecting a brilliant golden hue as the wind caressed it. In the face of such tranquility, Karl, with a mind blissfully empty, couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. In the next moment, a vibrant assortment of fruits suddenly materialized on the space beside him on the carpet. Each fruit boasted vivid colors, and the delightful aroma wafted tantalizingly to his nostrils, promising an undeniable freshness. Grabbing a bunch of grapes, Karl tossed them into his mouth, skin and seeds included, swallowing them whole. After finishing the grapes, a bottle of red wine encased in green glass appeared in his hand. This was the exquisite item that Tyrion had previously inquired about. It was also a crucial item in the game, specifically crafted to charm the sprite guarding the sacred well. After all, this sprite was quite the imbiber, and only by intoxicating her could one hope to triumph in the archery contest against her. However, just as Karl was about to uncork the bottle, a massive shadow suddenly loomed into his line of sight. It bore a pair of formidable horns, the length of which would be difficult for an ordinary person to measure. Its long, dark fur nearly brushed the ground, yet it could not conceal the sheer muscularity of its frame. A bison? No, could it truly be a bison? Chapter 27, The Hunt. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a wild buffalo, Karl momentarily froze, his instincts taking over. In the blink of an eye, the buffalo, roughly the size of a smaller cart, transformed in his mind into a magnificent golden dragon. If memory served him well, Tyrion had just mentioned that Robert Baratheon had placed a bounty of 100 golden dragons for any brave soul who could hunt a buffalo single-handedly. Hunting alone was no challenge for Karl, and he felt himself quite the warrior. Thus, faced with the prospect of wealth, he could hardly afford to lounge idly, preparing to waste a splendid day. With determination, he set down his bottle of wine, leaping to his feet and sprinting towards the buffalo. His speed was remarkable, each stride echoing across the grassy terrain as he dashed forth. The wind rustled through the grass, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. At that moment, he resembled a galloping steed, the once tranquil air transforming into a tempest that roared past his ears. The ground beneath him, trampled and disturbed, resembled a battlefield, each step creating a crater in the earth. The pulverized soil and grass erupted into the air, showering down like raindrops as he sped away. Hey, buffalo, surrender and bow down. I shall skin you and turn you into roasted meat, sealing the bond between us. Before even nearing the buffalo, Karl could not contain a thunderous shout. In his exuberance, influenced by the joy of the impending hunt, he even uttered words from his past life. The unexpected commotion startled the buffalo, which had been quenching its thirst by the river with its herd. It turned its head, wide-eyed, fixated on this apparent threat. Though it did not comprehend Karl's exclamations, the buffalo sensed that this human harbored malevolent intentions. It instinctively understood that this was a being intent on bringing it to its knees, transforming it into a mere trophy. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to it. Had this man been armed like the terrifying upright apes it had seen before, wielding long branches and accompanied by a throng of spellcasters, the buffalo would have fled without hesitation. However, this solitary figure not only advanced unaccompanied but charged directly towards it. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Thus, upon noticing Karl, the largest buffalo of the herd stepped forward, bellowing as it positioned itself protectively in front of the cows and calves. Lowering its head, it prepared for confrontation. Its powerful hind legs digging into the earth, eyes blazing with fury. The massive nostrils flared, drawing in the wild winds, while its muscular form trembled slightly, ready to launch an attack. Upon witnessing this, Karl, far from feeling fear, experienced a surge of exhilaration in his already jubilant heart. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, fingers tightly clenched into a fist. The distinct knuckles of his punch sliced through the air, glimmering faintly beneath the sunlight, harboring an intention to strike down the golden dragon that strode before him. The bison, enraged by Karl's audacity to confront its charge without trepidation, surged forward with even greater fury. A deep yet piercing roar erupted from the bison's chest, signaling its readiness. With powerful forelegs digging into the ground and hindquarters propelling itself forward, the bison's muscular thighs visibly contracted. In the next instant, all four hoofs forcefully pushed off the earth. The bison lowered its head, brandishing the formidable weapons that had secured its current stature, and charged mercilessly at the audacious human. Come on, let me grant you a swift end. This sudden clash between man and beast bore a grandeur surpassing that of fully armored knights wielding lances in a jousting arena. At this moment, the distance between the two became inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, that space transformed into mere illusion. Neither halted, nor did the bison pause. In their struggle for survival, both man and beast exhibited no trace of fear. However, just as the two were about to collide, a fleeting moment occurred, akin to a flash of lightning. In that instant of impact, the rapid momentum of both Karl and the bison transitioned abruptly from extreme motion to utter stillness. The colossal energy that surged between them came to an instantaneous halt upon contact. Collision. A tingling sensation coursed through Karl's scalp, as if a deafening roar emanated from the void. In that moment where time seemed to freeze, the excitement still lingered on Karl's face, while his prepared fist made solid contact with the bison's head. Yet, the sharp horns of the bison remained a palm's breadth away from Karl's chest. In that fleeting moment, mere inches delineated the boundary between life and death. The wind swept by, and time resumed its flow. As Karl's fist struck the thickest part of the bison's skull, he felt his knuckles slightly indent into the bone. However, before his punch could penetrate further, the point of contact seemed unable to withstand the force of their collision. The bison, originally poised to clash with Karl, began to tilt uncontrollably to one side, accompanied by a faint sound of cracking bones. The inertia from their combined force abruptly ceased at Karl's fist. Yet, in this scenario, the unstoppable bison, propelled by its own momentum, pivoted around the point of contact with Karl's fist, causing its entire body to uncontrollably flip into the air. At this moment, power manifests itself in the most direct manner before our eyes, simultaneously evoking a sense of serene exhilaration. The sheer force brings forth a visual spectacle, as the airborne bison seemingly hovers in the air for approximately half a second before crashing down under the influence of gravity. Before it can fully comprehend the situation, the heavy body of the bison descends, leaving it stunned by a single blow, and it can only muster a reflexive cry of pain. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this cry shall linger as its final echo in this world. With its limbs twitching uncontrollably, the once mighty ruler of the local bison herd succumbs to death. In the next moment, perhaps stirred by the last call of its leader or witnessing the defeat of its protector, the remaining dozen or so cows and calves, without hesitation, turn and flee in a panic towards the distant grasslands. Observing their retreat, Karl feels no urge to pursue. Instead, he retracts his fist, places his hands on his hips, and stands there with a cheerful smile. He relishes this life, so exhilarating, so free, with no burdensome thoughts weighing on his mind. In this leisurely passage of time, not a single thought crosses his heart, leaving only the purest joy. It is akin to an ordinary afternoon, where not even a fleeting notion clings to the mind. Yet, it is precisely in this unintentional moment that the seeds of future reflections are sown. What is the purpose of life? Karl ponders. Power or desire? At that moment, all his inner turmoil dissipates with that one decisive punch, allowing him to feel a sense of return to his former self. Lowering his gaze, he observes the bison, now reduced to a mere quivering body in the mud. "Thank you, bison," Karl exclaims, swiftly drawing his longsword from his waist and plunging it into the bison's forehead. Following the instinctive, muffled gasp, the creature's body tenses momentarily before relaxing, finally putting an end to its suffering. Gazing at the lifeless bison, Karl contemplates and then strikes again, this time slicing the creature's neck. As the neck is severed, a torrent of blood erupts from the wound. It is better to let the blood flow, Otherwise, the meat surely would not be palatable. However, it is imperative to bring it back as swiftly as possible. Having decided how to handle this fallen bison, Karl plucks a handful of nearby grass, meticulously cleans the blade, ensuring no traces of blood remain, before sheathing his sword once more. Then, grasping the bison's horns, he flexes his arm muscles and drags the lifeless beast towards the riverbank, allowing its blood to drain completely. All that remains now is to wait. However, Karl did not remain idle. Rather, he was contemplating the best method to transport the bison back. Furthermore, he pondered how to prepare the beast for roasting. Just then, an unexpected sound suddenly emanated from behind him. What could this be? Chapter 28. Certainly not your father. Upon hearing a voice from behind, Karl instinctively turned to look. Not far away, a tall boy clad in a short robe of red and gold velvet, with striking blonde hair and fair skin, was dismounting from his horse and gazing in their direction. He possessed a pair of green eyes, and his upturned lips were habitually pressed together. Now curiously observing the fallen buffalo beside Karl. Although he addressed Karl, he did not regard him with any real attention, as if Karl were beneath his notice entirely. His mere presence exuded an air of arrogance that was both irksome and disdainful. Simply put, he was quite insufferable. Joffrey. Karl was taken aback to encounter this insufferable brat here, the very embodiment of a future monarch renowned throughout history. Though the distance from the Crossroads was not particularly far, it was still a considerable trek. Even on horseback, it would require a brief journey to arrive. Karl had merely sought to escape the tedium of the camp, tired of being a spectacle for others, especially given Cersei's recent antics that had become rather intolerable. Yet here was this impudent child, seemingly capable of running great distances, perhaps a consequence of being confined within the Red Keep during his time in King's Landing. However, upon Karl casually uttering Joffrey's name, the boy's expression shifted from curiosity to immediate fury. The audacity of this base-born commoner to address him so directly incited a swift change in demeanor. Offended by the insolence of this lowly bastard, Joffrey's face hardened, and he wasted no time in rebuking Karl with a sharp voice. You, wretched bastard, ought to refer to me as your noble prince or Lord Joffrey Baratheon. Damn you, son of a whore. Hearing Joffrey's sudden outburst of indignation over a mere name and the subsequent tirade directed at him, Karl merely raised an eyebrow. He chose not to respond, but instead diverted his gaze to the imposing figure behind Joffrey. There stood a robust man clad in ash-gray armor, lacking a helmet, and draped in an olive-green cloak, dismounting from a dark steed. After alighting, he made no unnecessary movements, instead leading his horse while fixing a steadfast gaze upon Karl. Seeing that the towering figure remained silent in the face of his reprimand, Joffrey's face brightened once more with a smug smile. However, I shall spare you this time, provided you offer your quarry at my feet as compensation for your insolence. But be warned, should this happen again, I shall have your tongue severed. Joffrey threatened with a feigned benevolence, clearly underestimating Karl's worth. Karl remained silent, tilting his head slightly before shifting his attention back to the muscular man behind Joffrey. This was a man Karl recognized, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. Indeed, he was a loyal dog of House Lannister, possessing a cruel disposition and unwavering obedience to his master. However, Karl had never interacted with this man before. Noticing Karl's reluctance to speak, Joffrey laughed. He then turned to Sandor Clegane and commanded, "Dog, remain here. I shall investigate what that is." With that, Joffrey brandished his riding crop carelessly and strutted towards Karl with an air of arrogance. Sandor Clegane, upon hearing Joffrey's command, said nothing, merely nodded and cast a glance at Karl before turning his expressionless gaze back to the spot where Karl had previously lingered. There lay a conspicuous carpet adorned with fresh fruits and fine wine. Inhaling deeply, Sandor caught the scent of wine wafting through the air. He then stepped forward. Observing their nonchalant actions, Karl remained silent, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze shifted to the prince, who, after berating him, was now approaching with the riding crop in hand. When Joffrey reached Karl's side, Karl spoke for the second time. "What did the prince just ask me?" he inquired, feigning a lack of understanding. Intrigued by the quarry that had drawn him closer, Joffrey's displeasure intensified at Karl's audacity to request a repetition. "Are you deaf? I asked you what this is." Joffrey, oblivious to the notions of respect and courtesy, tilted his chin upwards, looking down upon the lowly bastard before him, and pointed at the prey beneath Karl's feet. Meanwhile, Sandor, alerted by the commotion, glanced up. However, he merely cast a cursory glance before dismissing it and returned his focus to the items on the carpet. The wild boar lay dead, and with both himself and the bastard hired by Robert present, nothing here posed a threat to the prince. Thus, Sandor, diverting his attention, couldn't help but notice the open wine bottle that had yet to be corked again. He felt an enticing aroma wafting towards him, stirring an insatiable yearning within. Sandor Clegane casually released his warhorse, allowing it to roam freely, before unceremoniously plopping down onto the laid carpet. He picked up an apple and took a hearty bite, consuming half of it in one go. The hound then turned his gaze to the wine bottle, reaching out to seize it. After a cursory inspection and a sniff to confirm the delightful scent emanating from it, he swallowed the chewed apple and, lifting the bottle, tilted it back to quench his thirst. Unbeknownst to him, as he tilted his head back to indulge in the wine, barely savoring the exquisite taste on his tongue, a flicker of green light suddenly caught his peripheral vision. In the next instant, Sandor Clegane collapsed onto the carpet with a thud. The red wine, which had yet to reach his lips, slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. The bottle, now fallen, gushed forth a stream of vibrant crimson liquid, seeping into the earth beneath the grass. Karl, who had his back to Sandor, merely snapped his fingers, not bothering to glance back, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Joffrey remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, entirely engrossed in the lifeless form of the bison before him. Curiosity piqued. He extended his foot and kicked the inert beast with considerable force. Is this truly a bison? Joffrey inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Perhaps it is. Karl mused, stroking his chin, his gaze also drifting to the fallen creature. But I can assure you, this is certainly not your father. With that, Karl let out a peculiar chuckle, seemingly taken aback by Karl's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Joffrey's initial intent to further humiliate the bastard before him was swiftly replaced by a look of incredulity. As realization dawned, the astonishment on his face transformed into a furious scowl. You, damnable peasant, vile bastard, do you comprehend the words that spill from your lips? I shall have your tongue severed, and then feed it to the dogs. Chapter 29. The impudent child, deserving of death. Upon realizing that Karl had the audacity to insult him, Joffrey's rage surged uncontrollably. He raised his whip and struck towards Karl's face with ferocity. However, facing this feeble attempt, Karl maintained a knowing smile upon his visage. With a gentle lift of his hand, he effortlessly intercepted the blow, as calm as a gentle breeze caressing the stones. Narrowing his eyes and still smiling, Karl slightly crouched down, addressing the indignant Joffrey. Look, our princely lord is incensed. However, I suggest you return to inquire with your mother about your true parentage, and do not thank me for eliminating a misguided conclusion. With this, Karl tilted his head towards the lifeless bull, drained of its blood. Rather than responding with anger to Joffrey's insults, Karl remained courteous, providing the young prince with the most candid of advice. Yet, faced with Karl's incessant humiliation, Joffrey, much like Cersei, was prone to emotional upheaval and could scarcely endure provocation. The audacity of this wretched bastard not only to resist, but to persist in belittling his noble self was intolerable. Initially stunned, Joffrey soon recognized that his whip was firmly held by Karl. Instinctively attempting to retract it, he found himself unable to do so, and his simmering rage erupted. His once fair skin turned crimson in an instant. What? How dare you resist? Damn you, bastard. I shall extract your teeth one by one and embed them into your bones. Joffrey glared fiercely at the contemptible bastard before him, his teeth clenched in curses. Having never endured such humiliation, his eyes reddened with fury, and he lost all semblance of reason. Believe me, I will not allow you a swift demise. You shall comprehend the price of insulting a prince. Unable to reclaim his whip, Joffrey discarded it entirely and drew his short sword, Lion's Tooth, from his waist. But before that, I shall sever your hands and strip the flesh from your legs, leaving only the bones. You will repent for your foolish actions. With that, Joffrey glared with wild eyes and lunged the sword towards Karl's chest. Yet, in the face of Joffrey's assault and the imaginative threats that accompanied it, Karl remained unflinching. His expression unchanged, still smiling at him. As the blade approached, Karl slowly raised his left hand. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed starkly along the banks of the Trident River. Crisp and melodious. Perhaps due to its excessively crisp sound, the resounding slap momentarily silenced the surrounding tumult of the water's whirlpool. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the entire universe reverberated solely with the echo of that stinging blow. Yet, this incident was far from over. Following the echo of the slap came the unmistakable sound of a long sword clattering onto the grass. Clang. Ha! Observing Joffrey, who had spiraled away from the force of his slap, Karl could not suppress a smirk. He then casually kicked the Lion's Tooth aside. Joffrey, who had intended to deliver a grand strike to Karl, suddenly found his vision blurred. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was uncontrollably propelled into the air. However, as he regained his senses, he discovered himself inexplicably sprawled atop the belly of a deceased bison. In this proximity, he finally discerned the grotesque sight before him, a creature adorned with imposing horns, yet marred by a gaping wound at its neck, its hollow eyes gazing vacantly. its lifeblood long since drained. So this is what a bison looks like. For some inexplicable reason, that thought drifted through Joffrey's mind. Yet, as this thought surfaced, Joffrey, lying on the bison's belly, could only stare blankly at the scene unfolding around him. His mind was filled with an incessant buzzing sound, drowning out all other noises. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to be slowly detaching from his body, which felt increasingly heavy, yet he found no desire to move. It was as if he longed merely to remain in that state and drift into slumber. Just as he began to grasp the gravity of his situation, a devilish voice pierced the air beside him. "Hey, little prince, are you all right?" Seeing Joffrey, who had been sent flying by his slap, lying motionless on the bison's belly, Karl rushed forward, concerned that he might have inadvertently dealt a fatal blow. It seemed Joffrey still had some awareness of the external world, as he opened his mouth and emitted a faint groan. However, beyond that, he was incapable of any further response. His pupils began to dilate uncontrollably, gradually losing focus. Blood, frothy and unrestrained, began to ooze from his nostrils, ears, the corners of his eyes, and his mouth. As blood flowed from his orifices, his body began to twitch involuntarily, and he lost control of his bowels. It was over. He had failed to maintain his composure. Upon witnessing this, Karl could hardly be oblivious to the unfolding calamity. In a sudden flurry, he hastily seized Joffrey, who lay prostrate upon the belly of the bison, observing the dilation of his pupils and the unconscious parting of his lips. While his throat emitted a gurgling sound, choked by the very blood that obstructed his breath, Karl became acutely aware that his earlier slap had indeed been rather forceful. Little did he anticipate that Joffrey would prove so fragile. With but a single strike, he had brought this once mighty emperor to the brink of death. At this moment, it seemed he might already be catching a glimpse of his ancestors. Damn it, I had always maintained that one should conduct oneself with civility. Why must one resort to such foul language? Gazing at Joffrey, whose breaths were now more feeble than robust, Karl could only curse under his breath, before his fingertips began to emit a faint green luminescence. Chapter 30. Intimidation. As Joffrey lay on the brink of death, Karl, fully aware that he could not allow him to perish, resorted to employing his healing magic. With 2 successive beams of green light illuminating the air, Joffrey, whose head had sagged and spirit had nearly departed, was abruptly revived by Karl, who had snatched him from the clutches of death. As life rekindled within him, Joffrey, having just strolled along the precipice of mortality, gazed vacantly at Karl, who held him firmly in his grasp. Before he could utter a word, a reflexive cough escaped him. However, as the blood that had been lodged in his throat erupted forth, the once dilated pupils of Joffrey gradually regained focus. Seeing him revived, Karl exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his earlier facade of feigned amusement faded instantaneously. His brow arched, and a cold smirk crept across his face. "You bloody fool. Die already." Perhaps it was the frustration of having wasted his magical energy on Joffrey or the annoyance of not having fully vented his wrath upon this insufferable wretch. Thus, upon confirming Joffrey's survival, the still fuming Karl seized him by the collar and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. This time, however, Karl restrained his strength, refraining from delivering a blow that would send Joffrey tumbling into the river. Having just returned from a brief sojourn at the Temple of Strangers, Joffrey found himself bewildered and disoriented, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. It was only after enduring the sharp sting of Karl's slaps that he snapped back to reality. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt his face growing numb and swollen. Moreover, an unexpected salty taste filled his already insensate mouth, accompanied by the unsettling sensation of something gritty rolling about within. Spitting out the unfamiliar substance, Joffrey was horrified to see shards of his shattered teeth mingled with thick, crimson blood and saliva expelled from his mouth. Staring at the grotesque sight, he was paralyzed by fear, his body going rigid. What? With his head visibly swollen from the blows, Joffrey's mouth bled, a mixture of saliva and blood trickling uncontrollably. He attempted to voice a protest, but words eluded him. Witnessing the audacity of this insolent bastard spitting teeth and saliva upon himself, Karl's brow furrowed in disdain. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unceremoniously tossed the incredulous Joffrey to the ground. Joffrey, caught entirely off guard, let out a pained gasp as he landed, lying there, instinctively cradling his face. He continued to stare blankly at Karl, as if it had just dawned on him that this despicable bastard truly dared to lay hands upon him. What have you done? Now acutely aware of his pain and the blood staining his visage, Joffrey gazed at Karl with a mixture of terror and trepidation. He lay on the ground, akin to a frightened small dog, howling in despair. It seemed that this was the only way he could grasp even the slightest semblance of safety. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected his utter filth. A far cry from the noble prince he once was. The mud and blood intertwined, rendering him indistinguishable from the maggots in a mire. a fallen aristocrat dragged down from his lofty pedestal. Thus, the prince succumbed to his breakdown. "No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me." With his head swollen like that of a pig, he could only mumble incoherently. Yet, this did not hinder his heart-wrenching cries. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably down his face. Instinctively, he flailed and crawled on the ground, desperately seeking to distance himself from Karl. However, after just a few movements, Joffrey suddenly froze. In the next moment, he raised his head towards his previous position and, without hesitation, screamed, "Hound, save me. Quickly, save me. You wretched bastard. How dare you fail to protect me? I will have your head severed and your hands chopped off, then cast into the flames." Suddenly realizing he actually had a guard, Joffrey, without a moment to wipe his tears, frantically called out to Sandor Clegane for aid, issuing threats. Yet, true to his nature, after hurling insults at the hound, he immediately turned back, his face contorted and hoarse, pointing a trembling finger at Karl. "I want you to kill this wretched bastard. I want you to slay this despicable bastard child, and then skin him for me to place beneath my feet." In the depths of his despair, Joffrey suddenly became aware that he was not alone. He had his mother's chosen protector, the loyal hound. Thus, he instinctively cried out for help from the one who could shield him. However, the only response to his desperate pleas was a profound silence. With no reply, Joffrey instinctively halted and turned to scrutinize the direction from whence he had come. There, he beheld the hound, his steadfast guardian, lying motionless upon a carpet, unresponsive to his cries. It was as if he were dead. In that instant, the once begging Joffrey, who had just moments before been demanding the death of Karl, was rendered speechless, like a duck suddenly grasped by the throat. The transformation from pleading to a moment of realization that salvation was at hand exposed his true nature. Karl could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This insufferable child changed his demeanor faster than one could turn the pages of a book, to a degree that left him at a loss for words. The loathsome little bastard, who had provoked such ire, truly elicited a sense of revulsion. Thus, he tightened his grip on the whip in his hand, his expression contorting into one of menace. Then he stepped forward, leaning down to gaze upon the terrified Joffrey, whose eyes were wide with fear as he crawled on the ground, sullied and muddy. "Your Highness, the noble prince, your hound is fast asleep. Let us not disturb him, shall we?" Karl said with a smirk, his expression deceptively cheerful as he flicked the folded whip in his hand, causing it to crack ominously. With a swift motion, he lifted the whip to Joffrey's chin, his demeanor shifting to one that radiated danger. "Ah, indeed, as a reward for your recent display, we have a little event that we would like to invite you to participate in. It is called Join Now for 100 dross." Upon finishing his words, Karl abruptly raised his hand without warning. The whip lashed out, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp crack. Joffrey, startled by this sudden action, froze in place, tears once again streaming down his face. It was then that Karl caught another whiff of a foul odor. Chapter 31. What I desire, I shall acquire. Karl menacingly intimidated the little scoundrel before him, devoid of any psychological burden. However, he was taken aback by the fragile psyche of this wretched boy. A mere hint of intimidation caused him to unravel completely. The pitiable sight made Karl's whip, poised to strike, hesitate in midair. His intention was merely to frighten this psychologically disturbed, sadistic brat. His methods were limited to wielding the whip to instill sheer terror, rendering the boy powerless in his plight. After all, the earlier slap, fueled by rage, had nearly extinguished the boy's spirit, allowing Karl to vent a significant portion of his ire. He was neither a pervert nor afflicted with the neuroses of Joffrey. Thus, he had little interest in inflicting undue harm upon a child of merely 10 years, despite the boy's undeniable mischief. Yet, what was that to him? The events of the day were merely a consequence of the boy's unfortunate proximity to him, compounded by the disgraceful antics of his mother, which ignited Karl's fury. To Karl's dismay, the boy, who moments ago had groveled, suddenly became emboldened, transforming into an insufferable brat that further provoked Karl's indignation. After pausing his assault, Karl contemplated whether it would be better to rid the world of this detestable creature entirely, for he found the mere act of whipping insufficiently satisfying. However, upon realizing that his hound could not save him and that the illegitimate child before him was intent on continuing his assault, Joffrey, who had previously tried to assert himself, quickly devolved into a whimpering, tail between his legs wretch, reeking of fear and desperation. Regaining his senses, he hastily knelt before Karl, grasping the hem of his trousers and imploring for mercy in a most undignified manner. "Please, I beg of you, spare me. Do not kill me. I can offer you everything. The Lannisters are immensely wealthy. I can persuade my father to knight you. No, not just a knight. He can elevate you to nobility, grant you a castle, and bestow upon you countless gold dragons, mountains of gold dragons. The Lannisters possess an abundance of treasure. Fearful and desperate, Joffrey hastily articulated his thoughts, fervently bowing and begging for clemency, while making extravagant promises. Yet, Karl regarded him with a cold, unyielding gaze, his expression betraying no reaction to the boy's pleas. Observing Karl's silence, Joffrey, still bowing but wary of inflicting pain upon his own head, cautiously lifted his gaze. Witnessing Karl's impassive demeanor, he opted to escalate his offers. Karl Stone, as long as you desire, we can provide you with anything you wish. Oh, and by the way, you are my brother. You are my true brother and the king's child. I can persuade my father to revoke your status as a bastard and acknowledge your rightful place. The king possesses the authority to bestow upon you the title of nobility and to legitimize your birth. This power is solely his. As long as you spare my life, I shall renounce my claim to the throne and allow you to become the heir to the Iron Throne. Truly, you must believe me. I do not speak falsehoods. By doing so, you will no longer be the lowly bastard. You will be the legitimate child of the king, a prince, and even bear the name Baratheon. In that moment, you shall be the foremost heir to the Iron Throne. Just spare me, please, do not take my life, and all that I promise can be fulfilled. At this moment, as he calls for aid from his protector, receiving none, and feeling the murderous intent emanating from Karl, Joffrey desperately racked his brain. Striving to find a chance for survival, and without hesitation, he made his pledges to Karl. To bolster the credibility of his words, he even disclosed Karl's true identity. These revelations were imparted to him by his mother, Cersei Lannister, who, while cursing the name of this bastard, had vowed to eliminate him. Yet, in his quest for survival, Joffrey found himself compelled to beg for mercy, even willing to relinquish the identity of heir to the Iron Throne. It was evident that despair had utterly overwhelmed him. He wept openly, tears streaming down his face, pleading for a mere sliver of chance to live. He even promised that which he could never hope to deliver. Hearing his desperate pleas, Karl fell silent, observing the once proud prince now reduced to the filth of a worm, lying in the dirt. However, as Joffrey noticed the silence and, with tear-filled eyes, raised his gaze, seeking any sign of movement or response, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet, in that very moment of burgeoning hope, Karl merely smiled gently and shook his head. Your promises are worth less than a donkey's flatulence after overindulging in fodder, at least such a smell as substance. But fret not, Prince Joffrey, for all that you claim, I shall seize it in my own manner, and I shall attain it solely by my own means. Karl chuckled, his smile broadening. Then, he crouched down and delicately lifted Joffrey's chin. What I desire, I shall obtain with my own hands, not relying on the charity of others. For that which is acquired in such a manner cannot truly belong to me. However, before I proceed, there are necessary tasks to be undertaken. Therefore, you shall cooperate with me, will you not? With a smile, Karl delivered these words, then slowly rose, leaving Joffrey in a state of bewilderment. The whip, previously set aside, was once again raised high, cutting through the air before suddenly descending upon Joffrey. As Karl suddenly realized, inflicting pain through blunt force would not achieve the desired effect. It is rather the method that makes the slightest contact with the skin that proves to be most effective. Presently, he had ample time at his disposal. Contemplating this, Karl flicked his fingertips once more, and a glimmer of emerald light flashed by. The spell of minor healing drifted towards Joffrey, and a radiant glow enveloped him as his injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. His magical energy remained plentiful, and there was still a considerable amount of time before he needed to return. What I desire, I shall obtain through my own efforts, rather than relying on the reckless and empty promises of others. As Karl relentlessly struck Joffrey, observing him writhe in the mud like a maggot in agony, a faint smile graced his lips, while a subtle spark flickered in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 32. The speculations of bystanders. Karl fashioned a makeshift wooden frame using branches and vines, which he then secured the wild buffalo to, subsequently linking it to his horse, Fox, as well as Sandor Clegane's horse, Stranger. Thus, with the assistance of 2 steeds, Karl dragged his quarry from the banks of the Trident River to the Crossroads Inn. Sandor Clegane remained unconscious, and after pouring more wine into his mouth, Karl hoisted him up and laid him sideways upon his own horse to bear him. As for Stranger, despite his master's irritable temperament towards others, he proved to be exceptionally compliant under Karl's command, behaving even more docilely than hounds, even when tasked with heavy labor. The horse did not dare to rebel, but instead lowered its head in submission, allowing Karl to direct its actions. As for the esteemed Prince Joffrey Baratheon, Karl placed him upon Fox's back, ensuring his comfort as they returned to camp. However, at this moment, Joffrey was drenched. His once opulent velvet and satin garments now entirely absent. Clad only in his undergarments, he sat upon the horse, shivering uncontrollably, his expression vacant, lips turning pale and blue from the cold, unable to utter a single word. Thus, Karl rode on the horse that once belonged to Joffrey. Accompanied by 2 men and a buffalo, nonchalantly making his way back to the Crossroads inn's encampment. Yet, before they could approach the camp, having just emerged from a narrow path, they were spotted by the soldiers stationed outside the inn. Noticing the conspicuous procession, the guards instinctively turned their attention towards them. One sharp-eyed Lannister soldier immediately recognized the disheveled Joffrey. "Wait, is that? It's the prince. Quickly, quickly." Although the prince was not adorned in his lavish crimson attire, his striking golden hair made him easily identifiable. The soldier who first discerned that something was amiss with the prince hastily summoned his comrades to rush toward Joffrey. While Karl's 2 horses dragging a wild buffalo certainly drew attention, the Kingsguard, predominantly composed of Lannister soldiers, prioritized the prince above all else. Thus, despite also noticing Karl and the buffalo, the soldiers quickly relegated any concern regarding them to the background upon discovering Joffrey. Prince Joffrey had ventured to the riverbank in search of rubies, but lost his footing and fell into the Trident River. I exerted considerable effort to rescue him. Hurry and take him back, and promptly provide him with dry clothing to prevent the prince from succumbing to the chill. Observing a throng of soldiers rushing towards Joffrey, who appeared to be in distress, Karl succinctly articulated the situation before they could even inquire about it. As he spoke, the soldiers beheld Joffrey, drenched and seemingly in a state of shock, utterly disoriented. Though a flicker of confusion danced in their minds, they chose not to question the circumstances. After all, their immediate priority was to rescue the prince, leaving little room for other considerations. Moreover, the specifics of Joffrey's predicament were not theirs to ponder. With a few agile individuals swiftly lifting Joffrey from his mount, they hastily made their way toward the tavern. At that moment, a figure resembling a steward, upon noticing the unfolding scene, promptly joined the commotion. He swiftly assessed the situation and began issuing orders. "Michael, Jordan, report Prince Joffrey's condition to the king and queen at once. Owen, find a skilled healer immediately. We need him to examine the prince. And summon hot water from the inn's servants. We must prepare a warm bath to revive the prince. Additionally, have the attendants bring sufficient clothing for a fresh change. Hurry. Move with urgency. Are you all starving donkeys?" Though Karl did not recognize the steward, his adept and decisive command suggested he was a person of considerable experience and acuity. As the organized messages were relayed, several individuals from the crowd promptly departed, clearly those who had been addressed by name. In mere moments, Joffrey seemed to vanish before Karl's eyes, whisked away into the inn. This left behind a gathering of onlookers, perplexed by the events, as Karl proudly showcased his catch. Yet, he remained unfazed, akin to an outsider, observing the flurry of activity with an amused smile. Only after Joffrey was taken away did those uninvolved in the matter finally turn their attention towards him. Realizing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Karl pointed towards a figure sprawled on the back of a dark steed. "I could use a couple more strong hands. There's a drunken fool here that needs to be dealt with." Acknowledging the curious stares of the spectators, Karl naturally directed them to assist. Ultimately, 3 Lannister soldiers, accompanied by 2 servants, stepped forward to lift Sandor Clegane from his mount and carry him away. As they struggled, the surrounding crowd caught a whiff of the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from him, adding to the earlier visage of the prince. It was not solely the few who carried him that displayed peculiar expressions. The onlookers could hardly contain their murmurs. They could already foresee that this grotesque and fearsome individual was destined for a tumultuous fate. As the prince's guardian, he had returned from the water, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Yet, he himself had indulged in libations to the point of oblivion, and was similarly brought back on horseback. One could easily surmise that, given the queen's temperament and the affection the king and queen harbored for Joffrey, Sandor Clegane was bound to face a severe reckoning. The spectators, relishing in this misfortune, were keenly anticipating the outcome. They were poised for a spectacle. However, while acknowledging that the hound would soon be the subject of gossip, their attention involuntarily shifted towards the illegitimate child who had been the subject of much discussion that morning. They had thought he might have retreated in shame, yet he had, astonishingly, accomplished a remarkable feat. Not only had he slain a wild bull, but he had also rescued the drowned prince. As events unfolded in such a dramatic manner, the assembled crowd could not help but speculate on the king's potential reward for him. The allure of 100 golden dragons was indeed formidable, a sum that would take an ordinary peasant family 30 to 40 years of toil to accumulate. Yet, in light of the heroic act of saving the prince, it was evident that such a reward would scarcely suffice to honor such a deed. Moreover, a small faction privy to certain secrets whispered amongst themselves, pondering whether this illegitimate child might be knighted by the king for his actions, or perhaps the king would acknowledge him as his son. For despite his status as a bastard, he remained the offspring of the current monarch, indeed, the firstborn. Chapter 33. The thrilling forthcoming reward. In Westeros, it is not uncommon for nobles to father illegitimate children, and to a certain extent, they are expected to fulfill their obligations to support these offspring, at least ensuring their healthy development. This explains why Karl's biological mother neglects him entirely, having formed a new family. Yet Karl manages to live independently in the Eyrie and grows up safely. However, this situation arises when the father of the illegitimate child does not acknowledge him, allowing him to exist outside of his life, without revealing his paternity. Such behavior is the prevailing norm among the nobility regarding their illegitimate progeny. Conversely, there exists a rare circumstance in which a noble not only acknowledges his illegitimate child but also brings him home to be raised alongside his legitimate offspring. This is an exceptionally uncommon occurrence. An example is Jon Snow, who was taken to Winterfell by Eddard Stark and grew up alongside his legitimate children. Nonetheless, this arrangement is not without its drawbacks, as Tyrion pointed out to Karl that morning. If a noblewoman's husband chooses to raise his illegitimate children alongside their legitimate ones, the noblewoman is entitled to demean the illegitimate offspring. This is why Jon Snow grew up under the cold gaze of Catelyn Tully in the original narrative, and no one dared to speak out against it, not even someone of Eddard Stark's stature, who could only bow his head and pretend not to notice. Jon was left to endure such a constrained existence, bearing the pain alone. Being an illegitimate child in Westeros is, in fact, a rather awkward situation. Their status is regarded as lowly, and they are widely perceived as inherently greedy and hypocritical. Even those whose parents are of lesser birth are derogatorily referred to as bastards or mongrels. There is a saying in Westeros that illegitimate children are the products of desire and deceit, growing up more swiftly than their peers, with blood coursing through their veins that embodies debauchery and betrayal. However, there is a somewhat more favorable situation. If the parents of the illegitimate child are both nobles, he is not deemed of lowly birth. This is exemplified by Edric Storm, whose mother, Delena Florent, hails from noble lineage, being the niece of Lord Alistair Florent. Thus, due to the noble status of both parents, Edric's existence is acknowledged not only by Robert but also embraced by him. Yet, despite Robert Baratheon's recognition of Edric Storm, he is still relegated to live at Storm's End. Nevertheless, the most awkward aspect for illegitimate children remains the issue of inheritance. According to the law and custom, when it comes to matters of succession, illegitimate offspring possess virtually no rights. Only a nobleman without legitimate offspring and lacking suitable relatives to inherit his estate may have his illegitimate children claim their father's legacy and titles. This is why, in the public's perception, bastards often embody greed and hypocrisy. After all, the entanglement of interests and desires can transform a person into a devil, leading them to commit acts beyond the bounds of morality. However, there exists a unique exception. If a bastard is legitimized by the crown, he may also possess the right of inheritance. This concept of legitimization is a prerogative exclusive to royalty. Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen once legitimized her half-brothers Addam and Aelin from Driftmark, designating them as heirs to Lord Corlys Velaryon. Similarly, Aegon IV Targaryen, on his deathbed, recognized several of his noble-born bastards as legitimate. Thus, it is more common to acknowledge a bastard rather than to legitimize them. For instance, Eddard Stark recognized Jon Snow as his son and a member of House Stark, yet did not legitimize him as a legitimate heir. Consequently, Jon Snow retained his surname and social status as a bastard, without entering the Stark line of succession. Moreover, many bastards remain unacknowledged and unaware of their father's identity, such as Gendry and Karl Storm, due to his mother's status. The king did not recognize him as a legitimate bastard like the one from Storm's End. A small number of those privy to Karl's circumstances began to speculate whether King Robert might acknowledge him, perhaps elevating his status by directly dubbing him a knight. After all, saving an heir to the Iron Throne, particularly the first in line, would warrant considerable reward. Nobles place great importance on inheritance, especially as it pertains to the succession of the Seven Kingdoms. It can be said that even if Robert's rewards are modest, his lords would advise him otherwise. Regardless of the extent to which people know the truth about Karl's identity, all onlookers now gaze intently at the young man on the cusp of ascension. In Westeros, for a commoner to rise to nobility, prowess coupled with opportunity represents the swiftest path to elevation. Listening to the surrounding murmurings, Karl did not engage. He merely waved to acknowledge the onlookers. Turning, he unfastened the reins of the two horses he had been leading, a serene smile gracing his face. Yet, as he bent down, facing away from the crowd, a hidden glimmer of significance sparkled in his eyes. Amidst his endeavors, a voice, far more exuberant than his own, squeezed through the throng. "Boss. Hey, do you know you smile just like the toilet in Lucy's brothel that won't close?" Karl, without needing to glance back, was fully aware that the lewd laughter belonged to none other than Kishi, who, with a goofy grin revealing his chipped front teeth, approached him with a look of utter confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the implications of his superior's jibe. Karl's lips twitched in regret for having sought the assistance of someone so quick-witted in most matters, yet tragically lacking in insight when it truly mattered. Thus, he resorted to pinching Kishi's lips together, forcibly closing the mouth that had nearly intruded upon his personal space. With a voice devoid of any inflection, he remarked, "Not only does it let the air escape, but it also carries the sin of a cesspool." At this moment, Kishi finally grasped the meaning behind Karl's taunt. Yet this revelation did little to dampen his spirits. In fact, it only intensified his mirth, even as his mouth was squished into a contorted mass. Dismissing Kishi's exuberant demeanor, Karl turned to glance at the other subordinates who had rushed over upon hearing the news. As he faced these equally fervent followers, Karl gradually retracted his smile, shifting his gaze to the conspicuous bison before him, before drawing forth his long sword from its sheath at his waist. "By the way, has King Robert returned?" Chapter 34. Interest with a sharp sound. Karl unsheathed his sword from his waist and, without looking back, posed a question to Kosi. His sudden movement startled Kosi, who, upon realizing that Karl was merely gesturing with the sword against the bison, relaxed, understanding that he was not in danger. However, after instinctively retracting his neck, he ceased his earlier frivolity and answered earnestly, "The king has just returned, though he seems rather displeased to have come back empty-handed and has since gone off to drink. He should be in the tavern's main hall right now." Kosi answered Karl's inquiry honestly. However, observing Karl's actions with curiosity, he instinctively asked, "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Karl did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to probe the bison's abdomen with his sword. Moments later, having located the desired spot, he thrust the blade with precision. The sword pierced the bison's belly at just the right depth, embedding itself about a finger's width into the flesh. Then, under Kosi's bewildered yet admiring gaze, Karl, with a steady grip on the hilt, expertly maneuvered the blade along the incision, creating a neat and elegant opening. As the bison's belly was suddenly breached, its internal organs and fat spilled forth, releasing a peculiar odor. Seeing that his incision was neither too shallow nor too deep, and that he had not even grazed the fat membrane, Karl nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Kosi and the others, who were curiously observing his actions, and explained with a slight smile, "This bison has been dead for a while. I must remove its entrails, or else the meat will not taste good." Once an animal's body has been dead for a certain period, if it is not promptly eviscerated, the residual heat will cause the tissues to leach moisture, adversely affecting the meat's flavor. Admiring the tidy incision he had made, Karl sheathed his sword and turned to the members of the Blackstone mercenary group who had gathered upon hearing the news. "Now, I need to extract everything inside. It would be even better if a few of you who only drink and chase women could lend a hand." He added with a smile, "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I intend to present this bison to our king." After delivering this message to the group of layabouts, Karl raised an eyebrow and took a couple of steps back, casually adding, "If we receive a reward, everyone who lends a hand will share in it." As soon as Karl's voice fell, the crowd, previously in awe of his remarkable swordsmanship, fell into a profound silence. Then, the members of the Blackstone mercenary corps, who relied on Karl for their livelihood, momentarily paused in bewilderment before their eyes gleamed with fervent ambition. "Choose me. My hands and feet are renowned for their swiftness." "Damn that Bryce. Don't believe this fool. He is so inept that even in an affair he gets caught by the husband at home, as clumsy as a maggot. Select me, chief. You know my skills with my hands are unparalleled in the realm of King S Landing. Hall. Are you referring to that incident when you injured a courtesan and had to compensate the brothel with a silver stag? I heard it was because you clumsily bit your own finger while filling shells." With Karl's pronouncement, the mercenaries, who had initially been spectators, eagerly stepped forward to volunteer. In their fervor to seize this evidently lucrative opportunity, these ruffians exchanged barbs and jibes, vying to be the first to rush toward the bison, even covertly sabotaging their erstwhile drinking companions. Kosi was correct. They were indeed a bunch of scoundrels. Thus, he remained silent, tripping one particularly audacious rogue attempting to surpass him, and promptly seized the most advantageous position. Meanwhile, Karl said nothing, even yielding his own place. With a serene smile, he leisurely removed a water skin from his waist, uncorked it, and brought it to his lips, feigning ignorance of the unfolding chaos. As Karl maintained his silence, these seasoned mercenaries quickly grasped his unspoken intent. Their eyes lit up with greed, and they disregarded all decorum, surging forward in a frenzied rush, fearful that they might miss their chance to claim a position for the task at hand. Observing their eagerness, Karl found solace in his leisure, retreating to a corner to sit and sip water from his water skin, calmly watching their frenzied activity. In truth, Karl's earlier remark held a kernel of truth, albeit not entirely. For during the time that the bison had perished, there had been no pressing matters, and Karl had drained it of blood. Thus, as long as the processing was conducted within a reasonable time frame, the quality of the meat would remain unaffected. His underlying motive, however, was merely to find an excuse to share the bounty of this rich feast rather than keep it all to himself. Karl was never one to hoard resources. His vision was not so narrow as to be blinded by selfishness. He understood profoundly that to make the horse run, one must provide it with fodder. Moreover, he recognized that only through shared interests could one forge enduring alliances. This, indeed, was the very reason so many were willing to follow a mere youth of barely a decade into his ventures. Even though they were acutely aware that Karl's support had dissipated, and despite their underlying concerns, none of them faltered. They all resolutely followed Karl into the frigid northern territory at the king's summons. Their decision was not without merit, for no one would willingly endure such hardship. Each individual possessed unique skills. They were not the impoverished, ineffectual mercenaries often portrayed. Those who could thrive in King's Landing were far from ordinary. Moreover, Karl required time to prepare certain individuals for what lay ahead. He sipped slowly from his water pouch, his gaze reflecting a readiness forged through careful contemplation. Chapter 35 The Invitation of King Robert. A group of over 10 individuals skillfully processed a wild bull, and amidst their fervent rush, the entire operation was completed in less than half an hour. Aware that Karl intended to offer this bull as a tribute to the king, Kashi and the others even procured some wooden sticks from an unknown source. After swiftly constructing a frame, they hoisted the meticulously prepared bull upon it. The disemboweled creature, with its eyes closed and limbs bound to the wooden structure, appeared serene as it awaited its impending fate, even arranged in a distinctive pose. At that moment, Kashi, who had mysteriously vanished, reappeared and stealthily approached Karl's side. "Chief, the king is already aware of what transpired earlier, including your rescue of the prince," Kashi whispered, striving to suppress his excitement yet failing to conceal his exuberance. "He has just sent someone to summon you for an audience." Kashi's breath quickened, and his expression was one of palpable thrill, perhaps even more so than Karl, the central figure of the event. Those around had noticed his fervor, understanding the reason behind it. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their followers rise as well. With the prospect of this illegitimate son poised to reach the pinnacle of his life due to the recent events, those who accompanied him would inevitably become his most capable allies in his ascent. After all, those who chose to follow Karl must possess a foundation of mutual trust. Kashi understood that if Karl thrived, so too would he, a sentiment shared by the rest of the onlookers. For someone like Kashi, who once survived by peddling his services outside the brothels of King's Landing and engaging in less than reputable activities to make ends meet, he had never imagined he would witness such a day. Observing Kashi's excitement, the group that had been with Karl for several months now gazed at him with bated breath. Just then, as Kashi finished speaking and before Karl could respond, several shouts erupted from the outer edges of the crowd. A man, handsome with neatly groomed golden hair flowing behind him and devoid of a helmet, approached Karl, flanked by the king's guards. "It is the king's slayer," Kashi muttered instinctively upon seeing the newcomer. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly silenced himself and stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently on the figure. The crowd, instinctively quieting as Jaime Lannister, clad in the white armor of the Kingsguard and draped in a white cloak, made his entrance, heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Jaime Lannister distinctly heard the title of Kingslayer directed at him. However, he paid little heed to the opinions of others, not even casting a glance at Cersei, as his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Karl. He approached Karl with an upright posture until he stood directly before him. "Karl Storm, the king is already aware of the events that transpired earlier. His Grace, King Robert, wishes to extend an invitation for you to join his banquet, where he desires to express his gratitude to you in person." Karl was taken aback by the fact that Jaime Lannister, a member of the Kingsguard, had come personally to convey this message. As Jaime spoke, he maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any extraneous expression, affirming the formality of this summons. Yet, after articulating his purpose, a smile graced Jaime's face, his gaze softening as he looked at Karl. In that moment, he seemed to be in good spirits, his eyes reflecting more than mere acknowledgement of Karl as the unfortunate bastard and friend of his lonely dwarf brother. Faced with the king's summons, Karl could not possibly decline, especially considering that Robert had sent his Kingsguard to invite him personally, expressing a desire to convey his thanks face to face. Anticipating this, Karl nodded amicably to Jaime before rising to his feet. However, he chose not to follow Jaime Lannister immediately to meet Robert. Instead, he turned and pointed at the bison, which looked as if it had been dressed for a wedding by Cersei and her entourage. "Noble Sir Jaime Lannister, I have a gift I wish to present to our king, as a token of respect from my comrades and myself. However, As we are rough men unfamiliar with courtly etiquette, I hope the king does not find this forward. Karl's politeness was evident, his manner of speaking refined and courteous, contrasting sharply with the roughness typically associated with a mercenary, leading the Kingslayer to instinctively think of him as a nobleman. Upon hearing Karl's request, Jaime Lannister's gaze shifted to the meticulously prepared bison. Observing the well-prepared gift, his smile softened even further. I believe King Robert will feel honored by your offering, for it symbolizes the valor and might of a courageous warrior. May the Seven bless you. This is indeed a splendid gift. I am certain the king will appreciate it. Jaime did not dismiss Karl's intention. On the contrary, he praised it, as he acquiesced to Karl's request. Subsequently, as a member of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister took the lead, with Karl Storm following closely behind. Behind Karl, several men, including Cersei's retinue, carried the bison. The group, apart from Jaime Lannister and his guards, exuded a sense of calm from Karl's composed demeanor. For Koshi and his companions, it was as if they were merely missing a tail protruding from their backsides, poised to ascend towards the heavens. Subsequently, this group, under the watchful gaze of a crowd of 100 or 200 onlookers, excitedly lifted the gift prepared for King Karl and made their way toward the entrance of the Crossroads Inn. The king would await Karl's arrival here. The Crossroads Inn was modest in size, thus the journey would not be lengthy. After all, this was not the Red Keep in King's Landing, nor did it possess the solemnity of the Iron Throne. The personal invitation from the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, and Karl's polite inquiry before presenting his gift were merely customary gestures of the ceremony. However, for Robert, such formalities were irksome. As Karl approached the inn's entrance, he soon spotted a towering figure, standing at an impressive 6 feet 5 inches, adorned with a thick, dark beard. Simply standing there, he seemed capable of blocking the entrance to the Crossroads Inn, a hefty man resembling a wall in his formidable girth, now positioned at the doorway, gazing intently at the approaching Karl. Karl Storm. Chapter 36. The Enthusiasm from the Father. As Karl approached the entrance of the inn, he finally caught sight of Robert. The king of the Iron Throne, in turn, immediately recognized Karl amidst the crowd. Before Karl could come closer, Robert called out his name with a hearty voice. This boisterous and straightforward man, who bore the title of king, paid no heed to the niceties of etiquette. After calling out to Karl, he strode forward with great determination. His stout and towering figure moved with an impressive vigor. Observing this, the entourage promptly halted their steps, while Jaime Lannister instantly bowed before his king. Yet, Robert Baelish disregarded him entirely, ignoring his words as he approached Karl, offering not even a glance at his Kingsguard, who was dutifully reporting to him. Noticing the interaction between the two, Karl lowered his gaze slightly as Robert drew nearer, pondering in silence. He observed that Robert's expression was devoid of warmth, appearing rather solemn, leaving Karl uncertain about the king's thoughts. However, it soon became evident that Karl was overthinking the situation. Upon reaching Karl, Robert ceased all unnecessary actions. Instead, he paused to scrutinize Karl with an earnest gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. As Robert surveyed the young man before him, who was slightly taller than himself, he suddenly realized that this was perhaps the first time he had sincerely examined his grown illegitimate son. As he looked on, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. By the gods, he resembles me in my youth. Truly my blood. With this realization, Robert, who had been inspecting Karl with a serious demeanor, unexpectedly tilted his head back and burst into hearty laughter. It seemed as if genuine joy illuminated his features as he raised his once robust hand, now plump from a life of indulgence, and enthusiastically patted Karl's arm. Karl, who had been contemplating how to initiate a conversation, found himself momentarily taken aback by Robert's sudden laughter and warmth. The carefully crafted words he had prepared in his mind evaporated, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, their interactions had always been strictly formal, devoid of any personal connection. Karl had chosen to remain oblivious to certain matters, seeing himself merely as a fortunate free knight in the service of the king. Yet, in truth, he felt an inexplicable barrier of unfamiliarity and estrangement between himself and Robert. After all, in his memories, this man, before his considerable weight gain, had showered him with affection, often embracing him playfully. Perhaps for Robert, the trivial matters of the past have long faded from his memory, or perhaps he has never truly cared for them at all. After all, he is even oblivious to the number of illegitimate children he has fathered. Likewise, Robert is unaware of the thoughts swirling in Karl's mind as he gazes upon the young man before him, who bears a striking resemblance to himself. Memories involuntarily resurface, particularly of Karl Storm, his firstborn whom he once held in his arms and with whom he shared a fleeting companionship. It is worth noting that Robert had once contemplated bringing Karl from the Vale to raise him within the Red Keep, although that endeavor ultimately met with failure. Moreover, The fact that this child has ventured alone to King's Landing to carve out his own destiny has compelled Robert to pay closer attention to his firstborn after receiving news from Jon Arryn. He is aware of Karl's experiences over the past 6 months in the capital and has heard tales of his adventures across the Narrow Sea in the free trade city-states. He has even learned of the legends Karl has left behind in the brothel he frequents, where he witnessed Karl's performances that once had him laughing uproariously. To be candid, Robert has not hesitated to express his envy of Karl's life to his foster father, Jon Arryn, who served as his hand of the king, lamenting that he wished Karl were not treated like a mere pig, uncomfortably seated on a harsh iron stool. Jon Arryn would offer him a weary consolation. Yet now that comforting figure has passed away, as Robert gazes at Karl, he is reminded of both himself and the beloved figure of his late foster father. After laughing heartily, he cannot suppress a sigh, a shadow of sadness crossing his features, perhaps influenced by his memories of Jon Arryn. Robert finds himself yearning to draw closer to this illegitimate son, especially since Karl shares a profound bond with Jon Arryn, akin to that of 3 generations. However, in recent days, Cersei has been acting erratically, incessantly stirring trouble with Karl Storm as the focal point of her provocations. With so many issues weighing on his mind, Robert's frustration has reached a boiling point, akin to an overfilled bladder ready to burst. Yet, upon inviting Karl under such auspicious circumstances and finally seeing him, all his recent troubles dissipate into thin air. This explains why Robert could not contain his laughter upon first laying eyes on Karl, whose momentary astonishment quickly turned into a respectful gesture as he lowered himself to one knee, bowing to greet the esteemed king with the words, "Your Majesty, may the light of the 7 always shine upon you." However, standing before Karl, Robert scrutinized him, and as his stature diminished, before Karl could complete his formalities, Robert swiftly steadied him and exclaimed, "I detest such trivial ceremonies and have no faith in that damned 7. It's utterly revolting. The 7 hells." Robert nearly uttered a curse against the 7 gods, but fortunately, he quickly sealed his lips. Smoothly diverting from the forbidden topic, he beamed at Karl and continued, "And you, my boy, splendid. Joffrey is currently undergoing a bachelor's medical examination, but it appears that aside from being startled, he is none the worse for wear. The queen is attending to him, so it falls upon me to express my gratitude to you." As he spoke, Robert's smile grew more sincere, and he patted Karl's arm a few more times. Without waiting for Karl to respond, he seized Karl's arm and turned, striding towards the tavern's lobby. "Come, join me for a few drinks. I have brought quite the selection of fine wine." Robert, exhibiting a familiar ease, seized control of the conversation from their first encounter, leaving no room for Karl to offer polite refusals. There was no sense of formality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he simply took Karl by the hand and proceeded to drink. Realizing that Robert had taken the initiative to forego the customary greetings, Karl welcomed the gesture. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Robert's subsequent remarks. Thus, under Robert's prompting, Karl instinctively followed him into the tavern. Chapter 37. Flattery and Unexpected Rewards. Thus, in a somewhat perplexing display of exuberance, King Robert seized Karl by the arm and ushered him into the tavern's grand hall. At that moment, the establishment was devoid of patrons, save for a few guards stationed in the corners and attendants poised to serve the king. The centerpiece of the room was a long table, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes prepared who knows when. Karl's entrance revealed a veritable feast, with roasted meats, pies, and a hodgepodge of culinary delights strewn about. A basket woven from reeds brimmed with steaming loaves of bread, while an assortment of vividly colored fresh fruits adorned the table as embellishments. Overwhelmed by the delectable aromas wafting through the air, Karl stumbled slightly, ensnared by the tantalizing scents. It then struck him that he possessed a gift for the king, a treasure valued at 100 gold dragons, which had nearly slipped his mind. With this thought igniting a sense of urgency, Karl hastily extricated himself from Robert's grasp. After a slight bow, he addressed the king with fervor. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my boldness. While visiting the banks of the Trident in hopes of paying homage to your illustrious victories, I was fortunate enough, by the grace of the 7, to encounter a herd of wild buffalo. They were about to quench their thirst, and seizing the opportunity, I hunted down the mightiest among them. I have brought it back and ensured my companions have prepared it suitably." As he spoke, Karl gazed earnestly at Robert, his expression sincere. "I wish to present this buffalo to your Majesty as a token of my admiration for your valor." Karl's flattery struck the perfect chord, transforming Robert's initial curiosity into a broader smile that graced his face. Although the king was indifferent to the bounty of a buffalo, or any game for that matter, his heart swelled with delight at the connection Karl had drawn between this gift and the legendary feat of vanquishing the Targaryen dynasty with a single blow of his hammer. Robert's spirits soared further. In his life, few things mattered more than indulging in women, savoring fine wines, and breaking things with his hammer, which constituted the majority of his joy. The act of slaying Rhaegar Targaryen, however, occupied a significant place in his heart, perhaps even surpassing his interest in the Iron Throne itself. Yet, it was equally possible that he harbored a latent weariness toward the very notion of kingship. However, regardless of the circumstances, Karl's perfectly timed flattery not only brought Robert immense pleasure, but was also remarkably apparent, especially considering that it stemmed from a young man. A child expressing admiration for a formidable figure, it only heightened Robert's delight. Moreover, this praise was bestowed by his own offspring. How delightful! Ha ha, Karl Storm. I have heard the tale. Perhaps it is precisely due to your luck that the audacious fool Joffrey has managed to escape with his life. As Robert laughed heartily, his face aglow with joy, he openly praised Karl, unabashedly denigrating his own son in front of the outsider. Despite the fact that this foolish son was the heir to the Iron Throne, destined to be the future king of the Seven Kingdoms, it was as if he was entirely unconcerned with Joffrey's dignity. After extolling Karl, Robert promptly turned to face Jaime Lannister, who had positioned himself at the doorway like a guard as they entered the hall. Without hesitation, he barked a command. Regicide. Go inform the maester responsible for the ravens to write to my master of coin, instructing him to allocate 10,000 golden dragons from the royal treasury as a reward for our brave warrior. Go now and make those legs move a bit faster. Are they numb from sheer boredom? Robert's tone was decidedly brusque as he ordered Jaime, the heir of Casterly Rock, to attend to the task. Jaime, upon receiving the command, glanced at Karl before nodding in acknowledgement and departing. Watching the figure in the flowing white cloak vanish from sight, Karl turned back to Robert with a look of surprise. He had not anticipated such generosity from Robert, who had so readily offered him 10,000 golden dragons. This sum was a staggering 100 times the bounty of 100 golden dragons he had placed on the wildlings. Furthermore, this reward was evidently not a direct result of Joffrey's recent incident, but rather a spontaneous act of generosity from Robert due to his good spirits. It was no wonder Karl felt astonished. However, upon seeing the regicide depart, Robert turned back to Karl, evidently dissatisfied with the look of bewilderment on his face. His brow furrowed slightly as he explained, I apologize for not being able to hand over the golden dragons to you immediately, for I cannot possibly carry such a vast amount of gold on my journey. After all, the queen's litter is already cumbersome enough to vex me. Damn it. If that rickety contraption breaks down, I shall make that woman ride alongside me. Robert's words were an attempt to clarify why he could not present the gold to Karl at that moment, as he had no need to transport such a large quantity of treasure. Yet, as he spoke, he could not help but begin to voice his grievances regarding Cersei once more. In Karl's eyes, his disdain for the Lannisters was so profound that he casually uttered their name as a curse. Naturally, he could not entertain Robert's words, merely bowing his head in a gesture of respect. Upon reflecting on the lengthy journey that lay ahead for Robert, he could only let out a resigned sigh once more. He swiftly redirected the conversation, continuing, You mentioned that your companions also dealt with the wild bull? Then let each one be rewarded with 50 golden dragons. I happen to have the funds on hand. At this juncture, Robert's brow relaxed, evidently pleased with his clever maneuver to win Karl's favor through this act. In response, Karl could only express his gratitude. I thank His Majesty the King on behalf of my companions, who are merely skilled in brawling and chasing women. I am especially grateful for your Majesty's recognition of me. Faced with a benefactor who was prone to lavish generosity, Karl did not hesitate this time. His bow of thanks was executed with remarkable swiftness. Observing the avaricious gleam in his eyes, Robert chuckled heartily several times. His spirits lifted considerably. In that case, let the chef roast the wild bull, preparing a grand feast. Once it is ready, I shall share it with everyone and proclaim whose glory they are partaking in. At this moment, one must acknowledge that Cersei Lannister had a knack for indulgence. She certainly had not forgotten to bring the chef along. Hearing Robert's words, Karl's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, he had instructed Kelsey and the others to handle the wild bull precisely to prepare for the forthcoming roast. With money gained and meat to savor, what could be more delightful? Chapter 38, Talent. Investiture. The roast whole cow, in Westeros, is an exceedingly luxurious method of preparing beef. This culinary endeavor is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring the entire carcass to be slowly rotated on a spit over an open flame, with the cooking process extending over several hours. Consequently, it necessitates the vigilant attention of at least 3 individuals to ensure that the immense weight of the cow is managed without mishap. The head chef then applies a sumptuous glaze of cream and herbs, returning it to the fire until the meat is exquisitely tender and infused with flavor, its juices cascading forth. Karl had never tasted this extravagant dish himself. He had only heard others boast of its opulence. The closest he had come to such a delicacy was a modest serving of roasted bison leg with chives, a mere fraction of the grandeur he now envisioned. The thought of indulging in such culinary delights brought an earnest smile to Karl's face. Seeing Karl's enthusiasm, Robert laughed heartily. Come, let us drink. With that, Robert pulled Karl down to sit, as a server who had been waiting nearby promptly approached to pour wine for the two. Meanwhile, those who had been left outside, including Cersei and others, were suddenly filled with excitement at the unexpected turn of events. They had been standing in the courtyard, perplexed, but now, with their leader having only entered briefly, they were greeted with astonishing news. Alongside the validation of their seemingly inconsequential efforts, the allure of 50 golden dragons was irresistible. This sum was substantial enough that, upon receipt, it could afford these spendthrifts a comfortable and extravagant lifestyle for several years. As for what would happen once the funds were exhausted, they could always venture forth again into the world. While Cersei and her companions reveled in their excitement, they were acutely aware of the origins of the 50 golden dragons that had come so easily to them. Thus, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. The anxieties that had once plagued them following the demise of Karl Storm, their protector, and the unwarranted enmity from the Queen, were now swiftly assuaged under the golden glow of prosperity. Indeed, mercenaries in Westeros were notorious for their lack of loyalty and discipline, their reputation far from flattering. Yet, what relevance did this have to the Blackstone mercenary company? From this moment forth, they would remain steadfastly loyal to their leader, the wheel-turning Karl, loyal to their wheel king. Unbeknownst to Karl, the revelry outside continued unabated. Within the confines of the inn, as the wine flowed freely and the dishes were savored, not a soul intruded upon the solitude shared by Karl and Robert. Seated at the table, Karl indulged without restraint, drinking as if he were the generous King Robert, flinging gold coins about. Given his current physical constitution, the effects of alcohol scarcely hindered him, as the two men engaged in a merry exchange of drinking, feasting, and conversation. The subtle barriers that had once existed between them had long since dissipated into the ether. In a moment of revelry, perhaps spurred by joy or some other sentiment, Robert Baratheon, his face flushed and pleasantly tipsy, cast his gaze upon the longsword that Karl had placed on a nearby table upon entering. Upon seeing the blade, Robert paused momentarily, then set down his cup and staggered to his feet. "Is this your weapon? A little knife for a woman to carve meat?" He lifted Karl's seemingly unremarkable longsword, an expression of mild disdain flickering in his eyes. Turning to Karl, he brandished the sword, suggesting, "Perhaps you should try a hammer." Karl, observing Robert's actions, maintained an impassive demeanor. However, when Robert jested about the hammer, a glimmer of inscrutable meaning appeared in Karl's gaze. Contemplating the sword, he instinctively pondered for 2 seconds. "In truth, my primary weapon is a two-handed warhammer." For reasons unknown, Karl chose not to conceal this fact, speaking candidly. Yet, he then gestured toward the longsword Robert held. "However, it is rather inconvenient to carry it in daily life, and there are many situations where a longsword proves useful, so." With that, Karl shrugged, his intentions clear. Perhaps influenced by the intoxicating effects of the wine or the ambience of camaraderie, Karl found himself divulging a truth. There was no need to deceive Robert, for the enhancements he possessed had elevated his physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Although his statistics had skyrocketed in the game through years of battling and leveling up, in reality, perhaps due to diminishing returns or some other factor, his physical abilities, while still formidable, did not reach the extreme heights they did within the game. Nonetheless, even in this reality, the traits derived from his physical attributes rendered his strength almost superhuman. Furthermore, these attributes had given rise to several special, constant talents recognized by the game interface. Among them was the previously mentioned night vision, along with 3 relatively conventional talents: heavy armor, two-handed weapons, and critical strike. The heavy armor talent allowed Karl to don exceptionally thick armor without any detriment to his capabilities. Indeed, with his current strength, wearing heavy armor posed no burden whatsoever. However, upon acquiring the talent of heavy armor, Karl transforms into a figure reminiscent of an Astartes, where the armor adorning his form does not impede his agility. It is as if he merely drapes a supple and elastic autumn garment over his physique. As for the talent of dual wielding, it endows Karl's hands with equal dexterity, regardless of which he considers dominant. Furthermore, whether employing a dual-handed weapon or wielding 2 separate weapons, he experiences a significant enhancement. Although Karl has not attempted the audacious act of urinating while engaging in combat, he has successfully managed to control 2 steeds while riding, deftly guiding them over obstacles as they ascend the mountain together. Regarding the remaining talent, critical strike, its essence is easily comprehensible. Unlike the previous 2 talents, utilizing this one requires a certain degree of warm-up and is considerably taxing on his stamina. In the straightforward terminology of the game, Karl must accumulate a measure of fury to unleash this talent, which comes with prerequisites. He has endeavored to harness it, and in reality, it imbues his weapon with a capacity that eludes his understanding. It is not akin to weapon enchantment. Rather, it manifests as an intuitive display. It resembles a unique energy that adheres to the weapon Karl wields, rooted in his physical prowess. Upon striking an adversary or any object, this extraordinary energy transfers in a manner that is inscrutable to Karl, subsequently erupting within the target, an implosive phenomenon. Thus, the designation of this talent as critical strike is indeed justified. In Karl's perception, it represents a magical assault rooted in physical strength rather than mana. Although it ultimately inflicts physical damage, he remains somewhat perplexed about its practical utility, as he is yet to find a situation where it proves indispensable, except perhaps in a scenario where he must wield a hammer to breach an enemy's gates. Beyond these three innate talents provided by the game, Karl possesses two additional extraordinary abilities that diverge from the original game's design and are not displayed on the interface within the game world. One is termed Unburnable, while the other is Dreamwalker. The Unburnable talent radiates a constant luminescence, indicating its activation, whereas Dreamwalker remains shrouded in a nebulous gray, suggesting its dormant state. Thus, when Karl mentions that his primary weapon is not a longsword, for some inexplicable reason, Robert feels a surge of joy. He once again grasped Karl's longsword, casting a glance at it before his gaze involuntarily lingered upon Karl's face. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his lips. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from its sheath and tossed the scabbard aside. King Robert, now holding Karl's sword, staggered toward the door of the inn. Observing Robert's peculiar behavior, Karl felt perplexed. It seemed as though Robert had indulged in drink, prompting him to rise and follow. The guards stationed in the corner could not help but direct their attention to the two men. However, upon witnessing Karl's actions, they hesitated momentarily before deciding to observe the unfolding scene in silence. Your Majesty. Seeing Robert continue to wobble toward the exit, Karl called out with a hint of concern, instinctively reaching out to support him. Yet, as Karl extended his hand, Robert forcefully pushed his arm away, raising the sword's tip to point towards an open space outside the Crossroads inn. At that moment, the courtyard of the inn was already bustling with 200 to 300 onlookers. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a sight of exquisite beauty that harmonized with the wild cattle roasting over an open fire. The embers, stirred by a gentle breeze, sent sparks aloft, dancing into the air before dissipating like the evening glow, as if the celestial hues were mirrored by the earthly flames. As Karl Storm and Robert Baratheon emerged suddenly from the inn, the crowd, previously engrossed in idle chatter around the bonfire, instinctively turned their gazes toward them. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The expansive courtyard was now filled only with the sounds of crackling embers, the whispering wind, and the quickening breaths of those who sensed the gravity of the moment. A droplet of grease, unable to withstand the heat of the flames, fell onto the coals with a soft sizzle. Karl Storm, kneel. Robert paid no heed to the surrounding gazes or the eerie stillness. His eyes were fixed on Karl, who had followed closely behind, anxious to support him should he be inebriated. Robert wore a serene smile, yet his eyes mirrored an anticipation that seemed even more fervent than Karl's own regarding what was to transpire next. With hundreds of eyes upon him, Karl felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. He recognized Robert's intent, yet he had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Now, all eyes were trained upon this illegitimate son from the valley. Perhaps the sound of their collective breaths had grown too loud, causing the flames of the bonfire to crackle ominously. Karl felt his throat tighten involuntarily. Yet he resolutely advanced, slowly positioning himself before Robert, standing where the point of Robert's sword was directed. Subsequently, Karl placed his left hand upon his chest, while his right hand rested behind his back. As he gently stepped back with one leg, his knees bent in unison, Karl knelt on his right knee before King Robert, bowing his head. At the same moment, the tip of Robert's sword rested upon Karl's right shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I beseech you to be brave. The sword was lifted, arching around Karl's head, transitioning from his right shoulder to his left. In the name of the Father, I implore you to be just. As the sonorous words resonated, the sword returned once more to Karl's right shoulder. In the name of the Holy Mother, I call upon you to protect the weak and the innocent. The motion was repeated, the blade once again grazing his left shoulder. In the name of the Maiden, I demand you safeguard all women. The remainder of the incantation eluded Karl, for Robert's words abruptly ceased at that moment. Curiously, Karl lifted his gaze to meet Robert's. He observed Robert's furrowed brow and pained expression, as if he had forgotten the subsequent lines of the ceremony. Perhaps Robert had indeed completed the entirety of the ceremonial oration. For as Karl looked up at him, He withdrew the sword from Karl's shoulder and turned his gaze towards Karl's deep blue eyes, reflecting the evening sky. Arise, Sir Karl of Stone, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The evening breeze tousled Karl's coal-black hair. He beheld the king who had just conferred knighthood upon him, a smile gracing his face. However, at that moment, within the harmonious atmosphere, a sharp and venomous voice shattered the solemnity of the occasion, intruding with harshness. Damn you, vile bastard! What have you done? Chapter 39. Accusation. In the midst of a gathered crowd, and under the watchful eyes of many, a tall, handsome man was being knighted by the king at the center of the bustling Crossroads Inn. The atmosphere was solemn and serene, as all eyes were irresistibly drawn to Sir Karl Storm, who had just risen from the completed ceremony. Among the gazes directed at him, there was not merely envy but a deeper sense of expectation. In Westeros, one is born a commoner and dies a commoner. The kingdom had no laws or regulations designed to elevate the common folk into the upper echelons of society. Thus, regardless of one's extraordinary skills or unique talents, as long as one remained a commoner, they would remain so for life. Of course, this was not an absolute truth. There existed a few rare avenues for commoners to ascend. However, such opportunities were typically reserved for those favored by lords through significant contributions or individuals who could prove their worth, thereby earning the title of knight and elevation in rank. For others, the ascent was akin to reaching the heavens. Yet, just as the king had conferred knighthood upon one, and amidst the tranquil atmosphere prepared to celebrate his knight, a sudden, piercing curse erupted from the crowd outside. It sliced through the solemn ceremony like a rusted blade, creating an indescribable sense of rupture. Hearing the abrupt, familiar vitriol, Robert Baratheon instinctively furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the intruder, an uncontrollable rage surged across his face. The crowd, which had been watching the king's knighting ceremony with envy, was startled by the unexpected, brash outburst. Instantly, they reacted with a brief murmur, followed by turning to identify the source of the disturbance. As they beheld the figure, there was a moment of hesitation before they instinctively parted to create a path for the furious queen, Cersei Lannister, who stormed into the throng, her skirts held high, flanked by 3 Kingsguard and at least 20 Lannister guards. Witnessing Cersei's grand entrance and the commanding presence she exuded, even Robert, known for his patience, could no longer tolerate such blatant provocation. His temper, already fragile, flared. The ostentatious display of trouble-seeking from Cersei ignited a fire within him, prompting him to rise and block her path. With a fierce glare, he regarded his queen, his expression conveying a silent challenge. "Woman, are you testing my patience?" he seemed to say, gripping the sword he had just used to knight Karl tightly, his face reflecting a desire to cool this tempestuous woman's fervor, hoping she might reconsider her reckless actions. Observing Robert's seemingly perilous actions, Jaime Lannister, who was trailing behind Cersei, wore an expression of helplessness. Yet, he had no choice but to position himself in front of Cersei, separating the queen and king, who were glaring at each other like two adversaries. However, upon noticing Jaime's movement, Robert's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his sword, pointing it directly at the throat of the Kingslayer. "Kingslayer, do you wish to spill the blood of yet another king to whom you have pledged your loyalty?" Robert's voice was laced with suppressed fury, as if the slightest misstep in Jaime's next words would compel his sword to taste blood. Jaime Lannister, inhaling the rich scent of wine, remained unmoved despite Robert's humiliation of having a sword aimed at his throat. Instead, he wore a faintly awkward expression and raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. "Your Majesty, I assure you, it is not as you perceive." Jaime attempted to elucidate, but the chilling metal against his neck rendered him speechless. "Not as you perceive?" Robert clearly had no intention of entertaining any explanations, pressing the blade firmly against Jaime's neck. "If I were blind and inebriated, perhaps I might consider your advice. But I believe that should only occur once you have truly become the captain of the Kingsguard, or is some lion growing impatient." Robert's gaze was dangerously intense, his lowered voice dripping with disdain and veiled threats. Observing the unfolding scene, the onlookers, bewildered by the unexpected confrontation between the king and queen, gasped in suppressed shock. No one could fathom the cause of such discord, especially leading to the king drawing his sword, poised to slay Cersei's twin brother, Jaime Lannister. The more astute observers recalled the queen's earlier curse, drawing immediate connections in their minds. Among the assembled crowd, half were court officials brought by the king, including some of considerable intellect. Their gazes turned curiously towards the bastard who had recently ascended from being an unremarkable mercenary to a knight, having been knighted by the king himself. Karl, however, maintained a stoic expression, tilting his head to watch the spectacle unfold with an air of detached amusement. Feeling the cold steel at his throat and listening to King Robert's scorn, Jaime, who had initially stepped in to prevent the conflict from spiraling out of control, now wore a troubled countenance. Having been tasked by Robert to relay news of Karl's reward, he was oblivious to the turmoil that had erupted. However, after delivering the message, he had assumed that Robert would be occupied with revelry alongside Karl, hence he did not rush back to report. Instead, he had decided to take the opportunity to check on Joffrey. Yet, it seemed that his absence had only exacerbated the situation. Upon his arrival at the Queen's quarters, the events unfolding before him inexplicably spiraled in an incomprehensible direction. Before he could even react, it became evident that the situation was about to be escalated by Cersei. The catalyst for this turmoil was the aftermath of Joffrey being attended to by servants and meticulously examined by an anxious maester, who confirmed that, aside from being startled, he was otherwise unharmed. He merely advised that a few doses of soothing concoction and several days of rest would suffice for recovery. However, upon seeing his mother, Joffrey, who had just emerged from a warm bath and was carefully swathed for rest, suddenly broke down into inconsolable tears, as if awakening from a stupor. Amidst the bewildered expressions of those around him, Joffrey sobbed and stammered, embellishing a series of tales regarding his harrowing experiences by the Trident. Yet, Joffrey's lamentations left Jaime, Tyrion, and even Myrcella and Tommen in a state of utter disbelief. No one was persuaded by his vivid and dramatic recounting, not even the 7-year-old Tommen Baratheon. The absurdity and implausibility of Joffrey's claims rendered them almost laughable. In his narrative, Karl the Stone was not a savior but rather a diabolical figure, a malevolent sorcerer, the true architect of his torment. Consequently, it was needless to say that Joffrey's anguished accusations were met with skepticism. Even Jaime, despite his kinship, assumed Joffrey's near brush with death had induced a terrifying hallucination. However, one individual remained unaffected by the general disbelief, his mother, the fiercely protective Cersei Lannister. Upon hearing Joffrey's accusations, her eyes blazed with rage, consuming her thoughts entirely. Distraught over the misfortune befalling her beloved son, she was engulfed by fury with no outlet for her distress. In her turmoil, she did not pause to discern whether Joffrey was lying or if she merely chose to ignore the truth. Consequently, Cersei, driven by maternal instinct, disregarded Jaime's attempts to restrain her and dismissed Tyrion's reasonable counsel, which stemmed solely from his concern for his nephew. With a fierce cry, she stormed out of the quarters, gathering her guards and vowing to slay the treacherous Karl the Stone. Even the 2 Kingsguard sent by Robert to protect Joffrey were swept along in her fervor. Sir Meryn Trant and Ser Boros Blunt, both sworn protectors of the Queen, did not hesitate to comply with Her Majesty's command. Instead, they bowed deeply, placing their hands over their hearts, and declared, "At your service, your grace." In response to Robert's admonition, Cersei merely scoffed with disdain, not even glancing at the longsword poised against Jaime's neck. She turned her gaze towards the composed Karl Stone, her eyes filled with venom. She completely dismissed Robert Baratheon, her attention solely fixated on Karl. Her baleful stare seemed as if it could slice through flesh, and had it the power to manifest. Karl might have already succumbed to her wrath, lying helplessly on the ground, eyes wide with despair. Ignoring Robert's drawn sword, she deftly maneuvered past him, approaching Karl directly. Robert then heard Cersei's cold voice pierce the air. "Robert, do you know how Joffrey fell into the river?" Her lips curled into a cruel smile. Although her gaze was fixed on Karl, her words were directed at the king behind her. Upon hearing her statement, not only Robert Baratheon but also the onlookers were stirred with intrigue. Yet, unnoticed by many, Jaime's expression darkened further. "Cersei, listen." Jaime Lannister's face was serious, eager to interject. However, Cersei had no intention of granting him the opportunity. She interrupted him sharply, continuing her tirade. "Did you know that your son, the heir to the kingdom, was nearly slain by that despicable and vile bastard? And what did you do? United the very one who nearly brought harm to your son, elevating him to the status of a hero." Before Robert could inquire, Cersei posed and answered her own question, her voice rising to a fever pitch as she delivered her harshest indictment against Karl. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat lively, fell into a profound silence in response to Cersei Lannister's sudden accusation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the realm. The roaring bonfire cast an eerie glow on Cersei's increasingly contorted visage, infusing the moment with an unsettling quality. The wind whispered through the air, and the crackling of the burning coals filled the silence. A drop of oil, scorched by the heat, fell onto the embers, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. Yet the flames, which should have radiated warmth, now sent a chill through the hearts of those present. In that moment, silence reigned. The crowd instinctively widened their eyes, filled with shock as they gazed at Karl Stone and the Queen who had hurled such grave accusations at him. A sensation of dread crept over them. As seconds ticked by, the onlookers gradually grasped the implications of the Queen's words, and they could not suppress a collective gasp of disbelief. As Cersei's vehement accusations echoed through the air, Robert, who had just been incensed by her pointed remarks, found himself momentarily taken aback. His already inebriated mind struggled to comprehend the gravity of her words. "Cersei, this is not who you are." The more outrageous her statements became, the darker the expression on Jaime Lannister's face grew, nearly dripping with despair. Observing the crowd's rising agitation in response to Cersei's slander against Karl Storm, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the seemingly stunned Karl, who appeared overwhelmed by the onslaught of accusations. Jaime was still making a final effort. He was acutely aware of Cersei's intentions, having been informed of her plans just days prior. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal to partake in such treachery, particularly against someone who had saved their children. How could Jaime Lannister reconcile this internal conflict? At that moment, Cersei was beyond listening to Jaime's protests. She had succumbed to madness. Meanwhile, Robert, upon hearing Jaime's attempts to soothe Cersei, felt a stir of confusion. His furrowed brow deepened with suspicion, sensing that something was amiss. He had no time to ponder the situation as the frenzied Cersei continued her tirade. Her gaze, venomous and unwavering, fixated on Karl, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her teeth bared as if she longed to consume him whole and drain his very essence. Suddenly, Cersei raised her trembling, bloodless fingers, pointing accusingly at Karl as her venomous words spewed forth. "This vile scoundrel, and you dare to knight him? Robert, let me tell you. A bastard will forever remain a bastard, nothing more than maggots crawling through filth. From the moment he was born, his very being was forged from greed, hypocrisy, and malice." After unleashing such a torrent of vitriol, Cersei was momentarily forced to pause, yet her inner flames only surged higher, fueled by her fervent beliefs. She twisted her head sharply, her visage contorted with rage, her eyes glimmering with murderous intent as they locked onto the bewildered Robert Baratheon, who was grappling with the weight of her words. With renewed fervor, she shouted, "And now, this despicable bastard of yours seeks to murder Joffrey in such a treacherous manner. He will torment him in the shadows, weaving lies to ensnare the minds of the unsuspecting, leading them into a web of illusion he has spun. Ultimately, he will silently eliminate Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, and seize their rightful place." Cersei uttered these alarming words in one breath. Although the piercing denunciations subsided at that moment, their echoes continued to resonate within the hearts of those present. Yet, amidst the chilling breeze that heralded the encroaching night, only the crackling of burning coals remained. In the hearts of the people, it felt as if all sounds in the world had fallen into an eerie silence. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Queen Cersei, their ears attuned to her accusations against the newly anointed knight. As they absorbed her seemingly unequivocal claims, an unbidden belief in Cersei's words began to take root within them. However, a sense of bewilderment and shock lingered in the minds of the majority. They exchanged glances, seeking confirmation on each other's faces that they were not merely hallucinating. What had they just heard? Karl Storm was purportedly the illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon I. Moreover, this bastard was accused by the queen of plotting to murder the king's son, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. What a fantastical turn of events. Yet, gazing upon the hushed scene before them, they couldn't help but wonder if they had indulged a bit too much in drink and were now lost in a dream. Just as this profound silence enveloped them, a breathy yet serene voice broke through the stillness. "If the seven gods have eyes, I believe they must have blinked at the moment of my creation. So, might anyone extend a modicum of compassion to a poor dwarf? At the very least, grant a little extra patience while walking." Chapter 40, I demand trial by combat. A sudden voice shattered the eerie silence. Cersei, who had just levied severe accusations against Karl Storm, turned with a grim expression upon hearing this distinctive sound, casting a scornful glare at the disgrace of House Lannister, her own brother, Tyrion. Cersei scoffed coldly. The Seven would not have created a demon. Implicit in Cersei's words was the notion that Tyrion had no connection to the divine. It was a phrase that sounded refined, yet was undeniably harsh. However, Tyrion appeared blissfully unaware of the malice in Cersei's words. Instead, he approached with hands outstretched, raising an eyebrow and donning a feigned expression of exasperation as he addressed her. "My beautiful queen sister, might this be an accusation directed at me as well? Yet, I believe that if the Seven have permitted me to live, perhaps their judgment has already been rendered." Tyrion deftly turned Cersei's humiliation back upon her with a few well-chosen words, even bordering on the overly practiced. After his retort, he beamed as he stepped forward to face Robert Baratheon, bowing respectfully, seemingly oblivious to the bizarre atmosphere surrounding them. "I am honored, my queen sister, that you still remember your dwarf brother, though it appears you are not particularly fond of me. Nevertheless, I believe it is customary to first pay my respects to our king. Good afternoon, your majesty." He continued, My apologies, I seem to have lost track of time. It is already evening." With a slight hand gesture to his chest as a mark of contrition, he then pointed to the long sword that rested against his brother's neck. I merely worry that my one true brother, the only one who loves me in this world, might inadvertently suffer a fatal accident should your hand tremble, your majesty. Therefore, might I implore you, in light of the unfortunate dwarf who has but one person to love him, to show mercy and lower your sword, forgiving him for any unintended offense? After all, the tears of a half-man bring no strange magic beyond eliciting smiles from others. While Tyrion's words were laced with jest, his sincerity was evident. After advocating for his brother Jaime Lannister, he bowed deeply once more to King Robert. The slightly more composed Robert, having regained some sobriety, let out a huff and, taking advantage of the dwarf's offered reprieve, lowered his sword. After all, he could not genuinely bring himself to slay Jaime Lannister. Yet, after relinquishing his weapon, he did not glance at the relieved dwarf but instead fixed his gaze upon the queen, who had just revealed that Karl Storm was her illegitimate son and had made grave accusations against him. What is the meaning of this? I do not wish for this to be a mere farce. At this moment, Robert was consumed by fury, his tone heavy with indignation. Having long understood Cersei's true nature, he had begun to piece together the situation. As for Cersei's claim that Karl was his illegitimate son, he did not outright deny it. For who in the Seven Kingdoms was unaware of his extramarital offspring? Moreover, he was indifferent to such matters. After all, he never bothered to acknowledge his only recognized bastard, merely raising him in Storm's End. However, Cersei's accusations against Karl compelled his attention. One was his illegitimate son, recently knighted by him, and the other was his legitimate son, the first in line to inherit the throne. The charge of attempting to murder a prince was, in many ways, a crime more grievous than treason itself. Although Joffrey's temperament could be quite extreme at times, Robert could not deny his affection for this son. Yet now, Cersei audaciously accused his bastard of plotting to kill his legitimate heir, a claim so absurd it reeked of illogical jealousy. As he began to grasp the situation, Robert's anger only intensified. For with Cersei's accusations, whether they stemmed from her jealousy or if, as the queen alleged, they were the malevolent fabrications of the bastard Karl Storm, it represented a challenge to his authority. Thus, disregarding the presence of onlookers, Robert unleashed a vehement reprimand upon Cersei. However, before she could continue to cast aspersions upon Karl, Tyrion, who had been listening from the periphery and had already formulated a plan for intervention, seamlessly interjected. Your Grace, please calm your ire. This matter is truly but a misunderstanding. The incident arose from Joffrey's fright after nearly drowning, compounded by the chill that followed. His fevered state led him to utter some nonsensical remarks that could easily be misinterpreted. With just a few words, Tyrion elucidated the origins of the situation. He then turned to Cersei, who still wore a mask of resentment, and added, "We can all understand that a child, after such a fright and exposure to the cold, would likely develop a fever and speak irrationally. Such matters should not be taken too seriously. After all, Joffrey himself may not even comprehend what he said, and Cersei, as a mother who cares deeply for her child, likely acted out of panic in this instance. I am willing to extend my apologies to Sir Karl Storm on her behalf." Tyrion spoke rapidly, not allowing Cersei an opportunity to interject, hastily attempting to clarify the situation. He wished to prevent any escalation, as this matter involved his family and his dearest friend. In his view, the truth was evident, for he had been standing nearby and had heard everything firsthand. Perhaps, had the circumstances been different, Tyrion might have regarded this incident as an intriguing tale. It is indeed only Cersei, this madwoman, who would take it seriously, or perhaps she is merely seizing the opportunity to make a point, regardless of her motivations. Tyrion could not remain a mere spectator while witnessing his friend being ensnared by Cersei's deceit. Thus, he resolutely stepped forward. Following Tyrion's pronouncement, the onlookers began to grasp the unfolding narrative. The initially hushed atmosphere, rendered silent by Cersei's absurd accusations, soon erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Those who had regained their composure began to murmur among themselves. It was no wonder the queen was so enraged. It turned out that Prince Joffrey, in a feverish state, had uttered some nonsensical remarks, leading her to misconstrue the situation. It was perplexing how such a trivial matter had escalated to this point. Moreover, there was no conceivable motive for Karl Storm to harm Joffrey. Why would he? While there may not be many wise individuals among them, there were certainly few fools in this gathering. As Tyrion's words resonated, those who had been bewildered by Cersei's uproar began to awaken to the truth. A few individuals began to follow Tyrion's line of reasoning and quickly arrived at a conclusion. Firstly, Karl had no incentive to undertake such a thankless endeavor. After all, if Cersei's claims held any weight, the foremost question would be why Karl Storm did not simply eliminate Joffrey directly. The prince's fall into the water was undeniably genuine. If Karl had indeed harbored such intentions, he could have merely pretended to struggle while rescuing the prince. Thus, Joffrey would have vanished without a trace amidst the landscape. leaving behind only a tale for speculation. For a feud from this perspective, Karl Storm had no obligation to retrieve the prince at all. If he truly wished, he could have simply chosen to look the other way. The prince's disappearance or demise would not have been linked to an inconsequential hired knight by anyone. Thus, the logic was sound, and the reasoning was clear. Those who had initially been left in a fog by Cersei's antics, struggling to understand the events, began to identify numerous inconsistencies as they calmed and reflected. They also realized that Queen Cersei was merely causing a ruckus without justification. As for the reasons behind it, the crowd's gaze instinctively settled upon Karl. The king's illegitimate son in the valley became yet another intriguing topic for casual conversation, especially when laced with the queen's jealousy, rendering it all the more delicious. With Tyrion's remarks, Robert, his forehead throbbing with anger, began to comprehend the situation. His gaze towards Cersei grew increasingly malevolent, and he instinctively raised his hand. However, perhaps considering the public setting and the multitude of eyes upon him, he merely snorted in disdain before ultimately lowering his hand, substituting the intended gesture of indignation with a reprimand instead. Return to your wretched court, woman. Listen, it would be wise for you to remain in your accursed realm during this time, lest I lay eyes upon you. Furthermore, keep a watchful eye on that son of yours, who is on the brink of being ruined by your indulgence. And I do not wish to hear any more idle gossip stemming from jealousy. Robert's hand, having refrained from striking in public, has instead chosen to impose house arrest upon the queen. After unleashing his wrath upon this foolish woman, Robert finally turned his gaze towards the Lannister brothers. Take your sister away, for I wish to see no more Lannisters parading before me. The caravan shall depart tomorrow, by the seven hells, having issued his commands. Robert cursed under his breath and turned away, unwilling to remain any longer to become the subject of mockery. Yet, following Robert's orders, though equally affected, Tyrion and Jaime instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, as the dust began to settle from Robert's words, it was determined that Cersei Lannister had lost her wits out of jealousy. Yet, Tyrion cleverly spun the narrative, suggesting that a mother's love for her child had driven her to madness, but Cersei did not see it this way. Watching Robert's retreating figure, she let out a derisive laugh. Do you know why I say that wretched bastard has deceived your foolish eyes with lies? Upon hearing this, Robert halted in his tracks. Tyrion's previously relieved expression darkened once more. Jaime Lannister's lip curled in irritation as he prepared to forcibly escort Cersei away. However, in response to Jaime's movement, Cersei delivered a swift slap across his face without hesitation, shocking the regicide into momentary stillness. His eyes, filled with bewilderment, sought hers. But he was met only with her expression of disappointment and a steely resolve. She uttered a simple yet piercing truth. Jaime, you do not love your family at all. Cersei gazed at Jaime with an indifferent demeanor, her flat tone piercing his heart like a dagger. Jaime Lannister stood frozen, unsure of how to react. With the sudden resounding slap and Cersei's calm yet disheartened words, those who had anticipated the matter's resolution found themselves invigorated once more. The affair was far from over. There would be more to unfold. In an instant, this thought ignited in the minds of the onlookers, and hundreds of eager eyes turned toward the scene. Even Robert, who had intended to depart, found himself compelled to halt, unable to contain the fury rising within him as he turned to confront the woman who continued to stir trouble. Perhaps I should prepare a rag and a cage for you. The rag to silence your incessant chatter, and the cage to confine you. Yet, Robert's fury was met only with two disdainful snorts from Cersei Lannister. Ha! Foolish imbecile. Are you truly so certain that what transpired with your son is precisely as you perceive it? You do not even trust your own son's words, preferring instead to believe the words of a baseborn wretch? Or do you truly think that the prince, who should have been well protected by Sandor Clegane, could so easily fall into the river, only to be fortuitously rescued by your bastard, thereby earning a knightly title as a reward? Cersei chose not to elaborate further, nor did she continue to pursue Karl. After chastising Robert for his foolishness, she coldly questioned him 3 times, her tone laced with both contempt and bitterness. Her remarks piqued the curiosity of those present, prompting someone to instinctively inquire of their neighbor. Indeed, what is the hound doing? I heard he was so inebriated that he lost all sense of reality, and was similarly brought back by Karl. But I have also heard that the hound was rescued from the river by Karl, as he was foolish enough to don armor and plunge into the water to save Prince Joffrey. Is that so? With Cersei's reminder, the situation swiftly morphed into a veritable rashomon. Although Robert still believed Cersei to be causing undue trouble, he became more vigilant. He cast a glance at Karl, who had maintained a calm demeanor since Cersei's arrival, even while accusing him of plotting Joffrey's murder. He hesitated momentarily before turning to question a nearby guard. Where is Sandor Clegane? Before the guard could respond, caught off guard by Robert's sudden inquiry, Tyrion unexpectedly chimed in, though his countenance was far from pleasant. I have visited the Hound, but he remains unconscious. Although soaked to the skin, he certainly reeked of alcohol. Yet Joffrey bore a similar scent. I have heard that while Sandor was accompanying Joffrey on a jaunt, they passed by a peasant's house where the prince demanded food and fine wine. Earlier, we had a farmer approach us to confirm this matter. Worried that Robert might doubt him, Tyrion promptly added, if you are not convinced, you may verify with your steward. Following Tyrion's words, the previously bustling scene fell silent once more. No one anticipated that this dwarf would exhibit such attentiveness. Discerning minute details in the aftermath of the event and unraveling the sequence of occurrences. As for the verification Tyrion mentioned, given his assertions, it was assuredly beyond question. In an instant, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards the little devil who, after uttering those words, shook his head with a bitter smile, evoking expressions of astonishment in their eyes. Yet, in the face of their scrutiny, Tyrion was left with nothing but a melancholic smile and a shake of his head. His keen intellect and well-informed nature had already alerted him when Karl returned with both Joffrey and Sandor Clegane. The reason he refrained from joining the fray immediately was that he sensed something amiss. Seizing the brief moment, he sought out relevant clues to ascertain the situation. This understanding fortified his resolve to counsel others. Recognizing the futility in attempting to thwart Cersei, he wished to prevent an inexplicable escalation, as well as protect his only friend from the accusations of the deranged Cersei. Upon hearing Tyrion's remarks, Robert was rendered speechless with fury. Suddenly inhaling deeply, he averted his gaze from Cersei Lannister, whose expression had shifted to one of astonishment in the wake of Tyrion's words. Instead, he calmly turned to the young man he had just knighted. Karl Storm, if you have anything to say, do express it freely. I shall not permit any unjustified jealousy to tarnish the honor that is rightfully yours. His tone was resolute, devoid of emotion. However, as Robert's declaration resonated, the atmosphere grew tense, with all present, including Tyrion, acutely aware that Robert Baratheon had lost his patience with his queen's repeated provocations and was no longer inclined to smooth things over. It was clear to everyone that Robert intended to pursue this matter to its conclusion, which signified an unwavering determination to seek accountability. Cersei's expression shifted at Robert's words. Yet, upon observing the soldiers of House Lannister beside her and the complex gaze of Jaime Lannister directed at her, a smile gradually reappeared on her face. She was relentless, undoubtedly seeking to exploit this opportunity to dispose of Karl. If this tactic proved ineffective, she still had one final plan, even if it risked inciting Robert's ire and exhausting his patience. Witnessing the situation unfold in a manner he most dreaded, Tyrion could only resign himself to the role of peacemaker no longer, his countenance clouded with concern. Meanwhile, Karl, who had stood aloof throughout Cersei's provocations, unexpectedly smiled at the gaze of the onlookers. Not a trace of anxiety marred his features. Even as darkness enveloped the sky and the area was illuminated by guards and servants wielding torches and bonfires, Karl's smile remained undiminished. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Karl Storm, who even managed to smile, those who beheld his countenance instinctively paused, perplexed by the enigma he seemed to present. However, it was not long before they saw Karl shake his head and then turn towards Robert. In truth, I have always been unaware of my father's identity. I have scarcely given it any thought. Karl suddenly uttered this revelation, lightly shrugging his shoulders, exuding an air of casualness. Robert, in contrast, furrowed his brow but refrained from responding. Noticing this, Karl merely offered a faint smile before redirecting his gaze towards the relentless Queen Cersei Lannister, who had been unyielding in her scrutiny. Prejudice within the human heart is akin to a towering mountain. In light of the Queen's accusations, I find myself at a loss for an adequate defense. Moreover, I am certain the Queen has thoroughly prepared herself. Thus, the only recourse available to me is to seek the judgment of the seven gods regarding my actions. Therefore, I demand trial by combat. Chapter 41. I shall reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to me. A trial by combat? Upon Karl's declaration, the crowd instinctively fell silent, only to erupt shortly thereafter into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Eyes widened in disbelief, for none had anticipated Karl's choice. After all, following King Robert's remarks, it was evident that Karl had more favorable options available to him. Given Robert Baratheon's overt stance, one could surmise that as long as Karl's demands were reasonable, Robert would undoubtedly acquiesce. Cersei believed the onlookers to be fools, yet Robert was not without temper to allow her whims to reign unchecked. However, it was utterly unexpected that Karl not only refrained from making demands, but instead opted for a trial by combat. What rationale lay behind this decision? Was it not precisely what Queen Cersei Lannister desired? Why would Karl Storm be so misguided? This unforeseen choice sent waves of confusion through the crowd once more. Yet, Amid the ensuing tumult, individuals began to reflect on Karl's earlier statement, "The prejudices within the hearts of men are akin to a great mountain," and his assertion that the queen must have made more thorough preparations. It had been previously noted that not all present were devoid of insight. As a few perceptive individuals recalled Karl's words, a dawning realization illuminated their minds. This understanding, however, cast a pall over their expressions, instilling a solemnity within. They then cast peculiar glances towards the queen and the armed forces that had accompanied her with such formidable presence. As dusk approached, a time typically reserved for rest, these warriors remained clad in their full armor, weapons in hand, a stark contrast to the expected respite. With this in mind, and reflecting on Karl's earlier remarks, several astute observers began to comprehend the implications of his belief that the queen had indeed made more thorough preparations. Thus, as the pieces fell into place, they could not help but admire Karl's perceptiveness. Perhaps, upon witnessing Cersei's mobilization to publicly accuse him of plotting against the prince, Karl had already anticipated this unfolding. For this newly minted knight, the illegitimate son, it appeared that choices abounded, yet the reality was far more complex. Confronted with the queen's grave accusations and the prince's own claims of harm at the hands of Karl Storm, the situation became increasingly precarious. Compounded by the fact that the sole witness capable of clarifying the truth, Sandor Clegane, remained in a state of unconsciousness. It was evident that the circumstances had already begun to congeal against Karl Storm. In the face of the queen's accusations, he was left defenseless, unable to produce evidence in his favor. Those who might corroborate his account were not only vassals of House Lannister, but were currently rendered incapable of providing assistance. The remaining horses and cattle, too, were devoid of voice, the latter still sizzling deliciously over the embers. This is the most distressing and seemingly insurmountable predicament. After all, Cersei brazenly disregards all decorum and dignity, adopting an attitude that boldly proclaims, "I shall have my way." In such a dire situation, Karl finds himself utterly powerless against her. Those who come to comprehend the gravity of the matter can almost palpably sense Karl's despair, as if the heavens refuse to answer his cries and the earth offers no solace. They cast pitying glances toward this unfortunate bastard who has unknowingly incurred the wrath of the queen, perhaps for this royal target. The trial by combat is indeed his only escape, leaving the answers and truths to the seven gods. Nonetheless, despite the sympathy in their gazes, there is a deeper sense of shock, for amid this chaotic turmoil, Karl Storm is not only more perceptive than anyone else but also stands unflinchingly in the face of the queen's oppressive power. He confronts the challenge head-on, boldly and valiantly choosing a path that seems to offer no alternatives. Courage, what a marvel it is! The onlookers marvel in silence. At this moment, Tyrion, who had anticipated such an outcome more than anyone else, wears a more pronounced bitterness on his face. Why had he meddled like a jester, trying to smooth over the situation, if not to thwart Cersei and prevent this calamity? Yet now, he finds himself utterly impotent. Cersei seizes the opportunity to strike a lethal blow to Karl's very core. At this juncture, Karl Storm indeed has no choice but to resort to trial by combat. No, I will not allow it. Just as the crowd internally laments, Robert, having grasped the crux of the issue, outright rejects Karl's plea for trial by combat. He casts a deep, penetrating glance at Karl before turning to Cersei, his fury barely contained. After years of marriage, he is witnessing Cersei's malevolence at its most venomous for the first time. Yet, he finds himself at a loss for words. Driven instead by an urgent desire to reach Winterfell and seek Eddard Stark's aid in counterbalancing the Lannisters. He has never been more acutely aware of how significantly the death of Jon Arryn has destabilized the Lannisters, who now wield unchecked power. Suppressing his rage, he casts a meaningful look at Cersei. "I am the king, and I possess the authority to halt this trial by combat. Furthermore, in the name of the crown, I declare that your accusations against Karl Storm are unfounded." With that, Robert turns away, clearly eager to depart from the scene. Following Robert's royal decree, Cersei, who had believed victory was within her grasp, suddenly turns pale. She had not anticipated that her shameless act of defiance would be met with Robert Baratheon's equally brazen counter, wielding his authority as king against her. Yet, in the face of Robert's rebellion, she realizes her power is utterly diminished, her gaze growing ever more venomous. Even the gaze directed at Robert's retreating figure was imbued with an enigmatic significance. Just as Robert, in his capacity as king, prepared to forcibly suppress the matter, he suddenly heard a cacophony of exclamations. He then found himself confronted by a towering figure blocking his path. "Your Majesty, it is an honor for your knight, Sir Karl Storm, to seek justice in your presence. However, I believe that often, I must earn my own honor through my own efforts." Karl had not anticipated such a turn of events, especially the notion that Robert would attempt to quell the matter in the name of his royal authority. Yet, This was contrary to Karl's intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward once more, interposing himself between Robert and the unfolding situation. The crowd erupted in a buzz upon hearing Ser Karl's declaration. As he listened to Karl's words, Robert, illuminated by the flickering flames around them, regarded Karl intently. He observed a boy before him who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, their eyes sharing the same hue. Suddenly, Robert broke into a smile. Perhaps you are the first knight to truly heed the tenets of knighthood, rather than merely a petty man who knifes his king in the back. You are right. I should not forcibly impede your quest for honor. With that, Robert glanced at the long sword still gripped in his hand, then raised it, personally presenting the blade to Karl. When you achieve victory, I shall ensure you receive your due recognition. Chapter 42. You may all join in. Today has been a day of twists and turns. A veritable roller coaster of events that has left the onlookers utterly spellbound. At the outset, many believed the Queen would prevail. However, the tide shifted dramatically when the king himself intervened as a judge, rejecting the request for a trial by combat. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, it was Karl Storm who expressed reluctance towards the king's refusal. He boldly stepped forward, asserting that his honor must be reclaimed by his own hand. The crowd was perplexed by Karl's actions, yet in that moment, no one could help but respect this young man who had just come of age, acknowledging him as a true man. Consequently, when it was confirmed that a trial by combat would indeed settle the matter, the spectators' emotions surged, and they swiftly cleared a space in the courtyard of the Crossroads Inn. Karl declared that he would resolve the issue today without interfering with the plans for departure the following day. Thus, the trial would not be postponed to Winterfell as many had anticipated, but would take place immediately, right there on the spot. Excitement rippled through the crowd, dissipating any earlier sympathy towards Karl. After all, in this world, no one truly cares about how many bowls of noodles you consume. They are merely interested in the spectacle and how many bowls you can produce from within. Hundreds of people crowded into the modest courtyard, and with the newly cleared space, it felt even more congested. In the center of the courtyard, aside from the wild bull captured by Karl, which remained tethered over a makeshift charcoal fire, there now stood 4 new bonfires, prepared to illuminate the arena for the impending trial by combat. At that moment, Kashi and the others, who had been anxiously observing the unfolding events, approached, each carrying pieces of Karl's armor that had been removed the previous day. Upon confirming that Karl was indeed intent on proceeding with the trial, Kashi had summoned his companions to bring the gear without delay. When Karl caught sight of the armor in Kashi's hands, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, glancing at his loyal comrades, who had shared meals with him for 6 months and had ultimately chosen to stand by him, he noticed their concerned expressions. Gradually, a smile spread across his face. Rising from the wooden stump he had been seated upon, he clapped Kashi on the shoulder with enthusiasm. You should have faith in your leader, Kashi. Do not forget. I am known as the Wheel King. With that, Karl burst into laughter, pushed past Kashi, and strode confidently towards the clearing. The onlookers, including Kashi, were momentarily taken aback by his boldness. As Karl prepared to enter the arena unarmored, Tyrion, who had been quietly sulking in a corner with a dejected expression, was taken aback. Forgetting his irritation, he sprang to his feet and hurried towards Karl. Are you trying to court death? If you wish to perish, at the very least, you ought to repay me the gold dragons you owe. Observing Tyrion's unexpected concern, Karl suddenly felt a sense of validation in his own circumstances. With a grin, he seized Tyrion by the collar and handed him over to Hall, who was positioned behind him. Hall, adept with a swift blade, was quick to catch him. When I return, we shall discuss who owes whom. Karl, uninterested in clarifying that he was capable of defeating 10 men, was equally disinclined to don the armor that would serve no purpose in a one-on-one duel and would only hinder him. Thus, amidst the complex gazes of those around, Karl strode confidently to the open ground, planted his longsword before him, and leaned on the hilt, regarding Cersei with a calm demeanor. A subtle smile played on his lips as he inclined his head slightly in a respectful gesture towards King Robert, then turned his attention to Cersei. Pray tell, Queen Cersei Lannister, have you chosen your champion to face the accusation of my intent to harm the prince? For my longsword informs me. It is eager for action. Karl wasted no time, urging Cersei to send forth a challenger. Witnessing Karl's audacity and his half-armored state, Cersei's smile grew more radiant. She dismissed his provocation, turning her gaze to her brother, Jaime Lannister, who had long remained silent beside her. The Kingslayer, clad in the distinctive white armor of the Kingsguard, appeared momentarily dazed as he stared at Karl, his thoughts obscured. Yet upon hearing Karl's challenge and noticing Cersei's intense gaze, he hesitated, glancing at her without immediately stepping forward to accept the challenge. His heart was heavy with doubt, and he regretted having acquiesced to Cersei's wishes that day. As he wrestled with his indecision, the observing Marlon Trant and Barrows Blunt exchanged a knowing glance. Meanwhile, Cersei, noticing Jaime's inaction, furrowed her brow in displeasure. "Jaime, what are you doing?" Cersei's discontent was evident as she scolded him. Hearing her reprimand, Jaime lifted his gaze to Karl once more, his expression fraught with inner turmoil. Finally, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. "Apologies, Cersei, I cannot do it." Upon uttering these words, Jaime opened his eyes once more to glance at Karl, and then shifted his gaze towards Tyrion, who had mingled among Karl's side. With a swift motion, he cast aside the white cloak draped upon his shoulders, turning to depart from this place of turmoil under the watchful gaze of the multitude. Witnessing Jaime's unexpected retreat at such a crucial moment left Cersei seething with rage, as she had not anticipated him to abandon her in such a manner. "You." Cersei instinctively opened her mouth to curse. However, before she could voice her anger, the two Kingsguard, Meryn Trant and Boros Blunt, who had been standing vigil behind the king and queen, exchanged glances once more. In that instant, a spark ignited in their eyes as they both recognized the opportunity to make their mark. "Your Grace, the esteemed queen, permit me to serve as your proxy knight." "Your Grace, I shall take great pride in becoming your proxy knight, fighting for you, and the princess honor in the trial by combat." In the very moment of Jaime's departure, both Meryn Trant and Boros Blunt, realizing they could seize this chance, rose simultaneously. Without hesitation, they knelt before Cersei, pleading for the honor of serving as her proxy knight. Seeing these two step forward to fill the void left by Jaime Lannister's cowardice, a smile finally graced Cersei's face. Yet, the expression of Robert nearby shifted subtly. He did not voice any objections but cast a complex glance at Cersei before redirecting his attention to Karl. His gaze was equally profound, shrouded in the night, leaving none to discern his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Karl was taken aback by Jaime Lannister's unexpected refusal to become Cersei's proxy knight at the last moment. He had presumed his adversary would be Tyrion's brother, Cersei's lover, the infamous Kingslayer. In fact, he had even contemplated whether to eliminate Jaime right then and there. To his surprise, the man chose to reject the trial, citing its unfairness, and turned to leave. Nonetheless, with Jaime's voluntary withdrawal, a sense of relief washed over Karl. After all, had he truly killed or incapacitated Jaime, he would have found himself at a loss on how to explain it to Tyrion. Given that the dwarf had stood up for him at such a precarious moment, Karl had already considered him a true friend. However, as he observed the two remaining Kingsguard, eager to pounce upon him like gold, the burden of his conscience dissipated entirely. Thus, before Cersei could deliberate on whom to choose, Karl decisively made the selection for her. He raised his longsword, pointing it at the two men, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. "No need for deliberation. You may both advance together." Chapter 43. It's your turn. "Rest assured, I shall not deem this unfair." Karl spoke in an utterly unremarkable tone. However, the disdain and contempt laced within his voice, even tinged with a hint of arrogance, were perceptible to anyone. The onlookers were astounded as Karl not only opted for a duel, but audaciously proposed to take on two opponents simultaneously. Their expressions were one of sheer disbelief. In the midst of this spectacle, Meryn Trant and Boros Bran, who had been eagerly anticipating Queen Cersei's choice for her champion, were momentarily taken aback by Karl's proclamation. Their initial astonishment swiftly morphed into indignation, for it was clear that Karl's suggestion was not an act of generosity, but rather a blatant insult, a flagrant display of disdain towards them. Before the two could muster a retort to Karl's affront, Cersei, who had been deliberating over her choice, suddenly brightened at his words. "Truly?" Seemingly fearful that Karl might retract his challenge, she hastily inquired. The audacity of this statement left not only the gathered crowd speechless but also Meryn and Boros, who momentarily forgot to retaliate against Karl's mockery, exchanging incredulous glances with Cersei. After all, everyone had assumed that Karl was merely provoking them in the heat of the moment. A two-on-one scenario seemed patently unfair. Victory would be hollow, and defeat even more so. Moreover, this was a trial by combat, a sacred and revered institution known for its supposed fairness. Once a verdict was reached, even the king was bound to acknowledge its sanctity. Yet, who could have anticipated that the queen would take him seriously? However, Cersei Lannister's audacious words did not surprise Karl in the least. Illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, he fixed his gaze upon Cersei, a knowing glint shimmering in his eyes. He nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I am not speaking falsely. In fact, I am quite earnest," Karl replied coolly, the roaring flames reflecting in his eyes. Perhaps sensing skepticism among the crowd, he added, "For I believe in justice, and the Father above protects me." With that, he raised his chin, confidence radiating from his countenance, as though he were merely stating an undeniable truth. The spectators were left at a loss for words. bemused by Karl's invocation of the Seven to bolster his conviction. To call him Navi might draw accusations of disrespect towards the Seven. Yet, silence was equally burdensome. Each individual bore their own inner scale of judgment. Thus, they exchanged glances, opting for silence. Nevertheless, the gazes directed at Karl shifted from admiration to a subtle expression of pity, as if to say that this child had been led astray by the doctrines of the Seven. Initially, they had hoped for his triumph, but now, perhaps this was simply fate's design, a madman, a boastful rogue. As the onlookers gazed upon Karl, they could not help but ponder. Perhaps the queen was not mistaken? While Karl remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle. Perhaps it was the fear that Cersei would forbid their ascent, or the concern that Robert might once again intervene, that prompted Karl to impatiently urge, "Could you hasten your pace?" As he spoke, he twirled the long sword in his hand, stepping back 2 paces to indicate his readiness. Seeing Karl's arrogance, even invoking the Seven gods, Cersei's amusement blossomed further. She quickly lowered her gaze to the 2 Kingsguard kneeling before her, beseeching her to bestow this honor upon them. As she regarded them, a wave of satisfaction surged within her. She mused whether Robert Baratheon was aware of how many of the 7 Kingsguard were truly loyal to him, contemplating such intriguing matters. Cersei raised her hand, removing a decorative flower pin from her attire and a ring from her finger. With graceful poise, she bent slightly, personally presenting these tokens to Ser Trant and Ser Boros Blunt. Ser Trant, Ser Boros Blunt. I, Cersei Lannister, eagerly anticipate your return of glory and justice. A sweet smile adorned her face as she gazed confidently at the 2 men, keen to avert any unforeseen mishaps. She expedited the completion of this arrangement. The tokens she relinquished served to signify their roles as her champion knights, simultaneously igniting their fighting spirit. After all, in Westeros, it is a tradition for knights to seek a cherished token from the women they hold dear before embarking on battle or martial contests. This token could be bestowed by a lady of noble standing or even an elder, though it is most commonly a token from a beloved. As Ser Trant and Ser Boros Blunt stood momentarily taken aback by the tokens gifted by Queen Cersei, their earlier hesitation regarding the 2-on-1 confrontation dissipated. With the honor of receiving a token from the realm's most beautiful lady, they were now invigorated, their breaths heavy with excitement. No longer hesitating, they secured the tokens from Cersei, bowed in gratitude, donned their helmets, and rose. Turning to face their opponent, Karl Storm, they exchanged a resolute glance before, with a swift motion, drawing their longswords from their sheaths. The expressions of the 2 individuals grew increasingly stern as they slowly advanced toward Karl. Observing their prolonged hesitation before ultimately deciding to confront him together, a sense of disdain intensified in Karl's gaze, accompanied by a subtle, yet palpable aura of menace. As he regarded the approaching figures, his eyes briefly flickered to their white robes before shifting to Cersei, who stood behind them, noting the confident smile gracing her features. Karl mirrored her expression with a similar smile of his own. The onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed the 2 elite guards opting to take action against a newly minted knight, a mere child in his teens. Though they felt a collective sense of contempt, none dared to voice their objections. The trial by combat was a sacred affair, conducted under the watchful eyes of the 7 gods. As long as both combatants acquiesced to the duel, it remained a fair contest in the sight of the divine. Thus, regardless of any unforeseen occurrences, the spectators would ultimately acknowledge the final outcome as the will of the gods. With the situation irrevocably set in motion, the crowd gradually fell silent, their hearts racing yet forcing themselves to remain quiet. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Although, I must confess, I do not truly know you, yet I believe you should feel honored. After all, these may be the last words you hear from me in this world. Karl spoke nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed as he raised his long sword to greet the 2 approaching him. However, before the instinctively halted Marlon Trant and Boros Bron could respond, they suddenly found themselves bewildered. The Karl who had stood before them had somehow, unbeknownst to them, stealthily plunged his sword into a nearby brazier. In the next moment, this brazier, filled with fiercely burning coals, was hurled towards them by Karl Storm. Under the obsidian night sky, amidst the circle of flickering flames, an unexpected deluge of fiery embers rained down upon the 2 elite guards. What? Caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, Marlon Trant and Boros Bron tensed up almost instantly. As they gazed at the fiery storm rushing toward them, the incandescent glow engulfed their entire field of vision. They instinctively scrambled to evade the incoming burning coals, wildly swinging their swords in a frantic attempt to disperse the fiery rain. Fortunately, the fiery onslaught was as swift to dissipate as it was to arrive. Clad in full armor and draped in white robes, the 2 men, aside from their initial panic, sustained no significant harm. Yet, as they regained their footing, Still reeling from the afterglow of the fiery display, they realized that their target had vanished from sight. Unconsciously, both individuals turned, their eyes scanning the surroundings in search of their lost objective. "Damn it, you've provoked me," barked Pellos Bronn, his anger palpable. However, as he called out and pivoted, searching for Karl, he was unexpectedly confronted by Marlon Trant, who suddenly emitted a muffled cry from behind him. The sound sent a chill down Bronn's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, enveloping him in an inexplicable sense of danger. "Are you looking for me?" Karl's Shydoping-esque calm voice emerged from behind the two, cutting through the tension. Without a moment's hesitation, Bronn's instinct was not to turn and check on his sworn brother Marlon Trant, but to leap forward, swiftly distancing himself from the spot in less than a second. Once he had ensured his safety and turned around, he was astonished to find that Karl had mysteriously positioned himself between him and Marlon Trant. He stood there, unremarkable, with an unadorned longsword held casually but purposefully aloft. Yet the tip of that sword had vanished into the crevice of Trant's helm and neck armor, precise and elegant. Trant, who had only just lost sight of his adversary in the rain, was now making a futile, anguished sound, struggling to comprehend that he had been pierced through the throat before he even had time to react. Desperately, he twisted his head, attempting to discern how Karl Sherdong had brought about his demise. However, the sword had lodged against his bones, rendering his neck immobile and causing further tearing of the wound. Exhausted, he found he could no longer muster the strength to turn. As he felt the coldness seeping into his throat, a sensation foreign and chilling, blood began to uncontrollably pour from his mouth. Simultaneously, he sensed his life force slowly ebbing away, and the once vibrant flames that illuminated the night began to dim in his vision, fading into nothingness. With each surge of blood that erupted from the wound, trickling down to his chin and staining his armor, Sir Marlon Trant could no longer grip his beloved sword. With a clatter, it fell from his grasp. Too late to utter a word, Trant crumpled to his knees, instinctively raising a hand to clutch his throat, yet ultimately powerless to save himself. He collapsed into the muddy earth, his body succumbing to the inevitable, clad in exquisite white-scaled armor adorned with golden threads and draped in a heavy woolen cloak. He found himself gradually stained by the crimson tide that surged forth from his throat. Beneath the cold, silent night sky, the once vibrant body convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. His eyes remained wide open, reflecting an emptiness filled with unfulfilled desires and a trace of regret. Meanwhile, Karl calmly unsheathed his longsword, lifted his gaze, and regarded the now pallid Sir Barros Bronn with an expression of indifference. "It is your turn, esteemed Sir Barros Bronn." Chapter 44. The Kill. With an air of nonchalance, as if it were an effortless task, Karl dispatched a man without so much as a flicker of emotion on his face. It seemed as though this act was simply a matter of course. However, upon uttering these words, Pelorus Bronn, who had witnessed the demise of his sworn brother before his very eyes, found himself plunged into an abyss of despair. The earlier arrogance he held towards Karl dissipated in an instant. Clad in a suit of gleaming white armor, adorned with a white velvet cloak, and embellished with a golden lion crest set with red gemstones, Pelorus was a sight to behold. Yet beneath that formidable exterior, cold sweat dripped relentlessly from him, akin to a soaked cloth, leaving him chilled to the bone and trembling. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Karl, who stood before him, sword in hand, its tip stained with blood, gazing at him with an icy demeanor. His voice quivered with fear as he stammered, How did you appear behind us?" As the one directly involved, Pelorus had not seen how Karl launched his attack. He was entirely oblivious to how Karl had suddenly materialized and swiftly slain Marlon Trant. Mere seconds had elapsed as he dodged the incoming embers, yet when he and his companion had finally evaded the fiery onslaught, Karl had vanished from his sight like a specter. Just as he prepared to search for Karl once more, he discovered that Marlon Trant had already fallen. It was executed with such ease, as if one were slaughtering a mere chicken, the time taken hardly sufficient for a quick visit to the restroom. For Pelorus Bronn, Karl's sudden disappearance was bewildering, but for the onlookers, the scene unfolded with a stark clarity. Their astonishment at Marlon Trant's effortless demise was palpable, yet they were equally engulfed in confusion. Although Pelorus had failed to perceive Karl's movements, the spectators had witnessed everything distinctly. Karl had simply hurled a basin filled with burning coals upon the two men, and while they scrambled to contend with the unexpected rain of fire, Karl leisurely stepped back a couple of paces before quickening his stride to maneuver around the bonfires, positioning himself behind the two royal guards. Indeed, it was with such a straightforward maneuver that Karl achieved his pivotal positioning. The ensuing events were all too evident. Anyone donned in armor understands that once one's head is encased in a metal canister, their vision is limited to what lies directly ahead. Karl, thereafter, performed no extravagant gestures. He merely raised the longsword in his hand and swiftly thrust it towards the chink in the armor revealed by Marlon Lance's turning neck. The entirety of this combat unfolded absurdly, akin to Karl Storm seemingly engaging in a peculiar game of hide-and-seek, dancing intimately. His two adversaries were his most attuned companions. Had Marlon Lance not met his demise with unblinking eyes, one might even believe he had intentionally presented his neck to Karl's blade. Yet, the astonishment of those surrounding them bore no relation to Karl. In response to Brollos Braun's inquiry, Karl found himself devoid of words. After all, what could he possibly say to a corpse? Moreover, it was paramount to note that such a habit was foreign to him. Thus, after casually wiping the blood from his sword tip onto Marlon Lance's white robe, he coldly approached Brollos Braun in silence. However, this time, Karl refrained from executing another swift kill. Instead, he carried his longsword, leisurely approaching Brollos Braun as if on a postprandial stroll. As Karl drew near, Brollos Braun, already petrified by the inexplicable and swift demise of his sworn brother, found himself bereft of all courage. To him, Karl truly resembled a specter. In the blink of an eye, he would vanish, only for the next moment to witness his brother's sudden death, a sight that instilled profound dread within him. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, this was a martial trial. With each step Karl took, the towering figure, still stained with blood under the flickering flames, cast a shadow that seemed to crush Brollos under the weight of terror. The disdain and bravery he had shared with Marlon Lance evaporated alongside the blood that flowed from Marlon's neck. Gulp. Instinctively, Brollos Braun swallowed hard, attempting to ease his tension in this manner. Yet, it proved futile as he beheld Karl Storm, whose imposing stature grew ever more pronounced with each step. Under the oppressive aura, his body trembled uncontrollably. Confronted with the encroaching pressure, his heartbeat quickened, and his breath became frantic. He instinctively cast a glance at the lifeless Marlon Lance before raising his gaze to Queen Cersei Lannister, who, due to the previous commotion, now occupied a position behind Karl. Cersei's eyes were also fixed upon the fallen Kingsguard. Perhaps sensing the impending doom, Cersei lifted her head, coincidentally meeting Brollos Braun's gaze. Yet in the next heartbeat, he was stripped of all valor. In a moment of panic, he abruptly discarded his weapon. Without any forewarning, he suddenly collapsed to his knees. Just 2 steps away from where he stood, inadvertently blocking Cersei's gaze behind him, beneath the imposing figure of Karl Storm. I concede. Please do not kill me. I implore you. There was no hint of what was to come, not even a single exchange of blows. Brollos Braun was unceremoniously overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Karl, dropping his weapon and pleading for mercy. In that instant, he lost all vestiges of courage in a desperate bid to save his own life. This unexpected turn of events also left Karl momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Brollos Braun would so pitifully abandon his weapon and beg for clemency. Just moments ago, this very man had insulted him, calling him a bastard, and Karl had been prepared to swiftly end the encounter. After all, Brollos Braun was a renowned member of the Kingsguard, a noble knight. Although Karl had often seen him, disguised, visiting the brothels of Silk Street in King's Landing, he was aware that this man was fundamentally a coward. Despite his fierce temperament, the ugly man was merely blusterous. Stripped of the white cloak and armor that signified his honor, he would initially act tough, but after merely a couple of slaps, he would acquiesce. Yet, what astonished Karl was that Brollos Braun, for all his cowardice, could sink so low as to kneel and plead for mercy without even raising a hand against him. Observing Brollos Braun, kneeling and weeping profusely as he begged for forgiveness, Karl suddenly found himself losing interest in the man. With a derisive chuckle, he turned his attention to Queen Cersei Lannister. According to the rules governing trial by combat, there were 3 means by which the contest could be prematurely concluded. The first was the death or surrender of a participant. The second was the retraction of charges by the accuser during the duel. And the third was the admission of guilt by the defendant. Since Brollos Braun had chosen to disregard both his own honor and that of Cersei by so readily kneeling in supplication, Karl felt no compulsion to continue. His objective had been achieved, and he was disinterested in allowing this man to tarnish his sword. Instead, Karl was now more intrigued by how Cersei would react upon witnessing the downfall of her chosen champions, one dead and the other surrendered. After all, it was understood that once Cersei, as the accuser, spoke, Karl would emerge victorious in the trial by combat, having vindicated himself through sheer strength. The sudden capitulation of Brollos Braun left not only Karl, but also the hundreds of onlookers in stunned silence. No one could have predicted that a stalwart member of the Kingsguard, a man standing at the pinnacle of knightly honor in Westeros, would yield without a single blow being struck, directly terrified to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. To be honest, even the most cowardly of dogs would typically only whimper and tuck its tail between its legs after receiving a few kicks. Yet, this Brollos Braun is not merely begging. He is blatantly slapping Cersei's face. Furthermore, Boros Bron's recent actions have utterly transformed their perception of the Kingsguard. No, it is more accurate to say they have come to realize that he has been strutting about with an air of arrogance throughout this journey. What a piece of trash he truly is. Your Majesty, one of your knights has perished, and the remaining one has chosen to surrender. Karl turned to face Cersei, his smile radiating warmth as he endeavored to select more palatable words. In stark contrast, Cersei's countenance was a portrait of distress. Although Karl's words were laced with respect, his tone dripped with sarcasm. As the conversation between Karl and Cersei unfolded, the onlookers momentarily disregarded the kneeling Boros Bron, who was pleading for his life. After all, facing a queen who had lost her trial by combat, the crowd was far more intrigued by her impending reaction. Boros Bron's surrender was as much a slap to the queen as it was a personal defeat. Additionally, the spectacle of 2 against 1, resulting in 1 death and 1 surrender at the hands of Karl Storm, unmistakably signified that the 7 were favoring Karl. This bizarre scene, in the eyes of the spectators, was akin to a divine manifestation of the 7. Thus, the hundreds of eyes surrounding them now glimmered with anticipation. However, just as all gazes involuntarily turned towards Cersei Lannister, eager to observe her next move, the flickering flames illuminated her previously grim visage, which suddenly froze in shock. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the tranquil arena was abruptly pierced by the sharp sound of steel clashing. Is living not preferable? Karl turned his back, not even glancing behind him. Yet, his longsword deftly parried a dagger aimed at his waist. With a resigned sigh, Karl turned to confront the twisted, grimacing face of his assailant, which became rigid and contorted after the failed ambush. Without uttering another word, Karl's blade flicked sharply, sending Boros Bron's dagger flying from his grasp, and with a swift motion, he severed half of the Kingsguard's hand. Only then did Karl reach out, seizing the edge of Boros Bron's breastplate collar. Please, I beg of you. I didn't mean it. I know I was wrong. Spare me. I can make amends. I have plenty of money. I can compensate. Perhaps realizing the grim fate that awaited him, Boros Bron succumbed to despair. He struggled desperately in Karl's grip, seemingly attempting to extricate himself from Karl's hold. Yet, in Karl's hands, his strength was akin to that of a mere chicken. Thus, under the silent gaze of the onlookers, Karl dragged the cacophonous Ser Boros Blunt, who was desperately seeking to preserve his life, towards the king and queen. Upon reaching their presence, Karl came to a halt, observing the once pristine white cloak of the Kingsguard now sullied with mud from the dragging. It was then that Karl uttered a single, measured phrase. No. You have not made a mistake. You are merely aware that you are about to die. With that, Karl positioned him kneeling on the ground and took his place behind him. Karl did not cast a glance at him. Instead, his fiery gaze was fixed intently upon the face of Queen Cersei Lannister. Subsequently, the crowd heard him speak in a calm tone. Ser Boros Blunt, do not dishonor the white cloak draped upon your shoulders. It represents the highest honor of knighthood. After delivering this admonition, Karl gently supported Boros Blunt's head and turned it to reveal the area of his collarbone beneath the armor. Karl believed he had offered the most appropriate counsel he could muster. However, upon hearing Karl's words, the terrified Boros Blunt, with his features distorted by fear, wept profusely, his body releasing an unidentifiable murky substance. He had come to realize the fate that awaited him. His mouth agape, he looked towards Queen Cersei. Yet no sound escaped his lips. This was due to Karl's grip on the hilt of the longsword, which he pressed firmly against Boros's head to keep him immobilized. The blade poised against the gap of his collarbone. Slowly and resolutely, it pierced downward until the entire length of the sword was embedded within him. Chapter 45. The North. Winterfell. Boss, we are almost at Winterfell. Oh God, this wretched place is unbearably cold. As Kashi uttered these words, he longed to bury his head deep within the hood of his cloak. A thick white mist billowed from his nostrils and mouth, even though a woolen scarf enveloped his face. Hearing Kashi's lament, Karl halted Fox and lifted his gaze towards the city ahead. Before them stood a castle, cloaked in a somber gray-black hue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding pristine snow, silently rising amidst the icy expanse. Encircling Winterfell was a thin veil of mist, lending the place an air of vitality. Have you been here before? After coming to a stop, Karl lowered his scarf, his breath also manifesting as white vapor as he inquired of Kashi. Clad in armor, Karl sported a thick, snow-white bear fur cloak draped over his shoulders, which not only enveloped him but also shielded Fox's belly and rear. Additionally, his helmet was lined with fur of the same color, a fortunate acquisition from a white fox he had slain with a single arrow, generously offering its flesh and pelt to keep him warm. What business would I have in this forsaken place? Kashi replied, unable to suppress his complaints. All that exists here is snow, nothing but snow. It's absurd. I even question how the Northerners managed to survive in such a wretched environment. Since entering the Neck, the journey northward had grown increasingly arduous. The king incessantly urged them onward, as if haunted by spirits. Beyond the Neck, the terrain bore no resemblance to that of the kingdom, a world apart. The further north they traveled, the colder it became, with biting winds and frost-laden snowflakes lacerating their faces. The path through the Neck, shrouded in marshes and wetlands, was enough to vex anyone, compounded by the incessant presence of bothersome insects and venomous serpents. In the Neck, dense thickets were perpetually soaked in muck, with fungal plants cascading like curtains between the branches. On a fortunate day, one might glimpse a lizard lion or behold the beauty of magnificent blooms. Of course, there were also snakes of uncertain venomous nature that one had to remain wary of. Thus, if circumstances allowed, Kashi would have preferred to avoid this place altogether. However, traversing the Neck was an unavoidable route to reach the north. After all, it marked the dividing line of the continent, and crossing into it signified entry into northern territory. As long as one was not foolish enough to stray from the embankment, the lurking quicksand would not pose a threat. Sigh. How wonderful it would be to travel by ship. Kashi could not help but exhale a deep sigh. However, it is worth mentioning that I have visited White Harbor. There exists a square known as Fish King Square nestled within the Seal Gate, an expanse of cobblestones. At the heart of the square lies a fountain. Though that is of little consequence, what truly matters is that beyond the square, a narrow alley leads to a rather decent brothel. Additionally, there is an establishment named Lazy Eel Tavern. If one finds disinterest in the oldest courtesan of White Harbor and the inferior wines, the meat pie, generously filled with lard and soft bones, presents a delightful option. It is particularly suited for indulging in during the frigid weather while seated in a steaming tavern. Kosi, though he complained, found his thoughts wandering. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed ventured to the north. Thus, he resumed his incessant chatter. Karl, of course, was indifferent to Kosi's tales of aged courtesans and subpar liquor. However, upon hearing of the meat pie filled with lard and soft bones, he couldn't help but salivate. His stomach growled with hunger. I could go for a bowl of hearty soup. Damn you, Kosi, you must have lost your mind to mention such things. I hear Winterfell even boasts hot springs. Perhaps we shall visit them later. I crave a pint of dark beer, preferably warm. Clearly, Karl was not alone in his sentiments. As Kosi continued his ramblings, the group, having been numbed by the biting northern winds during their ride, found their spirits lifted. They eagerly began to discuss their plans for leisure once their task was completed. Hearing this lively discourse, Kosi felt compelled to interject with a certain rogue remark. What's this? You're barking Hall. You, of all people, wish for soup? If your fingers aren't frostbitten, perhaps you might indulge in something else. This place might not only refrain from charging you extra for your snack, but might even offer a delightful discount, as long as your fingers and tongue can move as swiftly as your rapier. Haraha. Kosi's defiance elicited a chorus of laughter, warming the spirits of these shivering souls. Well, except for Hall. Upon hearing these familiar ribald jests, Karl too succumbed to laughter. He gazed at the distant, steam-emitting Winterfell, shook his head, and then, patting the eager fox, urged it onward. Come, you rascals, although the Duke of Winterfell shall not prepare a lavish feast for us, I am certain the women eager to lighten your coin purses are well prepared. They will provide you with warmth akin to home, Karl proclaimed, donning his mask once more as they resumed their journey. The hooves of their steeds trampled upon the ground, sinking into the thick layer of snow, stirring the black earth beneath as they galloped toward the warmth of Winterfell. Not long into their journey, Karl and his companions heard the distant sound of barking dogs ahead. Slowing their pace, they drew closer to the opposing party and soon beheld the flag they bore. It depicted a silver-gray direwolf sprinting across a wide expanse of snow. The sigil of House Stark. Halt. The barking grew louder, and the Stark patrol cavalry stood resolutely before Karl and his group, commanding them to stop. One of the soldiers, clad in iron-gray chainmail and draped in a thick woolen cloak, approached after they had come to a standstill. He glanced up at the banner held by Karl's party, seemingly relieved, and then turned his gaze towards Karl as he stepped forward. Are you the vanguard of the king? The soldier inquired, resembling a squad leader. Upon hearing the question, Karl lowered the scarf that veiled his face, fixing his serious demeanor upon the soldier. I am Karl Storm, the vanguard of the Kingsguard. King Robert's caravan is no more than 10 miles from here. I must inform you so that your lord, Duke Eddard Stark, can prepare for the king's arrival. Upon hearing Karl's name, the squad leader paused momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure and nodded, turning his horse around. The Duke and his family have long been prepared to welcome His Majesty. I can escort you into the city. With the communication flowing smoothly and no signs of conflict arising, Karl nodded in agreement, signaling his companions to follow the cavalry as they continued onward. He was also eager to reconnect with an old acquaintance. Chapter 46, Shadows of Winter. As they drew nearer to Winterfell, the surrounding snow began to diminish significantly. The once biting cold wind that stung against their faces had transformed into a slightly moist breeze, offering a relative comfort and warmth. The assertion in the book that this city is built upon hot springs proved to be true. Following the steady pace of the patrol cavalry who awaited their arrival, Karl's curious gaze roamed the vicinity. What met his eyes, aside from the muddy roads caused by the fluctuation in temperature, were the rows of houses constructed from raw timber and unrefined stone. Compared to King's Landing, the architectural style here exuded a rugged uniqueness. However, Karl found it peculiar that the population inhabiting this town outside Winterfell seemed to be less than 1/5 of what he would expect. Was it that few people resided here normally? Or did Winterfell not typically attract such a crowd? Feeling somewhat puzzled, Karl inquired, "Is it often this deserted?" Upon hearing Karl's question, the squad leader turned to glance at him, then shifted his gaze back to the street before them. "We commonly refer to this place as Wintertown. True to its name, it remains largely abandoned during most of the summer, with only common folk gathering here in winter. At that time, the streets will be teeming with people. Those wooden stalls you see are set up for merchants during that season. Hunters from the mountains also come down to trade their leather and goods for food to take back home." The squad leader appeared quite amiable, not only providing Karl with insights about Winterfell, but also elaborating on the details with clarity. Hearing this, Karl's eyes brightened. He had not come across such information in his readings. Experiencing the atmosphere firsthand imparted an entirely different sensation. How intriguing. It seemed to be an age-old tradition. Karl could not help but express his admiration. Upon hearing Karl's words, the squad leader chuckled. "Young man from the south, if you find this fascinating, you should explore Winterfell further." "Thank you for the invitation," Karl replied, but his inquiry did not go unnoticed by others. Kashi and the others, who had never ventured into this frigid northern realm, also regarded the exchange with intrigue. However, upon hearing the squad leader mention that the town would only be filled during winter, a look of bemused perplexity crossed their faces, characteristic of those from the southern lands. "Did you say winter? Is it not cold enough already? I fear that by morning, my ears may very well refuse to rise from slumber," Kashi exclaimed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he felt the chill deeply, even taking precautions while relieving himself, lest a sudden gust of wind compel him to seek refuge in the nearest establishment of ill repute. Yet, in this frigid environment, the cavalryman casually referred to it as summer. Truly, it is astonishing. Corsi's perfectly timed inquiry momentarily stunned the group of more than 10 cavalrymen, who exchanged glances before erupting into hearty laughter. The captain, after a couple of chuckles, abruptly stifled his mirth and let out a soft sigh. "In the north, winter is far more severe than one might imagine. We remain in constant reverence of it." This profound statement seemed to imbue Karl and his companions with a palpable chill, prompting them to close their mouths and silently pray not to linger in this cursed place for too long. With an air of solemnity, the patrolling cavalrymen ceased their chatter, guiding Karl and his companions smoothly into Winterfell. They first traversed an imposing outer wall, approximately 80 feet tall, and not far ahead stood an inner wall rising to about 100 feet. These formidable barriers were constructed from massive granite blocks, separated by a protective moat. Numerous guard towers adorned the outer wall, where figures could be faintly discerned on watch. Perhaps it was the vigilant eyes of these towers that led to their interception by the cavalry. The inner wall featured lookout holes, which during times of war might reveal to invading foes the enduring strength of Winterfell. Upon passing through both walls, Karl followed the cavalryman to a small courtyard. Uncertain of his surroundings, he noted the presence of several stables. "Sir Karl Storm, please accompany me. I shall take you to meet our lord." The amiable sergeant reassured him. "Do not worry about your men. They will be well taken care of." Respecting the customs of the land he now entered, Karl acquiesced to the hostess arrangements. "Please tend to my horse. I must return to report after meeting your lord." "Certainly." Among men, conversation is often sparse unless it revolves around drinking, boasting, or late-night discussions of politics or women. Thus, the sergeant quickly led Karl towards the lord's fortress. "Forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire if you, Sir Karl Storm, are a member of the Kingsguard? I noticed your armor and white cloak." Unable to contain his curiosity, the sergeant posed the question as they made their way to the stronghold. Taken aback, Karl paused, as if recalling something. He smiled and shook his head. "No, I am not a member of the Kingsguard." The sergeant's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this, yet he refrained from probing further, having detected an unusual expression on Karl's face. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to remain silent. "Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance. It seems I have yet to inquire about your name." "Liam Locke, though I am not a knight." Upon hearing Karl's inquiry, Liam smiled and proceeded to lead Karl to a learned bachelor with gray eyes and hair, clad in a long gray robe, whose slender frame suggested a keen intellect. "This is the Bachelor of Winterfell, Master Lewin. Master Lewin, allow me to introduce you to Sir Karl Storm, the vanguard of King Robert." After presenting Karl to Master Lewin, Liam Locke withdrew. Once Liam had departed, Master Lewin turned his gaze towards Karl, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. "Come, Sir Karl Storm. I shall escort you to meet Duke Eddard Stark." Chapter 47. Duke Eddard Stark in the Great Hall of Winterfell. Lord Eddard Stark emerged from a passageway and immediately spotted his wife, Catelyn Tully, busily directing the servants. At this moment, Duke Stark sported a short beard, and his hair, freshly washed and meticulously styled with oil, appeared remarkably tidy. He wore a well-fitted leather armor, his sword hanging at his side, while a cloak adorned with the pelt of a gray wolf and lined with soft black velvet and silk draped over his shoulders, exuding both warmth and authority. Catelyn, preparing for the arrival of the king, was also elegantly attired, though she had not donned a winter cloak. Yet, fatigue was evident on her face, for she had been tirelessly overseeing all the provisions and arrangements in the castle for several days. The latest news indicated that the king's entourage was nearing Winterfell, likely to arrive that very day. To avoid any impropriety, Catelyn needed to finalize the last-minute details and ensure that everything was in order. "Hey, Catelyn, have you seen Bran?" Eddard greeted his busy wife, his eyes scanning the hall in search of the boy. However, upon failing to locate him nearby, he sighed, looking down at Catelyn, and helplessly spread his hands. "I'm looking for him, and Arya seems to have vanished as well. Sister Maudin just complained that she hasn't seen her since breakfast." Eddard felt a headache coming on regarding these two mischievous children. Upon hearing her husband's words, Catelyn paused her tasks, furrowing her brow in concern. "By the seven. Should we send someone to find them?" As a daughter of House Tully of the Riverlands, Catelyn's faith differed from that of the Northmen. Yet, after a moment of prayer and noticing her husband's exasperation, she understood the gravity of the situation and added, her tone more urgent. "We cannot afford to be remiss in front of the king and queen. We must find them at once." I know Eddard pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded. Having not found the two wayward children with Catelyn, he had no choice but to send someone to locate them. As Catelyn pointed out, they must present their utmost decorum in light of the king's visit to demonstrate their respect. Just as Eddard leaned down to kiss Catelyn's forehead, preparing to depart to attend to his own preparations, he suddenly noticed two figures approaching him. Scholar Lewin, unfazed by the affectionate exchange between the lord and lady, regarded them with indifference, for to him, despite their high status and maturity, they were no different from a pair of unruly children. As he navigated through the throngs of people, accompanied by a striking knight, he approached Eddard with a slight bow, directly stating, "My lord, the banner of the crowned stag has arrived in Winterfell. It is the king's vanguard." The familiar yet unfamiliar figure brought by the old scholar caught the attention of the bustling servants, who turned their curious gazes toward them. Upon locating Eddard Stark, Maester Lewin bowed in greeting and proceeded to introduce the man following him, Sir Karl Storm. "This is Sir Karl Storm, the captain of the vanguard in the king's retinue." Whether intentional or not, Maester Lewin made a point to present Karl's name to Eddard first. Hearing the introduction, Karl regarded the man before him, who appeared older than the vague memories he held, and promptly removed his helmet. He then stepped forward, bowing to Duke Eddard Stark. "Greetings to you, Lord Stark." On behalf of His Majesty the King, the revelation that this man was the king's vanguard caused Eddard's expression to shift. However, as he processed Karl's name, the Duke, the Guardian of the North, displayed a hint of astonishment. "Karl, is it truly you?" Eddard Stark's voice carried an air of surprise, indicating prior acquaintance with Karl. After a momentary pause upon hearing his name, he quickly stepped closer, instinctively placing a hand on Karl's shoulder as he scrutinized him. Karl was taken aback by the warmth of Eddard's welcome during their first meeting, momentarily stunned before instinctively looking up at him. As he did, Eddard Stark's gray eyes discerned the deep blue of Karl's gaze. He then noted Karl's coal-black hair, allowing his attention to linger on the familiar features of his face. Momentarily lost in thought, "Ahem, my lord, Sir Karl Storm's arrival is to ascertain our preparedness." Observing his lord's lapse, Maester Lewin discreetly cleared his throat, subtly reminding Eddard to maintain decorum. Awakened from his reverie by the Maester's reminder, Duke Stark realized his lapse in composure. He offered a slightly embarrassed smile, withdrawing his hand from Karl's shoulder, though his gaze continued to appraise him. Noticing her husband's distraction, Lady Catelyn of Winterfell displayed no outward signs of concern, though she felt a twinge of curiosity regarding his apparent fixation on Karl. Moreover, the name Karl Storm seemed familiar to her. Then, Duke Eddard Stark, with a hint of apology in his demeanor, addressed Karl, "I am sorry. Karl, I did not anticipate that you would be knighted by Robert. I have heard of the events that transpired at the Crossroads Inn." As Eddard regained his composure, A faint smile graced his face as he began to recount stories of Karl. However, upon uttering those words, Ed noticed the appropriate confusion etched upon Karl's face and promptly realized that, by all accounts, Karl should not be familiar with him. Consequently, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. I suppose you do not recall me, however, I am not a stranger to you. For I once cradled you in my arms when you were but a child. This was back in the Eagle's Nest of the Vale. At this juncture, Ed seemed to recall something, and a hint of melancholy shadowed his features. Upon hearing Ed's words, the Lady of Winterfell also began to recollect who Karl was. He was the name derived from a message retrieved by Master Lewin from a raven, dispatched by the king's northern entourage to convey news. Chapter 48. Arrival. Upon hearing the words of Duke Stark, a hint of perfectly timed bewilderment crossed Karl's face. He quickly bowed his head slightly, though his tone carried a touch of awkwardness. It is my honor. However, my Lord Stark, I must admit I have no recollection of our past encounters. My apologies. Realizing the situation, Eddard's face also registered a hint of embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Karl, it is quite all right. You were merely 2 years old at that time, and we have not crossed paths since. So it is entirely understandable that you have no memories of it. Eddard Stark's expression bore some discomfort, for it was indeed a rather ludicrous expectation that a mere infant like Karl would remember him. Yet, upon seeing Karl's familiar visage and recalling the recent events intertwined with memories of the Vale, Eddard Stark found himself momentarily flustered. Karl, unable to respond appropriately to Eddard's statement, could only smile awkwardly, attempting to evade the issue. Standing before Eddard Stark felt akin to his childhood days when adults introduced him to distant relatives he scarcely recognized. His face displayed a persistent discomfort. After all, he was only familiar with Jon Arryn, and even that familiarity was tenuous. Although Jon Arryn harbored a peculiar fondness for him, Karl could certainly sense that sentiment. After the two exchanged somewhat awkward pleasantries, Eddard's mood inevitably soured. He gazed at this illegitimate son, who bore a striking resemblance to a youthful Robert, yet possessed an even more strikingly handsome demeanor. This sight stirred up buried memories within Eddard. The last time he had seen Robert was in a very different context. Little did he expect that their next encounter, post-Robert's ascension to kingship, would unfold in such a manner. As Eddard looked at Karl, he could not help but recall the contents of the letter Robert had specially sent him. The sudden death of his foster father, the king's brother traveling great distances to seek aid, and the nation standing at a delicate juncture. All of these weighed heavily on Eddard's mind, compounded by a series of troubling events. Observing Karl, his tone grew tinged with melancholy, leading him to lose interest in further conversation. You must be weary from your journey. Are you adjusting to the cold of the north? Perhaps I should have Maester Lewin escort you to rest? Although Duke Stark maintained a gentle smile, expressing concern for Karl, the latter perceptively noted the subtle shift in Eddard's demeanor. Thus, despite the offer, Karl felt compelled to decline, adopting a demeanor of business formality as he regarded the Guardian of the North. Thank you for your concern, my Lord Duke, but I still have work to attend to, Karl replied, casting his gaze around the bustling scene. I need to ascertain whether preparations are in order, as I must report back to the king. Seeing Karl's serious demeanor, Eddard couldn't help but smile. Naturally, we shall not be discourteous. That is well, he replied. Thank you for your diligent preparations, your grace. Oh, by the way, upon entering the city earlier, I noticed that the width of the city gates seems insufficient for the Queen's royal carriage to pass through, so further preparations will be necessary. Your grace. After expressing his gratitude for Duke Stark's efforts, Karl initiated a discussion regarding certain details he had observed. Once Karl had communicated the pertinent considerations with Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, nearly an entire meal's worth of time had elapsed. As a vassal of the king, Eddard Stark was obliged to ensure that the ceremonial protocols were observed with utmost propriety. Part of Karl's responsibilities as a vanguard included this aspect, although both parties had scholars to handle the primary tasks. However, it was Karl who was tasked with noticing the finer details, such as the city gates. Fortunately, after completing today's duties, he anticipated a well-deserved respite for a few days. Stepping out of the main castle's entrance, Karl adjusted his collar, feeling the slightly damp warmth of the city, and glanced upward at the overcast sky. I wonder if it will snow, he murmured, only to notice a small black dot climbing up and down a tower in the distance. Before the king's procession truly arrived at Winterfell, the Stark family gathered together. Arya Stark, who had somehow slipped out of the city, was found and brought back by the guards. Aside from receiving a scolding from Sister Modin, she was also mocked by her sister, Sansa Stark. Meanwhile, Bran Stark, who had been elusive, was located by Catelyn Tully, following the sound of barking dogs atop a towering structure. After a brief reprimand, the two wayward children joined the assembly to welcome the king, led by Eddard Stark himself. All 5 Stark children were present: Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and the youngest, Rickon. In addition to the immediate family standing at the front, there was Jon Snow, Eddard Stark's acknowledged illegitimate son, and his adopted son, Theon Greyjoy. Following them were the loyal retainers of Winterfell, including Maester Luwin, Ser Roderick Castle, Sister Modin, and Captain Jory Castle, among others, all waiting in the crowd. At this moment, the entire Stark family stood at the eastern gate of Winterfell, anticipating the arrival of the royal carriage, as Karl had mentioned that it could not fit through the gates. Thus, the crowd's gaze was filled with a restrained sense of expectation and excitement as they looked ahead. Then, within Eddard's line of sight, a brilliant river formed of gold, silver, and steel surged magnificently through the castle gates. The frigid northern wind battered against the numerous golden banners raised high above their heads, each embroidered with the sigil of the Baratheon family, a majestic crowned stag. Among this procession, Eddard encountered several familiar faces: Sir Jaime Lannister, with his striking golden hair, and Sandor Clegane, bearing the scars of burns upon his visage. Beside them stood a tall youth, undoubtedly the crown prince. As for the misshapen dwarf mounted on a horse, there was no mistaking him for the imp, Tyrion Lannister. Yet, within this gathering, the rotund figure at the forefront, accompanied by the previously encountered Khal Drogo, was a stranger to Eddard Stark. It was only when he dismounted and let out a resounding, familiar bellow, hastening forward to embrace him, that Eddard felt as though his very bones might be disassembled. Nevertheless, it was in that moment that he recognized the visitor. Ned. Ah, how delightful it is to see you, especially with that face turned a shade of purple from the cold. Chapter 49. Take me to your family's crypt. I wish to pay my respects upon reuniting with his cherished friend. Robert could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. He stepped forward and embraced the Duke of Stark, who was staring at him with wide eyes, taking a moment to thoroughly appraise him. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "You have not changed one bit, Ned." Recognizing the exuberant figure embracing him, Ed Stark could only manage a wry smile. Glancing at Robert, the Duke of Stark wished he could utter the same words to the king. After all, 15 years ago, when they fought side by side for the throne, the Duke of Storm's End was a strikingly handsome man, his visage polished, eyes clear, and the object of many young maidens' dreams. At that time, Robert Baratheon stood an impressive 6 feet 5 inches tall, exuding an aura of authority akin to a towering colossus, standing out in any crowd, his brilliance unmatched. Clad in armor and donning a massive helmet adorned with antlers, he was indeed a giant in every sense, possessing a strength that could rival the mightiest of beings. His favored weapon, a spiked warhammer, was one that even he could scarcely lift, let alone wield with ease. In those days, the scent of leather and blood clung to him like the perfume of a noblewoman, inseparable from the Duke of Storm's End. Yet now, he stood before the Duke, having ascended to the throne, and the fragrance of royalty accompanied him as closely as ever. Even his waistline had grown astonishingly, matching his height. Observing the ecstatic figure before him, Ed Stark suddenly recalled the last time he had seen the king, which seemed to be 9 years past. At that time, Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands had incited a rebellion, leading his Ironborn to launch surprise attacks in the Westerlands, setting Lannisport ablaze. The banners of the Stag and the Direwolf flew side by side, as the armies of the 7 kingdoms united to quell the lord who sought to crown himself as king of the Iron Islands. On the night of their victory, they stood together in the hall of the fallen Greyjoy fortress. As king, Robert Baratheon accepted the surrender of the rebel leader, Balon Greyjoy, while Ed took in the young heir of House Greyjoy, Theon, as his ward. However, upon this reunion, Robert appeared quite different. Despite the bushy black beard that concealed his double chin, Ed could not overlook the protruding belly and the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. He calculated that this king, now clearly indulgent in the vices of drink and revelry, had gained at least 50 pounds. The Lord of Winterfell shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Regardless of the changes, Robert Baratheon remained as king, a bond that transcended mere friendship. Thus, in jest, Ed Stark could only bow his head, kneeling in the snow, and humbly salute his sovereign. "Your Majesty, Winterfell stands ready to heed your command." Kneeling before the king were the father, the lord of the city, and the noble lord. The bewildered Arya and Bran, led by their mother and siblings, also bowed in reverence. Instantly, apart from the king's entourage, the subjects of Winterfell followed suit in their salutations. Amidst the pleasantries exchanged between the king and the duke, the royal procession that had surged into the city dismounted, and the stable hands hurried forward to take the reins from their hands. At that moment, Queen Cersei Lannister entered the city with her young children, approaching the Stark family. The Duke of Stark, adhering to the customs, kissed the ruby ring upon the queen's hand before rising at Robert's command. Subsequently, King Robert embraced the duke's wife, Catelyn. with the warmth of a long-lost sister, albeit tempering his strength to spare the Duke from complaints later that night about broken bones. Following this, the children from both families were brought forth for formal introductions, receiving mutual commendations from their respective parents. However, as the formalities concluded, Robert, unable to contain his eagerness, seized Eddard Stark by the arm. "Ned, take me to your family's crypt. I wish to pay my respects." Upon hearing this, Duke Stark was momentarily taken aback, offering a resigned smile. Even after so many years, he remained haunted by her memory. He then summoned a lantern, and their unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Yet, as the two conversed, Cersei, with a blank expression, directed her gaze at Robert and interjected, "We have been traveling swiftly for nearly a month, and having risen early today, everyone is weary and chilled. My dear, I believe we should rest first. After all, there is no need to rush to see the dead. They do not flee." The displeasure etched upon Cersei's face was apparent to all, as she candidly opposed Robert's wishes. In response, Robert merely regarded her with a cold stare, remaining silent. Sensing the tension, Jaime Lannister stepped forward, gently clasping Cersei's hand, thus preventing her from continuing her protest. Observing this, Robert let out a derisive laugh and turned away, striding toward the Stark family crypt. The crypt of Winterfell served as the final resting place for the deceased members of House Stark. It was the ultimate abode for each lord of Winterfell. Traditionally, each lord was honored with a stone statue, and upon the knee of every statue was placed a long sword of iron. It was said that this practice was intended to seal vengeful spirits within the tomb, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the living. The oldest sword, however, had long succumbed to rust, and the place where the sword once rested was now merely a remnant of reddish-brown corrosion. Thus, this tomb chamber does not maintain the constant warmth characteristic of other vaults. Rather, it envelopes one in a chilling aura that rises from its depths, reminiscent of the frigid breath of the underworld. The heavily cloaked Duke of Stark shivered slightly, raising his lantern to cast light upon the spiral staircase leading down to the crypt. Due to the narrowness of the passage, he could only proceed ahead with the lamp in hand. As the two overseers departed impulsively, the lady of the castle, Catelyn, was left in a rather awkward position. She was well aware of the reasons behind the queen's husband's urgency and understood the situation at hand. Instinctively, she glanced at the queen to gauge her reaction. However, the queen remained oblivious to her presence, her gaze still icy as she fixated on the direction in which Robert had departed. Moments later, her attention shifted to Karl, who stood resolutely in place, still adorned with his helmet. Sensing the queen's scrutiny, Karl turned to meet her gaze, but a figure clad in white swiftly interposed itself between them. Chapter 50. Jon Snow's blushing. What the king and the duke were up to piqued the curiosity of some, while leaving others indifferent. As the queen aptly remarked, the populace was weary, cold, and famished. Their minds were hardly preoccupied with such matters, especially considering one of the individuals was the king. Nevertheless, they maintained a grand display, preserving the royal dignity. Among those indifferent was Karl. After all, in this world, apart from the elusive deity and the three-eyed raven capable of altering the script, and aside from the two directly involved, Karl possessed the clearest understanding of the situation. Thus, while everyone busied themselves attending to the king's expansive entourage, Karl, having concluded his duties, sought refuge away from the fray. He entrusted Fox to a stableman in Winterfell and turned to reunite with his rascally companions. Perhaps inspired by the queen's intervention that had prevented the king from visiting the deceased, Lady Catelyn was the first to engage the over 300 guests, ushering them into the great hall of the keep, where she instructed the kitchen to serve the pre-prepared feast for all. The hall, designed to accommodate guests and host family meals, could easily seat over 500 individuals, rendering this task effortlessly manageable. The guests then dispersed, encircling the 8 long tables in the hall, each finding a place to prepare for their meal, while Karl was oblivious to what others consumed. Upon locating his comrades from the Blackstone mercenary company, he obtained a steaming portion of rye bread from a plump kitchen assistant, accompanied by a bowl of stew featuring generous chunks of rabbit meat, turnips, and peas. In a matter of moments, he devoured his meal, using his tongue to dislodge remnants from his teeth, and, patting his belly, resolved to seek another opportunity for sustenance in the gaming world. Just then Hall, who had been fixated on him, approached with a rather lewd expression. "Hey, boss, I heard you know Duke Stark of Winterfell?" In response to Hall's inane chatter, Karl casually placed his empty wooden bowl atop a nearby barrel. He tilted his head to regard Hall, then pondered the whereabouts of Cassie, as it was typically at such moments that he would emerge to gauge the king's sentiments before returning to boast to his companions. After expelling a bone fragment, Karl leisurely squinted, adopting a boastful demeanor. "You must have misheard. I am not well acquainted with the Duke." At that moment, however, Karl was startled by a faint rustling at his feet. Looking down, he beheld a small white creature, approximately the height of a knee, that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, sniffing curiously at his presence, as if aware of being observed. The strikingly white-furred little wolf instinctively raised its head and locked eyes with Karl, revealing a pair of crimson orbs. Naturally, Hall, intrigued by the unexpected canine at Karl's feet, also took notice of the curious little creature. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this dog is white, Chief. It resembles that white fox you shot, though its snout is not as pointed. Could it be that it caught a scent, Chief? Do you think it might bite you?" Hall's words were mere nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the little wolf seemed to comprehend what he was saying. With a wrinkled nose and bared teeth, it retreated a couple of steps while lowering its head, fixing its blood-red eyes on Hall. Yet, no sound emerged from its throat. Hall suddenly felt a chill creeping up his neck. Just as the little wolf appeared to sense a threat and grew agitated, a hand, slightly reddened from the cold, rested gently atop its head, soothingly running through its fur. White Spirit was not a mere dog, nor a white fox. At that moment, Jon Snow, who had inexplicably appeared, widened his eyes in curiosity as he observed Karl and the others. He seemed to have overheard Hall's words and subsequently turned his gaze toward Karl, who had casually set aside his helmet. Inside, there was indeed a conspicuous patch of white fur. However, after a quick glance at the helmet, Jon's attention shifted to the white cloak draped over Karl's shoulders. This cloak appeared remarkably soft, with its snow-white fur facing inward, exuding an unusual warmth despite its lack of ostentation. "Is that cloak behind you made of white fox fur as well?" the 14-year-old Jon inquired, instinctively observing Karl. He believed that White Spirit had drawn near this individual due to the similarity of their fur colors. Moreover, the last time he had seen such striking attire was on a certain Sir Wyman Manderley. Jon vividly recalled this nobleman, who owned a robust black warhorse, donned black leather boots, black woolen trousers, and even a pair of black moleskin gloves. His ensemble comprised a black woolen tunic layered over hardened leather armor, topped with a gleaming black hauberk. Yet, the most remarkable piece of his attire was undoubtedly the astonishing black marten fur cloak, both thick and soft. The reason for his all-black attire was to join the Night's Watch at the Wall. It was said that he was the third son in his family, with little chance of inheriting, which had led him to choose a life among the Night's Watch. Jon held a lasting impression of him, as he had briefly visited Winterfell on his way to the Wall. He was also aware that his sister Sansa seemed to harbor feelings for him. Alas, Jon knew that one of the Night's Watch vows was to remain unmarried, own no land, and father no children. Thus, upon seeing Karl's outfit, which, aside from its color, was clearly more sumptuous than that of Sir Wyman Manderley, Jon couldn't help but wonder if the cloak draped over this knight's shoulders was also fashioned from white fox fur. Upon hearing Jon's inquiry, Karl first cast a glance at Ghost, then turned his attention to the slender boy with a long face, brown hair, and gray eyes. A mischievous thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Perhaps, before posing questions to strangers, one ought to introduce oneself, young lad. Unless you happen to be the master of this place. As Karl spoke, he rose from the pillar against which he had been leaning, resting his hands on his knees, regarding the diminutive figure before him with a hint of intimidation. "Yet, I dare say you are not. For I recently beheld the true master of this realm, bowing before the king and kissing the queen's hand. You are merely a shadow behind them." A smile crept across Karl's lips as he uttered these words. Jon Snow, who had been affectionately stroking Ghost's fluffy white coat, instantly flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Karl's reproachful remarks. He hastily rose to his feet, unsure of where to place his hands. Nevertheless, he summoned his composure to face Karl and solemnly introduced himself. "I am Jon Snow. I apologize for Ghost approaching you, but please believe me, he means no harm." "My lord." Jon himself was unaware of why he addressed Karl in such a manner. As he spoke, he instinctively puffed out his chest, as if to prevent the towering warrior before him from looking down upon him. Indeed, Karl stood out among the crowd, much like the former king had. His imposing figure sat astride a chestnut steed, the strikingly heavy white fur draped over his shoulders like a regal cloak. Jon believed that the man before him was one of the Kingsguard, for he had observed him standing behind the king just moments ago. Chapter 51. The choice of the bastard. Observing the spectacle, Hall couldn't help but chuckle at Jon's feigned maturity. An impish thought crossed his mind. "Hey lad, if that creature truly harbored malevolence, the little rabbit you see before you would already have its neck twisted, and our leader would be adorned with a new pair of gloves and boots. By the way, you call yourself Snow? How amusing." Upon hearing Hall's words, Jon instinctively froze for a moment, while Ghost bared his sharp fangs even more prominently. Noticing Hall's antics, Karl turned without looking back, suppressing the troublemaker with a calm demeanor directed at Jon. "My name is Karl Storm. A pleasure to meet you and your direwolf. Additionally, I can sense it bears no ill will, so there is no need for you to be anxious." Karl offered a soothing remark to Jon, aiming to ease the tension for both him and his wolf. His gaze, filled with curiosity, returned to Ghost. This was his first encounter with a dire wolf, and honestly, it resembled the wild wolves from the gaming world, albeit those creatures wandered through the woods with their gray fur. Karl had slain many of those during his training. However, the dire wolf before him was evidently still a mere pup. He wondered if it would grow larger than the wild wolves in the game, or perhaps even rival the enormous wolves owned by the female giant Frida, who resided north of the Goblin Forest. Frida had 2 giant wolves, one of which also had red eyes and white fur, a sight that had startled Karl upon their first meeting. Even on all fours, her wolves stood as tall as Karl, resembling true monsters. Furthermore, in the realm of ice and fire, dire wolves possessed a hint of magical essence, so their growth was not particularly surprising. Nevertheless, Karl merely glanced at Jon's ghost without dwelling on it further, redirecting his attention back to Jon. "So, Snow, may I inquire as to your age?" he casually asked, no longer teasing the young lad. Upon hearing Karl's inquiry, Jon looked at the man who had previously mocked him. He paid no mind to Hall's jests. Instead, he fixated on Karl's surname. Sensitive to matters concerning bastards, Jon's eyes widened in astonishment when Karl introduced himself as Stone. "I will be 15 after my naming day next year, Sir Karl Stone. You are a knight from the Vale, are you not? I have heard that there are many knights in the Vale. I even met a knight named Wyman Royce, who went to the wall to become a night's watchman." Jon's voice faltered, tinged with embarrassment as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet, upon uttering those words, he felt that his tone might have inadvertently offended others, prompting him to hastily amend his statement, albeit with a hint of fluster. Observing Jon's youthful visage, marked by surprise and confusion, Karl couldn't help but find it amusing. Meanwhile, Hall, who had just been subdued with a single hand, eagerly emerged once more, seemingly intrigued by this individual named Snow. "Boss, how about I regale him with tales of your illustrious deeds? Trust me, I am quite reliable in my endeavors. If you remain silent, no one will assume you are mute." Karl swatted at Hall, who dodged with a chuckle. Nevertheless, Karl made no effort to pursue Hall. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Hall's words. His gaze then roamed up and down Jon, who appeared somewhat anxious under his scrutiny. "Jon Snow," Karl murmured, raising his hand to clasp his chin contemplatively. He then directed his serious gaze into Jon's gray eyes, inquiring with a hint of gravity, "As a bastard named Snow, what are your thoughts on the life that awaits you? Do you intend to remain in this dreary castle, where you can only gaze at the overcast sky, destined to be the right hand of the Stark heir? Or will you don the black garb and venture to the wall, where the cold could chill you to the bone, confronting the relentless chill and a band of rough men who scarce bathe even once a year? Oh, I neglected to mention. The Night's Watch today is nothing like what you may have read in books or heard from your wet nurse. They are ruffians, rapists, thieves, scum of the earth." Upon hearing Karl's remarks, Hall became animated once again. However, Karl showed no signs of objection to Hall's interruption, clearly acquiescing to Hall's assertions. Jon sat speechless, his 14-year-old self striving to appear more mature, gazing blankly at the two. Confounded by their dialogue, Jon, who had long felt adrift regarding his future, opened his mouth but found no words. The two life choices articulated by Karl felt akin to daggers piercing his chest, rendering him breathless. Yet, he found himself unable to contest them. It seemed as though he were destined from birth to endure such fates, to be marginalized and bullied. He pondered whether he would become a vassal to Robb, remain in Winterfell, or perhaps depart to some smaller, colder castle to undertake a menial task with no prospects. Or would he don the black attire, like the guest who once graced this place, and journey to the wall to become a crow that could not soar? This thought stirred within him. His curiosity piqued at the prospect of what the wall might be like. In truth, it was not only Sansa who found herself enamored with the likes of Waymar Royce. Even when he first laid eyes on the second sun clad in black, a similar notion had flickered to life within his heart. Jon contemplated that perhaps donning a black cloak at the wall was his true destiny. For there alone could bastards find their most fitting refuge. The tomb crypt of House Stark held no empty stone coffin that was rightfully his. He had no desire to become Robb's vassal, to kneel and bow before his own brother, for he was merely a lowly bastard, even though his father loved him as dearly as he did his other children. Yet Jon lacked the maternal presence that Robb and his siblings enjoyed, the indulgence of a mother to whom he could cling, basking in her unconditional affection. He was even oblivious to the identity of his own mother. Once, Lady Catelyn Stark sought the answer to this very question, but by the following day, the entire Winterfell ceased to discuss it. The identity of Jon Snow's mother became a taboo. As a bastard, he had long learned to read the room, and naturally refrained from posing such inquiries to his father. Karl observed the silence that fell upon Jon at his words, noticing that the lad's eyes had inexplicably reddened. Chapter 52 Duel. Karl mused that if he were a shade redder and possessed a cascade of silver-white hair, he might very well become a brother to the White Spirit. As long as Jon could promise that the tears welling in his eyes would not cascade down, there remained a glimmer of hope. Thus, Karl broke into a smile and rose, taking 2 steps to stand before Jon Snow, gazing down at the boy whose height barely reached his chest. Jon was startled by Karl's sudden movement, instinctively stepping back, unaware that the White Spirit had snuck up to nuzzle against his leg. Fortunately, Karl caught him, preventing him from tumbling to the ground. Yet, Karl paid no heed to Jon's embarrassment. Instead, he abruptly pointed at the longsword sheathed at Jon's waist and inquired, "What is that at your side? A dagger?" Jon replied, "It's a sword." For some inexplicable reason, Karl's words instilled a sense of acute discomfort in Jon, akin to being stripped bare before the gaze of onlookers. Upon hearing Jon's explanation, Karl suddenly reached out and drew what Jon referred to as a sword from his waist. Jon was taken aback, unable to react in time to prevent his weapon from being seized. The redness in his eyes diminished, only to resurface on his cheeks. Karl, unfazed by the boy's mortification, examined Jon's sword with a casual flick. In terms of feel, it somewhat resembled what Jon termed a sword, yet regrettably, it was merely crafted from wood. Unopened, it bore only the semblance of a sword. Thus, Karl chuckled lightly. "Oh, so this is merely a stick. I too adored such straight sticks in my youth, and I would have called them swords. However, such things I would only craft with my own hands. So, might I inquire, did your father whittle this for you?" As he observed the object, Karl burst into laughter, causing Jon's face to redden further. Nonetheless, he valiantly restrained himself from turning away in tears. Instead, he stood his ground, defiantly meeting Karl's gaze. "This is our practice weapon. I can wield a real sword, but our instructor, Sir Roderick Castle, does not permit us to use them. My swordsmanship is quite proficient," Jon asserted loudly, as if such declarations could alleviate the sting of ridicule. He emphasized aspects he deemed to be his strengths, for among Lord Eddard Stark's children, even Robb was merely slightly better with a spear. When it came to swordplay, he believed himself to be superior. "Oh, is that so?" Karl responded, his countenance betraying skepticism. He then unexpectedly unfastened his belt, discarding his own longsword, along with its leather sheath, towards the earnest yet beleaguered bastion before him. Observing Jon grasping his sword, Karl coldly commanded, "Draw it and thrust it towards me." The expression on Karl's face appeared to be anything but a jest. Even Hall, who was merely a bystander, was taken aback. Jon, too, was unprepared for Karl's sudden and seemingly furious action. Thus, upon hastily accepting the longsword that Karl had unexpectedly thrown at him, he looked up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Karl's intentions. However, this Sir Karl Stone, bearing the surname often associated with bastards, after uttering those words, gripped his wooden sword and stepped back a few paces, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Hall, momentarily stunned, glanced at Jon before shifting his gaze to his superior. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his expression morphed into one of malicious glee. "Well," Hall exclaimed, a peculiar sound escaping him. The spectacle had commenced. The atmosphere in this vicinity felt peculiar, and coupled with Hall's exclamation, the crowd instinctively turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Noting the confrontation between the Stark bastard and the King's Guard, a matter of great concern for the citizens of Winterfell. Among them was the blacksmith Mikken, who, curious to see the king's visage, shouted out, "Hey, Jon, what is happening?" "Yes, speak boldly. The lord of the castle is present." With Mikken's rallying cry, those who had watched Jon grow up began to voice their support. In an instant, the natives of Winterfell, believing one of their own was being wronged by an outsider, cast furious glances at Karl. Yet, despite the crowd's encouragement, Jon Snow remained rooted in place, clutching the longsword in confusion. Overwhelmed by the familiar voices defending him, he was at a loss for words. He scarcely understood how he had ended up before a knight after merely following Ghost. Meanwhile, the gathering crowd continued to swell. Not solely composed of the residents of Winterfell, even members of the Blackstone mercenary company, upon noticing the commotion, gravitated towards Karl. They remained silent, merely standing beside him, their eyes fixed intently on those accusing their leader. In less than a minute, over 30 onlookers had amassed. This spectacle soon captured the attention of the Winterfell guards, who whispered amongst themselves, and shortly thereafter, one guard hurriedly departed. The remaining 6 or 7 made their way through the crowd. "What is happening?" bellowed one who appeared to be the squad leader, admonishing those gathered. Although his tone was harsh, he positioned himself at the forefront of the crowd, shielding the onlookers behind him, his gaze fixed on the wooden sword in Karl's grasp. This knight was challenging Jon Snow to a duel. Upon witnessing the presence of the Lord's guards, the courage of the onlookers swelled. However, Jon, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter surrounding him, found himself at a loss for words. The mere mention of a duel sent him into a genuine state of panic, clutching the sword bestowed upon him by Karl. "No, it is not a duel. Sir Karl Storm did not bully me," Jon pleaded, clearly intent on de-escalating the situation. He stood there, bewildered, grasping the longsword thrown to him, yet striving to clarify the truth of the matter. Despite his attempts to articulate his defense, Karl was evidently unmoved. He brandished his wooden sword, reiterating his demand with unwavering resolve. "No, this is indeed a duel. Boy, I have stated it clearly. Draw your weapon and strike me." Chapter 53. Quick Blade Karl was resolute in his desire to duel Jon, leaving the bastard son of House Stark in a state of indecision. Just as Jon, holding the true sword that Karl had tossed to him, was at a loss, a voice, tinged with evident displeasure, interjected. "This knight's swordsmanship is taught by me. If you wish to test his mettle, perhaps you should seek me out." Karl looked up, curious to identify the speaker, and beheld a stout, middle-aged man with a full white beard and an impressive, ornate mustache. Draped in a dark cloak, he strode directly to stand before Jon. He then revealed the sword sheathed at his waist, his gaze steely as he fixed it upon Karl. "Since you question his skill, it is clear you doubt my instruction." Roderick Castle's eyes bore into Karl, and his voice turned icy. "Therefore, you may test it yourself." Seeing Jon defended by so many in Winterfell, Karl smirked, pursing his lips. He glanced at the old knight standing guard over Jon and, in response to the invitation, shook his head. Karl then brandished the weapon that rightfully belonged to Jon, reiterating, "He's already 14, my lord. Do you truly believe you can stand before him for a lifetime? Allowing him to wield nothing but a ridiculous wooden sword to strike at a mobile straw man? His fate is of no concern to me, knight." It was evident that Roderick was unmoved by Karl's retorts, his tone remaining rigid. As tensions escalated, the gathering crowd grew increasingly attentive. Unexpectedly, a golden-haired dwarf, who no one anticipated would appear, squeezed through the throng and emerged from behind Karl. He first glanced up at his stubborn friend, Karl Storm, then shifted his gaze to the bewildered Jon. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Tyrion suddenly erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of all present. He turned to Roderick Castle, hands raised in a gesture of feigned innocence, and said with a grin, "I believe he speaks the truth. Esteemed white-bearded knight, there will come a day when you, too, will be buried in the earth. I merely suggest that when that time comes, do not let this lad, whom you coddle like a chick beneath your wing, weep for the lack of protection." "I will not weep." Jon instinctively protested at the mention of tears by the queen's brother. Yet, the imp paid him no heed, continuing to smile at the instructor from Winterfell. He leaned back comfortably, resting his elbow on the railing, idly twirling the gold ring on his finger. Observing the old knight, he added, "Are you truly certain that you can make a decision for him that will last a lifetime?" After uttering this, his gaze leisurely shifted from the old knight to Jon Snow, who had stepped forward to assert his resilience against tears. Tyrion regarded Jon with a smile that conveyed profound meaning. Was he to remain an ostracized bastard, confined to this frigid place where one would think twice before shedding their trousers? Perhaps one should contemplate granting him alternative avenues for his future choices. Upon hearing the words of the imp, Roderick instinctively furrowed his brow, ready to retort. Yet, upon noticing the smile at the corner of Tyrion's mouth, he hesitated, suppressing his intended response and instead delving into contemplation. 3 seconds later, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, habitually tugging at his beard. He gazed intently at the peculiar little devil, who was smiling enigmatically at Jon. His gaze then shifted to Karl, who had, unbeknownst to anyone, propped his wooden sword against the ground and leaned to rest. After a brief moment of reflection, Sir Roderick Castle reined in his actions, readjusted his cloak, and stepped slightly aside. "Jon, draw your sword, since Sir Karl Storm is so eager to witness your swordsmanship." Before Jon could react, Roderick abruptly declared this. His countenance was stern, clearly devoid of jest. He was never one for humor. As he made his pronouncement, those around him, who had anticipated a suitable resolution to the matter, were momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the old knight, who had seemingly abandoned his principles. They looked on, bewildered, unable to fathom the knight's unexpected betrayal. However, it was evident that Roderick had no intention of offering explanations, even in the face of questioning glances. He maintained a serious demeanor, genuinely prepared to allow Jon Snow to duel the night before him. With no interference in sight, Karl's grin widened, radiating warmth. He cast a subtle glance at Tyrion, raising an eyebrow, their unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. Then, with a chuckle, he turned his attention back to Jon. "Did you hear that, lad? Your mentor has commanded you to draw your sword." Faced with this scenario, the onlookers, respecting the old knight's authority, found their voices stifled. After all, Roderick Castle was the master-at-arms of Winterfell and Jon's swordsmanship instructor. Thus, despite their confusion, they remained silent, reluctantly creating space for their young ones to duel with this knight who had just arrived in Winterfell seeking confrontation. Yet, observing the wooden blunt sword in the knight's hand, they understood that he would likely only be delivering a lesson to Jon rather than engaging in a true battle. Consequently, though frustrated, they kept their mouths shut. In a bewildering turn of events, Jon Snow found himself standing before Karl, grasping the latter's longsword. Instinctively, he drew the blade, its shimmering surface reflecting an array of light, while a peculiar glint sparkled in his eyes. It was his inaugural encounter with such a formidable weapon, and an inexplicable tension coursed through him. After a prolonged period of mental preparation, he unexpectedly turned to his mentor and earnestly expressed, "Sir Roderick, I believe it would be wiser to opt for a wooden sword instead." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a figure materialized before him. Karl, raising his wooden sword high, regarded Jon with a serious demeanor, devoid of any smile. "Do you hold me in contempt? You little brat. The man standing before you is none other than Quicksword Karl." Chapter 54. How about being my servant instead? As the confrontation was about to erupt, Tyrion, ever the spectator, added a remark from the sidelines. Jon instinctively turned his gaze back, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewildered clarity. Observing Jon's apparent distraction during their duel, Karl seized the moment. The wooden sword, once raised high, came crashing down, its edge striking the muscle on the outer side of the Stark bastard's thigh near the knee. The sharp crack echoed through the air, and Jon, momentarily dazed, fell to the ground in response to the blow. Faced with a barrage of swift attacks and the sudden agony radiating from his thigh, Jon had no time to react, resulting in an embarrassing defeat in the first round. Wincing in pain, Karl, witnessing Jon's comical predicament, unleashed a torrent of mockery. "Get up, boy, let us continue. Your true enemies 1T announced their intentions before striking. Perhaps you could offer me suggestions on where to attack you next?" Karl's taunts were merciless. Having been unexpectedly struck, Jon lay on the ground, feeling the throbbing discomfort in his thigh, and glared at Karl with indignation. This time, Jon, who had sought to avoid this conflict, genuinely felt anger. He no longer desired a return to the wooden swords for their duel. After all, the humiliation in front of so many had wounded his fragile pride. Thus, he bore the pain in silence, quickly rising to his feet, facing Karl once more. Jon's gaze hardened with sincerity and with a hint of fury. He addressed the dishonorable knight who had ambushed him. "I will offer you suggestions, but not with words." With that, Jon abandoned his courteous demeanor, raising Karl's sword and launching an assault. He was a man, and he possessed a temper. Though his life as a bastard in Winterfell had not been particularly joyful, he had learned early on to read the room. However, this did not imply he would passively endure bullying, retreating to weep in solitude. Thus, after standing tall and delivering his fierce retort to Karl, he positioned the sword horizontally and swung it towards Karl's arm. Observing the sluggishness of Jon's movement, Karl merely chuckled. Yet, as Jon advanced, Karl unexpectedly stepped forward, evading Jon's strike while executing a swift trip at Jon's feet. Taken aback by Karl's audacity to advance rather than retreat, Jon Snow, lacking practical combat experience, instinctively faltered. Yet, at this moment, it was too late for anything to be said, and he was incapable of reacting further. Suddenly, he felt a foot trip him, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. Coupled with the force of his sword swing, the anger on Jon Snow's face swiftly transformed into panic. And as he flailed his arms forward, he fell. With a resounding splash, Jon Snow landed face first into a mud puddle created by horse hoofs. Even as he fell, mud and water were splattered around him. When he finally lifted his head, his face and mouth were smeared with filthy muck, leaving only his two bright eyes struggling to discern his surroundings. "Oh, so you meant not to use your mouth because it was occupied?" The mockery of Karl grew louder as he beheld Jon Snow in the mud. Ugh, Jon lay there dazed in the puddle, expressionless as he spat out the mud from his mouth. However, he refrained from uttering any complaints this time, even in the face of Karl's taunting. He silently retrieved his longsword. Rising in silence, he turned to face Karl, once again lifting the sword that Karl had thrown to him. It seemed that some had yet to grasp the concept of surrender. "Come, little one, let me first teach you how to stand firm, rather than rushing to run." Observing Jon's silent resistance, Karl continued his verbal onslaught, even raising a finger in a taunting gesture. After unleashing his mockery, Karl did not wait for Jon to charge again. Instead, he took the initiative and lunged forward. With a sudden clash, Jon found himself unable to effectively counter Karl's unexpected and illogical attack, receiving a blow to his arm. This time, he could scarcely hold onto his sword, which slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Jon's arm trembled in pain, and he could not suppress a cry. Yet, despite failing to defend against Karl Stone's assault, something compelled Jon Snow to leap at Karl. It seemed he aimed to tackle Karl to the ground, hoping to engage him in a brawl on the ground. However, while the intention was noble, the reality was harsh. In the face of Jon's charge, Karl made no extraneous movements. Simply relying on his longer reach, he executed a straightforward yet effective maneuver, pushing Jon back into the mud once again. Karl, relishing his dominance over the young contender, continued his onslaught. Meanwhile, Tyrion deftly sidestepped the two, quietly approaching Sir Roderick Castle. Quite the spectacle, is it not? If you refer to adults bullying children, I have no words. Upon hearing Tyrion's remark, Roderick's expression grew more severe. As he tugged at his beard, his face sour as if he had not washed his undergarments in a month. However, in the face of his rebuttal, as he observed the indomitable young lad rising once more to charge at Karl Storm, Tyrion could not help but chuckle. My friend holds a peculiar fondness for him. No one else would share such sentiments. Is this the reason you were dubbed the Imp? Tyrion raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by Roderick's evident dissatisfaction. No. My good sir, if my friend were disinterested in someone, he would hardly acknowledge this similarly illegitimate lad. Karl often exuded an aura of being out of sync with the world, as if he were utterly indifferent to many things quite transcendent. Indeed. That is the word. Tyrion, observing the unfolding spectacle, mimicked Roderick's gesture of tugging at his beard. Regrettably, lacking a beard himself, he merely pinched his chin. Upon hearing his words, Roderick shifted his gaze from the one-sided beating of Jon to regard the infamous Lannister dwarf with a hint of seriousness. I'm afraid I cannot perceive it. The tone of the knight softened. Tyrion chuckled lightly. Then can you discern whether the lad you're instructing has the potential to become a knight? Roderick Keyes fell silent. Watching Jon Snow being toyed with by Karl, he began to question whether his previous assessments of the boy were misguided. After what seemed like another 10 minutes of relentless struggle, Jon Snow lay once more in the mud, his eyes vacant as he gazed skyward, overwhelmed by an abyss of despair. You still have room for improvement, so let us call it a day. Go back, cleanse yourself of that foul stench, and I expect to see you on the training grounds before dawn. Karl stated mercilessly as he stood over the dreamless Jon. At the sound of his voice, Jon's focus sharpened, and with the last of his strength, he turned his head to look at him. Why? For no reason, Karl replied with a smile, turning to retrieve his sword. I merely wanted to ask if you would be interested in becoming my squire. The rewards are generous upon graduation. You shall receive 3 war horses and a full suit of armor. Chapter 55, the first lesson for men as dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon. Winterfell did not succumb to the usual silence that accompanied the night. Instead, it was punctuated by sporadic barks of dogs and the discordant caws of crows. The arrival of the king's retinue brought an unusual vibrancy to this cold northern city-state, with the hubbub concentrated within the Great Hall and its surroundings. A throng of 400 to 500 people crowded the space, where the atmosphere around the long tables was lively, filled with the clinking of cups and boisterous laughter. Seated at the far end of the hall, Jon Snow occasionally found himself secretly grateful for his status as a bastard. Well, in certain situations, although such moments were rare. As he lifted the wine jug handed to him and refilled his recently emptied cup, he suddenly realized he was indeed in one of those situations. At that moment, a voice broke through his reverie. A cup for me as well, good sir. Without turning, Karl extended his horn cup towards Jon while engaging in conversation with others. Very well, my lord. Jon, prepared to return to his bench, reluctantly accepted Karl's cup and filled it to the brim with the sweet summer red. He felt somewhat ill at ease performing such tasks. Karl then took the cup Jon offered and, after savoring the wine that had spilled onto his hand, could not help but commend. Thank you. However, next time, you might want to find a string to prevent the wine from overflowing. It's quite a shame to waste it. If memory serves, there should be ample supply in the stables outside, and I believe this vintage is something you procure from White Harbor. If the opportunity arises, I shall suggest to Lord Stark that you handle the transactions next time. Jon felt a sudden urge to strike Karl upon hearing his praise. He realized that the knight who had benevolently taken him on as a squire could be rather sharp-tongued at times. Unfortunately, he knew he was no match for him. Thus, he sulkily returned to his seat, wedged among a group of seasoned mercenaries, fantasizing that perhaps his knight would be better suited to entertain at a circus, jesting with clowns to amuse the audience. After a moment of self-reassurance bolstered by a spirit of victory, Jon found his mood considerably lifted. He raised his cup and sipped the exquisite vintage, the sweet fruit aroma of the summer red eliciting a faint smile. The hall of Winterfell was thick with warmth, the enticing aromas of roasted meat and freshly baked bread wafting through the air. At that juncture, Karl found a pause in his conversation, bursting into laughter before coming to a halt. He picked up a dagger from the table, casually skewered a piece of boiled turnip, and tossed it into his mouth, relishing the savory flavors melded in meat juices while his gaze wandered across the crowd towards the surrounding stone walls. Countless candles illuminated the hall, casting a brightness akin to daylight, while the gray stone walls were adorned with the banners of various houses. A glance revealed the white dire wolf of House Stark, the golden crowned stag of House Baratheon, and the crimson roaring lion of House Lannister. As Karl beheld these emblems, he narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The hall was filled not only with the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, but also with an odd medley of sweat, musk, and foot odor. Above this peculiar bouquet, a melodious song floated through the space. A bard, seated near the dais, plucked his lute and sang heartily. However, amidst the crackling of the roaring fire, the clinking of dishes, and the raucous chatter of inebriated guests, Karl, who had settled at the far end of the hall, could scarcely discern the lyrics. Surveying the lively scene before him, he raised the wine goblet that Jon had filled for him to his lips. Just as he was about to indulge in a generous sip, his eyes widened in surprise, freezing the goblet in midair. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon the singer, partially obscured by the throng. Suddenly, a flash of recollection crossed Karl's mind, accompanied by a hint of nostalgia. Yet, he chose to remain silent, merely curling his lips into a subtle smile before swallowing the morsel he had been chewing. How intriguing, remarkably intriguing. Karl couldn't help but exclaim. Boss, what's so interesting? Kosi, seated beside him and likewise somewhat inebriated, leaned in, having overheard Karl's musings. Of course, the story is becoming captivating, Karl replied with a grin, raising the goblet to his lips, though he had no intention of elaborating further. Instead, he tilted his head back, gulping down 2 hearty swigs of wine. Kosi, seemingly unfazed, chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, and wiped the grease from his chin with his sleeve before turning his attention to a 14-year-old boy, trapped among a gaggle of men, whose expression betrayed a touch of helplessness. Boss, the story is indeed interesting, but I fancy other things, heh. By the way, what made you choose this lad as your squire? Is it merely because he, too, is a bastard? And isn't he a bit too old for that role? Kosi inquired, his gaze bleary, oblivious to the potential offense of his words. Noting the imbecile's drunken bravado, Karl shot him a sideways glance. If you, too, were a bastard, perhaps I might consider making you my squire, notwithstanding the inconvenient truth of your nearing 40. Sensing the displeasure in Karl's tone, Kosi scratched his head, chuckling nervously as he acknowledged his folly. However, his eyes darted around before he leaned closer to whisper in Karl's ear. My dear friend, though I did not witness your glorious deeds today, guess what I have stumbled upon? Observing the lewd expression on his face, Karl instinctively distanced himself, unwilling to endure the stench of his breath. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what have you discovered? A talking female dragon, perhaps? And where, pray tell? Did you scoundrel disappear to at that time? Karl was indeed somewhat curious about this fellow's whereabouts. However, as soon as Karl posed his question, Kosi, with a toothless grin, was preparing to claim credit. Meanwhile, Hall and the others, who had also noticed their exchange, halted their conversation and wasted no time in undermining him. Boss, do not listen to this fool's nonsense. This rascal was off to find a brothel. What do you mean by finding a brothel? Kosi retorted, his eyes widening. I was merely gathering intelligence. Information is life. Do you not understand? Clearly, Hall and the others were unconvinced by his fabrications, and they began to jeer and chime in. Oh really? So tell us, which of the local courtesans is the most beautiful? Don't tell me that in this frigid place, one could find a lovely bloom. However, as Hall and the others continued, Kosi's eyes lit up at the mention, exclaiming, Indeed, there is one. Upon hearing Kosi's earnestness, Hall and the others paused, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. What is her name, and what does she look like? Jon, who had been unable to interject into their banter, turned his gaze toward them, his flushed cheeks unnoticed in the candlelight, yet his eyes gleamed with interest. Kosi, with an air of pride, thumped his chest and boldly declared, She is a girl with fiery red hair, named Rose. At the mention of this name, Jon was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with this girl and had once paid for her services. However, he refrained from further engagement, fearing the potential consequences of fathering an illegitimate child, a burden he had grappled with his entire life. He was also aware that Theon Greyjoy was a frequent patron of hers. This revelation piqued Karl's interest. Rose, red-haired, quite beautiful, you say? As he spoke, he stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon the boy, whose face betrayed his inner thoughts. Very well, I shall assign you a task. I require you to accompany my new squire tomorrow to tend to her affairs, for I do not wish my squire to remain a timid virgin, unacquainted with the pleasures of womanhood, before he learns to wield a sword. I refuse to be the subject of ridicule. Thus, let this serve as his initiation into manhood. Chapter 56. The Night Banquet. 10 silver stags. Remember to be gentle with them. The newly born fawns cannot withstand the torment of hungry wolves. Before the bewildered Jon Snow could comprehend the situation, Karl readily provided his own funds for the event. Upon hearing Karl's command, the members of the Blackstone mercenary company erupted in jubilant cheers, casting aside their leader to swarm around Jon Snow, their excitement surpassing even that of the protagonist himself. Some, with no sense of restraint, began to regale the unfortunate bastard with tales of their own leader's illustrious exploits in King's Landing. They proudly proclaimed that, as a fellow bastard, their leader could roam the Silk Street without hindrance, never needing to spend a coin. It was all due to sheer prowess. In that moment, Jon found himself unable to refuse. His voice was drowned out by the chorus of enthusiastic supporters, engulfed in the ocean of popular justice. Observing this scene, Karl lurked nearby, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He pondered the expression Jon Snow would wear once all was said and done. Furthermore, since the young man had been so unceremoniously interrupted, it meant he had forfeited the chance to encounter his future wildling girlfriend. In light of this, Karl shamelessly concocted a noble reason to compensate him. The welcome banquet held to honor the king had been underway for a full 4 hours, and Karl seamlessly blended into the atmosphere like water. He relished the company of these individuals, savoring their tales of warfare, hunting, and even illicit affairs. Meanwhile, he quietly chuckled to himself, reminiscing about the splendid 5 years he spent wandering the free cities. As the festivities continued, the hosts and primary guests finally made their grand entrance through the main door. Coincidentally, the procession passed right behind his seat, prompting Karl to turn around, a smile gracing his face as he earnestly scrutinized the group. Leading the procession was the lord of the castle, Duke Stark, escorting the queen at the forefront. Bathed in candlelight, the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Cersei Lannister, appeared even more stunning than the rumors suggested. Adorned with a crown embellished with jewels, her golden hair shimmered radiantly. The emeralds embedded in her crown complemented her brilliant, cerulean eyes to perfection. The Duke assisted her as they navigated through the banquet, ascending the dais and guiding her to her designated seat. However, the haughty Lannister never once deigned to acknowledge the Duke of Winterfell with her gaze. Even her smile seemed merely a facade. After taking her seat, Queen Cersei instinctively scanned the room, yet did not catch sight of the individual she wished to avoid. A barely perceptible furrow crossed her brow, only to be smoothed away as if nothing had transpired. Following closely behind them was the king himself, swaggering into the banquet hall. His rotund belly on display, arm in arm with Lady Stark, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. If only that empty hand were not holding a goblet adorned with gold and precious gems. Following them were the children from both families. The youngest, little Rickon, walked alone at the forefront. At merely 3 years old, he endeavored to display the solemn demeanor befitting his age. Upon witnessing his adorable appearance, Karl couldn't help but smile, almost reaching for a copper star to hand him. However, Rickon's attention was drawn to Jon, surrounded by the likes of Kosi and others, prompting him to pause and greet him. Jon, nursing a headache, urged him to hurry along. Next in line was Robb Stark, the current heir of Winterfell. He donned a woolen garment in the Stark family colors of gray and white, yet unlike Rickon, he failed to notice his brother. Instead, he was emulating the king ahead, holding the hand of Princess Maya. Alas, the young princess was but a child of not yet 8, struggling to reach up just enough to grasp Robb's arm, resulting in an awkward posture. She too wore an exquisite net adorned with pearls, her golden curls cascading down like a waterfall. As they passed by Karl, it seemed that she caught sight of him. However, she quickly turned her head away, feigning ignorance, her face flushed with a bashful smile as she continued forward. Robb's gaze remained fixed upon her, grinning like a fool. Following them was Arya, accompanied by the plump Prince Tommen, whose platinum hair was even longer than Arya's. Sansa, merely 2 years older than her sister, was alongside Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Although Joffrey was only 12, he towered over both Jon and Robb. Observing this, Karl resolved to ensure Jon received additional nourishment later, perhaps some muscle-building powder. Joffrey, clearly having made an effort to present himself well tonight, gazed ahead with his deep azure eyes, his golden curls cascading gracefully over his shoulders, partially obscuring his golden cravat and the luxurious velvet collar. Sansa Stark walked beside him, radiating beauty. However, she soon noticed a sudden tightening of Joffrey's previously playful smile, his countenance shifting as if confronted by a terrifying sight, turning pale in an instant. Instinctively, she turned to see what had caught his attention, only to behold a man of strikingly handsome and alluring features, far more captivating than the Kingslayer, waving at them. Upon recognizing Karl, who stood not far away, Sansa froze momentarily, her eyes widening in surprise before she averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she quickened her pace forward. This involuntary reaction inadvertently propelled Joffrey along with her. Yet regrettably, Karl was not waving at them. His gesture was meant for a dwarf who accompanied the striking figure of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, with his tall, golden-haired stature, piercing blue eyes, and a smile sharp as a blade. He walked unsteadily, half concealed in his brother's shadow, attempting to evade the attention of onlookers. It seemed as though he sought refuge behind his brother, adorned in a striking crimson silk long robe, sleek black knee-high boots, and a flowing black satin cloak, embroidered with the fierce roaring lion of House Lannister in gold thread upon his chest. Yet, the dwarf, standing at merely half his brother's height, struggled with his malformed legs in an earnest effort to keep pace. However, his oddly proportioned figure, with an oversized head, could not be hidden, drawing even more attention to himself. Upon noticing a greeting from his dear friend, this disgrace of House Lannister responded in kind, mimicking a gesture that Karl had once shown him, raising a middle finger and mouthing the most vulgar of blessings. Following closely behind the two Lannister brothers was a figure that piqued Karl's curiosity, Bran Stark, the chief ranger of the Night's Watch. Karl observed him, stroking his chin before letting his hand fall. Bran seemed to notice Jon, offering him a gentle smile. Accompanying him was a youthful figure, yet exuding an air of lewdness, Theon Greyjoy. However, Theon appeared entirely oblivious to Jon, casting his gaze instead upon Karl. Jon, for his part, remained indifferent, as this was hardly a new occurrence. Once all the esteemed guests were seated, toasts were raised and well wishes exchanged, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Chapter 57. Benjen Stark. As the hosts and guests settled into their respective places, the atmosphere in the hall surged to a new pinnacle of excitement. Seated on the far side of the grand hall were Jon Snow's half-siblings, separated from him by the expanse of the room. They occupied a table alongside the princes and princesses, positioned just a tier below the Duke and Duchess Stark and the King and Queen upon their elevated dais. On such special occasions, the Duke of Stark graciously permitted each of his children to partake in a single cup of wine, strictly prohibiting any more. Thus, aside from little Rickon, even Sansa and Arya had each a goblet of summer red before them, while Rickon was relegated to a solitary cup of warmed milk. As shadows danced and cups clinked, Jon found himself indulging in the wine, perhaps due to the rarity of such an opportunity. He drank with abandon, his cheeks flushed under the flickering firelight, clad only in a thin leather jacket. The end of the long table was less scrutinized than the front, allowing Robb and his companions direwolves to be absent from such a gathering. However, the direwolf ghost seemed to bask in the privilege of his master-s status. Clearly exempt from the ban, Jon reached beneath the table to stroke Ghost-s head, quietly disassembling an entire chicken bone and tossing it to him. After silently dispatching the other competitors, Ghost savored his master-s bounty in solitude. The defeated could only wander the table, following the serving maidens as they flitted about. Jon couldn't help but smile at the scene. You ought to learn from him. Karl, who had been observing Jon's discreet actions beneath the table, witnessed the silent triumph of the small creature. Ghost was merely one-third the size of the she-wolf, yet he effortlessly claimed his meal with a mere display of intimidation. Upon hearing Karl's remark, Jon's proud expression faltered. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Is this the famed direwolf? Jon's face lit up with joy as he looked up. His uncle Benjen placed a hand on his head, ruffling his hair much like he had done to Ghost for moments before. In response to Jon's words, he said, his name is Ghost. Benjen Stark chuckled at Jon's declaration, then turned his gaze to Karl, who sat opposite Jon. Sir Karl Stone, I have heard tales of you today. I must thank you on Jon's behalf. It is an honor for him to become your squire. Upon hearing Benjen's commendation, Karl, recognizing the speaker, graciously directed his attention to Jon. Lord Karl, this is my father Eddard Stark's brother, Benjen Stark. He is now the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Jon, understanding the importance of decorum, promptly introduced them. Realizing he was in the presence of the Duke's brother, Karl stood from his seat, offering a respectful bow to Benjen. It is a noble order, upon whose contributions the peace of the Seven Kingdoms relies. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Benjen Stark. Upon hearing Karl's words, Banyang's eyes reflected a hint of surprise, quickly followed by a smile and a dismissive wave of his hand, indicating that Karl was being overly modest. The honors of your had long since transformed into tales of legend. The things we once defended have vanished into the mists of time for millennia. And now it is merely a game played with the wild men of the North. In response to Banyang's humility, a trace of seriousness crossed Karl's face. I firmly believe that the valor of the Night's Watch has never waned with the passage of time. Aware of his leader's respect and courtesy, and having heard that this individual was the brother of the Duke of Stark, Cassie, seated beside Jon, hastily relinquished his position. Astonished by the knight's genuine admiration for the Night's Watch, which seemed far from mere pleasantries, Banyang's expression also shifted to one of earnestness. Jon is fortunate. With that, Banong smiled and patted Karl on the shoulder, unceremoniously taking a seat on the bench and effortlessly accepting a cup from Jon's hands. The atmosphere immediately lightened. After a mere sip of the summer red wine, Banong discerned its exquisite sweetness. Turning to Jon, whose face glowed with a rosy hue and reeked of alcohol, he inquired, "Jon, how many cups have you consumed tonight?" To this, Jon merely chuckled foolishly, refraining from a reply. As anticipated, Banong thought, shaking his head in resignation. "Oh well. I remember the first time I drank to the point of inebriation. I was even younger than you." Banong Stark did not chastise Jon for his indulgence. Instead, he reminisced about his own past. With that, he turned his gaze to Karl Storm, who had likewise taken a seat across from him, and raised his cup to initiate conversation. "Sir Karl, how old were you when you first tasted alcohol?" Karl stroked his chin, his eyes seemingly clouded with nostalgia. "I can hardly recall. Perhaps I was knocked unconscious by a donkey's kick. I cannot definitively say whether it was the donkey's hoof or the alcohol that affected me." As he spoke, Karl lifted his cup to clink it with Banyang's and shrugged. "Sir Karl is quite amusing." Banyang laughed heartily, then joyfully downed half of his summer red. Setting down his cup, he reached for a roasted onion dripping with brown gravy from a nearby platter, biting into it with a satisfying crunch. Karl also took a sip, grinning as he laid his cup down and looked at the chief ranger of the Night's Watch. Banong Stark possessed sharp features and a lean physique, resembling a jagged cliff face. Donning leather high boots and a heavy silver necklace, he wore a velvet long tunic that mirrored the dark attire of the Night's Watch. Despite his seemingly austere and competent appearance, his gray-blue eyes were always alight with mirth, lending him an approachable demeanor. After sharing a light-hearted jest, Bayong suddenly gazed contemplatively at Jon beside him and remarked, "Perhaps it is a good thing for you to venture south." Upon hearing Bayang's words, Karl merely chuckled. However, Jon, feeling somewhat defiant, leaned in closer and asserted, "I would much prefer to accompany you to the north. I had even planned to join you on your return journey." Bayong paused, taken aback by Jon's declaration. With a knowing look directed at the obstinate bastard, he replied, "The wall is a harsh realm, particularly for a boy like you. It is evident that you now possess a more favorable alternative." At this juncture, Bayong glanced at Karl. "I cannot promise him anything. In my view, there is still much for him to learn." Hearing this, Karl shrugged, feigning innocence. "At least prior to this, I had just prepared his first lesson, and thereafter, it is about how to wield a sword." Bayang's curiosity piqued at this statement. "What is it?" "First, let him transition from a boy to a man. That is not an arduous task." Karl's eyebrows twitched knowingly. Upon receiving this unexpected response, Bayong could not help but open his mouth in surprise. Indeed, after he has fathered 2 or 3 bastards of his own, perhaps his perspective will shift. Chapter 58. Midnight Conversations. I shall never father an illegitimate child. The conversation between Karl and the others seemed to strike a nerve within the boy, igniting not only a flush across his cheeks, but also a fiery indignation in his eyes. He rose to his feet, glaring defiantly at his knightly lord and his uncle. "I am nearly of age and refuse to be regarded as a mere child. On my next name day, I shall turn 15. And Master Ruin has stated that bastards grow faster than other children." Jon Snow's abrupt rise caused an instinctive hush to fall over the table as all eyes turned towards him. When he mentioned bastards, he caught sight of his newly appointed knight, and instinctively swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. He was acutely aware that this man before him was also a bastard, and indeed, the king's bastard. This realization made him cognizant of his faux pas. After a brief pause, he hastily attempted to amend his statement. Just as he was about to escape the room, feeling both awkward and somewhat aggrieved, Hall, who stood beside him, reached out and patted the empty space where his belt should be. "Is that so, lad? Do you still recall the longsword that the boss gifted you this afternoon?" Hall's words jolted Jon from his reverie, though he found himself perplexed by their meaning. He remembered. But what did it matter? The events of that afternoon were still vividly etched in his mind, especially the turmoil he had endured at Sir Karl's hands. Reflecting on this, he instinctively touched his waist, recalling how Sir Karl had presented him with that true sword as a token of his new role as his squire. "Lad, I have never wielded a wooden sword. Those who fear injury can never become true warriors. This sword was forged by my own hands, lacking a name. Should you find it unworthy, feel free to bestow one upon it. It now belongs to you. And my first request of you is to learn how to care for your own weapon." Jon still vividly remembered Sir Karl's words as he had handed over the longsword. "You must be unaware of the tale that accompanies this sword." Observing Jon's bewildered expression, Hall chuckled and pulled him back onto the bench. After all, he was unaccustomed to looking up at others, save for his own leader. Upon hearing Hall's remark, the curiosity of Banyang was piqued, and he too turned his gaze towards them. Seeing that he had captured their attention, Hall cleared his throat and began to speak with fervor. I know not how long the boss has wielded this sword, nor how much blood has stained its blade. However, before this, it has laid low 2 members of the Kingsguard, both pierced through the neck and heart by the boss himself. Hall paused to illustrate the approximate motions before continuing his narrative. In a confrontation devoid of any weapons, 2 members of the Kingsguard fell to the ground without ever having laid eyes on the figure of their leader. It was only with the aid of 2 white cloaks that he managed to cleanse the blood from his sword, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Hall recounted this tale to Jon, a narrative that drained the color from his cheeks. Jon was taken aback to learn that the sword gifted to him by Sir Karl bore such a storied history. Kingsguard? Iron Guard? Jon murmured, his expression one of disbelief. Hall merely shrugged, seemingly disinterested in further discussion on the matter. Instead, he pointed at the long table before them and, with a meaningful glance, remarked, "So, before this, did you still dare to claim you are not a child? Whether it be a woman or an enemy? You must conquer one to prove your worth, lad." Jon found himself in a state of shock, while Benjen grasped Hall's underlying message. However, Benjen was less concerned with Hall's admonition towards Jon and more astonished by the revelation that Karl had slain 2 Kingsguard. He instinctively suppressed his smile and turned to gaze at Karl Storm, pondering the implications of their conversation. "What unexpected topic are you discussing?" At that moment, a half-man, no taller than the table, approached with curiosity, instinctively inquiring about the silence that enveloped the dining table. The banquet continued until the deep hours of the night, concluding only after the majority, including the king, succumbed to intoxication. The queen, who had been sullen since the afternoon when Duke Stark had escorted the king to the underground crypt, remained as cold and unyielding as a statue throughout the festivities. Upon witnessing her husband inebriated, she chose to ignore him entirely. After politely bidding farewell to the Duke and Duchess, she left the banquet with a stern face, accompanied by her children. Reluctantly, Duke Stark declared the festivities at an end, instructing attendants to escort the king to the chambers prepared for him in Winterfell. Thus, the evening concluded. As for the Duke and Duchess, they retreated to their private quarters. Among all the rooms in the Winterfell keep, Lady Catelyn's chamber was the most stifling, so much so that the need for a fire was rare. The castle, built atop natural hot springs, allowed the steam to circulate like blood through the stone halls, dispelling the chill from within. After the evening's events, Duke Ned turned over and rose from Catelyn's bed. As he had done countless times before, he traversed the room, drew back the heavy tapestry curtains, and opened the narrow windows high above, inviting the night's chill into the chamber. Ned stood quietly by the window, bare and unadorned, his hands empty, gazing into the shadowy expanse of the night. The cold wind whistled past him, bringing a refreshing coolness to the air. However, it compelled Lady Catelyn to pull the warm fur cloak tightly up to her chin. Catelyn yearned to bestow upon the man before her another son. She was still youthful, and 3 years had passed since the birth of Rickon. "I shall simply refuse him." Suddenly, as he gazed out into the night, Eddard turned to look at his wife while speaking. Yet, despite his words, a shadow lingered in his eyes, and his tone was laden with doubt. Upon hearing her husband's statement, Catelyn instinctively felt a pang of alarm and sat upright in bed. "No, you must not refuse. My duty lies here, in the north. I have no intention of assuming the role of prime minister that belonged to Robert." Ned regarded his wife with a furrowed brow, and Catelyn mirrored his concern. He does not comprehend these matters. He is now a king, and a king cannot be regarded as an ordinary man. Should you refuse him, he will undoubtedly wonder about the reasons behind it, and as time passes, he may eventually suspect that your heart harbors treachery. Chapter 59. The secret letter. Eddard Stark instinctively asserted, "Robert would never act against me or my family." Upon hearing his wife's concerns, yet, observing the worry etched on Catelyn's face, he could not dismiss her apprehensions. Shaking his head, Eddard softened his tone, explaining, "He loves me more than his own brother. If I merely refuse him, he will explode with rage and unleash a torrent of curses. However, a week from now, we shall scoff at this matter, Catelyn. I know Robert well, but you are only familiar with his past. When he was an immature lord of Winterfell," Catelyn interjected, her skepticism evident. "Now he is the king, and after so many years apart, you have become strangers." Eddard's optimism did not seem to resonate with her. Time may heal all wounds, but can it truly erase the bonds of friendship? This thought led Catelyn to recall the dire wolf lying in the snow, its throat pierced by a stag's antler, a portent she could not ignore. The king's arrival only heightened her unease, prompting her to make her husband confront reality. "My lord, the king's pride is everything to him. Since Robert has traveled great distances to seek your counsel and bestow upon you such exalted honors, if you were to categorically refuse him, it would be akin to publicly slapping him in the face. All of Westeros knows the true purpose behind Robert's northern expedition. Honor." Eddard bitterly smiled at his wife's admonitions. Did he not understand the implications of refusal? Is there any honor greater in the king's eyes? Catelyn countered. Eddard gazed into her eyes and asked, what about in yours? In my eyes, it is the same, Catelyn exclaimed, her frustration rising as she witnessed his unwavering loyalty to family during such a critical moment. Robert has humbled himself by journeying so far to seek your aid, even willing to betroth his eldest son to Sansa. What could be more glorious than that? She was bewildered by Eddard's lack of understanding at this juncture. Switching her approach, Catelyn continued, one day, Sansa will be queen, and her children will rule over the vast lands stretching from the Wall in the north to the mountains of Dorne in the south. Is that not a splendid prospect? By the gods, Catelyn, Sansa is merely 11 years old. Eddard lamented, feeling a headache approaching. And Joffrey. Joffrey is the current crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne. When my father betrothed me to your brother Brandon, I was only 12. Catelyn was well aware of her husband's unspoken thoughts and quickly interjected. Yet, upon hearing Brandon's name, Eddard's expression grew even more bitter. Brandon, yes, Brandon knew how to act. He was always confident and composed. You and Winterfell were destined to be Brandon's. For he was the one suited to be both prime minister and the father of a queen, while I was meant to accompany Benjen to the Wall. I never expressed a desire to partake in this bitter cup. The words of his wife wounded him. For customs dictated that he marry her in place of his late brother, Bran Stark. Yet, the shadow of his deceased sibling loomed over their union, akin to the presence of another woman, one whose name he hesitated to utter, yet who bore him a bastard child. Between Catelyn and him stood this woman. And was there not also a barrier of Brandon between him and Catelyn? Perhaps you do not feel it, but Brandon has long since departed this world, and the cup has now passed into your hands. Whether you wish it or not, you must drink. Catelyn regarded her husband, Ned, her tone softening, no longer so confrontational. She too did not desire her husband to depart. Though she had yet to acclimate to the chill of the north, she had long been a part of House Stark. Her children, her family, her entire existence resided here. The Riverlands Riverrun had lost its significance to her since she was promised to Stark at the tender age of 12. Thus, she must strive for this family. Observing her husband, who was still brooding and gazing into the encroaching darkness outside, Catelyn prepared to rise and join him. Yet, at that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Both Duke Stark and his lady frowned at the sound. At such a moment, the knock was particularly jarring and unexpected. Who is it? The Duke inquired. My lord, Ser Desmond is outside. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. Came the voice from beyond the door. Desmond, the guard responsible for the Duke's safety this night, was among those who had discovered the direwolf. Upon hearing Desmond's message, Ned glanced at his bare self and at his wife, who sat on the bed, cloaked in furs. Did you inform him that I instructed no one to disturb me? He asked. Yes, my lord, but the scholar insists he must see you, Desmond replied earnestly. Very well, let him enter. Realizing that Ser Luwin must indeed have pressing matters to report in person, Duke Stark reluctantly prepared for his duties. He approached the wardrobe and retrieved a heavy robe to drape over himself. At that moment, Catelyn, who had just sat up, suddenly became aware of the chill that had pervaded the once warm room. Should we not close the window? She suggested, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Duke Stark appeared somewhat distracted but nodded in agreement, just as Ser Luwin was ushered into the room. Desmond, being considerate, turned away after securely closing the heavy oak door behind him. Time had left the scholar's hair a shade of gray, and his robe was woven from gray wool, trimmed with white fur, colors that reflected the Stark house. After he waited for the door behind him to close and the sound of retreating footsteps to fade, he turned to the Duke of Winterfell and spoke. My lord, I beg your pardon for disturbing your rest. However, I have received a letter. Ned's expression darkened. A letter for you? Who left it? Did a messenger come today? I was unaware. My lord, it was not delivered by a messenger, said Luwin, lowering his gaze. Someone placed an intricately carved wooden box on my desk in the stargazing chamber while I dozed. My servants claim they did not see anyone enter or exit, and we have no other guests. Luwin's words were easily understood, and the Duke and Duchess were taken aback by his revelation. At that moment, Catelyn also noted Luwin's choice of words. Are you referring to a wooden box? Luwin nodded. Inside was a finely crafted lens, specifically designed for stargazing. It appears to be of Mill's craftsmanship. The lenses produced by Mill are truly unparalleled. He was certain of this. A lens? I have no patience for riddles, my lord. What relevance does this hold for me? Yet, Lady Stark, nestled beneath her furs, involuntarily shivered. Does the lens imply a means to see the truth? Indeed. Luwin silently nodded and then retrieved a tightly rolled piece of parchment from his sleeve. This is precisely the issue. I disassembled the wooden box and found the true letter concealed beneath a false bottom. However, this letter is not meant for me, Luwin declared, glancing at the two of them while holding the parchment. Allow me to take it. Lord Eddard instinctively reached out. Lewin did not respond. I am afraid, my lord. This letter is not for you either. It clearly states that only Lady Catelyn may open it. Lewin inquired, looking at Catelyn. She nodded. And Lewin stepped forward to place the letter on the low table beside her bed, by the light of the candle. Catelyn instinctively glanced at the mysterious letter and discovered that the blue wax seal bore the sigil of the Arryn family, a crescent moon and falcon. Chapter 60. The first lesson in swordsmanship. After a hearty meal and fine wine, coupled with the warmth of a cozy bed, Karl enjoyed a truly restful slumber. Unlike the previous nights, he refrained from venturing into the game world for a respite, this time accompanied by the king's entourage. He relished the unique northern landscapes he had never encountered before, allowing himself a rare moment of relaxation to fully appreciate this exceptional experience. Draping his bearskin cloak over his abdomen, he slept soundly and, for once, indulged in a delightful dream. However, upon awakening, Karl found himself in a state of bewilderment as he struggled to recall the contents of his dream, which eluded his memory, ruffling his disheveled hair. He sat up and gazed out the window. The overcast sky bore a hint of grayish-blue, casting a somber ambience, although a faint golden line appeared on the horizon. It was swallowed by the dense fog. Pushing open the window and inhaling the brisk air, Karl's still drowsy mind gradually began to clear. The crowing of roosters heralded the dawn. Oh wait, could it be that Winterfell has no chickens? Engaging in this trivial musing, Karl yawned before vanishing in a flash. Approximately 10 minutes later, he reappeared, now impeccably groomed, even his hairstyle neatly arranged. Most importantly, a satisfied smile graced his face, for he had just enjoyed a warm meal at the mayor's wife's table, followed by a refreshing bath. Observing the gradually brightening sky, Karl suddenly remembered his newly appointed squire. He stroked his chin, pondering whether Jon Snow had absorbed his instructions. It was time to check on the lad, after all. With battle looming, his rudimentary skills would not suffice on the battlefield if he didn't practice diligently. As he voiced these ominous thoughts, he stowed his cloak in his inventory and turned to leave his chamber. The largest expanse in Winterfell was the training ground, and after descending from his guest room, Karl made his way there directly. Situated at the heart of Winterfell, the training ground was adjacent to the very room he had occupied the previous night. Upon his arrival, he noted that, following the king's retinue, some supplies from the previous day remained scattered across the open space, yet to be organized. In one corner, a small boy was diligently hacking away at a target with a wooden sword before a scarecrow. The scarecrow would not evade your clumsy strikes, lad. Witnessing Jon Snow attentively following his advice and earnestly practicing filled Karl with not only the contentment from his recent meal, but also a sense of pride. He was inclined to lend the boy a hand, but if Jon lacked the ambition to improve, Karl would not concern himself with his progress. After all, he was not expecting to gain anything in return, thus he did not owe Jon Snow anything. Upon hearing a voice behind him, Jon's movements, as he was chopping at the straw dummy, froze momentarily, and a sour expression quickly crept onto his face. He could not comprehend why a man who spoke so courteously and eloquently with his uncle could not resist hurling insults at him. The man who conversed with his uncle last night, with all the poise of a noble, seemed to have vanished like an illusion. My teeth aren't that good, my lord, Jon retorted, and I can't even bite through it. He halted his actions and turned, his expression bearing a hint of stubborn defiance towards his knight. Oh, so you have this peculiar hobby? Karl quipped, channeling the little imp's wit, his words sharp and incisive. Jon, inexperienced and caught off guard, felt as if he had been struck, his head spinning. As Karl approached, even in the dim light, he could clearly discern the marks Jon had made on the straw dummy. Has no one ever told you that your swordsmanship is abysmal? Karl remarked, his hand brushing against the severed straw of the dummy, his words lacking any kindness. Jon, frustrated by the knight's immediate critique, wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, Well, now I do. TSK, how unfortunate for you to have lived in a web of lies all this time. Karl continued, relentless in his teasing. Jon's lip twitched at the remark, instinctively launching into a defense, but my instructor tells me I'm doing quite well. Then you are even more pitiful. Why? Because your teacher is not only incompetent but blind as well. At this, Jon, his face hardening, raised his wooden sword, clearly displeased with Karl's assessment of Ser Roderick Castle. Though you are my knight now, I believe you should apologize to Ser Castle. He is a good man. Jon glared at Karl, his expression resolute, clearly earnest in his conviction. However, upon hearing this, Karl glanced down at the wooden sword Jon was wielding and nodded slightly, only to immediately shake his head. Well, there's a positive trait now, but you've added another flaw. How am I to judge this? With that, Karl scanned the surroundings before focusing on the straw dummy Jon had just attacked. Then, Jon watched as a smirk played on Karl's lips. He stepped forward and extracted a wooden stick from the dummy's arm. He waved the stick in the air, feeling its balance. The sound of it slicing through the air displaying its resilience. Satisfied, he nodded. The dummy may not move before, but now it will. And if you wish for me to apologize for my words regarding your instructor, that will depend on your performance. As he spoke, Karl turned his gaze toward Jon Snow, who was staring at him in astonishment. From this moment forth, I shall take charge of your training. Everything you can demonstrate to me reflects the teachings of your mentor and whether he merits my apology. Therefore, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Holding the staff in his hands, Karl wore a sly smile as he regarded Jon. For reasons unknown, a flicker of regret stirred within Jon, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. He then looked up at Karl and instinctively inquired, "What do you want me to do?" "To teach you the first lesson you ought to learn. What swordsmanship truly is," Karl replied nonchalantly. "What is that?" Jon asked, his eyes filled with clarity. "It is a dilemma." "What kind of dilemma?" "The dilemma is, if you encounter someone you cannot overcome, what do you do?" Upon hearing Karl's words, Jon inexplicably recalled the scene from the previous day when Karl had bested him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to the question. However, as he gazed at Karl's towering figure, a spark of intelligence ignited within him, and he cleverly returned the question. "Then, what would you do?" "Me?" Karl pointed to himself. But the smile on his face grew increasingly chilling. "If it were up to me, I would turn and flee. Immediately. Right now." Chapter 61. Look. There's the urgency again. I heard that Sir Karl Storm was chasing your brother around Winterfell at the break of dawn. Many people heard his anguished cries. Princess Myrcella was sewing a piece of silk with needle and thread, seemingly lost in thought as she turned her head to chat idly with Sansa beside her. However, what she did not mention was that her mother remarked it was akin to a donkey herding a sheep. Sister Modin, observing the girls diverting their attention to gossip, chose to feign ignorance, for it was only natural for young ladies to engage in their own social interactions. Upon hearing Princess Myrcella mention her half-brother, Sansa instinctively furrowed her brow. Yet, upon hearing the name Karl Storm, her eyes brightened, and she smoothed her brow once more. In fact, just the previous night, she had sought an opportunity to inquire about the striking young man who stood out even in a crowd. His tall stature and remarkable looks made it impossible to overlook him. Moreover, he appeared to be one of the Kingsguards. Although she was puzzled as to why it was not the White Knights safeguarding their sovereign, but rather a youthful knight, she mused. Stone? That seems to be a name associated with a bastard. Could it be that Sir Karl is also a bastard? Yet he's already a knight. Why has he not assumed a different name? Sansa pondered, somewhat distracted. Nevertheless, despite her wandering thoughts, she did not neglect Princess Myrcella and instead adorned her face with a sweet smile, praising this knight who had arrived with the king's entourage. Sir Karl Storm was a responsible and kind-hearted knight. Not only had he taken Jon as his squire, but he also seemed genuinely devoted to his training. Sansa extolled the virtues of a knight with whom she had yet to exchange a single word. As a noble, she was naively aware of what to say at the right moments. Yet, her words were sincere, for she genuinely believed that Sir Karl Storm embodied the essence of a true knight, possessing noble qualities. Jon is quite fortunate, Sansa exclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing Sansa's praise for Sir Karl Storm, Princess Myrcella inadvertently tilted the needle she was using to sew the silk, almost pricking her own finger, her face contorting into an odd expression. Sister Modin immediately noticed this and rushed over, abandoning her task. "I am fine, Sister Modin. There is no need to worry about me." Princess Myrcella graciously reassured the concerned nun. Meanwhile, Arya, who had also misaligned her needle, merely rolled her eyes at the scene. Seeing that the princess was unharmed, Sansa breathed a sigh of relief, her keen perception noting that Princess Myrcella's reaction had occurred only after Sansa had made her remarks. Thus, she wondered if she had inadvertently said something amiss. "Is everything all right, Princess Myrcella? Did I say something wrong?" "No, it is not so. I merely tilted my head a bit too forcefully, so there is no need for excessive concern." Upon hearing Sansa's inquiry and observing the bewildered expression upon her face, Myrcella found herself at a loss for how to elucidate the matter. After all, one could argue that Sir Karl Storm's benevolence is commendable, as he not only saved his brother but also displayed remarkable composure in the face of his brother's subsequent false accusations. In fact, he graciously absolved the Prince of the King's demand for an apology. Myrcella recalls that Sir Karl stated that the prince need not apologize to anyone and that upholding the dignity of the royal family is a knight's duty. This assertion brought great joy to her father, who still insisted that Joffrey personally apologize to Karl, even going so far as to gift him a Valyrian steel dagger with a dragon-on hilt as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, this seemingly noble knight, in his quest to uphold his own dignity, had personally slain two formidable members of the Kingsguard. Myrcella had not witnessed the trial by combat firsthand, but the whispers that drifted through the air over time inevitably reached her ears. At merely 8 years of age, she often went unnoticed when people spoke. Contemplating this striking duality, Messila found herself lost in thought. She believed Sansa was partially correct. However, it was not entirely so. Sir Karl was indeed powerful and remarkably humble. Having refused the king's offer to elevate him to the Kingsguard, he asserted that he fought for justice, seeking to establish his honor through the trial by combat rather than to attain the position of a Kingsguard by slaying Ser Marentrant and Ser Boros Blunt. He even suggested that the king should appoint individuals of greater virtue to serve as the new protectors of the crown. Messila pondered that perhaps Sir Karl was truly the one deserving of the title of Kingsguard. If he were to become the White Knight, she ought to propose to her father that Sir Karl be appointed as her own guardian knight, much like Joffrey had Ser Sandor Clegane. Hound, what brings you here? Do not tell me you wish to become my squire. One 14-year-old boy is already enough of a burden. After allowing Jon to finish his breakfast and granting him a brief 20-minute respite, Karl once again dragged Jon to the training grounds to practice swordsmanship. Just as he felt Jon once more with a strike, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sandor Clegane, who had somehow approached unnoticed. He wore a helmet crafted in the shape of a dog's head, which could open and close, and was clad in a complete suit of plate armor. A massive sword slung across his back, approaching him with an ominous demeanor. This foreboding appearance certainly captured Karl's attention. Before Sandor stood Karl, who merely cast a fleeting glance at Jon, hastily scrambling to his feet. He then directed his attention to Karl, his voice deep and resonant, inquiring what transpired that day. What day? Which day? Karl, fully aware of the inquiry at hand, feigned ignorance with remarkable skill. Observing Karl's act, Sandor raised his hand and removed his helmet, revealing the disfigured left side of his face, a grotesque sight hidden beneath his long hair, startling Jon beside him. The left half of Sandor Clegane's visage, divided by his nose, was marred by large, twisted scars, dotted with pockmarks and depressions. Fortunately, it seemed that his eye remained intact despite the injuries. The right side of his face, characterized by sharp cheekbones and thick brows, bore an air of severity, yet it also conveyed an inexplicable weariness. On the day Prince Joffrey fell into the water, what truly happened that day? Why do I recall nothing? Sandor Clegane, eschewing any pretense, directly voiced his concern. As he spoke, Karl noticed the grotesque scars on his face, which were similarly burned and could not fully close, revealing crimson fissures that accompanied the movement of his lips. The charred portion of his chin faintly exposing bone was quite ghastly. Karl then withdrew his curious gaze, no longer wishing to behold the repulsive visage before him. Instead, he turned to Jon, gesturing for him to proceed, and casually remarked, "Perhaps you have suffered amnesia. After all, your decision to plunge into the water clad in armor to save someone was hardly the wisest choice." Upon hearing this familiar phrasing, Sandor fell silent for a moment. Then, amidst Jon's exclamations, he drew the longsword from his back and stepped back to create space, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Karl. "I refuse to believe that I could be foolish to the extent you suggest. I demand that you reveal the truth, or I shall resort to other means to extract it from you." The hound declared, raising his sword, its tip pointed threateningly at Karl. Sensing the chill emanating from behind him, Karl could only sigh in resignation before turning to face him. "You see, you are becoming rather impatient." Chapter 62. I truly do not mind if you call me father. It has been half a month since Sandor Clegane last stirred up trouble. However, the amusement it brought has not faded with the passage of time. In this desolate place of the north, even the slightest occurrence can become fodder for gossip that lasts well over 6 months. Moreover, with the king's recent journey northward, the northern lord, Duke Stark, promptly agreed to accompany him south the very next day. Political matters are whispered about in private, and the most one can do is feel exhilarated at the prospect of their own duke ascending to the position of prime minister. Beyond such political intrigue, the primary forms of entertainment, aside from indulging in drink, meat, and the company of women, are found in the expansive training grounds. Since the arrival of the striking figure, Karl Storm, at the Crossroads Inn, he has become the focal point of attention. Upon reaching Winterfell and taking on his first squire, he has enjoyed the daily spectacle of activity on the training field. 2 weeks prior, Sandor Clegane initiated a duel, which concluded unexpectedly in a rather anticlimactic fashion. The robust hound, Sandor, appeared diminutive in comparison to Karl, and the massive sword he wielded seemed almost toy-like next to Karl's wooden training sword, which he humorously dubbed Jon Snow's toothpick. In a single exchange, Karl deftly parried Sandor's blade and followed up with a headbutt, executing a magnificent disarm. In the second round, taking advantage of Sandor's broken nose and the ensuing wave of pain, Karl seized him by the collar and delivered a punch, sending Sandor back into a comfortable slumber. I suspect Duke Stark would not appreciate anyone napping on his grounds, so perhaps a few individuals could be summoned to escort him back. it would be prudent to find a healer to reset his nose, for he is already quite unfortunate in appearance. Karl merely clapped his hands, his demeanor as relaxed as one might feel after a morning's relief. This bout instantly elevated Karl Storm's reputation within Winterfell. While the Swiftblade's renown may have eluded the spectators, his undeniable prowess was clearly witnessed. Henceforth, during his training sessions with Jon, aside from a handful of guards who were also training, most onlookers gathered around to watch the spectacle of Jon and Karl. In this era of limited entertainment, nothing could be more exhilarating. Karl did not rush them away. Rather, he reveled in the company. Each day, he could select a few fortunate souls from the crowd to engage in a spirited contest of manhood with the beleaguered Jon Snow. It resembled an essay prompt, where aside from poetry, the themes were limitless. Thus, Karl instituted a rule on the training field. Aside from engaging him with genuine weapons, there were no restrictions on the rest of their sparring. Among those present, apart from the genuine layabouts, who among them was not a seasoned and shrewd soldier, or a warrior of considerable experience. Thus, when it came to caring for a child, they naturally possessed ample wisdom. Consequently, there was little need for Karl to personally intervene. These readily available and remarkably capable hands adeptly fulfilled his training regimen for Jon. Throughout this process, even the young ladies would occasionally gather to observe. Yet, Karl surmised that they were there to gaze upon him. However, as this enriching training unfolded day by day, curiosity inevitably arose regarding why the Stark Duke's illegitimate son appeared so resilient, seemingly unyielding, and only growing stronger with each passing day, making rapid progress. This led to skepticism about the rumor that bastards develop at an accelerated pace. Come on, hit him in the nose. Use your fists. Is that a hoof? Hey, kick him in the groin, with force. Perhaps last night's lady left you drained? Yes, that's it. Take him down, bite his ear. At this moment, a throng of over 100 individuals congregated, their faces flushed, eagerly crowding around the center, where they spat out profanities, nearly shedding their garments in anticipation. At the heart of their attention lay two figures grappling in the mud, their forms indistinguishable, entangled in a fierce exchange of blows. Perhaps due to the duration of their struggle, both combatants now gasped for breath, their movements lacking strength. Jon, amidst the cacophony of vulgar taunts, strained to tilt his head back, using his chin to fend off a hand attempting to seize his hair. His own hands were equally occupied, grasping the hair of the adversary with whom he was writhing in the muck, preventing him from encroaching further. Seizing this hard-won moment, Jon gasped for air, disregarding the frigid air that chilled his lungs, hastily striving to regain his strength. 3 seconds later, feeling a slight resurgence of energy, Jon forcefully kicked away the leg that had ensnared his own. In that fleeting instant, he unleashed all his might, bending his knee to tighten his grip on the adversary's head, delivering a decisive blow to his face. Arg, damn it, I surrender. The opponent, utterly spent from the strike, hastily tossed aside a white cloth to signify his defeat. Only then did Jon release his grip, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Despite Jon's hard-fought victory, the cheers were few, overshadowed by the lamentations of those around him, not limited to the one lying beside him. By the seven hells, I actually bet on Harris's victory. Damn it, so did I. I must still be dreaming after last night's debauchery. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and I confidently proclaimed that Jon Snow would undoubtedly emerge victorious, much to my financial gain. The cacophony of complaints and triumphant cheers resonated around Jon Snow, prompting him to chuckle despite his labored breathing. These wretched scoundrels, after initially observing cautiously for 3 days, had begun to revel in the spectacle, especially when Sir Karl Storm showed indifference to their presence and even invited them to join in the merriment. Naturally, this private betting pool came into existence a fortnight prior. Jon, lacking practical experience, had not only failed to secure a victory but had also found himself the unwitting recipient of bets against him from these insufferable rascals. Thus, Jon's joy stemmed not merely from his own triumph, but from the satisfaction of witnessing those who had previously profited from his misfortunes suffer significant losses over the past 3 days. While he indulged in these thoughts, a large hand suddenly appeared before him. Rise. For I distinctly recall stating that Duke Stark would not appreciate anyone dozing on his training grounds. My father never uttered such words. If this troubles you, I would not mind if you address me as father. Blast it. Chapter 63. I shall hunt the wild boar. Ned, your illegitimate son is making remarkable progress. It is indeed due to your adept guidance, your majesty. On the sealed bridge connecting the main fortress and the armory, a window afforded a panoramic view of the entire training ground. Behind this window stood 2 middle-aged men, engaged in playful banter, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. One bore a long, horse-like visage, while the other was so portly that he nearly obscured the entire window. As their laughter resounded, King Robert Baratheon, observing the noteworthy young man below, suddenly sighed. Damn it, that little rascal has dispatched 2 of my Kingsguard and then nonchalantly walked away. Perhaps I should assert my royal authority and command him to fill this damned vacancy. As for the remaining position, I believe it would suit your illegitimate son perfectly. Don't you think, Ned? His name is John. Isn't it? It seems you truly care for him. The astute King Robert entertained this notion, deeming it brilliant. Meanwhile, the Duke of Stark, who had been gazing with satisfaction at Jon Snow's remarkable transformation over the past half-month, was momentarily taken aback by the King's suggestion. He had not anticipated such a proposal. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the king. Seeing no trace of jest, he fell into contemplation, but ultimately shook his head. I appreciate your trust in John, your majesty, if he is willing. However, John is not yet a knight, nor does he possess any significant honor to present. So I believe. The Duke of Stark's thoughts were clouded with uncertainty, and his hesitant demeanor provoked the King's annoyance. Is it a disgrace to become one of my Kingsguard? Why do these fellows insist on declining such a coveted position that drives knights across the 7 kingdoms to madness? I detest this about you. Ned, you are always such a wet blanket. I am the king. I shall do as I please. Faced with the King's displeasure, the Duke of Stark could only muster a bitter smile. Could he possibly reveal to his dear friend that he harbored reservations not just about the Kingsguard? Even his newly appointed yet uninitiated role as Prime Minister was a quagmire he wished to avoid. Alas, Lord Eddard Stark was not at liberty to voice such thoughts. For the wrath of King Robert would surely follow, and he would unleash a torrent of spittle upon his own heir in fury. Catching sight of the bitter smile on Ned's face, Robert recognized his friend's predicament and softened his tone. Rest assured, I would never allow a child to spend his days guarding this indulgent, drunken hog of mine. I shall wait until he reaches adulthood and is officially knighted by Karl, at which point I will vacate this position for him. Faced with such an honor once again proffered by Robert, Duke Stark could no longer refuse and merely nodded in acquiescence. Catelyn was right. The King's dignity must not be compromised. Ned consoled himself with this reasoning. Seeing that he had not dismissed the suggestion with dismay, Robert, naturally, became animated once more, laughing heartily as he turned and strode along the corridor towards the Great Hall. Enough of that long face. I often wonder how your woman endures you. Does she always turn her back to you during those moments? He continued. The hunting party departs the day after tomorrow, and I have yet to enjoy this wretched place. It truly is cursed. Hence, I intend to enhance tomorrow's feast with a grand wild boar banquet. What do you think? As the topic of hunting arose, the king grew increasingly enthusiastic, happily finalizing his decision, even though his tone suggested he sought the counsel of his royal advisor. Duke Stark, of course, could not slight the king, particularly since he had already done so once. Moreover, it was a trivial matter. I shall ensure preparations are made. Ned nodded in agreement. At that time, besides the women, summon your children, and do not forget your brother. Bran and Rickon were still quite young and had yet to assume their roles, and Ned was already acutely aware of the challenges of serving the king. He found himself curious about how his foster father, Jon Arryn, managed to tolerate Robert's capriciousness. Upon hearing Ned's words, a displeased expression crossed Robert's face. I would never allow them to join. Do you take your king for a fool? Perhaps I should impose a punishment upon you. It would be best if I were barred from being your prime minister. Duke Stark mused. You may not be handsome, but your imagination is quite vivid. The two exchanged playful banter, reminiscent of their camaraderie from years past, as time seemed to have left little alteration in their rapport. Yet, the once side-by-side companions now stood with one deliberately lagging half a step behind, their heads slightly bowed in conversation. The hunting party set forth at dawn, and the king's desire for a sumptuous wild boar feast for the evening's banquet was met with favorable fortune. Furthermore, due to the king's whim from the previous day, Joffrey, who had suddenly grown averse to venturing out since arriving at Winterfell, was forcibly extracted from his chambers to accompany the king. Robb had also received word and, having prepared since the previous night, now joined the ranks of the hunting party. His archery skills were commendable. Perhaps this day would yield a bountiful harvest. Among those who accompanied the expedition were the likes of Bran Stark, Jory, Theon Greyjoy, and Ser Roderick, along with the comical little brother of the queen, all of whom were filled with enthusiasm as they joined the procession. After all, this represented their final opportunity for a hunt in the north, as the king's party was to depart southward the following day, bearing with them the prime minister who had traveled a great distance for this occasion. Although the imp, perched upon his meticulously crafted saddle, had resolved to continue northward in pursuit of the wonders described in the books, this did not deter him from partaking in the revelry. However, Karl and Jon chose not to join the king's hunting party. Karl's justification was that it was the last day, and he required rest to prepare for the plans ahead. The king was indifferent to this excuse, as attendance was voluntary. Yet the imp, familiar with his dear friend's habits, suspected that Karl merely wished to shirk his responsibilities, finding his behavior rather peculiar. At that moment, as the king's entourage departed, Karl, seeking an excuse to have Jon accompany him to glimpse the fabled heart tree, suddenly lifted his gaze from the cool spring before him. Standing in the sacred grove of Winterfell, he furrowed his brow and directed his attention towards the towering walls of the castle. "That must be your brother," he remarked. "I believe his name is Bran?" With that, Karl raised a hand, pointing at a small figure leaping across the rooftops of the interconnected castles. Chapter 64. The Little Wolf Beneath the Ruined Tower. Bran, having left his ice wolf beneath one of the sentinel trees outside the armory, took a moment to settle the creature before affectionately scratching behind its ears. With a surge of excitement, he turned and leaped into the air, grasping a low-hanging branch and deftly ascending the tree. However, halfway up, as he skillfully navigated the intertwining branches, the little wolf suddenly sprang to its feet and began to howl at him. The sound was sharp and piercing, demanding attention. Instinctively, Bran halted his movements and looked down. The wolf immediately fell silent, gazing up at him with its bright, glimmering yellow eyes. For reasons unknown, an eerie chill coursed through Bran's body. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off and resumed his ascent. Yet, no sooner had he moved than the wolf resumed its howling. "Stop howling," Bran scolded. "Just sit still and don't move. You're more bothersome than my mother." After reprimanding his wolf, Bran turned back to continue his important task. Nevertheless, the wolf's howls followed him relentlessly until he leapt atop the armory's roof, where he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the weirwood forest, Karl suddenly turned to Jon and remarked, "I hear barking." Jon rolled his eyes. "That's the howl of a wolf. It must be Bran's." Yet Karl, full of skepticism, countered, "But I've never heard your ghost bark like that. Is it mute?" "Ghost is relatively quiet," Jon admitted, feeling perplexed. Among the 6 ice wolf pups, it seemed that Ghost was the most peculiar. Even the lady wolf could be considered chatty in comparison. Thus, Jon could only attribute this to Ghost being different from its siblings, perhaps even special, much like himself. He pondered that being cautious was essential for survival. "There's an old saying in my hometown, the barking dog seldom bites. You should be careful," Karl mused nonchalantly, stroking his chin. "I've told you. Ghost is a wolf, an ice wolf, just like Sansa's pups," Jon asserted, his fists clenched in determination. Meanwhile, Karl continued to mutter, "Is it a wolf or a dog? A wolf or a dog?" The rooftops of Winterfell could almost be considered Bran's second home. His mother once told him that before he had even learned to walk, he had already mastered climbing walls. However, Bran could not recall when he learned to walk, nor when he became adept at scaling walls. Thus, he surmised that his mother was likely correct. To Bran, the rooftops of Winterfell represented the closest proximity to the heavens. When he reached the highest point, the entire expanse of the city unfolded beneath him. He relished this view, for it allowed Winterfell to display its vastness before his eyes. The bustling activities and clamorous voices within the castle lay beneath his feet, while birds soared above him in the sky. Moreover, Bran had uncovered many of Winterfell's hidden secrets during his explorations. For instance, the builders did not level the terrain surrounding the castle, resulting in undulating hills and even ravines beyond the walls. He was also aware of a concealed bridge that could lead directly from the 4th floor of the bell tower to the 2nd level of the crow's nest. Furthermore, upon entering the inner city wall through the southern gate and ascending the staircase to the 3rd floor, one could discover a narrow stone corridor. This passage would allow one to circumvent Winterfell, ultimately arriving at the lower level of the northern gate beneath the shadow of the towering walls. "Are you really allowing Bran to climb up and down day after day? I fear he might break his leg at any moment," Karl muttered, leading Jon in the direction of Bran while cursing unabashedly. Upon hearing his lord's blunt words, Jon couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lady Catelyn shared the same trepidation, fearing that one day he might fall and even meet his demise. Yet, despite Bran's vow to refrain from climbing higher, that promise barely lasted 2 weeks, and on the final night, he quietly slipped out of the window while Robb was asleep. When Jon recounted this little tale, Karl nearly lost his composure. He gazed at the fading silhouette and let out a soft sigh, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. And what happened next? Driven by his inner guilt, he confessed his actions, and Duke Ed punished him by sending him alone to the Godswood to repent. Their father was furious and dispatched guards to keep watch. However, by the following morning, Bran had vanished once more. Ultimately, he was found soundly sleeping among the upper branches of the tallest sentinel tree in the woods. At this point, Jon wore a look of resignation. Henceforth, everyone had no choice but to acquiesce to his willfulness. Karl halted and raised his hand to point ahead, asking, "What lies beyond? Is it accessible?" Jon glanced over and replied without hesitation, "The inner city, where we practice archery." And what of that dome structure? Karl inquired. That is the keep. The oldest building within Winterfell, now abandoned. I've heard it is inhabited solely by mice and spiders, who must have made it their home. Jon looked up. Well versed in the intricacies of Winterfell, Karl continued his inquiries. And what about the tallest structure? That is the ruined tower. It is said that over a century ago, a thunderstorm struck, igniting a fire that consumed it. It was originally much taller. Legend has it that a third of the structure collapsed inward during the blaze, and it has never been rebuilt since. However, Lord Stark occasionally sends someone to clear the debris and nest of rodents from the lower level. Before Karl could ask further, Jon took it upon himself to elaborate, as Karl had summoned him today specifically to gain a comprehensive understanding of the state of Winterfell. He surmised that perhaps Sir Karl Storm wished to comprehend the construction of the castle, as he might one day leave a fortress for his own lineage after acquiring his domain. Thus, Jon's exposition was rather thorough. Yet, it now stood merely as a ruin. Oh, is that so? Karl squinted in the direction of the crumbling tower, but I noticed that your brother seemed to have ventured to that very place. Let us go and see. I am genuinely concerned he might fall. Believe me, at times my premonitions are more accurate than you can fathom. Karl remarked with a slight smile, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bran Stark, having finally ascended the remnants of the tower at the northern end of the battlements, skillfully navigated among the grotesque gargoyle figures as he usually did. However, at that moment, he abruptly heard the sound of someone speaking, causing him to nearly lose his grip and plummet. Steadying himself, Bran's face was a canvas of bewilderment. After all, the keep had always been a place seldom trodden by human feet. Chapter 65. Why are you doing this for me? I dislike it. Bran heard a woman's voice emanating from a window below him, while he dangled suspended in midair. Below him was a row of windows. It should be you as Prime Minister. A man's voice lazily replied, Spare me. I have far more pressing matters at hand. The exchange between the two instilled a sudden dread in Bran, rendering him hesitant to swing forward, fearing he might be discovered. Consequently, he clung to a protruding stone brick of a statue, hanging in limbo. Can you not perceive the peril lurking behind? The woman remarked. Robb treats that fellow like a brother. Her discontent with the man's response was palpable, prompting her to raise her voice. Yet the man seemed indifferent to her concerns. Even finding the mood to jest, Robb can hardly tolerate his two brothers, but who can blame him? With Stannis around, anyone would feel nauseated. Do not be foolish. Stannis and Renly are one matter, while Eddard Stark is quite another. The man mused. In due time, Robb will inevitably heed Stark's counsel. Damn it. Both ought to be condemned to the depths. Had I known, I would have insisted he choose you as Prime Minister. I always believed Stark would decline. We are fortunate to have come this far. Upon witnessing the woman's ire, the man chuckled softly, then gently reassured her. By the gods, if Stark truly refuses, who knows if the king would appoint his brother or that little finger to be Prime Minister. Compared to ambitious adversaries, I find solace in facing foes who uphold honor. Though the conversation was perplexing, Bran instinctively recognized that they were discussing his father, Eddard Stark. This realization caused him to flare his nostrils, yearning to hear more. He contemplated inching closer to the window beneath him. We must keep a vigilant watch on him. And his bastard son, we must devise a strategy. And I firmly believe that little finger is not lying. The woman appeared swayed by the man's soothing words, pausing thoughtfully before revealing her decision and recalling an old matter. The man grasped her implication but evidently held no particular thoughts on the subject. Thus, he continued in a tone tinged with boredom. Joffrey was merely frightened. Never mind. I would much rather see more of you. After a brief pause, Bran heard the faint rustle of clothing from beyond the window. If his gaze could pierce through the stone to glimpse the scene behind, he might have witnessed a golden-haired man embracing a woman who bore a resemblance to him. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the woman's sharp voice. Eddard Stark has never meddled in southern affairs. Never. I tell you, he must be plotting against us. Otherwise, why would he abandon his stronghold? The woman's words were laced with deep concern and a warning. Yet, the man only yearned to embrace the woman in his arms. He closed his eyes, greedily burying his face in her neck and inhaling her scent, murmuring, there are countless reasons, a sense of duty, a feeling of honor. Or perhaps he simply wishes to assist a friend. His voice was a low hum, rendering Bran outside somewhat unable to hear. Perhaps he desires to be immortalized in history. Or maybe marital discord has driven our Duke to seek solace in a warmer place. Upon hearing his words, the woman, whose breath was nearly stolen by his heated whispers, suddenly widened her eyes. The haze of desire in her gaze dissipated completely. Wait a moment, his wife is the sister of Lady Ellen. Why hasn't Lisa come here to welcome us with her accusations? You overthink. Lady Ellen is merely a frightened cow. This cow has shared a bed with Jon Arryn. If she knew that long before leaving King's Landing, she had gone to Robert to complain, Right when Robert decided to send her useless son to Casterly Rock as a ward, she would have kept her mouth shut, for she knew her son would become a hostage. The man and woman exchanged words, the man's voice growing ever more murmur-like. Bran listened outside the wall. His gaze focused on the cracks in the brick wall before him. He attempted to lower himself, but the distance was insufficient. He could not reach. Moreover, he dared not make too much noise, for he too would be discovered. He was unclear about what he had overheard, but he was certain these words were not meant specifically for him. Meanwhile, the conversation continued within the window. You and Robert are both blind. The woman cursed. If you mean that my views align with his, then you are correct. The man seemed to raise his head, for in my eyes, Eddard Stark is a man who would rather die than betray his king. He has already betrayed one king. Do you not recall? The woman replied, her voice becoming increasingly chilling. I do not deny his unwavering loyalty to Robert, but what if Robert dies, and young Joffrey ascends the throne? The sooner Robert dies, the safer we become. Upon hearing the woman's words, the man seemed to cease his actions, and the subtle sound of fabric rubbing against fabric faded away. Outside, Bran instinctively halted his movements at this juncture. His eyes widened in terror, and he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat along the same path, seeking his brothers for aid. Yet, he soon pondered what he could possibly tell them. At the very least, he needed to get closer, close enough to discern the identities of those speaking. Do not dwell on the future. Can we not contemplate the happiness before us? The man sighed softly. Do not speak such words. The woman admonished. Sister, speaking of such matters exhausts me. Would you kindly close your mouth and approach? The discourse surrounding the king's life and death abruptly ceased, and outside the window, Bran was suddenly startled by the sound of flesh striking flesh, accompanied by a man's laughter. Undeterred, Bran resolved to ascend further. If he could scale the gargoyle and reach the rooftop, then run to the adjacent gargoyle statue, he would find himself directly above the room from whence the voices emanated. He moved with swiftness and agility, as nimble as a monkey. Once he perched atop the gargoyle, he secured himself with his legs and inverted his body, head downwards. The world in this upside-down orientation felt exceedingly bizarre, with the courtyard spinning beneath him, while remnants of unmelting snow lingered upon the stones. However, Bran could hardly pause to marvel at the peculiar scene. His curiosity was fixated on the identities of the two individuals within the chamber. Thus, he peered inside through the window. To his astonishment, the occupants of the room appeared unfazed by the northern chill. They were entangled, incessantly pushing against one another, accompanied by a faint yet wet sound. Please, don't do that. Stop. Oh, I beg you. The voice of the golden-haired woman was soft and pleading. Yet curiously, she made no effort to push the man away. Instead, she buried her hands in his tousled golden locks, pulling his face towards her bosom. At that moment, Bran discerned her features. Though her eyes were tightly shut and her mouth gasped in moans, her golden hair swayed violently with her movements. Nevertheless, Bran recognized her as Queen Cersei, the wife of King Robert. The shocking scene before him filled Bran's heart with a rush of astonishment, and in his moment of surprise, he inadvertently made a sound. Just then, the entranced Cersei heard him. With a sudden start, she opened her eyes wide. Her gaze fixated on the figure suspended outside the window. In the next instant, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing through the air. Chapter 66. Reflecting on what I have done for love, he has seen us. Cersei Lannister exclaimed, her voice piercing, her expression rife with panic. In a frenzy, she shoved the man aside, shouting loudly while her finger pointed frantically towards the window. He has indeed seen us. In contrast to the woman's agitation, Jaime Lannister appeared remarkably composed. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Bran instinctively attempted to grasp the gargoyle statue with all his strength, hoping to pull himself back. However, this time, he exerted too much force, merely grazing the smooth surface of the statue, his fingertips failing to secure a grip. With nothing to hold on to, a sense of alarm surged within Bran, and without warning, his tightly clenched legs relaxed suddenly, losing the point of leverage that had allowed him to hang from the gargoyle. Bran fell towards the courtyard below. The window frame whizzed past him as he plummeted, the sensation of weightlessness causing his heart to constrict in fear. In a panic, he reached out to save himself, but as soon as his hand grazed the window frame, it slipped away once more. The stone, which had felt solid and reassuring in his grasp, now seemed slick as if coated in a thick layer of grease. Fortunately, at that moment, a large hand emerged from the room, firmly grasping him. Bran did not tumble into the courtyard, but rather collided with the wall as he was pulled back. The force of the impact and the resulting pain made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Suspended in midair, he struggled to regain his composure. Despite his inability to catch his breath, the instinct to survive compelled him to seek a point of support. This time, he managed to grasp the window frame he had previously slipped from, his nails digging deeply into the crevices of the rugged rock wall. Once reassured that he had not fallen, and still shaken, Bran instinctively looked up to see two faces appearing at the window above him. "Come, grab hold of me. Don't let go," the owner of the hand that had caught Bran said softly, extending another hand downwards. The sight of that hand was like a lifeline to Bran. With all the strength he could muster, he reached for it, and the man effortlessly pulled him back onto the window ledge. "What do you think you're doing?" Cersei coldly questioned, observing Jaime's actions. At that moment, she merely gathered her gown from the ground, instinctively shielding herself with it, as if that might preserve her dignity. Yet her pale, ashen face betrayed her distress. Jaime, however, paid her no mind. Instead, he steadied Bran on the window ledge with his robust hands. "How old are you, little one?" he inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded the Stark boy before him, as if merely commenting on the scenery. "7, Bran replied, rescued, though still trembling uncontrollably. He felt an immense sense of relief after his harrowing brush with death. He dared not gaze down at the base of the tower, instinctively directing his attention to the individual who had rescued him. Only at that moment did he realize that his fingers were deeply embedded into the arm of Ser Jaime Lannister, his sharp nails having pierced the skin, leaving traces of blood. Observing this, Bran quickly released his grip in shame. Jaime paid little heed to the action. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly, his expression a mix of turmoil. Unconsciously, he turned to the woman beside him. After a contemplative pause of about a second, Jaime's voice, laden with reluctance, pondered, "What have I truly done for love?" Nevertheless, he released his hold on Bran, and without warning, he forcefully shoved him out of the window. Almost immediately, a piercing scream, tinged with panic, echoed from outside, fading into the distance. A lone wolf's howl resonated in the vastness, while ravens circled above the crumbling tower. At that moment, another wolf's howl arose, seemingly in agreement yet urging a sense of urgency. "Are you certain this is the way?" Karl casually inquired, trailing behind Jon Snow, who was wielding his longsword to clear the path obstructed by thorns and brambles, remnants of a road seldom traveled. However, Karl's gaze was fixed not on his companion but on the direction of the decayed tower. Jon's vision was not as keen. He could only discern a dark spot writhing amidst the mist rising from Winterfell. Upon hearing Karl's words, Jon instinctively looked up, exhaling a long plume of white vapor. "It is indeed this direction, though no one frequents it." Jon's words conveyed certainty, albeit laced with concern. Karl shrugged, his hand brushing against the dagger at his waist, fingers caressing the dragonbone hilt. "Let us hasten. We wouldn't want to miss the climax of the feast." Jon cast a puzzled glance at Karl, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. He merely wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to swing his sword, said to be stained with the blood of 2 members of the Kingsguard, forcefully hacking at the obstructing thorns. After all, Karl had explicitly instructed him not to be overly sentimental. No matter how precious a weapon, it was merely a consumable item. Before long, the two had carved a small path to the base of the crumbling tower. Without waiting for Jon to inquire, Karl glanced upward and then pointed to the right. "This way, Bran has drifted over there." At the foot of the tower, the ground was overrun with weeds and vines, and thorns were abundant. They stretched forth their lifeless entanglements, striving to ascend through the crevices of the tower's stones. Fortunately, upon reaching this point, there were no trees obscuring the view, allowing for a relatively open sight. Hearing Karl's words, Jon also looked up. Though the sky remained shrouded in heavy clouds, it still emanated a dazzling brilliance that was hard to behold. Thus, Jon lowered his head once more. "When Lord Eddard returns, I shall ensure he gives Bran a sound thrashing." Reflecting on the fleeting dark spot he had just glimpsed atop the remnants of the tower, Jon found himself unexpectedly irked, his tone laced with palpable dissatisfaction. "Now, speak honestly with me. Have any of you brothers ever doubted that Brandon Stark is truly the biological son of Lord Stark? I believe this could allow me to gauge whether Lord Stark would be capable of taking action in due course." Upon hearing Jon's words, which hinted at a desire to report, Karl, who had been gazing upward at the remnants of the tower, made a jest. At this, Jon pursed his lips, appearing on the verge of laughter, yet he suppressed it. He then spoke in a voice that was somewhat muffled. "My brothers would certainly not question Bran. However, after the recent confession incident, a furious Lord Eddard did indeed exclaim, 'You cannot be my son. You are, in fact, a squirrel,' just as the jest was only half spoken. Jon seemed to recall something amusing, mimicking Eddard Stark's exasperated tone towards Bran. Yet, as his words trailed off, silence enveloped him. Jon suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, even his heartbeat faltering for a moment. Instinctively alarmed, he turned to look behind him, only to find that Karl had inexplicably vanished from sight. As he pivoted to survey his surroundings, he discovered that his knight had somehow positioned himself directly in front of him. His demeanor was grave, gazing intently at the remnants of the tower, legs bent in a posture of readiness. In the next instant, a piercing, youthful, heart-wrenching scream resounded above Jon's head. Upon hearing this cry, Jon felt a sharp pang in his chest, his smile instantly frozen in place. As he instinctively looked up, a voice, resolute in its tone, echoed in his ears. "I shall make Eddard Stark treat me to a whole cow, absolutely." Chapter 67. Cersei, my beloved, you are not involved in any of this. As Karl's voice faded, he suddenly surged forward, making a powerful leap towards the remnants of the tower. With long strides, he traversed the considerable distance between himself and the crumbling structure in mere moments. Approaching within a few meters of the stone wall, he propelled himself off the ground with a mighty push. Hearing the commotion, Jon, who had been gazing up in alarm at Bran plummeting from the tower, instinctively turned to glance back. In that fleeting moment, he beheld Karl manifesting before the tower with an astonishing speed. Karl then launched himself upward, his toes digging into the stone wall for an additional thrust, propelling him further into the air. He appeared as if he were a nimble mountain goat leaping among steep cliffs, or a stealthy predator poised to strike in the forest. As Karl ascended, nearing the limits of his leap, his other foot swiftly followed suit, pushing off against the tower. In an improbable display of agility, his formidable form executed a graceful aerial somersault. At that precise moment, fate intervened. Just as Karl completed his turn, revealing his face skyward, Bran Stark fell directly into his waiting arms. In an instant, a white figure tumbled, and Jon barely registered the sound of fabric tearing through the air, reminiscent of a flag unfurling in the wind. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, the two figures, a falling Bran and the soaring Karl, landed in a thicket, rolling into a heap. Bran, with little time for contemplation, Jon's instinctive reaction was to dash towards the pair. Karl, having rolled to the ground, stood up, propelled by the force of his momentum. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with Jon's panic-stricken expression, rushing towards him. Karl merely smirked slightly, nonchalantly lifting his heavy bearskin cloak. From beneath that cloak, a small head with chestnut hair and blue eyes emerged, revealing a visage filled with terror. The child's face as pale as a ghost. "Bran, are you all right?" Jon blurted out, his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to contain his concern. He reached forward and seized Bran from Karl's embrace. Although he felt Bran's entire body quivering with tension, Jon's instinctual examination revealed that the boy, wrapped in Karl's cloak, seemed unharmed. With a sigh of relief, he lowered the metaphorical stone that had lodged in his throat. However, an inexplicable wave of fear washed over him, and a chill of sweat broke out across his back. Thus, after confirming that Bran appeared to be unharmed, Jon enveloped him in a warm embrace. With his head lowered, Jon cradled Bran's face against his chest, gently patting his back to soothe him while whispering comforting words. It's all right. Bran, do not be afraid." It seemed that the warmth and care he felt, or perhaps Jon's reassurance, brought Bran back to his senses after his recent encounter at the House of the Undying. He initially trembled violently, followed by a heart-wrenching cry that further pierced Jon's heart with anguish. Instinctively, Jon raised his gaze towards the direction where Bran had fallen, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a golden hue through an empty window. What was that? Jon's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the incredulity of the moment. Before he could fully comprehend what was transpiring, Karl, who had been observing the tower above, shook off the debris from his cloak, his voice turning increasingly cold. It was the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. I witnessed him push Bran from the tower. Upon hearing Karl's words, Jon Snow felt a cacophony reverberate in his mind, momentarily rendering him speechless. Yet, a swell of fury surged within him, fueled by the realization that his brother had nearly fallen victim to a man he once believed to be a true knight, one who embodied the essence of a king. Damn it, I shall kill him. I want to look into his eyes, to understand why he did this, and then sever his head from his body. Jon's gaze remained fixed on the tower above, his complexion pale, teeth clenched, as a fierce desire for vengeance ignited within him. "You, allow me to handle this." "My servant, Lord Jon Snow," Karl interjected, dismissing Jon's fervor with a scoff. After mocking Jon's audacity, he strode towards the nearby thicket. Before Jon could inquire further, he witnessed Karl bend down to retrieve the long sword he had carelessly discarded in his panic. "As a warrior, I cannot fathom you would abandon your weapon. Perhaps you have forgotten my words when I bestowed this sword upon you. Thus, before you realize the gravity of your actions, you have forfeited the right to wield it." Karl's voice was stern, shaming Jon as he regarded the sword that once belonged to him, lightly tapping the blade. It emitted a joyful, crisp sound, as if anticipating the impending confrontation. He then turned his gaze back towards the tower and casually inquired, "This tower should have no other exits, correct? I fear if we do not act swiftly, the injuries your brother sustained may indeed become a tragic accident. After all, accusing the queen and her brother is no trivial matter." Jon, feeling a profound sense of shame from Karl's words, glanced at his brother with a flicker of confusion on his face. The Queen. Jon was still grappling with the unfolding situation. Upon hearing his foolish question, Karl let out a derisive snort. If not, then who else do you think is there? Jon, someone remarked, you truly understand nothing. Even if you have indeed accomplished the first great milestone of becoming a man. Karl mocked the bewildered bastard, yet offered no further explanation. After all, words cannot compare to witnessing the truth with one's own eyes. With a deep breath that seemed to carry a hint of complexity, Karl shook his head, his gaze sharpening with clarity and resolve. He brandished the long sword that emanated a chilling gleam, and under Jon Snow's watchful eyes, strode purposefully through a small door beneath the tower. His towering figure vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a calm directive, before you can wield your sword again. I hope you can protect your brother. Do not disappoint me, Jon Snow. Meanwhile, atop the tower, the face of the regicide, who had just withdrawn his head from the window, underwent its first change of expression. His countenance suddenly soured, as if the man who had ruthlessly committed the act of child murder moments ago was not himself. He felt no trepidation when he had just pushed Bran out. But the subsequent piercing screams, coupled with faint calls from below, instantly seized his attention. A jolt of instinctive alarm coursed through him as he leaned out to observe the unfolding chaos. Indeed, the situation was dire. Damn it! Jaime Lannister could not suppress a curse. What happened? Seeing her brother suddenly lean out only to retract his head, Cersei instinctively inquired, her expression transforming to one of dread. The Queen, albeit momentarily delayed, also felt the urge to peer outside and discern what had transpired. Yet before she could act, Jaime seized her and pulled her away from the window. Don't look. That little bastard was caught. The regicide explained, his tone laden with gravity. It was evident that someone had witnessed the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Cersei's heart sank, her expression mirroring the same dismal realization, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Who is it? Wasn't it said that this forsaken place was so remote that no one would come? No, we must kill him. We must eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive. Not a single one must escape. After the initial turmoil, the Queen, upon realizing the ramifications of the situation, suddenly had an epiphany. She understood that if this matter were to be divulged, her expression shifted not only on her face, but her sharp voice brimmed with malevolence and resentment. However, upon hearing her words, Jaime, who took a deep breath to force himself into a semblance of calm, shook his head. It was the illegitimate child of Robert and the bastard of Eddard. He gazed at Cersei, his once bright, cerulean eyes now shadowed with gravity. Yet, it would have been better if Jaime had remained silent. As soon as the topic of the bastards arose, Cersei Lannister reacted as if bitten by a snake, jumping up and down like a frenzied woman, shouting, What? Kill them. They must be silenced. I want them dead. I want them to forever close their mouths. And that little brat, the one who discovered us, they must be silenced. Jaime, I need you to kill him. It is imperative. Cast aside your damned knightly honor. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, we shall inevitably be ruined by this wretched bastard. Upon hearing Cersei's frenzied cries, the Kingslayer's brow furrowed tighter. He pondered deeply, instinctively glancing out the window as if his gaze could pierce through the solid stone walls to witness the happenings beneath the high tower. He then inhaled deeply, tilting his head back to the ceiling before exhaling slowly. The Kingslayer had evidently made his choice. His previously complex and somewhat panicked expression rapidly transformed into one of clarity. He then grasped his beloved's shoulders, shaking her with vigor to rouse her from her state of panic. Cersei, no amount of chaos will suffice now. We must regain our composure. Jaime's voice boomed. Cersei paused, instinctively looking at him. And what you must do now? Jaime continued, casting a glance at Cersei's naked form, his pupils trembling slightly, is to dress, to render this matter no concern of yours. The Kingslayer breathed heavily, his tone imbued with the same weight. Listen. They did not see you. No one knows what transpired, and all of this was orchestrated solely by me. Only I. Do you understand? Do you grasp my meaning? Jaime remained remarkably calm, having made his decision while Cersei was still reeling from the shock. As for what I must do next, I shall accomplish it. I will ensure that those who need to be silenced will remain so forever. Only in this way can we preserve ourselves. Cersei, having been jolted into clarity by Jaime Lannister's words, found herself considerably calmer. Yet, in hearing Jaime's declaration, she simultaneously understood the profound implications of her beloved's intent. He sought to shoulder the entirety of this burden alone, and thus, he distanced himself. Cersei, fully aware yet trembling, swallowed hard, her voice still laced with panic as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. However, the Kingslayer offered her no opportunity to speak further. Instead, he hastily shoved the garments from the floor into her embrace, before donning a pair of trousers and a simple shirt himself. with resolute determination. He turned to grasp the gilded sword that had previously leaned against the wall. Yet, as he held the long blade, Jaime had never before felt it so burdensome, not even at the moment he had severed a king's throat. Observing Jaime's actions, Cersei's rationality resurfaced. Yet, confronted by her lover's unwavering resolve, upon hearing his final, heartfelt words, tears streamed down her cheeks. No, Jaime, I cannot agree. We can change everything. As long as we find a way. The queen endeavored to salvage the situation in the face of her lover's impending sacrifice. Yet all that greeted her was the Kingslayer's enigmatic smile and his calm, soothing voice. That once razor-sharp grin now exuded an unexpected tenderness. Listen, Cersei, my beloved. I shall do what I must, and your duty is to leave this place and ensure that everyone understands you are not entwined in what has transpired here.